I'm uploading copyrighted content on Patreon at Cultivation Audiobooks*. You can follow and request any novel you'd like. Please like, follow, and comment on the videos of this YouTube channel. It's free for you and a great motivation for me. Chapter 746. Finding the research facility. Leon's blade appeared in his hand in a flash of light and lightning danced across his body. The rest of his companions were gone, and he hadn't even sensed it happening. Panic at the uncertainty of what had just happened flooded his mind for a moment before he mastered himself. In an instant, he did two things. The first was project his magic senses, hoping that if his people were around, then he'd be able to find them. Secondly, he conjured his anti-light magic gem and activated it as powerfully as he could, and with the widest range possible. The wave of magic power exploded around him, but nothing was revealed, showing that his people hadn't disappeared due to the layered illusions that filled the proto-forest. Likewise, his magic senses turned up nothing but what he could already see. At the very least, though, the distant plant giants and goat men walking around amidst the primitive village hadn't broken step and appeared to be going about their business as usual. Leon also couldn't sense anything else hostile around, leaving him well and truly alone at the edge of the warded zone. Did either of you notice anything? Leon asked his soul realm. Light, lightning, and darkness, Zafin answered. Spatial magic. Your people were teleported away. But where? Leon wondered as he sought out his connection with Maya. Fortunately, it was still there, alleviating his worry just a little bit, but the fact that he couldn't sense where she was in relation to him wasn't helping. That's impossible to say without analyzing the specific teleportation runes, Nestor explained. Then, do I have to get up there? Leon asked as his eyes turned in the direction of the great ethereal tree at the center of the warded zone, and the massive glowing ancient runes snaking through its branches and translucent blue leaves. Get up where? Nestor asked. I can't see what you can. Leon quickly described what he saw. No, Nestor replied, though his tone didn't inspire much confidence. At least, I don't think so. By the sounds of it, I think that what's happening is just an application of the facility's teleportation enchantments. Again, I can't say for certain without seeing the actual enchantments, but I can't imagine using an ancient rune for this sort of thing. Ancient runes can be used like this, though. Don't you remember that graveyard for the primal gods? The one there was much lesser in scope, teleporting fewer people over shorter distances. Find the research facility. I'm almost certain that that's where the controls for these teleportation enchantments can be found. And, if you're lucky, where you'll be able to find some information on where your companions have been sent. Leon frowned in frustration. He almost had the thought of leaving and getting reinforcements, but he couldn't know what was happening with his people, and that meant that time was of the essence. Besides, as he glanced backward, he noted that the light barrier had snapped back into place, sealing him into the warded zone unless he wanted to crack through it again. So, he bit his tongue, fought down all of his anxiety regarding his people, and turned his attention back to the warded zone. The small grove of immense trees covered quite a bit of land within the warded zone, but it was still only a fairly small area compared to all the land covered by the light barrier. The site with a large amount of local stone that was within the warded zone was to the west of the grove, he knew, so he had to head northwest. Before he left, he focused his magic senses on that region of the forest and found it quite flat. Only a few gentle hills and valleys, which made it surprisingly easy to see the research facility. Or rather, what was left of it. It looked like in the past 80,000 years, the facility had been cut in half by a river, with numerous stone columns poking up from the fast-flowing river that Leon saw. Additional ruins could be seen thrusting up from a pair of low hills on either side of the river and the ruins within, their stones worn smooth by water and wind and time. Concerningly, as Leon continued to examine the surroundings, he noticed several plant giants, all larger than the ones he'd seen before, patrolling the hills. Seeing no other option, Leon took off for the hills. His destination wasn't that far, and he was motivated. He came within physical sight of the hills in a matter of minutes, and as far as he could tell, he hadn't been seen. It doesn't look like any of the clan's defenses are up, Leon observed as he came to a halt not too far from the foot of the hills. What do you see? Nestor asked. When Leon finished describing what little he could see, Nestor speculated, most of the active defenses were probably taken when the clan left the plain. It looks like you're going to get lucky, boy, and not have to face any of our most fearsome weapons. If you're really lucky, then you might not even have to fight any golems. I think I'll try and refrain from jumping for joy just yet, Leon said as the plant giants walking around the hills paused and began to slowly turn in his direction. He gripped his sword a little tighter and began to prepare himself to fight. However, before he could move, he felt a slight pulsing in the ambient magic power around this area. It almost felt like someone was turning an enchantment on and off in a rhythm, but before he could start trying to analyze it, the plant giants began to walk in his direction. Leon briefly contemplated the wisdom of fighting the golems, and of launching the first strike. However, with thousands of goat men and hundreds of plant giants nearby, let alone whatever else might be hidden nearby, he decided to hold back for the moment. He turned and ran back a ways, conjuring his invisibility gem as he did and fading from view behind a shroud of darkness. As he became invisible, he noticed the plant giants come to a halt, but not return to their patrol. He took this to be a good sign, but didn't let it go to his head. The goat men had already shown that they could strike at him despite his attempts to remain invisible. However, with what seemed to be some allowance for thought, Leon came to a halt about a quarter of a mile from the hills. Once there, he turned his attention back to the strange pulsing he'd noticed earlier. It was incredibly weak, but just about nothing in the forest emanated much magic into the environment, leaving the warded zone's ambient magic levels quite anemic. As a result, even this weak pulsing was fairly noticeable now that Leon had keyed himself into it. He couldn't say what was causing the pulsing, only that it was primarily light magic and that it came from a few hundred feet away from the hill on the west side of the river. A little more concerningly, the pulsing seemed to be coming from underground. "Seems like something's still active down below," Leon said to Nestor. "Any ideas how to get down there to the lab proper to check it out? You've been practicing your earth magic, haven't you?" Leon grimaced, but asked in response, "I was hoping for something like a back door, or maybe a hidden tunnel that came out nearby that I could use." "Why would we have a hidden tunnel? An emergency exit or something? I suppose you make some sense, boy. But no, this lab wouldn't have needed anything like that, and it would have just been a security vulnerability if we were ever attacked by a competent earth magic. However, with how decayed the upper lab is, I can't imagine that you would have much trouble boring into the lower lab with even your paltry skills in earth magic." "Well, maybe. If the walls are still intact, then you'll have to find another way in. Your confidence in me never fails to astound, dead man. And it never fails to surprise, seeing just how easily you're left astounded, boy." Leon went quiet as he darted to the foot of the closer of the two hills and knelt on the ground. He called upon his slowly growing skill in earth magic and, intending to send his magic into the soil and try and scout out the surroundings that way, found himself suddenly thrust into the air as the ground beneath him practically exploded. Before he even hit the ground, a mass of roots came spilling out of the hole in the ground, whipping into the air and trying to ensnare him in their deathly grip. None of these roots gave off any magic power, but Leon was still surprised to see them immediately rendered into ash when he instinctively called upon his fire. He swept his arm outward as he fell to the ground, and a wave of fire ended the threat that the roots posed. However, while the roots had been destroyed and nothing more came from the ground, Leon's invisibility had been disrupted by his magic, and when he glanced back at the top of the hill, he saw the plant giants there turning back in his direction. "Shit," he thought as the giants began lumbering towards him. The only thing that he could say was fortunate about this was that the vast majority of locals hadn't been stirred up by this quick exchange. Yet, he needed a couple minutes to enshroud himself in invisibility again, and he didn't have that much time. So, he straightened himself out and channeled his fire once more. He didn't want to use lightning as, while his most powerful offensive magic, it was loud, bright, and nearly impossible to use both stealthily and powerfully. He couldn't gauge the plant giant's strength without an aura, so he had to use his full power here, and to not attract any more attention, he needed to use his fire. Leon didn't wait for the giants to come to him. The closest giant had barely come halfway down the hill before Leon threw a small, but bright orange fireball into the air. The fireball drifted toward the hill almost lazily, and then, after traveling about 50 feet, detonated, sending a vast wave of fire rolling up the hill. Still backed with Leon's power, the plant giants were submerged within the flame, and as the fire died down, there was little remaining but a few charred husks on the side of the hill, now stripped bare of all vegetation. The plant giants patrolling the hill on the other side of the river didn't fail to notice this, so Leon leapt into the air, flew over as quickly as he could, and tossed a few more fireballs, incinerating the giants to the last. When he returned to the ground, he checked on the great ethereal tree and was gratified to see that everything seemed fine there. However, given the roots beneath the ground, he knew that he wasn't quite safe. Still, everything fell still and silent, and he was left alone, at least as far as he could tell, among the paltry few ruins sticking out of the ground. Thoughts on this place? Leon asked. It's not fared as well as other ruins of your clan, Zafin observed. Honestly, this is more of what I would expect of such old and unmaintained facilities. That what you've found before this has been so intact is a miracle. Indeed, Leon agreed. Don't make such quick judgments, Nestor admonished. This is just what's on the surface. Do you know what used to be here? Leon asked. Open your mind to me, Nestor requested. Leon scowled, but acquiesced, and a moment later, Nestor sent him several images showing the research facility back in its day. It appeared much the same as Nestor's personal training facility in the border mountains back north, what the stone giants living on the edge of the Bull Kingdom called the Cradle. It was a cross-shaped building, with a large central dome and 4 wings branching off. The walls weren't the shining white stone that he was used to, but were still quite impressive with many tall, narrow windows set within blind arcades. The ceiling had been heavily decorated with statues of who Leon could only assume were heroes and other famous people of his clan, while above each of the tremendous doors at the ends of each wing was a large statue of the Thunderbird herself. When Leon turned his attention back to the ruins, just about none of that was visible. Just 2 hills bisected by a river with a few pieces of barely recognizable rubble sticking out. It's seen better days, Leon sarcastically said. If I had to guess, Nestor replied, I'd say most of it has been buried. I'd agree, Leon said. I'm sure the building collapsed, and as the river changed course, the rubble was all covered in dirt. Or maybe it was destroyed and buried deliberately. Who can say? Maybe there's something beneath it that can, Zafin offered. Do be a good little human and see if you can find a way down. My curiosity's been piqued and I need to see what else is here. As you wish, oh high and mighty demon, Leon growled. You might actually be acting a little too high and mighty, though, it's not like you're a lord of flame or something. Zafin made a disgusted noise, but didn't otherwise respond. Leon made a quick circuit of the 2 hills, but he wasn't able to find anything that indicated a way down below. After the vine attack, he was wary of trying to dig down again, but with the weight of his anxiety over where his people were, he was sorely tempted to try it anyway. He was just about to ask for a suggestion when he noticed the magical pulsing again. It was still dreadfully weak, but its pattern had changed. Now, it was a constant rapid pulsing, and Leon got the impression of something that had noticed his brief clash with the roots and was now trying to get his attention. The pulsing wasn't coming from directly under either of the hills, but Leon walked over to it anyway, or at least, to directly over where it was emanating from. He then inundated the area around him with his magic power, analyzing the pulsing as much as he could. He wasn't able to notice anything new, but he did confirm that it was artificial, not a natural occurrence. So, he carefully began to seep his magic power into the earth once more. His alertness never dropped, and he was always at the ready to leap away from anything that might jump out of the earth. His caution paid off, as the ground began to shake beneath him again, and he was easily able to throw himself out of the way of another mass of tree roots exploding from the ground, and quickly burned them all away. The roots had burst from the ground directly over where the pulsing was coming from, which gave Leon an idea, though not one that excited him any. If the roots weren't continuing to come, then there was a strong possibility that they were dead. And if that was the case, then he might be able to use the tunnel they bored to access whatever was beneath the surface. But heading down below the ground wasn't an appealing thought, and given the way that his clan usually built their important structures, then the facility was likely a fair ways down. Still, Leon cautiously walked back over and took a good long look at the remains of the roots. He'd burned them away, completely, practically cutting them off completely at the surface and leaving what remained behind a smoking, charred husk. Leon poked at it with his earth magic, waiting for any response. When none came, Leon knelt down and physically started poking at the roots' remains. All he got for his trouble was an ashy gauntlet. So, with the need to find Maya, Valeria, Anzu, and the rest of his retainers in the forefront of his mind, Leon started to more actively use his earth magic, and started trying to follow the roots' root through the ground. He was just waiting for anything else to come surging out of the earth, but now, he was left alone. The root tangle was thick, and following where it came from was easy, even for his weak ability with the earth element. The roots didn't come directly from where the pulsing magic was coming from, but it was fairly close, about 60 feet from the surface, and about 100 feet away. With a better idea of where he was going, Leon started to apprehensively carve out a tunnel from the earth. He reinforced it with stone as best as he could, but making it entirely of stone was still incredibly difficult and power-intensive for him, so he had to content himself with making the tunnel primarily of dirt. He carved the tunnel at an angle, following the root tangle as best as he could, but about 30 feet down, he hit bedrock and had to start carving into stone. He was happier about the added stability, but his progress slowed. Every second that passed by he was consciously aware of the idea that his people were struggling against dire threats, raising his heart rate and playing havoc with his emotions. Soon enough, however, he hit shiny gray metal, the telltale sign of an important building to his clan. A smile bloomed across his face as soon as he hit this material, but that smile soon thinned as he realized that he couldn't easily bore his way past. For a moment, he thought that he might be able to use whatever hole that the root tangle had created, but when he expanded the tunnel to include the entire circumference of the roots, he realized that the thicker tangle that had bored through the earth separated into much smaller individual roots this far down. However, after some thought, he realized he could still use them. He conjured his thin fire blade gem into his gauntlet and began to cut. He started first with the remains of the separate root tangle. With his small fire blade and his fire magic, he cut away what was poking through the gray metal wall. He then turned the blade against the wall itself, and while his progress went much more slowly, he was still able to cut through. The wall was thick, but any enchantments that had once flowed through it were long dead. Under the weight of Leon's power and fire blade, he'd cut a new, larger hole he could fit through, using the holes already made by the roots to save on time. With a little more fire to burn more of the roots within the chamber, Leon finally managed to wiggle down into the room below. What greeted him wasn't anything that he'd prepared himself for. The room appeared almost completely empty of furniture, everything having likely rotted away in the millennia since the facility's construction. However, 9 skeletal corpses littered the floor, most of their bones having turned to dust. The skulls were still there, though, and it was from them that the vines came from. The skulls were old, but they still bore some signs of what had happened. Scowling in displeasure, Leon realized that the vines had burst outwards from the skulls. He couldn't help but think of the brain mold they'd discovered earlier, and he wondered if this was some later stage of that affliction. Regardless, he flooded himself with his magic power, ensuring that he wasn't contaminated with anything, and then weighed his next move. He was at least now within the research facility. Now, he just had to find his people, turn off the wards that were keeping them separate, and then loot this place for all that it was worth. Chapter 747. Apati Leon's anxiety for his people was immense, but his curiosity was powerful, too, and with the threat that the roots posed, he couldn't help but take a moment to investigate them before trying to continue further into the research facility. He knelt down by the largest one left. All had been quite thoroughly devastated by his fire, but there was still more than enough left to examine. The one he chose was still about 10 feet long, or, at least, 10 feet of root was still sticking out of its attached human skull. Its end was scorched black, but the closer to the skull it went, it lightened into a healthier brown. The root was frozen and emitted no magic power, but Leon still maintained a healthy dose of caution as he knelt down before it. "What are these things?" he asked those still with him. "A parasite of some kind," Zafin immediately answered, his crackling voice laced with disgust and disdain. "Burn it all away, leave nothing behind." "A good idea," Leon whispered in reply, though he made no moves to do so immediately. "Are these researchers?" he wondered. Leon wasn't expecting an answer given the advanced state of decay. There was quite literally only a few bones and dust left, after all, but Nestor furnished him with one anyway. "Doubtful," the dead man said. "The mines stationed here would have been evacuated. To do otherwise would be unthinkable. Even those who evacuated from this plane after my father's death would have made room for these people. I would chalk these bones up to be a skeleton crew of slaves left behind to maintain this facility in case of our clan's return." Lowen frowned, but didn't immediately respond. He simply examined the skull as best as he could. He was no medical professional, but as far as skulls went, it didn't look that bad. Given how old it had to be, he found that in itself to be noteworthy. The only damage to it that he could see was the missing lower mandible and the hole that the root had made as it smashed through the top of the skull. "What's more," Nestor continued, I can't imagine that any of my subordinates would have been so foolish as to handle dangerous material like this without the proper precautions. If they were left in charge of this place, then whatever these things are, they would never have gotten free. I'm sure, Zaffin spat. If there's one thing your people excelled at, it was building prisons. But you also can't say what happened here, though, can you? We also excelled at putting things in prison that deserved to be there, Nestor shot back, completely ignoring Zaffin's question, and Leon felt a brief flash of anger run through his contract with Zaffin. Anyway, Nestor continued, I would put money on these being slaves. They were either test subjects, or after they were left here on their own, they showed just how worthy of their station they were by messing around with things beyond their ken, infecting themselves with this stuff when they did. Leon quietly nodded. He could easily see what might have happened. Those left behind might have accidentally released something dangerous that his clan's researchers were studying, and whatever they released then got loose into the forest somehow. It then formed some kind of central intelligence if Zaffin's theory was correct, anyway, and spread itself throughout the forest. However, it didn't appear to spread any further than that, and remained in the proto-forest, living unseen thanks to its powerful ancient wards. What's wrong? Nestor asked, pulling Leon out of his thoughts. You don't have something terribly naive to say to all this. I was hoping you were going to get indignant about the clan's practices. Are you finally coming around to understanding your true place in the world? Above that of the unwashed, illiterate masses. He sounded disappointed, but Leon didn't care. I've made my feelings on our clan's practices well known. Do you need me to constantly repeat them? This doesn't surprise me, dead man, but I think I'm starting to grow used to the ways our clan ruled. And, for what it's worth, those who now inhabit this plane are quite clean and literate. Maybe you should get out more. Oh, wait, I forgot for a moment that you can't. Nestor clicked his tongue or mimicked the sound and went quiet. Leon just turned his attention back to the 9 roots in the remains of the 9 skeletons. He took it all in for just a few more seconds, then stood up and filled the room with blazing fire. The last vestiges of the roots were incinerated, and the skeletons were rendered ash. When the fire died down, the room was completely empty, save for a door to Leon's right. Leon sighed, then made his way over to the door. What had happened here was likely terrible, but he couldn't dwell, not when his people were still missing. When he reached the door, he was genuinely surprised to find that the runic circle next to it was still functioning. He pressed his hand against it and the trapezoidal door slid into the floor, revealing a bright corridor behind it. This place still has power. Leon thought in amazement. Indeed, as he stepped out into the corridor beyond, he felt like he was stepping back into the top floor of Nestor's lab, which had been quite well maintained by his golems. The trapezoidal walls his clan loved were aglow from the white fires burning in the corridor's lower corners, filling the corridor with soft, indirect light. Spiraling down from the top corners, giving the corridor the illusion of being square-shaped, were murals of projected light depicting various events in his clan's history that he had no hope of actually identifying. Heroic figures facing down hordes of unwashed masses, as Nestor had just so generously called them, his clan easily distinguishable as they stood over their conquered foes. Beasts and men of all shapes and sizes knelt before his triumphant clansmen, subjugated. Other murals showed alien landscapes and scenes of such idyllic beauty that he could scarcely imagine them as real places. Only the forest of black and white could compare to the panoply of colors in the depicted palaces and gardens, in Leon's experience. What was a little more disorienting was that the ceiling had been enchanted to resemble the sky as it was above the ruins, and the resemblance was perfect. Natural light thus spilled into the corridor, giving it an open feeling, greatly alleviating the cramped and tight feeling that being underground might otherwise give. What left him speechless even more than the beauty of the decorative enchantments, however, was the power that he could sense flowing through the walls. These projected murals weren't just a result of some lucky piece of magical engineering that had managed to not decay with the rest of the facility, for if what Leon could sense was accurate, there was enough power flowing through the walls that he had to assume a significant portion of the rest of the facility was intact. Wow, he whispered aloud. But he quickly shook himself out of his slight fugue and focused. He'd originally found the facility thanks to the pulsing magical signal that he'd noticed, and even though there was a lot more magical interference down here thanks to all the active enchantments, he could still feel the pulsing signal from not too far away. Our clan's engineering at its finest, Nestor said in bragging admiration as Leon started hurrying down the corridor. Look at all of this, Leon. Look at what we were able to build, and how long it's lasted, even with substandard maintenance. We conquer because we're strong, and a place like this, even if it's not meant to be seen by the common folk, is an expression of that strength. Yeah, Leon replied, not really paying any attention. If you don't have anything useful to share, I'd prefer if you didn't distract me by waxing poetically about our right to conquest. Do you have anything useful to share? Understanding our power and the ways we expressed it is useful, you fool, Nestor grumbled, but he didn't say any more. I'd tentatively agree, Zaffin said, surprising Leon enough that he paused as he carefully made his way down the corridor. There's a certain logic to building grandly whenever possible. Such a visible expression of power can do wonders for your reputation. It makes you look strong, and if you look strong, then people will follow you. Build grandly, and people will be cowed and impressed. They'll do what you want them to do that much easier. I'll not harp on too much about it, Leon, but know that whatever you build represents you. And me, by extension, so when you get around to building, make sure it's worthy of us. I'll keep that in mind, Leon responded, taking the matter a little more to heart with his demonic partner weighing in. Now, can I continue, or are you two going to lecture me some more? You need a good lecturing or 1,000, Nestor growled. Keep going, Zaffin said. Find whatever it is you're looking for here, then leave. And burn that tree down before you go. I guarantee you that it's the source of all the problems this forest has been facing. I wonder, Leon responded without elaborating as he continued down the corridor. He didn't have to go much farther before he found himself at an intersection. He had 3 other ways to go, and while he could see doors on either side of the branching hallways, he decided to go right, choosing to continue following the pulsing signal. Leon continued down the hallways for a few more minutes, finding nothing new of note. However, out of curiosity, he poked his head into a few more rooms. For the most part, what he found was profoundly disappointing, a whole lot of nothing. At its most insulting, he found nothing but dust and darkness, but in 2 rooms he found more skull roots and had to burn them to ash. One room had even collapsed, and evidently the nearby river had found a way in. Leon had to use his water magic to prevent the entire research facility from being flooded before he was able to slam the door shut. Still, he dreamed big when he envisioned what he might find within the research facility, and all of this nothing had him feeling fairly dejected. It seemed that all physical records of what had taken place here had been either taken around the time that his clan left the plane, or had rotted away in the meantime. Even the lab equipment that he might have expected to find in any of these rooms was nowhere to be found. Finally, he approached the area where the pulsing had come from. It had taken surprisingly long given how close to it he'd started, with his point of ingress being at the extreme edge of one wing of the facility, and the pulsing coming from a parallel wing. But, eventually, he found the room that he was certain the pulsing was coming from. The hallway leading up to it was smaller and far less decorated than the others, with Nestor telling Leon that he'd entered the maintenance section. There were no labs ahead, but at this point, Leon was hopeful that he could at least get a look at some of the lab's remaining enchantments while he was there, and maybe he wouldn't have put his people into grave danger for nothing. The maintenance section was more conventionally shaped than the rest of the facility and had none of the decorative enchantments lining the walls with murals or showing the sky on the ceiling. However, the doors were much more securely locked, which Leon found out when he attempted to enter the room that he could feel the pulsing coming from. I think I can get through this, Leon said to Nestor, but can you shed any light that might speed this up? Why don't you try to get through it first? Nestor said challengingly. Leon, barely able to contain his frustration and impatience, simply replied, my people are still missing. He didn't say any more, and he luckily didn't need to, as after a moment of letting his words and tone sink in, Nestor guided him through the unlocking process. Leon had to remove a nearly invisible panel from the wall nearby, and from there it was a fairly simple matter of adjusting some enchantments to get the door open. What awaited Leon on the other side of the door was a dark room, lit only by a number of glowing runes covering several control consoles. A control room, Leon wondered, aloud, as he walked in, but before Nestor or Zaffin could respond, a voice suddenly shouted from just to his right. Someone, oh, my senses did not deceive. A rescuer has arrived. Leon spun on the spot, his sword appearing in his hand as his lightning raced through his body. However, when he laid his eyes on the thing that had made the voice, he paused and didn't attack. He stared down at another skeleton, its skull busted open by a thick root. The skeleton, like most others, was little more than dust aside from a few fragments in the skull itself, and the root had twisted and bent and thrust itself into the wall through another wall panel. "Greetings," the voice said again, and Leon saw the root vibrate slightly in time with the words. The voice was friendly enough, though, so Leon relaxed a hair and asked aloud, "Hello?" "Yes, greetings," the voice repeated. "If it be no trouble, could you where are my manners?" "Apati is my name." Leon frowned as he took in the sight, not trusting any of this for a moment. However, to Nestor he asked, What? I don't recall any." "Apati," Nestor said, his tone judgmental. "Then again, I hardly kept track of anyone except the highest ranked of those stationed here. This place had a staff of thousands, including the slaves." Leon grunted. "Just skimming over the talking plant, are we?" "It's not entirely a talking plant," Nestor admonished. "Yes, human," Zafin added. "Concentrate your senses, you'll notice that here's a magic body encased within that thing." Leon did as suggested, and he did detect a presence around and within the root. It wasn't much like anything he'd ever sensed before, but it felt to him like a mass of magic power was clinging to the root, growing into and within it just as the root seemed to have grown within and out of the skull. "Has my form taken you aback?" Apati asked. "I understand, but I didn't think that I was the only one. Who are you?" Leon asked. "My name has been given already," Apati replied. "Yes, but not who you are," Leon shot back. "Your position and reason for being here, what were they?" "I held the honor of being chief essential technician here," Apati declared. "Essential?" Leon asked. "Yes," Apati replied. More helpfully, Nestor explained, "Most technicians maintaining facilities like these aren't essential, and can be replaced at any time for any reason. Those few who can't be replaced so easily usually maintain and operate very specialized equipment, or are otherwise essential to the running of the facility." Leon hummed as he processed that information. "So," he said to Apati, "you were one of the important staff members here?" "Yes, I was," Apati replied, the root vibrating a little more excitedly now. "This research facility couldn't have continued if it weren't for me." "That's interesting," Leon said, though he greatly doubted this. What is all of this?" He gestured to the root, though a moment later felt a little foolish, for he could see no eyes on the root. Apati, fortunately, seemed to understand what he was asking anyway. "Things at this facility were fine until we heard about King Jason's assault on the Grave Warden's palace, some time ago. I don't know how long, but it's been quite some time. Most of the staff departed after the devastating results of that attack came back, taking just about everything they could that wasn't nailed down. A skeleton crew was left to destroy everything else. I was in charge of that crew. Some of the experiments that were being conducted here breached containment, and this is the result. By the way, I don't suppose you could tell me how long it's been. Or, your name, maybe." Leon almost responded immediately, but then he took a moment to think it over. This was one of the facility's original inhabitants, so he wondered if he shouldn't alter his intended introduction a bit. "I'm called Leon," he said. "I'm a member of the Thunderbird clan, and I've come to reclaim this facility for the clan." As proof, he conjured a little bit of the Thunderbird's power, letting it arc around his fingers. "Oh, happy day," Apati replied. "I've waited so long here for rescue that I'd lost all hope. Honestly, it's been so long time has practically ceased to mean anything at all." "Well, things were pretty bad," Leon said a little awkwardly. "But better late than never, right?" "Right you are, my lord." Leon clamped down hard on his urge to correct the rude man. He could endure the form of address for now. "So," Leon said as he knelt down next to the root, though not too closely, and he made sure that his body's defenses were up and prepared to resist anything that might try to harm him, "how much is left here that can be salvaged? Do you know, can you even move as you are, or do you need some help?" Apati replied, "I managed to attach my magic body to this cerebral root that killed me, but I can attempt to attach it to something else. The root might become hostile the moment I release control, however, I can deal with it," Leon said confidently as he prepared his fire scalpel. He'd cut the root to pieces before it could move as soon as Apati wasn't connected to it anymore. "I was a little more concerned with my being, my lord," Apati explained. "Your power and safety are clear, but I don't want to be caught up in anything. I dare say that a stiff breeze would be the end of me right now. I need a vessel to attach to, or I'll cease to be." "I wouldn't trust him," Nestor advised, "but it looks like if there's anything at all to be found here, then this is our best chance to find it. Agreed, Zafin added. Just don't bring him in here. Keep him out there. That's the plan, Leon said as he conjured a small emerald from his soul realm. Would this be sufficient? He asked. Temporarily, Apati replied a little cautiously, though Leon understood that Nestor's ruby had required some work done on it under the direction of the Thunderbird to properly contain the dead man, and this emerald was wholly unenchanted. Leon explained with some embarrassment, I'd prepare it better, but I'm in a bit of a hurry, my comrades were separated from me, and I need to find them. No need for that, my lord, Apati replied. It'll do, then, please, help me, and I'll do everything within my power to aid you in your search for your comrades. Leon grimaced slightly, but Apati wasn't a threat as he was. So, he laid the emerald on the floor and scooted it a bit closer to the root. Apati didn't wait for long, and, with Leon watching in fascination, carefully disentangled himself from the root and darted into the emerald, which began to glow with arcane light. The root began to writhe, and Leon wasted no time in cutting it to pieces, then using his lightning on the remains. Now, then, Apati said, his voice now coming from the emerald, we have some work ahead of us, don't we? Chapter 748. Finding the expedition. None of this is usable, I'm afraid, Apati said as Leon stood up, the emerald the dead technician now inhabited in hand. Why not? Leon asked as he glanced around at the small handful of control consoles scattered around the room. They still have power, don't they? They would have helped early into the outbreak, Apati explained. This is a secondary maintenance and security section, controlling things like ventilation and security barriers for this wing of the facility. What we need right now is to get to the main control center. From there, we can get the entire facility well in hand. Leon frowned lightly, but began making his way out of the control room. You're very lucky, you know. How did you manage to get that signal out? It wasn't easy. My main priority was ensuring that cerebral root didn't get out of hand and kill me. Is that what they're called? Cerebral roots. Yes, a rather apt name, if I do say so myself. Anyway, I was able to alter some of the enchantments to flare up in a repeating pattern, which was made much more noticeable with the rest of the facility now offline. Not a lot of magic in the air above ground, either, Leon remarked. All the better, Apati responded. I have to say, I'm glad that someone finally came, I've quite lost count of the days. Could you tell me how long it's been? Leon frowned a moment, wondering how to answer. Depending on the man's life experience, it had been a monumentally long time, and he was quietly impressed that he hadn't gone completely insane in the time since. However, in the end, he decided to be honest. 80,000 years, he said. Apati was quiet for a long moment, clearly processing what Leon had just said. After that moment, he simply said, oh. For the next few minutes, Apati spoke only to guide Leon through the branching facility toward the central control room. It was a surprisingly complicated thing, though, as many parts of the facility had collapsed or flooded. After a while, the inevitable happened, and Apati guided Leon into an atrium filled with cerebral roots and their skulls. As soon as the door opened, the roots flexed and began swinging wildly at Leon, who sprang into action. Lightning coursed through him, and shortly after, out of him. 6 large cerebral roots were rendered into ash in a moment, and then after another moment, the remaining half-dozen were likewise destroyed. Well done, Apati exclaimed once it was all over. He'd spent the exchange in Leon's hand, but it seemed that it had been enough to pull him out of his quiet fugue. Leon hummed in acknowledgement, then strode into the room. The cerebral roots had been destroyed, but the 12 skeletons that they'd taken root within were still there, surrounded by several columns and bathed in the light of the ceiling enchantments. As he crouched down next to the closest skull, Leon asked, can you tell me more about what happened here after the clan started to pull out? I'll fill in any gaps I can, Apati helpfully replied. When the order was given to evacuate after the deaths of Jason Karanos and his children, the researchers were the first to leave. They took just about everything they could, abandoning the security detachments who remained and the staff of slaves who lived here. How many were there in each group? About 200 security personnel and maybe 10 times that many slaves. So many. There was a lot of sensitive labor that a place like this needed, and not enough technical golems to take care of it all. So these slaves were trained and educated people. Yes, mostly pulled from the local elites that lived here before they were brought under the aegis of the clan. They could read and were intelligent enough to follow orders. Some were even trusted enough to run experiments on their master's behalf. Hey, Nestor scoffed. Idiot thing. No slave should ever be brought so close to such sensitive material. It seemed the dead men were in agreement, as Apati felt the need to add, a foolish notion. I made sure the slaves were put into their proper places as soon as I could. Leon grunted. You don't approve. I assure you, it was necessary. Slaves tend to get ambitious if they realize they outnumber you. Discipline is always of great importance, especially in the times we were facing. It will never do to allow insubordination to fester. Unfortunately, it seems I wasn't harsh enough in my methods, for this outbreak was the fault of an overeager slave. How did that happen? As educated and trained as they might have been, it seems that some of the enslaved assistants weren't able to follow containment procedures, though. What can you really expect from such backwards provincials? They had no consideration for proper procedures, and after trying to make sure they were all corralled properly during the evacuation, I can't say that their deaths were any great loss. I honestly don't know the details about the initial outbreak, though. I was hardly even aware that there was much of a problem until people started falling over dead and having cerebral roots spring from their skulls. Leon bit back on some choice words he had for Apati and kept himself focused on more relevant questions. When they did, you tried locking this place down. I did, but I clearly failed. Were there other specimens and experiments that got loose here? I'm sure there were, but by then, my physical body had died and I was trapped within that maintenance station. That's unfortunate, Leon whispered as he straightened up. I was hoping for good salvage. If anything's been saved, it would be in the control room, Apati assured him. Most sensitive information that wasn't taken by the researchers upon their evacuation would have been held there. If there's anything at all that survived, that's where it'll be. Leon was about to respond when Nestor said, why would that be the case, and not the main security station? Leon repeated the question, and Apati explained, the security station was lost during the outbreak. Doubt started creeping into Leon's mind and his gaze narrowed. It seemed he wasn't the only one feeling that way as Nestor grunted, what? Speaking for them both, Leon inquired, how would that work? I'm a little confused on the timeline of events, here. It was standard procedure, Apati claimed. As I was trying to contain the outbreak of cerebral roots and keep the rest of the specimens being experimented on here from being released, sensitive materials were moved to the most secure location we had, the control room. Why not just pack it all into someone's soul realm and have them book it? Nestor wondered. Before Leon could start asking more detailed questions, Apati asked him, Leon, I have a favor that I was wondering if you would entertain. Leon didn't immediately reply, busy as he was saying to Nestor, these people sound incompetent. Can we be sure that this guy is who he says he is? He does sound a little familiar, but it's been so long it's hard to tell, Nestor said. At the very least, the top-ranking people would have left, so if this guy was left in charge, then he would have been in charge of the dregs of the facility's staff. Incompetence, as jarring as it is to hear, wouldn't be unexpected. Leon scowled and finally replied to Apati, what sort of favor? This is incredibly embarrassing for me to admit, but there is something that I was hoping you could check in on. When this place was fully staffed, there was a lab whose security I was supposed to guarantee. Do you know what tree sprites are? I'm familiar with them, yes. Good, then I don't have to explain too much. Well, we found a particularly dangerous and powerful one in this forest. It's quite possibly the biggest reason we built this place here, still only one reason among many, but the biggest. Most powerful tree sprite, huh? Leon said, I can't see how power alone would make a tree sprite particularly worthy of study. Was there something about this one in particular that made it stand out, aside from its power? I can't say that, my lord. All I can say is that it was powerful, and the researchers studying it could barely contain their glee at the thought of how it would revolutionize nature magic as we know it. I'm afraid that it might have gotten loose. Could you check in on its containment lab? Is it on the way? Yes. Then I suppose I can stick my head in there and see what's what. I'm thankful. Honestly, I always found this thing to be quite off-putting. It was violent and lashed out constantly. The effort I had to expend to ensure that its containment was never breached always left me quite exhausted. I have a question, Apati. I'll answer what I can, my lord. Were there teleportation enchantments included in the defensive wards of this facility? On approach, I lost my team to an unexpected teleportation. That's terrible, and very concerning. There were a few teleportation enchantments included in this facility's suite of enchantments, but they were decommissioned before the facility fell. You don't know where they went. The forest is completely enshrouded in powerful illusions that fool even my magic senses. Locating them is my top priority, but that's proven to be difficult so far. I was hoping that this place might have something that could help. There are sensor and alarm enchantments that might still be functional, Apati said. It's not guaranteed, but using this facility's enchantments, we should be able to find your team. I might even be able to reactivate some measure of teleportation functionality. Leon smiled and doubled his efforts to get them to the control room, setting aside any remaining questions he had, for the time being. Thusly motivated, he sped down the halls, and considered himself fortunate that one winding route Apati had him take was free of debris and collapsed ceilings. Along the way, he stopped to check on an important-looking door behind which once lay the lab that contained the powerful tree sprite, but upon opening it, Leon found the entire room collapsed. Nothing but stone and earth lay on the other side, so Apati, somewhat disturbed, proceeded to guide Leon onward toward the control room, though not before reiterating just how dangerous he thought the tree sprite to be. Apati guided him to a magic lift that unfortunately didn't work, but Leon was able to use his fire scalpel to cut a hole through it and fly down the shaft all the way to the lowest floor. There are a few defensive enchantments on the door, but with your blood, they shouldn't be a problem, Apati said as Leon found himself in front of a massive trapezoidal door. His words proved accurate as Leon went over to the door's control runes and they shocked him with a tiny lightning bolt, much as the defensive wards in his family's archives back in Tira had done. He sensed some shift in the flow of magic around him, but the door didn't open. It's not opening, he said in mild confusion, his impatience growing as he started pacing in front of the runic circle. The central control room shouldn't be too far within, and if it was the key to him finding his people, then he needed to get through. It takes a bit more, Apati said in a conciliatory tone. It should open with a maintenance code, though. Apati guided Leon through a quick code, tapping the runes within the runic circle in proper sequence which, combined with his Thunderbird blood, should get the door open. And, a moment later, the door slowly slid down into the floor. Leon didn't waste a moment, leaping right over it rather than waiting for it to open completely. What he found on the other side wasn't that shocking: a long hallway in typical trapezoidal shape, with tall columns holding up the enchanted ceiling. There weren't any projected murals on the wall, but there were several more doors branching off to the side. The door he most wanted was the one at the very end of the hallway, though. Leon ran for that door, and much like the one at the bottom of the lift shaft, it read his bloodline with a tiny bolt of lightning, and Leon was able to get it open with the proper code from Apati. What awaited him on the other side was quite familiar: a massive spherical room, the inner surface covered in millions of shifting runes glowing in the dark like stars. However, unlike the other control rooms that Leon had seen like this, large sections of the runic array were frozen, flickering, or outright dark. By his estimation, almost half of the tremendously complex runecraft covering the surface was either dead or malfunctioning. The door led out near the top of the sphere, with a long curving staircase descending to a platform in the very center of the sphere, lined with several dozen enchantment control consoles, and with a crystal at least the size of one of Leon's portable villa's modules glowing bright yellow in the center. By that color, Leon could tell that the facility still had plenty of power remaining, likely helped out more than a little by the sheer desiccation of its enchantment scheme reducing power requirements. Looks like it's still up and running, Apati observed as Leon leapt right down to the central platform rather than descending the stairs. Where are the sensing enchantments? Leon demanded to both Apati and Nestor. I believe the ones on the far side of the platform, Apati replied. Or the ones on your right, Nestor countered. Leon froze, unsure of who to believe. However, when he took a closer look at the control consoles, it seemed that Nestor was the one who telling the truth. It's not these ones, Leon asked Apati suspiciously as he stalked over to the consoles that Nestor had pointed out. Oh, of course, Apati responded. Pardon me, I was mistaken. This isn't really my field of expertise, I have to admit. Those enchantments he directed you towards control the facility's defense systems, Nestor whispered. Weapons, golems, barriers, all the defenses, both active and inactive, that could be controlled in this way could be controlled from that group of consoles, Nestor explained. Leon frowned, his need to find his people momentarily set aside as he stood staring at those consoles. Why were you directing me there, Apati? Leon asked. Apati began before suddenly going silent. Leon was almost concerned until it became clear a few seconds later that the dead man had just been thinking something over. Look, my lord, this place was my responsibility. Its destruction is on my shoulders. I was hoping that you would reactive the defenses here and clean up this infestation. I can't let this place go without at least trying to make up for my failure to keep it secure. A noble goal, I suppose, Leon said, though not sounding at all convinced. Quite a few people died here, though, but however much of that is your fault is debatable. The lives of slaves are hardly worth much, Apati dismissively replied. My failure to secure this facility during its decommissioning is a stain on my honor that cannot be understated. I must rectify this mistake, please. I beg you, my lord, allow me to cleanse this facility of the fruits of my failure. Leon's frown deepened several times during Apati's spiel, but he had to admit, if there were any defenses remaining in this facility, then he wouldn't mind seeing if they still functioned. The forest outside was dangerous, and securing this facility for a more in-depth study had great value. Adding even more temptation, Apati said, if there are any remaining research notes or materials, then I can ensure they are found and delivered to you, my lord. I just need to see if certain security features of this facility still remain active. He's talking about maintenance golems, Nestor guessed with a tone of certainty. They'd be about on par with the librarian in power and utility, or at best, those labor golems you found. There might not be any left, though golems built for low-level maintenance are hardly worth enough for evacuating researchers to bother taking them with, especially if they were in a hurry. Let's see what we can see, first, Leon said as he turned back to the sensor console. There was something off about Apati. The man's lie hadn't exactly endeared him to Leon even if Leon could respect his motives. His stated motives, at least. Still, if what he was saying was true, it was something that Leon couldn't afford to turn his back on, not when his people were still missing. As his thoughts turned back to his retinue, Leon started activating the sensor enchantments as Nestor called them out. A series of screens materialized over the consoles as light projections, and with the control consoles, Leon could control what the screens displayed. Each one was like having an eye out in the forest, but these eyes weren't in fixed positions, and Leon was able to get just about everywhere within the forest scanned with enchantments that, as far as he could tell, somewhat mimicked magic senses. He would have been far more fascinated and asked many more questions about these enchantments had his missing retainers not weighed so heavily on his mind. For now, he was just thankful that they seemed to be working. However, they didn't seem to be finding much. The expedition's camp was still in good order, with the escort squad, Elise, and Talal all remaining back there, but there was neither hide nor hair that he could see of his missing people, Cassandra, or the other Evergolden squad. There were a few holes in the enchantment's range, though most notably, the Goatman village built around the massive trees in the center of the inner warded zone. No matter how he tried to manipulate the enchantments, Leon simply couldn't get a good angle on any of those trees. And as these implications entered his mind, his blood began to run cold. They were teleported into that village, he thought. Finally, after long minutes of scanning, the console returned with an alert. At least a few humans had been found. When he beheld the images called up on the screens, his blood ran cold. His people were still alive, but if he didn't get moving soon, then that could change very soon. Already, several members of the escort squad were dead, and most of his retinue were bleeding from deadly injuries. All thoughts about the exploring the facility were driven from his mind. He'd found his people within the grove of massive trees, and he needed to get to them now. Chapter 749, Butting Heads. Valeria stared in confusion at the sight around her. Just a moment before, she'd been walking through the forest with Leon and the others, and another moment, she was in a dark room with wooden, but organically shaped walls all around her. What little light there was in the room came from a few thin branches high above her with a few small translucent leaves glowing a gentle blue. Leon! She called out as her heart leapt into her throat. Her glaive was already out and her armor donned, so she crouched down into a defensive posture. It was obvious she'd been teleported, but unlike the other teleportations that had taken place during this expedition, she hadn't been dropped out somewhere else in the forest. She didn't even know where she was, or if she was even still in the proto-forest anymore. She guessed that she was, but for all she knew, she could have been teleported halfway across the plane. At the 6th tier, her magic senses didn't hold a candle to Leon's range, but she could at least fill the room. Moments after doing so, she sighed in frustration, the room lacked any obvious doors or exits. Even the ceiling above the ethereal leaves was blocked. There would be no other way out other than going through the walls. So, Valeria approached one of the walls, choosing the one right in front of her for the sole reason that it was the closest. The wooden walls were filled with magic power: earth, light, and water, as far as she could tell, the three elemental components of nature magic. They were flowing in patterns that were barely discernible. She could tell they were some kind of enchantment, but her skill in the art, despite advancing by leaps and bounds through working alongside Leon for this past decade, was still inadequate to parsing what her senses were telling her. To put it more simply, she wasn't going to get out of this place by subverting wards. Since there were no other options available, that left pure brute force. Her heart beat hard with concern for her companions, and especially for Leon, though she trusted in everyone's power and discretion to see them through whatever this was. However, that didn't mean she could relax. It was actually the opposite, as she considered herself at least partially responsible for everyone given her status in Leon's retinue. She called upon her magic power and her physical strength, and replaced her glaive with a hatchet she kept in her soul realm. It was hardly a match for Alkander's war axe, but it was meant to chop wood. Given her circumstances, that made it quite possibly more valuable. With a few mighty swings, Valeria struck the wooden wall, barely making anything more than a dent. Her hatcher, despite being backed by her 6th-tier strength, had bounced off the walls like they were made of metal, not timber. Probably to do with the magic in the walls, she reasoned. Had she the ability to, she would have tried to cut off the flow of magic to the enchantments in the walls, but she didn't have that ability. Even the water magic in the walls was beyond her ability to control, though that didn't stop her from trying, at least. She gritted her teeth and prepared to use her magic power, hoping that her water and ice magic would be enough to get her through the walls and to whatever was outside. Then, hopefully, to the rest of the retinue. And Cassandra and her people. I suppose, if I must. Valeria fought to keep the smile off her normally stoic face at the idea of genuinely forgetting Cassandra here. She'd give a mountain of silver to see the princess's face if she were to be left behind. Valeria's professionalism precluded that, of course, but it was fun to daydream. Valeria rained blows upon the wall in front of her, while conjuring water to flow over the wall at the same time, searching for any possible cracks. Even a few microcracks might be enough for her purposes. It took nearly 3 dozen blows before her hatcher finally started to chip away at the wall, and when she noticed it, she immediately stopped, letting the hatchet fall to her side. She examined the chip in the wall, noting that there were a few tiny cracks at the edge, where the hatchet had first chopped into the wall. With a wide grin, Valeria conjured a few drops of water and filled the crack as much as possible. Her strength as a 6th-tier mage was great, but her magic power was much greater. She hoped it would prove enough. When the crack was filled, she immediately froze the water, and was gratified to see the crack widen ever so slightly. She then melted the ice, and then filled the now slightly bigger crack with more water and froze it again. Again, the crack widened ever so slightly. Valeria stepped back and began to use her power in earnest, covering the crack in water and manipulating it like a shovel, digging into the crack in the wall, then freezing it when she couldn't dig in anymore. Soon enough, the crack started growing big enough to see with a mortal eye, and then even bigger. Eventually, she found some kind of natural fault line within the wood, and with a loud crack, a huge crack was opened after one particularly brutal freeze. Her grin widened at seeing her progress. She didn't know big the hole had to be to lead her out of this room, but she fully intended to find out. However, it wound up that she didn't need her power to break through, for not even 30 seconds after the bigger crack loudly opened, a bright white blade of light sliced into the wall, and Valeria instinctively threw herself back. Fortunately, the blade came in at such an angle that it wouldn't have posed much threat to her even if she'd stood still, only if she'd been pressing her face right up against the wall. More fortunately, or perhaps less so, she recognized this particular blade of light as being the enchantment placed upon sunlight. The blade started slowly cutting through the wood, and in a matter of a dozen seconds, a hole had been carved into the wall, now showing itself to be more than 6 feet thick. As the piece of wood in the center of the hole was pulled outward, Cassandra's smug countenance was revealed. "Look at you, Val," she said, her voice dripping with condescending triumph. "I was seriously worried that you might have been rendered helpless. I'm so glad to see that you're all right." Valeria bit back on a venomous reply. "This wasn't the time for it. Have you run into anyone else?" she asked as she approached the hole, cooled its smoldering edges with a quick shower of water, and then hauled herself through. Cassandra, looking a little nonplussed at her refusal to rise to her bait, still replied with imperial poise, "No. I've only just gotten out of my cell a couple of minutes ago, and almost left before I heard some noise coming from here. Good thing I stopped to check, isn't it? You might have not gotten out." As Valeria straightened up on the other side of the hole, she glanced to her right and left. She and Cassandra stood in a fairly narrow hallway just wide enough for them to comfortably walk side by side. Much like her cell, as Cassandra called it, the walls were dark wood and completely unadorned, though filled with magic power, while the matching ceiling was obscured by glowing translucent leaves. There wasn't much light emitted by those leaves, but that hardly mattered to one of Valeria's power. Finally turning back to the princess, Valeria politely said, "Thank you." She'd debated undercutting her gratitude in several ways, but decided in the end to just keep it simple. This wasn't the time to get into a pissing match with the princess over a little rudeness. For her part, Cassandra seemed to accept her thanks, giving her a simple nod, then asking, "Any idea where we are?" "Inside of a tree, maybe." Valeria wondered aloud. "I'd figure you and your people would be the experts here." Cassandra shrugged. "I'm not that great at nature magic, honestly." Valeria stifled an exasperated sigh and went back to evaluating their surroundings. Judging by how the magic flowed, the power source for the enchantments in the walls was above them, and the hallway was long enough that there could be other cells further down on either side. When Valeria mentioned this, Cassandra's eyes widened as if she hadn't thought that far, and before Valeria could so much as utter a word of warning, the princess started cutting into the walls with little rhyme or reason. "What are you doing?" Valeria shouted, shouting uncharacteristically as Cassandra plunged sunlight into the wall. "Looking for the others," Cassandra replied as she began to saw another hole in the wall. "You could kill someone doing that," Valeria responded. "They might die waiting," Cassandra countered. The rough circle she'd made was quickly finished, but when she tried to pull the chunk of wood out of the wall, it refused to come. From what Valeria could tell, it was still attached in the back, showing that there was no cell behind it, only more wood. "Maybe, just stop to think for a little while," Valeria asked. "You could hear it when I cracked my wall, so it stands to reason we should be able to communicate it with anyone who's been imprisoned." Cassandra lightly frowned and didn't respond, which Valeria considered about the strongest admission the princess was capable of making that she in the wrong. "Come on," Valeria said. "I'm a water mage and you're a light mage. If nothing else, we should be able to track the water and light magic in the walls and see where they're being directed. That should lead us somewhere, at least, even if not to the rest of the expedition." Cassandra sighed, but didn't argue, and when Valeria pressed a hand against the wall, Cassandra did likewise. If Valeria's theory was any indication, then there weren't any more people imprisoned in this hallway. She could vaguely sense the magic surrounding her cell to be stronger than what was in the wall, but only then did she realize that she didn't see any other holes in the wall indicating where Cassandra came out. When she asked the princess about this, Cassandra replied that she'd come from further down to the left of Valeria's cell, which curved out of view. So, when they decided to move, they went right, and Valeria, just to make sure, quickly used her truth ring. Nothing changed, showing that there weren't any illusions active around her at the moment. Cassandra hummed as they reached an intersection in the long wooden hallway. They'd followed the hall for several minutes and hadn't found anything else, but since the hall was curved, Valeria estimated that they'd already turned at least 90 degrees. If they kept going, they might even reach their cells again. As Valeria quietly tried to evaluate the directions, she noticed that the hall to their left, the direction opposite the curve of the hall, seemed to be much more magically active. Without even consulting with Valeria, Cassandra turned left and kept going. "Let's go this way," she said with a wide smile on her face. Again, Valeria was momentarily annoyed, but she didn't say anything this time, simply following the princess and trying to keep an eye on their surroundings. "You seem to be enjoying yourself," Valeria said as they continued down the quiet halls. "This is fun, isn't it?" Cassandra gleefully replied. "Such a place, I can't wait to see what lies at the end. There's so much power here, it has to be good. Maybe a little more caution is warranted. We don't want to go rushing into anything unprepared. We'll be fine," Cassandra replied with a dismissive wave of her hand. "A few of the people you've brought to this forest are already dead," Valeria reminded her. "Hardly my fault," Cassandra petulantly responded. "They fought well, but were still brought down. They're your people, Valeria insisted, cutting the princess off. "They're your responsibility. If they don't come home, then that's on you. And 3 are already lost forever." Valeria bit her tongue to keep from going off, but she was frustrated with the princess. She had all of Leon's recklessness, but with none of the guilt that kept him from taking things too far with his own people. She felt like she could have ranted for quite a while at the princess, but she tried to keep in mind their current situation, which wasn't conducive to heated disagreements. But still, she didn't want the princess to lead them to their deaths. "Listen, Valeria," Cassandra said just as Valeria was about to suggest they keep going. "People make mistakes. I can't prevent people from making mistakes. I do what I can for my people, but if they screw up, then that's their problem, not mine. I may be their princess, but that doesn't mean that you can foist their own responsibility to themselves, onto me. Besides, I am their princess, so they have responsibilities to me that they need to fulfill, too." Valeria bitterly smiled and briefly wondered how Leon would handle this. Probably just glare and remain silent, she thought with some consternation. Out loud, she merely said, "To die for another person is a choice, not a responsibility. I'll not speak to the sense of duty that might have led those warriors of yours to lay down their lives, but I'll tell you right now that you haven't done a thing to convince me to die for you. And that's what people have done for you. All I can say is that if I were in your position, I would try to do something that would make their deaths worth it. What do you think I'm doing? If we turn around, then their sacrifices will be meaningless. At least if we continue, then we might find something at the end that'll make this worthwhile. A gamble, and one that conveniently lets you do what you wanted to do in the beginning. What will you do if we end this expedition empty-handed? 3 people are dead already, and we don't know where everyone else is. They could be dead, too, for all we know." Cassandra smiled thinly. "Having fun, judging me?" she asked. "Second-guessing a princess is cheap from a distance. I wonder what you'd do in my situation. Turn tail and run away at the slightest sign of danger. I didn't think you quite so soft-hearted." Valeria returned the thin smile and replied, "Leon's retinue followed him out of loyalty that he's done his best to earn. Your people followed you because you requisitioned them, like new gear. Out of duty, not loyalty. You must have gotten to know my people well over these past few days," Cassandra responded sarcastically, her smile turning more challenging than angry. "You say, duty, like it's something terrible. You say that my people are only acting out of duty, but do you really know that? Those who I chose to act as my escort are pulled directly from the Imperial Guard. They aren't slaves or conscripts. This is what they signed up for, and the option to quit is always on the table. So they signed up to serve their empire, and found their service rewarded by being assigned to a brat who led at least some of them to their deaths. They placed their lives in your hands, and you're wasting their blood and sweat. I'm their princess," Cassandra shouted. "You're their princess because they, and others like them, have decided that they're willing to die for you. Personally, I would consider that a heavy responsibility, not a privilege to use to fulfill my own desires to adventure." Cassandra's eyes narrowed in fury. "You don't know the first thing about me," she growled. "I've spent long enough in your company to have formed an impression," Valeria coolly replied. "And I have to say, while I can respect your skills in the ring, I haven't seen many redeeming qualities in you. You're an entitled princess who has little concern for the well-being of others. And if you don't try and have a little respect for your own people, you're only going to get more of them killed." For just a moment, killing intent laced Cassandra's aura, but as quickly as it appeared, it was gone. "We're just talking past each other," she declared. "We can set this aside for the moment. Right now, our priority is getting out of here." "I'd say that our first priority is to find our companions," Valeria countered. "Yes, and that," Cassandra spat. "That was implied. The idea that I would leave anyone behind is ludicrous. When it comes to you, I think it needs to be said," Valeria pressed. "An implication won't cut it. Maybe you should try listening and comprehending what someone is saying rather than getting bogged down in semantics," Cassandra vehemently said, and without waiting for Valeria to continue, resumed walking down the hall. Valeria followed, but didn't feel very good about their whole exchange. She supposed it really wasn't her place to be pointing out what she thought were flaws in others, and Cassandra did have a point in that she didn't know what the Evergolden escorts might be thinking, or why they were here. She was making her own assumptions, too. While she considered this issue, Cassandra suddenly stopped in front of her, almost causing Valeria to walk right into her from behind. "Hear that?" Cassandra asked, and once she pulled herself out of her thoughts, Valeria heard heavily muted, indistinct shouting. "It's coming from over here," Cassandra said, walking a few more paces down the hall and rapping on the wall to her right. Without much hesitation, Cassandra raised sunlight and once more cut into the wall, though Valeria noted that she took a few more fractions of a second to aim her strike and make sure that her blade wasn't going to emerge very fast, or at a dangerous height on the other side. Still, Valeria began hammering on the wall with the meat of her palm. "You could have tried warning them," she stated. Cassandra spared her a glare before she began cutting the wall open again. This time, it really was a cell they'd found, and once a hole was cut, Alcander poked his head out of the cell. "Val," he said in amazement. When Cassandra loudly cleared her throat, he added, "And, Your Highness, thanks for that, I was starting to think I was never going to get out of here." A quick glance into his cell showed Valeria that he'd been trying to burn his way out, and had probably started shouting in frustration or perhaps was trying to get someone's attention. Regardless, it had worked, and now their ranks had swelled to 3. Now, they just had to find everyone else, and then figure out how to get the hells out of this place. Chapter 750. Fighting their way out. Valeria wasn't quite sure how she ought to feel. Looking around, she took great comfort in the fact that, after their wanderings throughout, wherever they were, she and Cassandra had managed to find the rest of their people. Everyone save for Leon had been found and sprung from their cells. However, while that, by itself, was great, and worth celebrating, they hadn't run into a single hostile in that time. The wards running through the walls remained static defenses, and those defenses were easily cut through by sunlight. Nothing yet had appeared in their way to present a more active obstacle. And that was something that had Valeria on edge, let alone the fact that Leon was still missing. Still thinking over the next steps, Marcus asked as he came over and stood at her side. Now that everyone except Leon had been found, they were taking a bit of time get more organized in the narrow hallway. Cassandra was seeing to her warriors, while Valeria had taken charge of Leon's retinue. For the most part, though, she didn't have to do much except make sure that Anzu and Anna's Attican snapper weren't going to get in their way. Given the size of the two war beasts, that wasn't an easy thing to do. In response to Marcus, Valeria nodded. Perhaps sensing her worry, Anzu brushed up against her from behind and quietly chirped. He sounded just as sad and worried as she did, and she couldn't help but turn around and give him a few head pats in turn. "I've been thinking," Marcus said, "but I haven't come to any conclusions." "Why are we being attacked?" "Can't say," Valeria replied. "It's strange though, isn't it?" Marcus nodded. "If someone went to the trouble of imprisoning us, then why just let us escape without any effort to stop us? Why would they bother?" Gaius called out from behind Anzu. "We've been wandering these halls for more than an hour. There doesn't seem to be a way out, so why should they care?" "There's always a way out," Cassandra shouted from farther behind Gaius. "If we got in here, then we can get back out. We just have to find a way." No one responded to the princess, perhaps out of some measure of respect or awkwardness due to her rank, but Valeria knew that they were all aware that they'd been teleported, and that the only way to escape wherever they now found themselves was likely by being teleported out. After a considerable amount of time spent wandering in these halls, she could easily believe that there weren't any physical ways out. Related to that, over the course of freeing all of their comrades, she and Cassandra had essentially explored everywhere that they could reach. Short of trying to cut this entire place down, there were no more places left for them to explore. During the next several seconds, an awkward silence fell upon their group. No one had any real ideas for how to get out of their dark, cramped prison, though it seemed that Cassandra had been waiting for someone to speak up and offer an idea. When none came, she finally said, "Fine, then. I guess we're going to have to do this the hard way." Without waiting another moment, Cassandra pushed her way past everyone, crawled up and over Anzu, and then strode out in front of Valeria. With a provocative smile, she brandished sunlight and activated its blade of light enchantment again. "The wards in the walls can't stop me," she said. "So, we cut through. I'll allow you to pick the direction, Valeria." Valeria stared at her for a long moment, but since she had no other ideas, she pointed up. "The magic powering the wards is coming from above us," she explained. "It stands to reason that there's something above, then. Whether or not it's something that humans can use I can't say." "There's much above us," Maya whispered, taking Valeria by surprise. The river nymph had been beside herself with worry for Leon when they'd found her. She'd been fairly easy to find since she'd smashed her way out of her cell, and none too quietly, but in the hour or so since, she'd calmed down quite a bit. She hadn't spoken much, but she'd provided Valeria with some relief by sharing that her connection with Leon still existed. She couldn't sense his direction, but he was alive. How do you know that? The only 7th tier among the Evergolden mages asked, her tone much more professional than Cassandra's. I can sense the water, Maya explained. There's a great deal flowing in patterns above that feel like more rooms. How clearly can you sense these rooms? The Evergolden mage asked. Can you lead us to the best place to come up? Maya nodded. The 7th tier Evergolden mage then looked to Cassandra and gave her an imploring look. Fine, then, Cassandra said. Naiad, where do we need to go? With Maya's direction, they moved through the halls, passing by several places where Cassandra had carved holes into adjacent chambers. Several of them Valeria had been surprised to find empty, suggesting that this place hadn't been built for them, but existed for some other purpose. What that purpose might be, she couldn't say. Only a few minutes later, Maya called them to a halt. Here, she said, there's a large space above where no water magic flows. It feels like a big room. Valeria was about to suggest they get into a better formation just in case there was something dangerous above, but before she could, Cassandra said, sounds good, and activated her light blade enchantment. With sunlight in her 8th tier power, she carved a huge fissure in the ceiling, burning away the leaves and cutting clean through the wood. What lay beyond didn't seem to have any natural light, but Cassandra's blade was more than bright enough to show that there was a huge room above. With a few more swings, the hole above Cassandra widened, and the princess leapt up through without hesitation. Your Highness! The Evergolden squad leader called out in alarm. After her. She shouted to the rest of her squad, and everyone began practically pushing against Leon's retinue to get them to move. Annoyed but not wanting to leave the princess to her own devices, Valeria jumped up, her 6th tier strength easily allowing her to clear the hole and land in the chamber beyond. The rest of the retinue quickly followed, though Anna's Attican snapper required a little more time. What awaited them was a large space big enough to assemble a battalion of Bull Kingdom soldiers within, with a ceiling about 40 feet high. Other than that, it was hardly that remarkable compared to the hallways below them. The chamber was empty and dark. When everyone managed to get out of the cramped halls, they all breathed a quick sigh of relief, though the 7th tier Evergolden mage looked more livid than anything. Valeria took some vicarious thrill in seeing the older woman glare at the princess and barely resist tearing into the princess. Not that Cassandra looked at all chastened, and seemed far more taken with examining the room they now found themselves in. Before anyone could say anything more, however, a sudden welling of magic put them all on edge, and a light suddenly broke through the darkness as the wall split open. What spilled through was copious amounts of natural light, and a horde of plant giants. Form up, Valeria shouted, and Leon's retinue sprang into action, the Evergolden squad not too far behind. Let's go, Cassandra roared in glee, and charged. With her speed, only Leon could have moved quickly enough to hold her back, and he was gone. A moment later, Cassandra was upon the plant giants, swinging sunlight and cutting them to pieces. The plant giants wasted no time responding, swinging their enormous wooden limbs to try and stop the princess's rampage. A few of the bigger ones were covered in looser vines and thick coats of mushrooms, and Valeria had to suppress a smile when she saw one particularly thick vine catch the princess and throw her against the ground. The plant giant, responsible, was unable to capitalize as the Evergolden mages caught up to their princess and laid into them. They cut the giants down to size, but more kept spilling in through the huge crack in the wall. Valeria was unfortunately unable to see how many could be out there. However, that didn't stop her from leading Leon's retinue in reinforcing the Evergolden mages. As much as she was put off by Cassandra, she knew that they weren't going to get out of this mess without each other. Emphasizing that point, the screams of an Evergolden mage pierced through the din of battle as a pair of vines wrapped themselves around her torso and hips, and then tore her in half with seeming ease. A moment later, another Evergolden mage was knocked to the floor and stomped on, leaving her bloodied and motionless before the giant responsible was cut in half. Valeria herself swung her glaive, conjuring a wave of ice that impaled the nearest giant on a dozen icy spikes, but another replaced it as it fell to the floor. She swung again, sending an ice spear piercing clean through the giant's midsection, not killing it but at least slowing it down. Maya and Cassandra were having the most luck, which was hardly surprising, but Valeria was dismayed to see that they were being slowly pushed back, and casualties were mounting. Marcus was hit by a swift punch from one of the giants and flew about 30 feet back, hitting the ground with a cry of pain. Helen was picked up and squeezed nearly to death before Anna leapt off the back of her snapper and cut right through the giant's arm holding her sister. Helen was released, but it looked like at least one of her arms, and who knew what else, was broken. They didn't have the time to apply healing spells as more and more plant giants spilled into the chamber. Finally, the massive water dragon that Maya was using reared back, mostly solidified into ice, and then crashed down into the opening. Massive spikes and blades erupted from its body, cutting and stabbing the giants in its way. "Follow the dragon," Cassandra shouted. However, as she made to do so, a plant giant that she'd sliced in half proved itself not quite dead as it grabbed her by the leg and swung her into the air. The 7th tier Evergolden mage sprang forward and cut the giant's arm off, and Cassandra hit the ground so hard that she cried out in pain. "Your Highness," the squad leader called out in concern as she rushed to her princess's side, but just as she reached her charge, the floor split open and a root thicker than Valeria was tall impaled the woman right through the chest as if her armor wasn't even there. The woman gasped in surprise, and then went limp. Cassandra just stared at her subordinate, only moving again when another root erupted from the ground and pierced through Alkander's midsection, causing him to scream in pain. "Ow!" Alex shouted, and she ran forward, golden lightning dancing over her body. She reached Alkander, grabbed his dropped axe, and then swung its head into the root, cutting right through it and catching Alkander as he fell. He wasn't dead, but that probably wasn't going to last for very long. "Move!" Valeria screamed. "Get outside! Follow the dragon!" Anzu was suddenly there with her, and with a determined chirp, he snaked beneath her legs and practically flipped her up onto his back. Several of Maya's water dragons did likewise with the fallen, pulling their bodies into their watery forms and slithering toward the opening that Maya's ice dragon was maintaining. However, as they ran towards the opening, the crack in the wall began to close. In response, Maya conjured a wave of water that slammed into the crack, which then froze, forcing it to remain open with a gap near the bottom. They just had to get over a small hill of ice that kept the floor from rising or allowing another route through. Throughout all of this, Valeria kept her eye on Cassandra. The princess had gotten moving again, fortunately, but she kept pace with the dragon that held the body of the 7th tier mage instead of running forward. When their group emerged on the other side of the crack, they found themselves standing at the base of an enormous tree reaching thousands of feet into the air. However, it was dwarfed in size by another tree not too far away, around which several more, smaller, trees were arranged. Nestled within the tangled roots of these gargantuan trees were huts filled with plant giants and goat men, most of whom were now turning their attention in the group's direction. Luckily, they found themselves close to the edge of the forest proper. "Get to the tree line," Valeria shouted, and she directed Anzu to start running away from the titanic ethereal trees. Everyone, including the remaining members of the Evergolden squad that could move, followed. They were all weighed down by injury and carrying their dead and incapacitated companions, but they made good time, and though the entire village of goat men and plant giants were starting to move in their direction, they didn't seem to be moving nearly fast enough. However, the slight glimmer of hope that Valeria allowed herself to begin feeling was immediately dashed when the ground opened up beneath their group and vines thicker than her hips whipped out, slamming into Gaius and an Evergolden mage hard enough to knock them down and keep them down. Maya's ice dragon reared back and prepared to strike, but, roaring in rage, Cassandra moved first. With a flash of white light, she appeared in the small crater where the vines continued whipping around, trying to strike at their party. Valeria was barely able to see what happened next as Cassandra's power spiked and drowned out all visible light around her. It was like a star had fallen to the earth for a moment, and when her light magic died down, the vines had severed at the base and burned. At the center of the small crater, the eye of a bulbous vine poked through the dirt or, at least, the remains of an eye, having been thoroughly burned by Cassandra's furious power. "Anshu," Valeria shouted, and when the Indradian looked to her, she pointed at Gaius, who appeared unconscious and bled profusely from his nose and mouth. Understanding her order, Anshu, with only the slightest of scowls, complied, leaping over to Gaius and slung the younger man over his shoulder. Another Evergolden mage did likewise for their group's wounded member, who was in a similar state as Gaius. They began to frantically move again, while Maya conjured a few more small water dragons that she dedicated specifically to carrying their wounded and dead. They'd barely managed to get the dragons loaded up, however, when half a dozen plant giants supported by more than 100 goat men suddenly erupted from the ground all around them. At the same time a pair of large, Gnarled trees just beyond the group at the tree line began to shudder, and Valeria immediately knew that they were possessed by tree sprites. As if to prove that things could always get just a little bit worse, deafening avian cries filled the air as thousands of eagles flooded the sky, preventing them from even trying to fly away. They were surrounded, and without even an order, they closed ranks. Maya's ice dragon and smaller water dragons surrounded them, acting as their first line. Then came everyone who could still stand, protecting their wounded and dead in the center of their formation. And they stood there, staring back at these monsters, as more and more plant giants and goat men emerged from the ground, thickening the line of enemies between them and escape. They were completely boxed in, and even with the strength of 2 8th-tier mages on their side, Valeria wasn't certain they'd be able to fight their way out of this. And yet, she noticed that they weren't attacking. They simply stood against the party, preventing them from continuing their escape. They seemed to just be staring at them. For a moment, Valeria wondered if, maybe, just maybe, there could be some arrangement made, some negotiation that could be attempted that might extricate themselves from this predicament. Even with all of this power, she couldn't sense anything from any of them, so their numbers were all she had to go with, but she assumed that the party was at least matched in strength, if not exceeded given just how many enemies they were now surrounded by. Before she could float that possibility, Cassandra sprang into the air, her body radiating such an aura of killing intent that the air dropped in temperature. She swung sunlight in a vertical slash, and a wave of light washed out from her and crashed down upon a third of their foes. Goat men dropped dead, their bodies torn to pieces. Plant giants fared better, but most in her range were still struck hard. Cassandra didn't wait for them to respond, though, and struck again, hitting their enemies behind them, and then conjuring half a dozen orbs of light the size of her torso around her, which began firing off dazzling beams of light into the air, cutting dozens of eagles to pieces. And like that, any potential truce between their groups was shattered. The plant giants charged, the eagles dove, and the goat men started launching crude arrows, spears, and even themselves at their party. Maya's dragons snapped and whipped around, but they were worn down by the onrushing tide of bodies. The ice dragon was the first to fall, crumbling under the sheer weight of all their foes. The water dragons were next, though all of Maya's constructs took hundreds of their foes with them. Once the way was clear, the survivors of the party started fighting again, using magic and steel with all the skill they could call upon. Cassandra was forced to the ground, bloodied by the eagles even though she still wore her armor. Anshu fell when a plant giant exploited an opening after the Indradian had struck down a larger giant. He was slammed into the ground like a child's toy, and held there by the weight and power of the giant. Whether or not he survived, Valeria couldn't tell. Helen fell next, followed by Anna and her snapper when the Beastmaster cried out in anguished anger. The few remaining Evergolden mages didn't fare much better, succumbing to the endless hordes that infested the proto-forest, which continued to hurl themselves at the expedition, heedless of the mountain of bodies they had to crawl over to do so. It seemed like this was the end. Valeria couldn't see any way out of this, but she fought with all she had. If she was going to die, she was going to do so with glaive in hand and magic upon her fingers. And, as she remembered gold eyes and strong hands upon her, with the face of the man she loved in her mind. She heard Alex cry out in pain beside her, and Anzu shuddered and collapsed. As she fell from the griffin's back, she swung her glaive, cleaving 3 goat men around her in half at the waist. But at the same time, a plant giant just ahead of her threw its wooden fist forward. Valeria, still righting herself from Anzu's fall, couldn't respond in time. This was the end. The fight was over. They'd lost. Chapter 751. Sprites. Leon stared at his party, bloodied and broken, as they bravely put up what looked to be a last stand. And he was in the depths of the research facility, unable to do anything about it. "These are your people?" Apati asked apprehensively. "Yes," Leon answered through clenched teeth. "I need to get to them. What's the fastest way out of here? Tell me on the way." As he spoke, he turned around and leapt into the air, using his magic to catch him, and began flying back toward the entrance of the control room. "Wait," Apati shouted. "Wait, wait, wait." Leon paused in the air and glared at the emerald in his hand. "Leave me here," Apati said. "I can get you there quickly and re-enable the defenses." Leon still didn't quite trust the man, but with his people in such a dire situation and little chance of him getting to them in time to do anything about it, he decided to roll the dice. "What do I do?" he asked. "Down there, Northern Console Bank," Apati directed, and Leon shot back down to the control consoles. Following Apati's directions, he found one a few seconds later with a few slots for gems. These are emergency battery terminals, Apati explained as Leon plugged the emerald into one. It was a little small, but the console lit up with power as soon as Apati made contact. This isn't quite what they were designed for, but from here, I can control what remains of the facility's enchantment array, and that means I should be able to get a few teleportation enchantments back up and running with bypasses and rearrangements, really? Leon asked, glancing up at the massive sphere speckled with millions of runes. There were certainly quite a few light, lightning, and darkness runes, but he wondered just how moving them around to create new enchantments might affect the enchantment scheme as a whole and how it would work. It might compromise a few defenses, but yes, it's possible, Apati replied. Just do me one favor, if you could, my lord. This is obviously the work of the tree sprite that escaped from this facility and killed everyone here. Please, kill it in my stead. Once it's done, I'll do everything within my power to salvage what can be taken from this place. Leon's eyes narrowed in suspicion. This guy, Nestor whispered from within his soul realm, I know I've heard his voice before, is he trustworthy? Leon asked. No, Nestor and Zafin said in unison. Leon grimaced lightly, knowing that he should have expected that answer. Still, it was one he agreed with, so he noncommittally responded to Apati, my retinue is my priority, but I'll do what I can. I suppose that's all I can hope for, isn't it? Apati replied. Throughout this exchange, Leon noticed the slow movement of many runes speed up, forming a complex new enchantment on the roof of the sphere. Yes, this guy knows far more than he's letting on, Nestor said as the enchantment neared completion. No way this is just a security guard left behind to supervise the facility after the researchers abandoned the place. He's too good at this. If you figure out who he is, do be sure to let me know, Leon growled as he glanced back at the screens that he'd left on his people. They were getting broken even further, and only a few were left fighting. Hurry up, Leon impatiently demanded. Just about, Apati said, done. This thing is very ad hoc and my accuracy is going to be a little spotty, so prepare to move quickly. Quick, I can do, Leon replied. Good, see you when this is all over. With that, darkness gathered around Leon, and in but a moment, a sphere had formed around him, like a shell of darkness. He felt hot pressure all around him, very reminiscent of the teleportation tunnels he'd been through in the Serpentine Isles. However, unlike then, he wasn't dropped into a spatial tunnel, but instead, felt like he was suddenly squeezed by some titan of incomprehensible strength. He thought for a moment that he was about to die, but then suddenly, he was surrounded by light. He barely had time to realize that he was now outside before the teleportation sphere fully dissipated and he started falling. In an instant, Leon projected his magic senses and got his bearings. Apati had gotten most of the coordinates right, but instead of appearing right by his people, he instead appeared more than half a mile above them. He plummeted like a meteor, but instead of terror at the sudden fall, Leon madly grinned, feeling right in his element. In an instant, his armor vanished into his soul realm, and his transformation enchantment was activated. He'd not even fallen 500 feet before he was doing so with the wind in his feathers, his eagle eyes locked on the battle below him. Things were dire for the expedition. Most of his retinue was down, as was the Evergolden squad with them. Only Valeria and Cassandra remained upright, with even Maya lying on the ground, battered and bloody. As he watched, he saw a plant giant suddenly hit Valeria with a full-bodied punch, and she went down hard and ceased to move. In that moment, all of his pent-up rage exploded out from him in the form of his magic power. Behind him streamed black storm clouds, spreading across the sky within the upper limits of the warded zone, and before Leon had fallen halfway, lightning was already raining down upon the battlefield. What eagles remained in the sky were blasted to pieces, and goat men fell by the score. Plant giants were sturdier, but they, too, broke under Leon's power. At the same time, Cassandra, the one remaining member of the expedition himself excluded, struck back with all that she could, with great beams of light that sliced and cleaved through all they touched, but she'd attracted the attention of at least 3 bulbous vines and had to keep diverting her attention to prevent their vines from wrapping around her and dragging her underground. Despite Leon's arrival, the army facing them was still massive. But his anger was terrible, and as he plummeted, he changed his strategy. In the space of less than 5 seconds, 100 lightning bolts had rained down upon his foes, but he suddenly switched back to human form, his armor and sword appearing almost instantly as soon as the transformation was complete. In the last second before he hit the ground, he called his fire magic without thought, simply letting his instincts and emotions guide him. He hit the ground just between where the expedition members had fallen and the grove of massive trees in the center of the warded zone, and as soon as he touched the earth, he exploded in black flame. A wave of opaque black fire washed out over his surroundings, not even singing the clothes of the expedition members on the ground, but causing all else it touched to burn to ash. Unlike many times he'd used this power, he was conscious of what he was doing, but not thinking too hard about it. He realized immediately that it was black flame coming from him, but his desperate rage had so thoroughly peaked that he'd practically stopped noticing it, and maintaining the black flame was almost distressingly easy. Right then, Leon realized that he wasn't exerting any magical control over his fire magic at all, simply letting his blood and magic flow as it would, directed by him but otherwise unrestrained. This fire simply did what he wanted it to do without him having to squeeze and force it to do so, just like his lightning. He couldn't hold on forever, but his fiery conflagration lasted about 5 seconds, a significantly longer time than it had any time before now. As the flames disappeared, half of the remaining army arrayed against the expedition had been rendered naught but ash, and the ground stripped bare of vegetation for 200 feet around him. Cassandra, who'd barely managed to remain on her feet, croaked, "It's about time, Leon Rame." Leon just gave her a quick nod before turning his attention back to the situation at hand. They were still standing against thousands of goat men, hundreds of plant giants, and the trees at the tree line were shaking with such purpose that he could only assume more tree sprites were involved. Except, all that changed a second later. As the last black embers of his power dissipated in the wind, the goat men slipped into the earth like it was water, the plant giants rooted themselves and froze, and the tree sprites behind them settled down. Cassandra fell to her knees, her injuries and fatigue clearly weighing her down too much, while Leon made the choice not to question what was happening and leapt back into the middle of the battlefield. He landed right next to Maya, and when his power whispered to the Tau Pearl, it practically jumped at his query. The purest light emanated from him, and Maya's wounds healed in a flash, though she remained unconscious. Still, from what Leon had been able to sense as the Tau Pearl's magic went to work, her injuries had been extreme. Likewise, as he went to Valeria, he found her approaching death's door, with internal bleeding, bruised organs, broken bones, and not nearly enough magic power in her body for her natural 6th-tier healing abilities to keep up with everything. But the Tau Pearl healed her worst wounds in short order. "See to everyone," Leon shouted at Cassandra, who'd simply numbly watched as he rushed to his lovers. His voice shook her out of whatever fugue state she was in, and she immediately closed her eyes and channeled her magic. Leon watched as her wounds were covered with white light, and when the light vanished, the wounds had been closed, though not erased. Leon might have been a little aggrieved that she was healing herself before tending to anyone else, but he knew it was the best move if she were to heal anyone else, then she needed to get herself back in good condition, otherwise she might not get to everyone before keeling over. That she didn't take the time to fully heal herself was a credit to her, he thought as she sprang to her feet and, though still a little unbalanced, she rushed back to join Leon. She waved her hand and a number of healing spells appeared over everyone who still breathed, who were all covered in potent healing magic. At the same time, Cassandra conjured a healing potion and began pouring it onto the healing wounds of the last of the 6th-tier Evergolden mages, a woman that Leon knew to be another light mage. Taking his cue from her, Leon, as soon as he judged Valeria to no longer be in mortal danger, sprinted as fast as his lightning magic could take him to Anna's side, and once more called upon the Tau Pearl. This time, however, he didn't stop as soon as Anna was no longer in danger of death, and pushed until she started stirring. Then, he went to Anshu and did the same. Only then did he start going to each of his own people in order of what he judged to be need. Alkander was first, with a massive hole in his midsection that had only been hastily closed with a healing spell, and reopened sometime during the battle. The man was barely clinging to life, but the Tau Pearl still brought him back. However, now that he'd healed 5 people of grievous wounds, he felt the Tau Pearl starting to strain. It was a thing of extremely potent power, but it had its limits. Leon didn't want to test those limits too much, but his people needed aid, and fortunately, the Tau Pearl seemed to agree. Leon managed to go around to all of his people at least once and use the Tau Pearl to drag them back from the edge of death, though not much further. With that, he let the pearl rest, and went about. applying additional healing spells and potions to his people as needed now that they weren't in danger of imminent death. As he worked, Anna started to stir, and when she opened her eyes, Leon shouted to her, "Meds." Now, it took her a moment to realize what was going on, but once she did, she sprang to her feet as quickly and steadily as she could and joined Leon in healing the rest of the retinue. When Anshu awoke, Leon repeated his order, and the Indradian did the same. In the span of 5 minutes, what had been a terribly dire situation had completely turned itself around, though several more Evergolden mages had died in the fighting. Only 4 remained alive, and Cassandra herself, as the only one of the Evergolden contingent with them to remain conscious, looked completely shell-shocked once her remaining subordinates were largely healed, though still covered in healing spells that would finish her work. As Leon leaned back, exhausted after using his power so intensely in such a short period of time, Anna, just as tired, wondered aloud, "What, in the Ashen hell, is going on? Why aren't they pressing us?" As if on cue, the 12 massive ethereal trees that surrounded and seemed to be supporting the titanic ethereal tree nearly blinded Leon's magic senses as their auras exploded out from them. This didn't affect their physical surroundings too much, but Leon sprang to his feet and armed himself, just in case. At the point of their trunks that were closest to the titanic tree in the center, a welling of magic appeared, drawing Leon's attention as the rest of the trees, auras disappeared. From these 12 trees stepped 12 tree sprites, one from each tree. Their body shapes were all a little different, with some appearing vaguely masculine and some feminine, but all were exceedingly tall, taller than Leon by at least half. Their bark-like skin glittered in the light of the sun, and in contrast to all the other tree sprites he'd seen, had leaves growing out of their heads like hair. And all of them radiated 8th tier power. 12 8th tier equivalent beings had appeared, and Leon's blood ran cold. "Get ready to run," he said, though in these circumstances, he couldn't possibly envision them escaping, not with most of their people still unconscious. He sensed a brief surge of magic power in the canopy of the central tree, and when he glanced up, he saw many large branches waving like fingers plucking at a harp. He knew that the ancient runes creating the wards of this region were up there, and from what he knew of ancient runes, it seemed like the central tree was doing something. He immediately realized what as all 12 tree sprites appeared about 50 feet in front of him. Leon almost attacked without thought, but his reason kicked in just as his muscles tensed. He couldn't sense any killing intent, and all 12 tree sprites had appeared directly in front of him, between him and the cluster of gigantic trees. They hadn't surrounded the expedition, and after appearing, remained standing right where they were, their power obvious but not overtly displayed. Cassandra, a little slower than Leon had reacted, pushed herself to her feet and appeared at his side in a flash of light, sunlight in her hand and aglow with magic power. "Looks like this is it, Leon Rame," she said, and Leon felt her power surge. At the same time, the power among some of the tree sprites rose to match. Just before she charged, Leon grabbed her arm and held her back. "What?" she shouted as she turned to face him. "Hold just one moment," he said as he stared at the tree sprites, who still stood unmoving, staring back at them. As he held the princess back, those among their number whose power had spiked calmed down, and Cassandra, with such a deep frown on her face that Leon could see it through her helmet's visor, paused. At the same time, an emerald light appeared not far behind Leon, and from it came Apati's voice. "My lord, these things are dangerous. Destroy them, before they attack first." "What is that thing?" Cassandra shouted as she spun around to face the glowing ball of light no bigger than her fist. Leon, not questioning too much at this point, shrugged and said, "Something I found." To Apati, he shouted, "Hold on, there. Let's not jump the bow just yet. My lord, these are monsters in need of purging," Apati insisted. Leon glared back at the orb. "That is my call to make." His statement was punctuated by a fierce remnant of his anger, powered by the adrenaline still coursing through his system after that fight. Yes, of course, my lord," Apati obsequiously replied. "I only urge caution." Leon turned back to the tree sprites, who still hadn't moved, and, still not wanting to get too close, asked, "Can either of you get everyone out of here?" Cassandra, through gritted teeth, replied, "I can see about organizing an evacuation, Apati." Leon shouted, "My lord." The glowing orb responded, "Lead Princess Cassandra and the others back to the facility." Apati seemed to hesitate in replying, but he eventually said, "Yes, my lord." Just before she went back to take charge of those who were now starting to stir, Cassandra said to Leon, you'd better know what you're doing." Leon took a deep breath but decided against responding. He simply wasn't sure what to say at this moment. But, as Cassandra rallied everyone to double down on the healing enchantments to get those who were unconscious up and moving as soon as possible, Leon started taking slow, hesitant steps toward the tree sprites. They stood like a wall, watching him like a hawk as he approached, not taking a single step back and remaining firm in the face of his approach. When he got to within 10 feet of the 2 tree sprites in the center, he glanced up and down their line, noting that they'd watched him the entire time, not sparing the rest of the expedition a single glance. "All right," he loudly said. "I think you've made your point. Let's talk. What do you want?" Chapter 752. Ultimatum. Despite Leon's offer to talk, the tree sprites didn't utter a word, hardly surprising, given none of them had mouths, but he was hoping for some kind of reaction anyway, or at least an attempt to communicate with him mentally. Instead, they just stared at him for a long moment before anything else happened. For his part, he remained patient, forcing himself to relax his posture and appear non-threatening. Behind him, he could see everyone starting to wake up as the healing spells did their magic, and he smiled and waved at Valeria and Maya as they awoke, while at almost the same time had to raise a hand to stop Anzu from running right for him. The emerald ball of light that Apati had conjured was quietly corralling them, and Leon felt relatively confident that they'd reach the research facility unscathed. Assuming, of course, that the violence was over. With 12 8th-tier tree sprites in front of him, each one controlling a massive ethereal tree, he wasn't quite so confident that he wasn't racked with worry and desire to simply grab everyone in his magic and try to run. His attention was pulled back to the tree sprites when, in unison, they turned around and faced the massive central tree, showing him their backs in the process. Aside from a brief predatory instinct to hit them now while they weren't looking, Leon didn't think to strike, for at the base of the central tree at the point closest to them, the tree's black bark was splitting open and bright golden light came spilling through. The tree sprites then pointed at the rapidly widening crack, and Leon got the impression that they were telling him to go over there. "I'll head on over," he said hesitantly as he glanced once more over his shoulder at his people. "Will they be all right? Any peace talks will be off the table if any of them are harmed any further." As one, all 12 tree sprites looked over their shoulders at him, and their auras fluttered. That, combined with a complete lack of killing intent, told Leon that they weren't planning on attacking his people anymore. So, with a great deal of trepidation, Leon said, "All right," and began to walk toward the central tree, passing right between the 2 tree sprites in the middle of their formation. None of them moved, nor even so much as acknowledged him as he passed, simply continuing to point at the crack, now as wide as a large city's main gates. The light that poured from the tree grew more intense as Leon neared, and even his 8th-tier eyesight was starting to strain as he approached. "What is this?" he asked his Soul Realm passengers. "Am I going to be teleported once I touch this light?" "Not exactly," Nestor said, his tone contemplative. "I don't really know what this is. It's a portal to the tree's soul realm," Zafin explained. "Or, at least, the equivalent of a soul realm. Being non-sapient, trees don't have soul realms, of course, but this one is inhabited by a tree sprite of great power, and it's inviting you into its most vulnerable and sacred of places. It's also a place of immense power, so be careful, Leon. Don't debase yourself, but don't let it catch you off guard." "I'll keep that in mind," Leon said. As they spoke, he'd reached about as close to the base of the tree as he could while on foot. He'd walked through a few streets of the Goatman village, seeing neither hide nor hair of the strange horned beings the entire way, but finally came to a tree root that blocked his passage. So, he lifted himself into the air and slowly flew toward the crack. He kept his magic not quite battle-ready, but certainly more active than it would otherwise be under peaceful circumstances. Despite Apati's urging, he didn't want to head in their radiating killing intent. He just wanted the freedom to poke around the research facility at his leisure without worrying about being attacked. When he reached the edge of the crack, the light shining from within was so bright that he had to squint to see anything. The light shimmered and waved almost like a curtain that caught the wind, and Leon tentatively reached out to touch it, trusting in the strength of his magic and his armor to keep him safe. As soon as his fingers brushed against the light, it suddenly surged, washing over him and completely overwhelming his senses. He was rendered blind, deaf, and unable to feel any tactile sensations, and when he tried to project his magic senses, his magic power refused to leave his body. For a moment, he thought that maybe he was dead, but that possibility faded as quickly as it entered his mind. He couldn't touch anything, but he could still himself. He then wondered if he'd just been captured, but it still seemed like he had full range of movement and his power wasn't being suppressed, at least, not by the tree. Slowly, the light faded, as did his panic. When it grew dim enough that he was able to see again, he found himself in a bright field of grass floating in a misty void. It took him a moment, but he realized that he stood within the mists of chaos, upon an island much like his own. This island was much smaller than the land he'd built within his soul realm, but as his magic senses spread through the area, he found that they didn't even cover 10% of the volume within this space. The mists of chaos were still more than visible in the distance, but they were so much farther away from this island than they were from his soul realm that he knew he was dealing with something that dwarfed him in power. If he had to guess, he was dealing with something well into the 9th tier. As he was doing this, he took in what else the island had to offer. It wasn't much, with little else other than some of the greenest grass he'd ever seen, and a single tree in the very center of the island. By appearances, it appeared to be an oak tree, and an extremely old one at that. Its trunk was thick and sturdy, and from root to highest leaf, it was about 10 stories tall. From its thick trunk, Leon counted 12 large branches that gently swayed despite a lack of wind. There were more branches, but they were all much smaller and mostly devoid of leaves. Beneath the island, reaching downward into the space between the island and the mists of chaos, were the tree's roots. They didn't reach far from the rocky bottom of the island, perhaps only 20 or 30 feet, but what Leon found quite startling was that thin streams of the mists of chaos were being drawn in from the clouds thousands of miles away, looking like silver threads filling the air, or, he supposed, like silver roots filling this cavernous empty space. These threads terminated at the ends of the roots, showing that the tree was absorbing the mists of chaos. To what end, Leon couldn't say, but he guessed that the purpose was similar to the enchantment Zafin had gotten him to build during his decade running around for the director, and that the demon had used to reach the 8th tier all the way back in Arimenium, powering up by absorbing the mist. With nothing else to do, and no curtain of light to take him back to the physical world, Leon started walking toward the enormous oak tree, feeling far less confident than his purposeful strides suggested. He kept an eye open for anything unexpected, but he reached the without trouble. When he got within a dozen paces, the tree shuddered, and he stopped. From the trunk emerged the familiar figure of a tree sprite, though larger than any he'd ever seen, even bigger than even the 12 waiting outside. It stood at nearly double Leon's height, but otherwise had the same rather slight build, bark skin, and almost featureless face that all other tree sprites had. It stepped out of its tree and stood before Leon, not saying a word. It radiated 9th tier power at the very least, though Leon noted that it wasn't exerting any power to try and suppress him. If anything, from the way the sprite's aura trembled, he'd almost say that it seemed more scared than anything. "Hi, there," Leon awkwardly said as their mutual silence stretched to an uncomfortable length. "Nice place you have here. I like what you did with the roots, lends this place quite the ambiance." The tree sprite's aura slightly flexed, and though it remained physically motionless, Leon felt it reach for him with its magic. He didn't sense any killing intent, and the magic felt quite gentle, but he still had to force himself to remain calm and not to try and defend himself as the magic reached him. He'd taken off his helmet, so when the magic finally touched him, his vision was overtaken by flashes of light, interspersed with extremely brief and confusing scenes of what appeared to be men cutting down trees, setting fire to forests, and slaughtering any tree sprites they found. The images were jumbled and hard to parse with how quickly they came and went, but as his mind reached for an explanation, he felt the power flex, and he suddenly understood. These were lumberjacks of his clan, clearing land for some purpose. He saw them pull several particularly large tree sprites out of their trees, and then drag them away. He only ever saw one sprite after that. He watched as best as he could as images of the sprite was brought to the research facility and subjected to every kind of magical experimentation that the researchers could come up with. He didn't feel any of it, but the magic conjuring these images whispered to him of existential pain. The images soon slowed, and he watched as the tree sprite realized the researchers were gone and the wards were being powered down. It released its power into the air, and the nearby slaves fell into its control. From there, it spread its influence, shutting down wards and tearing the facility apart. Its anger burned hot, but even hotter was its terror and desperation to escape. Eventually, the tree sprite forced its way out of the research facility and fled, soon finding a large tree and hiding within. The power spoke to Leon, not using words, but telling him that the tree sprite never left that tree, and it was that very tree that they now stood in, having grown strong and powerful under the care of the ancient tree sprite. With that, the images receded, and Leon was left almost speechless. He'd seen the experimentation done upon the tree sprite, and had known its fear. It wasn't a violent being, and though powerful, it barely knew how to defend itself. As his eyes refocused on the 9th-tier tree sprite in front of him, he saw that little about it had changed in these intervening 80,000 years other than its pure magical strength. It still seemed to shake with fear as it met his gaze. Leon couldn't help but feel some kind of pity for the sprite. It was powerful and ancient, but it had no idea how to fight, and seemed to lack taste for killing. Is this why we were never attacked in large enough numbers to drive us off? Leon wondered aloud. You didn't want to kill us, or were too afraid to try. The tree sprite's power reached out towards him again, though it didn't submerge him in images of the past again. Instead, it flexed and bowed, and fed to him understanding. The tree sprite didn't use words, but Leon felt what it wanted to say, anyway. He felt compassion, a desire to grow, and a yearning for light. He felt great loss and sadness at the loss of old kin, and great happiness and joy in the sprouting of new buds. He felt the loneliness at being one of the last remaining tree sprites of the proto-forest, and great determination to ensure that its buds remained strong and alive. Most of all, he felt deep, primal fear. The tree sprite's power spoke to him of a great aversion to violence, only surmounted on rare occasions when it felt threatened. And it felt great sadness when it sent plant giants and goat men and all the rest to attack those they couldn't possibly hope to defeat. He felt a sense of helplessness as it watched humans constantly encroach upon its territory and great relief when they were warded away. He felt revulsion and regret when it came down to violence to ensure the humans were driven off, and it often came to such measures. He felt a profound sense of helplessness as the tree showed him his own expedition pushing deeper and deeper into the forest, ignoring all signs trying to get them to turn back, and being forced to choose between allowing his expedition to continue, or to send denizens of the forest to their deaths in an attempt to get his expedition to turn around and leave. The tree sprite's power pulled back, and Leon felt a growing sense of shame burn within him as he realized that these attacks, though dangerous, were the tree sprite's attempt to get him to leave, not kill him. After a moment of awkwardness as Leon realized he'd forced himself into someone else's house without even asking first, the tree sprite cocked its head and flexed its power again. This time, Leon felt curiosity, laced with a deep undercurrent of fear. As far as he could interpret the question, the tree sprite was wondering why he came here, and if its subjugation and torture were his goal. As a part of this question, Leon felt powerful emotions, and for a moment, he saw himself restrained, several human figures above him, cutting away at the natural growths that came from his bark-like skin. Every growth that was taken came with indescribable pain, and an even more painful sense of loss, as these growths were the buds that were supposed to, one day, turn into new tree sprites. Instead, they were taken from him from the tree sprite before him. He was forced to remind himself and used for some purpose he couldn't know. As soon as these visions came, they went, but Leon remembered them vividly enough to know that they weren't simply a hallucination. The way the tree sprite communicated had somehow shown him some of its memories, and he'd felt some of its pain. He'd felt its fear, too, and remembered the face of the one it had feared the most, a tall, handsome man by Leon's standards, with a chiseled jawline and piercing blue eyes. His hair was short and professional, and every time he'd come to the tree sprite, the sprite had experienced the cruelest pain it could remember. It took a moment for Leon to refocus on the tree sprite's question, and when he did, he said, "I was looking for anything left behind by my clan. I wasn't looking to restart any projects, I simply wanted to find anything that might have been left behind. My clan has been fallen, and I'm the only one left." The tree sprite didn't immediately respond, but stared at him for a long time. As it stared, Leon turned his attention inward. Nestor and Zafin were paying attention, and he asked Nestor about the face of the lead researcher that the tree sprite remembered. "That sounds like one of the top researchers assigned here," Nestor responded. "I can't quite remember his name, but he was one of the men who pushed hard for establishing the local research facility." "I see," Leon whispered back. He glanced back at the tree sprite, and it was still staring at him. So, deciding he'd waited for it to speak long enough, he said, "I mean you and your people no harm. I just want what remains in the research facility, if anything. Once I've salvaged what can be salvaged, I will be leaving this forest." You have nothing to fear from me. The tree sprite's power roiled and churned, and Leon thought that meant a great deal of indecision. Regardless, despite their gulf in power, he could still feel a great deal of fear from the sprite. It didn't get a chance to respond, as a moment later, Leon heard Apati's voice from behind him saying, "What? No harm." Leon turned and saw the floating ball of green light appearing about 20 feet behind him. At the same time, the tree sprite leapt backward, vanishing into its tree. A great well of power opened, and Leon's vision was drowned out in light. He felt power sweeping over him, and then he felt weightless. Something squeezed his body, and he felt great heat, and when his vision returned to him, he found himself once again out in the physical world, standing on the roots before the great crack in the central tree. He barely had time to register where he was, though, before the crack slammed shut. Beside him hovered the green ball of light that Apati was presumably using to hear, see, and project his voice. "My lord," he shouted before Leon could get a word in edgewise. "What is the meaning of this? That creature must die. It killed so many of our people, so many of my people. You can't possibly be thinking of letting it go." "What I'm thinking is my own business," Leon imperiously retorted, furious that the dead man's interruption had caused the tree sprite to kick them both out. "I was trying to make peace." "What? Peace?" Apati shouted back, all deference in his tone gone. "There can be no peace with monsters such as these. They are fit only to serve as test subjects, to showcase the wonders of the universe for the clan to learn from. Aside from that, they are animals, and the most violent and dangerous of animals must be put down." "That's not your decision to make," Leon responded as fire began to burn through his body. He still remembered the sensation of black fire, and he emulated it as best as he could. To his surprise, as fire began to burn in his offhand, every so often within the licks of orange, he could see a hint of black. Seemingly oblivious to Leon's current state, Apati angrily growled, "Oh, but it is my decision, my lord. You see, everything you just said you'd come here for is in my possession. All remaining research notes and paused experiments are mine." "Are you threatening me?" Leon coldly asked, his eyes narrowing as a furious smile spread across his face. "I'm doing what must be done," Apati bellowed. "Kill that tree sprite. Burn this tree to the ground. If you do not, you will never leave this forest. Your retainers will never leave this forest. And you will never find what you came here for." Chapter 753. Deceit. Once Apati was finished with his threats, the first thing Leon did was to project his magic senses and try to locate his people. If Apati had done anything with them already, then he was going to explode in anger. Fortunately, he located them fairly quickly on the route to the research facility. Thanks to their still healing wounds, they were moving rather slowly, but they were still being led by the glowing green light that Apati was using to communicate. It seemed that he could conjure multiple given there was another light there with Leon. Leon didn't bother responding to Apati's threats. He didn't need that long to think the problem over. He could kill the tree sprites and Apati would give him the remains of the research facility, or he could leave the tree sprites alone and go force Apati to give him what he came here for. With an enormous smile on his face and anger in his heart, Leon leapt into the air and began flying toward the remains of his expedition, leaving the tree sprites alone and paying Apati's green light no more mind. He didn't think the 9th tier sprite was deceiving him when it showed him its memories of the past, of the tortures his clan had inflicted upon it as they studied it. It was more than within its rights to seek vengeance, as far as Leon was concerned. He was a little more conflicted that it was mostly slaves that took the fall when the tree sprite escaped, but in the millennia since its escape, it had mostly kept itself to the proto-forest, leaving everyone else alone. It was only those who entered the forest that were killed or driven off, and again, Leon couldn't blame it for doing so. This was its home, and it was protecting itself and its kin from further harm. As he took flight, he reached out to Maya and Valeria, mentally speaking with them both and updating them on what had happened within the massive ethereal tree. From this point on, they were to treat Apati as the enemy and the forces of the proto-forest as, not friends, but not direct enemies, either. He just hoped that after being expelled from the ethereal tree that the 9th tier tree sprite would leave them to their own devices. He could easily see its assault on his expedition ramping up given the way it had kicked him back out into the physical world, but if he were in its place, he might leave two feuding enemies to bleed each other dry before moving in. At the very least, he estimated that he, Maya, Cassandra, and Zafin could all take the 9th tier sprite. It didn't seem to be one that predisposed toward killing, so for all its power, Leon doubted that it was that good at fighting. As he finished his explanation, he watched as Maya and Valeria called the expedition to a halt, to Cassandra's surprisingly muted confusion. The princess didn't seem to be arguing as much as Leon might have expected. Leon doubled his efforts to reach his expedition, but in a moment, his anger and worry skyrocketed. Magic bent around the expedition, and they vanished within a curtain of darkness. A moment later, the curtain faded, leaving his expedition nowhere to be seen. In a panic, Leon began bathing the forest in his magic senses, and only started breathing again when he located his people standing at the foot of the twin hills that the research facility was buried beneath. However, as his people assumed defensive formations, a dozen golems appeared around them, and 6 towers erupted from the ground. At the top of each of these towers were machines that looked like imperial lances. Another ball of green light appeared next to Leon, sticking with him in the air. "My lord," Apati growled, "I must insist. This childishness is unbecoming of one in your position. These tree sprites present great dangers to the clan, both materially, and to its reputation. They must be destroyed at all costs." "The only thing that must be done, Apati," Leon shouted back, "is for you to stand down." "I will do what I must," Apati roared back, sounding near hysterical as the ball of light vanished. Guess he was more insane than he sounded, Leon thought as he reached into his soul realm for his transformation enchantment. A few seconds later, he was flying by feathered wing rather than his magic, and he moved with much greater speed. The research facility wasn't that far from the trees, and by this point, Leon was already on his final approach. But he could see the lances on the top of the towers begin to power up and aim themselves at his people, while the golems Apati summoned began advancing. These golems appeared to be labor golems, nearly identical to the 2 in Leon's soul realm. That meant they weren't built for battle, but they were durable and strong. As Leon approached, he filled the sky with thunderclouds, while at the same time, Cassandra conjured a shield of light between the expedition and the golems, and Maya summoned a huge ice dragon. "Don't hold back," Leon said to his people. "These golems are the enemy." No one needed any further encouragement. Most of Leon's retainers and the remaining Evergolden escorts were still healing, but their worst injuries had been taken care of, leaving them ready for battle. Still, Leon sensed their auras rise as Maya's ice dragon lunged outward, snapping up one of the golems in its jaws. The golem showed its durability quite well as it resisted Maya's attempts to destroy it, but her ice dragon was powerful, and as Leon angled into a steep dive, it fell from the ice dragon's mouth in tiny pieces. As he dove, the lances opened up, and huge bolts of lightning erupted from their barrels. They hit Cassandra's shield, and its pure white surface was instantly cracked. But crucially, it held, though she roared in exertion. Leon, angered further at seeing his people attacked, conjured 6 lightning bolts and had them fall upon the lances. The lances themselves didn't seem to take much damage, but Leon could see the towers crack and buckle under the weight of his power. If he could disrupt the enchantments that kept power flowing into the lances, then even if he couldn't destroy the weapons themselves, he could at least render them inert. He kept up the barrage, and when he slammed into the first tower, it collapsed beneath him, the lance atop it, falling to the ground and all magic contained within it bleeding out into the surroundings. "A valiant effort," Apati said as his orb of light appeared next to Leon again. Not enough, though. Maya's ice dragon had destroyed 3 labor golems in this time, including the first, but the remaining 9 charged, soon slamming into Cassandra's damaged light shield. The princess cried out in exertion, but the remaining 5 lances unleashed another barrage of lightning bolts, causing her shield to shatter. Maya's ice dragon swooped in and grabbed another labor golem, but the other 8 proceeded with their charge. Leon's retainers and the Evergolden squad then surged forward, engaging the golems with blade and magic, though not making too many dents. Leon himself didn't waste too much time before he launched himself back into the air and dove onto another tower. "How do I break this?" he roared into his soul realm. "They're weak in the back," Nestor responded, and Leon began hitting the lances with more targeted lightning strikes as he tried to tear into the one he'd practically landed upon. "They have delicate machinery inside to aid them in target acquisition," Nestor explained. "Break that machinery, and the lance barrel will be disabled." If Leon could have scowled in avian form, he would have, for it was much easier to say, hit the lances in the back, than it was to actually do. The lances were hardened and armored, with the delicate machinery that Nestor had pointed him towards being locked behind thick plates of steel. Still, he scratched and gouged at the metal, his golden talons finding some small purchase within. As the cries of pain and battle filled his ears, his anger grew, and once again, he found himself reaching deep for power. His golden talons then darkened as fire began to burn around them. He felt the power of black fire, the strength of his inner dragon yearning to be free. Instead of trying to call upon it, however, he simply unleashed it, letting his instincts handle things rather than trying to corral his power. The fire that burned around his talons turned black almost immediately, and the steel between him and the lance's internals liquefied. After a few more seconds of tearing, the barrel of the lance went limp, little more than scrap with its internal machinery and enchantments rendered into slag. Damned ancient things, Apati raged, and Leon smiled inside. This man was betraying him, and it felt great to cause him grief. At the same time, 3 more golems had been destroyed, and Cassandra got back to her feet. Instead of conjuring another shield of light, she instead began firing off intense light beams at the base of the towers holding up the remaining 4 lances. Already weakened by Leon's thunder and lightning, the towers quickly began to crumble under her onslaught. "Why are you damned children not listening to your elders?" Apati screamed. "You side with monsters against a loyal servant of your clan. Why?" Leon couldn't verbally respond, his mouth being a beak and all, but when he glared at the green orb, he hoped his anger and contempt was communicated. It seemed it was, for after a moment of thought, during which 2 more golems and another lance tower were destroyed, Apati finally said, "Fine. I guess I'll have to teach you some other way." The ambient magic around Leon flared again and another curtain of darkness fell over his people. Leon's eyes widened in alarm as he beat his wings and tried to disrupt what was going to happen. Spatial magic was composed of darkness, light, and lightning, and by filling the air with lightning, he had a faint hope that he might be able to do something to stop this. However, when the curtain disappeared, his people were gone, leaving the remaining 3 lances to aim at nothing, and the final handful of golems to stand there, targetless. It seemed that Apati had either refined the teleportation enchantment he'd thrown together, or simply lied to Leon about how accurate it was. "Now, Leon," Apati said, "I need you to..." Before he finished his statement, Leon had already taken flight again and smashed into another lance, destroying it. "That's unnecessary," Nestor said, though Leon was inclined to disagree. "I doubt these defenses have been subverted enough to allow them to target one of us, who bears the awakened blood of our honored ancestor." Nestor's assessment turned out to be accurate, as far as Leon could tell, as none of the lances turned toward him, nor did the labor golems make any threatening moves against him. Apati's ball of light, however, wasn't quite so dissuaded, as it appeared again beside him. "The impetuousness of youth," he said condescendingly, "is easily forgiven. I know that you think you know what's right and what's wrong. You think that these monsters have a right to live, or something, don't you? Well, let me tell you something. Things that slaughter men like farmers reaping wheat aren't fit to live. When we conquered this plane, these creatures put up great resistance. They killed many of the clan's warriors. After so much blood has been spilled by them, they deserve nothing less than to be exterminated, save a few specimens who ought to be studied, so that we might make their strength ours." Finally feeling like he wanted to respond, Leon began transforming back into his human form. As he did, Nestor quietly said, I think I finally know who this guy is." "Who?" Leon asked as his clothes and armor appeared over him. "One of the lead researchers here," Nestor said. "The one you saw in that vision, I think. So he's not a security guard who was left in charge of this place after the evacuation?" Leon asked, his anger and disgust with Apati growing more intense. "No," Nestor confirmed. Thusly even further enraged, Leon turned to face the call of light. "And you think you know better than I do?" he asked. "I am older, wiser, more experienced, and more intelligent," Apati responded without a shred of humility. "There was a reason I was chosen to supervise this facility when all the researchers abandoned it." Leon almost called out his lie right then and there, but instead, he asked, "Where have you taken my people?" "They were brought somewhere quiet where they can't do any more damage," Apati replied. "I'm not so uncouth as to try and kill good warriors of the clan." Yet, Leon glanced around at the lances, then down at the golems. "Sure," he said sarcastically, though making no more comment on that front. "Apati, you will stand down, and you will return my people this instant. If you do not, I will consider you in rebellion against the clan, and will act accordingly." "You are a fool," Apati replied. "I am doing what's best for this clan. I have given my life, all of my effort, for years beyond counting. Even when I was passed over for promotion in favor of that brainless fool Nes, look, Leon, I know this place. I know these creatures. You must destroy them. There is no alternative. Destroy them, and then we can leave. Everything you came here for will be yours, and I can rejoin the clan. All that I know, all the knowledge that I have collected over a lifetime of good, loyal service, will be yours. If you don't destroy these monsters, they will continue to blight human civilization forever. The blood of countless will be on your hands. Leon frowned. The tree sprites had at least been willing to negotiate, but Apati was trying to order him around. They had both tried to have him killed, but he'd borne witness to the memories of the 9th tier tree sprite. While he wasn't particularly fond of either Apati of the tree sprites, with his people having been stolen by Apati, he was a little more predisposed towards killing Apati than the sprites right now. The sprites are sapient, Leon said. Apati was quiet for a moment, as if he needed a moment to try and suss out what exactly Leon was trying to say. It appeared he failed, for he asked, so what? If they're a threat, how did you deal with them? Leon asked. As the clan demanded, Apati said. They resisted us, so the order came down to exterminate them. Only their incredible mastery over nature magic saved them from complete eradication in those first few years. We needed to study them, so we kept a few alive. And how did you study them? By letting them infect slaves. We needed living samples, Apati said, sounding rather confused and not all ashamed, as if he simply couldn't understand what direction Leon was taking this conversation. I wonder what happened here, Apati, Leon said. I wonder if they were acting in self-defense. Personally, if I found invaders coming to where I lived, I would fight like the hells to kill them. If they took me prisoner, I would fight to escape, too. I wonder if this isn't a problem of our making, and if some accord can't be reached. It can't, Apati insisted. They are monsters, and to kill us is all they think about. Leon's frown deepened. The simple fact that the proto-forest hadn't really expanded in these millennia was proof enough that Apati was wrong, though Leon didn't put much stock in his words, anyway. What is your real name? Leon asked the man. Apati went quiet, and this time, his silence stretched over many seconds. It became clear that he wasn't going to respond, so Leon continued, you're not a security guard here. You were a researcher. You weren't placed in charge of the evacuation, were you? You don't know anything, fool, Apati spat. Leon continued along on that path, though. The tree sprites can store memories and share them quite vividly, did you know that? Of course, who am I kidding? Of course you know that. I wonder what that 9th tier tree sprite might be able to show me of its time in our captivity. I doubt anything you did to it back then might be considered a crime, but I wonder just how it managed to escape. Why so many of our slaves were confined when cerebral roots burst out of them? Did you expose our own slaves to these tree sprites to study their capabilities? Leon had no proof, but was just guessing based on what was starting to make more sense to him the more he thought aloud. Were those even slaves? What exactly happened here after Jason Karanos was killed? Was the order to evacuate even given? Or did you just seize control of this place to pursue your own research when the clan fell? Without another word, Apati's ball of light disappeared. With this small triumph achieved, Leon allowed himself a smile, but that smile was short-lived. Regardless of how he felt, his people were missing once again. However, he took some solace in the fact that they couldn't be far. The teleportation enchantment thrown together by Apati, despite clearly being more accurate and useful than the dead man had let on, couldn't be powerful enough to send them outside of the proto-forest, and he guessed that they were probably somewhere beneath his feet, within the research facility. He quickly leapt down from the tower intending to charge in and do what he could to find his people and kill Apati, but before he hit the ground, an enormous root erupted from the earth and slammed into the tower, knocking it right down and disabling the lance still atop it. The last remaining lance was similarly disabled, with a second huge root thicker than Leon was tall destroying its tower. The final few golems met similar ends as thick roots speared them right through their cores, rendering them little more than scrap. Leon's sword was already in hand, sparking with silver-blue lightning, when he hit the ground, and his head went on a swivel as he leapt into the air and hovered, looking around for any potential enemies. He didn't have long to wait, as a moment later, a tree sprite pushed its way out of the earth like a diver breaking the surface of the ocean. It was one of the 8th tier sprites, as far as Leon could tell, and when it stood up, it made no more hostile moves, choosing to stand still and stare at Leon. Leon almost attacked immediately, but managed to suppress that impulse, and when he detected not a hint of killing intent within the tree sprite's aura, he slowly descended until he hovered before it, not quite touching the ground and ready to spring into violence at the slightest moment. However, the tree sprite held out its hand, and sap congealed within its palm. That sap hardened into glittering amber that glowed with arcane light. From that chunk of amber came a simple, understandable, but thoroughly alien voice. "You oppose the pain bringer?" The tree sprite through the amber asked. Leon, not wanting to be caught in a misunderstanding about who the pain bringer was, replied, "I'm heading down below to kill the man who stole my people and took over this facility." The tree sprite stared at him for a long moment, and then the amber spoke again. "We wish him dead, too. Are you proposing an alliance?" Leon asked with a smile. Again, the tree sprite was quiet, but when it spoke, it answered quite simply. Yes. Chapter 754. Making his decision. Leon and the tree sprite had an alliance. He didn't think too hard about it, but neither did he entirely trust the creature. He'd spent too long on the watch out for such beings back in the forest of black and white, and those old instincts, while almost forgotten, had shown themselves to still be quite strong after arriving the proto-forest. Still, he was enraged at the kidnapping of his people for the second time and at Apati's betrayal and attempted extortion. He was going to cut his way down to the enchantment control room and vent a little on Apati, and if the 8th tier tree sprite wanted to tag along for the ride, then he was all for it. At the very least, he could envision this ending in a way that left both him and the forest's tree sprites parting, if not on friendly terms, then at least relatively amicably. If they could allow him peace enough to plunder the research facility, then that would be ideal, but if not, then there might even be a possibility for a longer-lasting partnership there. But those thoughts weren't fleshed out as Leon began running for the hole carved by the cerebral root that he'd used to enter the research facility only a few hours earlier. Unfortunately, when he reached it, he found that the hole had been sealed. "There was a passage here," Leon said, and was about to elaborate when the tree sprite simply knelt, and the earth opened. The ease with which it used earth magic was astounding, and Leon could hardly feel its effects in the atmosphere surrounding them. Not wanting to look a gift horse in the mouth, Leon jumped down the hole, which terminated right at the hole he'd carved into the facility wall. What awaited him on the other side, however, wasn't an empty room, but a room with 3 more labor golems holding Alex, Marcus, and Alcander, and one of Apati's green orbs of light hovering nearby. His retainers were thoroughly restrained, but they hadn't been gagged, so Alex called out as soon as Leon appeared. "Leon, over here, my lord," Apati insincerely said as Leon hopped into the room, his 3 retainers looking quite relieved, not a trace of fear anywhere in their expressions. "If you won't listen to reason, then perhaps," before Apati could finish, Leon had already moved. Lightning blazed through his body and he moved faster than the mortal eye could track. In barely more time than a flash of light, he'd sank his blade deep into the bronze chassis of the nearest golem, which had restrained Alex. As soon as his adamant weapon pierced through the bronze, he let loose with his power, destroying the core workings of the construct. Given his careful studies of the 2 labor golems already in his possession, he knew just where to strike. The golem fell, rendered inert, and Leon launched himself at the next, dealing with it as quickly and efficiently as the first and released Marcus from his captivity, though not yet his restraints. The third, instead of moving against Leon, simply wrapped Alcander in its massive arms and began to squeeze. Leon was about to move again when a root exploded from his point of ingress and wrapped itself around the golem. The construct was subjected to the same punishment it was about to subject Alcander to, and the root was far stronger, crushing the golem like it was made of a thin sheet of aluminum rather than thick bronze. "Gah, fuck," Alcander cried out as he hit the ground. Leon, lightning still coursing through his veins, wasted not a second in freeing his retainers from their bonds. "Is everyone all right?" he shouted. "Good to go, boss," Alex replied. "They didn't hold us for long." "Right," Marcus added. "Our weapons were taken, though we still have our magic." Marcus went quiet as Leon noted movement over by the hole in the wall, and when he glanced that way, saw the tree sprite being hoisted in, borne aloft by a twisting mass of thin vines that set it down almost comically gently within the room. "Watch out," Alcander shouted as his hands lit up with fire. Marcus and Alex, too, conjured their magic, with Marcus's hands and eyes glowing with white light, and golden lightning sparkling around Alex's hands and forearms. "It's fine," Leon roared, stopping all 3 before they could do anything rash. "Right now, the tree sprites aren't our enemies. The three looked at him like he was crazy, but he glared back. All still had their helmets on, so he couldn't communicate privately with them, but he hoped his demeanor got through, even if he was, himself, wearing a helmet that obscured his face. For now, we need to focus on finding the others, Leon said. I don't think it should be that difficult, but still, follow me. Any idea where to start? Marcus asked as he and Alex fell in beside Leon without question. Alcander took another moment, but eventually, after a hard look at the tree sprite who trailed behind Leon, he, too, fell in. They can't have gone far, Leon said. The teleportation enchantment was made kind of ad hoc, and the power supply of the research facility, while not depleted by any means, isn't infinite, either. So they can't have been teleported far. I'm guessing they're somewhere else here in the facility. That might be harder said than done, Alex observed as they emerged in the hallway and saw for themselves just how intact everything was. The hallway stretched for a long distance, and the projected murals and artificial sky were quite breathtaking, Leon knew, but he urged them onward anyway. I don't think it'll be that hard, actually, he said. Before anyone could ask what he meant, they all heard a muffled explosion in the distance and a flash of orange light emanate from around a corner ahead of them. Without a word, all five began running forward, with Leon and his retainers moving as one, while the tree sprite continued to lag behind. Leon didn't think too harshly about that, as he didn't trust it entirely, either, and this way, they wouldn't have to worry too much about Apati ambushing them from behind. In a hurried tone, rushing to pass on his information before Leon jumped into another fight, Nestor said, "These golems are likely keyed into your power, Leon. They probably won't attack you, no matter how much Apati tries to get them to. Your friends, however." As Nestor finished, Leon rounded the corner at the intersecting hallways and finally saw what was going on. The three remaining Evergolden mages were battling a single labor golem, and doing quite well. One of them, a wind mage, was flying around above the golem, constantly striking at its head with compressed wind strikes, doing a surprising amount of damage for so gentle an element. Another was hacking away at the golem's legs with a blade of light, while the final mage was hitting the golem with fire. The labor golems, while durable, weren't built for combat, and just as Leon started charging in their direction, the golem fell to the ground. "Friendlies coming up," Alex shouted as Leon's group approached. The Evergolden mages swung to face them and relaxed slightly, but went on guard once again as the tree sprite made its presence known. Leon immediately told them of his impromptu alliance, and while he didn't think they liked the thought, they still minutely relaxed when the tree sprite made no threatening moves. When everyone had accepted their situation, Leon said, "I know the way to the control room. From there, we should be able to search through the entire facility for everyone else, assuming they weren't teleported somewhere along the way." The strongest of the three Evergolden mages, the sixth-tier woman with wind magic, simply replied, "Lead the way." Leon smiled, appreciating their professionalism, and then turned around and began running, everyone else on his heels. He tensed up slightly as the Evergolden mages ran past the tree sprite, but apart from some suspicious looks and clear lack of trust, they ran past it with little argument, to his relief. Once again, the tree sprite took up the rear. As they ran, Leon traced his steps as best as he could, moving around some of the more destroyed sections of the research facility, constantly on the lookout for any more of his people. So, when he was leading them down another long corridor and heard the sounds of distant fighting, he noticed. On their route, he needed to go straight through a large atrium, but the fighting was coming from another corridor off the right. Without hesitation, Leon turned and ran towards the fighting, and none of the others said a word. The fighting was coming from another room filled with cerebral roots that Leon hadn't cleared out on his first run through the facility. Anna, her snapper, and Anzu were dealing with that oversight, as well as another labor golem. Leon charged into the room ready to slaughter everything that is attacking his people. However, the tree sprite had suddenly lunged forward, surpassing everyone else and projecting its magic at the roots. The tree sprite took control of them, and they suddenly became as docile as flowers. The labor golem, on the other hand, wasn't so easily taken care of. It was being pressed up against the wall by Anna's snapper while Anzu kept beating his wings at it, gouging out chunks of bronze from its reinforced frame with sharp blades of wind. Anna had been covering them from the roots, but as soon as they were taken care of and she saw Leon, she turned and fired off a scorching ray of light at the golem's head. The golem wasn't destroyed, so Leon charged and, in an instant, impaled his sword right through its neck, sending his lightning surging throughout its body, frying everything it touched, destroying delicate machinery and obliterating enchantments. When Leon ripped his sword free, the golem went limp. "It's good to see you," Anna said, exhaustion clear in her features. She hadn't had much magic left over after helping everyone to heal, and Leon could see that she was running on fumes. Still, she was upright and coherent, and after she glanced at the tree sprite uncertainly, she asked, "Everything all right?" "Yes," Leon said, and quickly filled her in on what had happened their separation. "I'm ready," Anna said once he was finished. Anzu, who'd expressed his elation at reuniting with Leon in his usual way, chirped in agreement. The snapper didn't say anything, but Leon didn't expect it to. It seemed good to go, and Anna wasn't too worried about it, which was good enough for him. Together, they moved on, their group now swelling in size. As they ran down the halls, another ball of green light appeared next to Leon. "My lord," Apati said, condescension now gone from his voice, "we can talk about this, can't we? Like civilized men." "Bring my people back," Leon ordered. "Otherwise, there will be no talking." "I can't do that, I'm afraid," Apati replied. "They're the biggest guarantee of safety at the moment. You're looking quite murderous, and I'm not one to fold, even when my hand isn't looking like it's going to win." Leon scowled and kept moving, intending to charge right down to the control room and finish what that cerebral root had started 80,000 years ago. "If you're not going to surrender," Leon said as he ran, "then at least be honest. What happened here?" "Ah, honesty," Apati said with what sounded like derision. "Quite the word, isn't it? I'm not here to listen to sophistry over the nature of language." Leon shouted. "Neither are we, you glowing anal bead." Alkander shouted from behind. "Your retinue seems to lack discipline, Leon," Apati observed. "That's not for you to judge," Leon spat. "What happened here? Tell me." "Fine, fine. You want to know what I did here? I'll tell you. I did what I needed to do. When Jason Carranos led the clan to ruin back then, all resources flowing to this facility ceased. And we were so close to some of the greatest breakthroughs I have ever seen. Revolutions in the way we approach nature magic. The ability to grow rare materials that were beyond our ability before. Certain projects that promised to change the way we approach ascension through the magical tiers. Revolutionize our understanding of inherited bloodlines. We could have made achieving apotheosis so easy that anyone could do it if we had more time and resources." "Really, that's a lofty claim," Leon replied, his voice dripping with doubt. "Indeed," Nestor said scornfully. "But not an unfounded one." Apati insisted. "The things we could have done here promised to do so much, advance us in ways that we were only starting to glimpse. But all of that was almost lost when the clan crumbled on this plane." "Almost," Leon noted. "I took measures to ensure the work could continue," Apati replied. "We had no direction from the clan, and it seemed like everyone was just trying to survive as the vassals fought over what was left. We needed human test subjects, so I sacrificed all the slaves we could spare. When we ran out of slaves, we took locals who lived nearby. There weren't many, so when we quickly ran out of locals, I started triaging our people, sacrificing those who weren't needed so that our work could continue." Leon's anger was already towering so high that he didn't think it could grow any more. His disgust, however, was only now starting to catch up. "And continue our work did," Apati claimed, his green ball of light vibrating in the air with his excitement as it closely followed Leon and his moving party. "We made many breakthroughs. We learned so much once we stopped holding ourselves back and experimented as we pleased with the materials we had at our disposal." Leon raised an eyebrow at that statement. It rather sounded like they were going well beyond certain regulations that they had limiting their behavior. "Supervision, limits," Leon thought in muted surprise. "I never would have guessed, coming from my clan." Apati continued, "However, when our experiments started getting out of hand and escaping from our facility, we had to take some drastic measures. Our work was compiled, but destroyed when some of the upper levels of the facility caught fire and collapsed. Other physical results of our experiments were lost when what few upper levels that hadn't been destroyed when our security failed, flooded. I'm afraid, Leon, that the only copy of the results of our work is in my hands. Or, I suppose I should say, in my head." "You don't have a head," Alex shouted. "You know damn well what I mean." Apati irately responded. Turning his attention back to Leon, Apati suggested, "If you want what I have, then how about this? I give your people back, and you guarantee my safety." Take me from this place, and I'll give you everything that we learned here. All of it, enough information to completely change the fields of enchanting, alchemy, medicine, agriculture, and nature magic. Even advances we made in materials science. All of this can be yours, all for the price of guaranteeing my safety and my freedom. Leon slowed as he contemplated the problem. He'd originally come here for what he could salvage from this very facility. If there was truly nothing left, then if he killed a Pati, then the whole expedition would have been for naught. He'd have to return empty-handed, having done nothing with his time except give the director a few months to consolidate his position against him. And here was a Pati, sounding perfectly willing to give him everything that he'd come here for, and more. Leon hadn't been expecting so much. If a Pati could be taken at face value, then Leon's gains here could be immeasurably vast. He just had to left a Pati alive. He just had to let the man's sacrifice of who knows how many go unpunished. And a quick glance backward at the tree sprite, whose glittering black eyes were now locked on his back, reminded him that an agreement to keep a Pati alive would be to immediately make an enemy out of the entire proto-forest once again. They had a tentative ceasefire right now, but that would come to a swift and violent end, that much Leon could predict with confidence. That's a pretty good deal, Nestor whispered. That's a good deal if you can trust this guy, Zafin added. Yes, with that assumption, Nestor replied. I'll admit, though, what this man claims to have is intriguing. I wouldn't mind getting to pick his brain or what's left of it, anyway. You're asking me not to kill him? Leon inquired, his pace only slowing slightly as he turned the problem over in his head. I can probably whip something up to make it look like you killed him, Nestor said. Hit his emerald with a bolt of lightning, while also using a spell to make it look like emerald exploded. Something like that. With enough time, I can make anything happen. If you want to take this man's deal, Leon and I'd tentatively recommend you do so, then we don't have to give up anything else. We can make it look like he's dead so those tree sprites don't lose their minds. Zafin scoffed. It would only involve giving up honor and having to lower ourselves to dealing with this swine. Leon gritted his teeth in frustration. He wanted what a Pati could offer him. He wanted it badly enough that he'd allowed the director several months without him around, just so that he could come and claim what was here that much sooner. But he also found the idea of working with a Pati detestable. He trusted the man less than he trusted the tree sprites, and the idea of working with someone who sacrificed so many people the way he did didn't sit well with Leon. And yet, he was working with Nestor, wasn't he? And Zafin, a demon who wanted nothing more than to burn everything that he didn't like. And the Thunderbird, an ancient, inhuman, divine being that conquered and killed more than her fair share, he could reasonably guess. And wasn't he trying to rebuild the Thunderbird clan, which had its own bloody history even without the Thunderbird around directly leading it? Leon didn't consider himself an honorable man. Hell's honor, in his opinion, was mostly just an excuse for people to try and force others to play by their rules, a foolish notion, in his experience. And yet, Leon felt like he could argue both sides endlessly, and he desperately wanted both. He supposed he could take Nestor up on his deal and keep a Pati alive, while claiming that he was dead. It wouldn't be that hard to give him enough time to throw something together to ensure that. No matter what, though, Leon had to make a decision. So, instead of allowing himself to get bogged down in indecision, he turned to face a Pati as he ran down the halls, faced the glowing orb representing the entire reason he'd come here, representing enough power or so a Pati claimed, anyway, that taking over Heaven's Eye, guaranteeing his safety among the empires, moving on to the Nexus, and rebuilding his clan could be trivially easy, and he made his decision. Chapter 755. Securing the facility. Leon and his party blazed their way down the halls of the research facility, no longer interrupted by a Pati. Leon had refused the man's offer, but given his own feelings, and the informal alliance he had with the tree sprite accompanying him, that was the only offer he could give right then. Nestor's offer still held some appeal, though. Make it look like he was killing the man, but in actuality, take him as a prisoner, then squeeze him for everything that he knew of the work that went on here in the research facility. As they ran, Leon didn't let on even a little bit about what on his mind, and his party moved on in silence, a Pati's attempted extortion and Leon's refusal making it look like the expedition was already a failure. It wasn't until they heard the sounds of battle further down the halls that they were able to pick themselves up a little bit. They found Helen, Anshu, and Valeria fighting against 3 labor golems. Leon was grateful for something to take his frustration out on and threw himself with great vigor into the fight. In moments, all 3 labor golems were lying in pieces at his feet, their internals shattered beyond repair. Helen reunited with her sister, Anshu was respectful enough to everyone else, and Leon embraced Valeria, taking a moment just for them. They pressed their lips against each other, shared one meaningful look, but didn't say a word. They didn't need words for what they wanted to say, and when they got moving again, they were on the same page with each other. Leon gave another quick rundown of their situation, and the party got moving again. He eventually found a lift that led right to the control room at the bottom of the facility, but just in front of the hole he'd cut through the door were 4 labor golems, all of them in pieces. 2 showed signs of having been crushed and gnawed on by something quite large, while the other 2 had been dismantled by clean cuts. The sight calmed Leon considerably, for in this carnage, he could sense Maya's power. His river nymph lover had come through here, and from what he could sense from their connection, had traveled into the lift shaft. Leon launched himself through the hole in the door, the rest of the party close behind him, and looked up. He was able to see a water dragon a few floors up, trying to chew through the bottom of the broken lift stuck above them. Maya, Leon whispered through their connection, and the water dragon metaphorically froze as Maya's head and shoulders materialized sticking out of its hide. Leon! She ecstatically exclaimed. She ejected herself from the water dragon and literally fell into his arms. Their embrace was a little more passionate than Leon and Valerius, but that was only because Valeria had been more conscious of everyone else and their missing comrades. With everyone else having been accounted for but the princess, Leon let himself indulge a bit more with his river nymph mate. However, the stares of the Evergolden mages weren't easily ignored, and after a few seconds of hovering there in the air, his arms around his mate, Leon let go. Maya was more reluctant, but Leon's bitter smile was enough to convince her to put their situation first. "Do you know where the princess is?" Leon asked. He nodded to the hole in the door and added, "Looks like she got a couple of those golems out there." "She went down," Maya said. "We agreed to look for an exit and for everyone else and she decided to look down first." Leon lightly frowned. It was easy enough to know that they were underground, and going down was hardly the most logical course of action in looking for an escape. It wasn't totally illogical, though, since a path to an exit could be anywhere, but since the lift shaft was easy enough for him to cut through with his fire scalpel, he would have assumed sunlight wouldn't have had too much trouble with the lift, had Cassandra cared to try. With a steadily growing pit of uncertainty and apprehension growing in his stomach, Leon did the only thing he could do right then: lead the expedition downward, toward the control room at the bottom. Upon reaching the bottom, he found the same door that he'd had to use a maintenance code to access, having been bisected undoubtedly by sunlight, allowing easy access to the other side. In the battle that was taking place on the other side, more than 24 golems were arrayed against Cassandra, along with 3 lance-like weapons hovering in the air close to the door, though these were smaller than he was used to seeing. At the far end of the hall, covering the final door leading to the control room, was a powerful shield of translucent white light. Busy cutting her way through these golems was Cassandra, the evidence that the golems used to be more numerous, strewn in pieces all over the floor. "To Her Highness!" shouted the 6th-tier Evergolden mage, and the 3 remaining members of the Evergolden squad that had accompanied the princess into the proto-forest charged. Leon couldn't very well allow them to charge on their own, so they had barely taken a single step before he was following and ordering his retinue to do the same. "Careful, Leon," Nestor shouted as Leon ripped into the first golem in his way. "Those 2 in the back are war golems." Leon spared the 2. Nestor called out a look. They didn't seem too different from the labor golems, both being quite large with almost exaggerated masculine shapes, but what was clear was that their heavily armored exteriors were covered in elaborate lightning and wing-shaped decorations. These weren't just war golems, they were built to impress and intimidate. Still, with Leon, Maya, and Cassandra, plus the combined efforts of everyone else, they cut through the labor golems like carving a cake. Only then did the war golems charge. They moved surprisingly quickly for constructs more than twice Leon's height and made of steel. And as they charged, they each clenched their left fist, and Leon sensed an enchantment activate. He barely had time to himself react, let alone warning the rest of his people, and a moment later, a wave of lightning erupted from both golems. Leon was almost comically unaffected by this power, but everyone else was hurled back. Fortunately, everyone was still heavily armored, and this attack didn't penetrate their defenses. Still, it interrupted their counter-charge, and the war golems capitalized as much as they could. Leon knew that his blood prevented them from targeting him, so he wasn't surprised to see both focus on Cassandra. One lunged for the princess while the other halted a few paces away and clenched its right fist. Cassandra dodged the fist, but the second golem let loose with a directed lightning bolt that hit her so hard it smashed her against the wall. By Leon's reckoning, it was an attack that an average 7th tier would have had to put all their readily available magic into to create, but they could have matched it. As a result, Cassandra wasn't hurt that much. The golem that had lunged, on the other hand, was immediately swept up by Maya's water dragon, which wrapped around it and squeezed, preventing it from moving. Leon, at the same time, lunged past, and slammed into the other war golem. On contact, he exploded in fire, and he opened himself up to the black flame as much as he could. Most of his fire was still the usual color, but a few licks of black could be seen within, and he could feel his blood resonating in its expression. When the fire died out a few seconds later, the second war golem had been rendered slag on the ground. The first, almost completely immobilized by Maya, was run through by Cassandra, who hadn't even tried to spare it for study, directing cutting it, and Maya's water dragon, in half. Maya looked affronted, but Cassandra hardly seemed to care, turning to Leon as he picked himself back up and shouting, "It's about time you showed up." Unlike her usual challenging attitude, this was pure anger. Leon, however, had only enough time to look at her with a mix of surprise, anger, and offense before a bolt of golden lightning shot past him from behind one of the small lances had fired. Leon watched as Cassandra, who the bolt had been aimed at, tried to dodge, her eyes wide in surprise and shock, her aura spiking as she tried to conjure something to protect herself. The bolt, which would have hit her in the chest if she hadn't moved, instead struck her right arm and exploded in a shower of sparks. Cassandra screamed as she fell, her right arm from just a bit below her shoulder simply gone, disintegrated by the lightning bolt. Sunlight, which had been clasped in her right hand, clattered to the floor. Leon spun back around, cursed himself for his complacency, and swung his blade, sending a wave of wind magic against the lances, knocking them back. He was then on the closest one in a heartbeat, cleaving right through it with ease. Next to him, Maya's water dragon lunged and devoured a second lance, crushing it within its body. The final lance was destroyed when Cassandra, looking like she was barely able to remain upright, hit the final one with an intense ray of light, splitting it in half. With all the active threats dealt with, she collapsed. "Your Highness!" The 6th tier Evergolden mage screamed as she ran forward and pressed an expensive-looking healing spell against Cassandra's burned stump, and Leon ran over to aid in Cassandra's healing with the Tau Pearl. Unfortunately, there wasn't much either of them could do. They could ensure that Cassandra didn't die of shock or blood loss, and they could repair the damaged flesh that remained, but they couldn't regrow her arm without more powerful magic. As they worked, the rest of the group secured the hall, and Valeria went to examine the shield of light covering the door. "I don't think we're going to get through this that easily," she called out. Leon glanced up, not needing to spare too much attention with the Tau Pearl active. He didn't immediately respond, but his mood had worsened considerably. Whatever their disagreements, he didn't like seeing Cassandra go down like this. She was beautiful, strong, and confident, and he liked that about her. Her arrogance, sense of entitlement, and disregard for others were less attractive qualities that he'd become fairly familiar with during this expedition, but still, seeing her unconscious, less her sword arm, had turned his boiling anger quite cold. He was going to get through that shield, and Apati was not going to be able to stop him. A moment later, all that he could do had been done. The tree sprite had come forward looking like it wanted to help but had been waved away by the worried Evergolden mages, so, when Leon started walking toward the door, the sprite, Maya, and the rest of Leon's retinue followed him. "Leon," Apati said as his ball of emerald light appeared again, "this is your last chance. I admit, you've pressed me right up against the wall, but I'm not done yet. Turn back around, or more of your people are going to die." Leon didn't dignify that with a response. "I've closed the loopholes that we used to get in," Apati pointed out. "No using maintenance codes to access this control room. You're going to have to break in, and that's not going to." Before the dead man could finish, Leon retrieved a spell from his soul realm. The spell was simple, composed of only a single ancient rune, open. Recognizing the shield as not particularly dangerous, simply in his way, Leon slammed the spell into the shield, silencing Apati immediately. Leon was angry. He was furious. He was feeling every synonym of those words, and then some. But he was focused on one thing: getting that damned shield out of his way. In this furious focus, the image of what he wanted crystal clear in his mind. The open rune functioned perfectly, and in less than a second, it punched a hole right through the shield of light. Leon was through in a second, but it snapped shut behind him, separating him from everyone else. Valeria, looking panicked, began banging on the shield. Maya sent questions through their connection. The tree sprite stared at him, its alien face completely inscrutable. Leon simply waved at them, his cold anger bringing him to a strange sense of calm. Then, he walked through the door and into the control room. "Please," Apati shouted as Leon walked in and began descending the stairs leading to the platform with the control consoles. "Please, please, I'll give you everything. Don't kill me, please." With every entreaty, he sounded more and more desperate. But his words swayed Leon not at all. He calmly walked down the stairs, then paused as he stepped onto the control platform. He confirmed that Apati was still right where he'd left him, plugged into the platform's enchantments. "Nestor," he whispered, ignoring Apati's continued pleas for mercy, "how do I shut off that shield? Do you remember where those consoles were that controlled the wards?" Nestor asked. Leon responded affirmatively. "Go over there," Nestor continued. "I'll walk you through what you need to do." Leon did as instructed, and in the minute or so it took him to lower the shield, Apati had gone silent. A moment after it was done, Leon began walking ominously toward Apati's emerald, which had already started to crack a bit. It wasn't like Nestor's ruby, which had been specifically tailored to imprison a magic body, and so was starting to fail under the strain of containing Apati's remains. Leon could have done nothing at all, and Apati probably would have been dead in a matter of a day or two, by his estimation. But he wasn't going to get that long. Leon's retainers, along with the tree sprite and the rest of the Evergolden contingent carrying a barely conscious Cassandra, spilled into the control room. There were a few gasps of amazement, but everyone was far too focused on getting down to Leon and the control platform. "I'll admit, Apati," Leon said as they arrived, "the temptation to keep you alive was strong. But this is it for you." Leon ripped the dead man's emerald right out of the control console it was plugged into, and he thought he heard Apati start to weep. He stared at the gem in his hand for a long moment. It would have been so easy to simply destroy the gem flooded with so much lightning that it was rendered little more than dust. But instead, Leon had a better idea. Before he went through with it, though, he had just one question left for the man. "Why?" he asked. "Why betray me like this? Was it not enough that I was going to take you out of here? You'd already concocted a good enough cover story, and, if you were telling the truth, you had everything I'd come here for. You could have ingratiated yourself to me so much that I would have given you quite the high position within my retinue. Why lose it all to try and force me to kill some tree sprites?" The question hung in the air, everyone silent as they waited for the dead man's reply. It almost seemed like none would come, but then Apati simply said, "It killed me." Leon frowned, then nodded in understanding, remembering the cerebral root that Apati had been attached to when he'd found the man, and the skull that it had sprouted from, undoubtedly Apati's own skull. He supposed in a similar situation, he might have tried something similar. But here they were. Leon looked to the 8th tier tree sprite and said, "A shame the job wasn't finished. Care to fix that for us?" He held out the emerald, and the tree sprite walked forward, its wooden face impassive, its massive black eyes locked firmly on the emerald containing Apati, the pain bringer. Without the slightest sign of hesitation, it took the emerald, and in a flash of white light, shattered it. Apati screamed, once, loudly. His scream was cut off, and no more was heard for a long time as everyone stood there, staring at the tree sprite, not saying a word. Was that it?" Alex asked. "Is that Shithiel dead?" The tree sprite didn't look at her, instead turning to Leon, but spoke once more through a chunk of amber. "Yes," it said. Leon slowly nodded, unsure of exactly how to proceed. The facility was in his control now, it seemed, but there was still some business left to conclude now that Apati was out of the picture. "So, what now?" he asked the tree sprite. "Should we just go back to killing each other? Or can we give peace a chance?" The tree sprite, in what was becoming clear was its usual manner, paused a moment, and with nothing else occupying his attention, Leon studied its aura and guessed that it was communicating with something. Probably the 9th tier sprite, he surmised. Eventually, it repeated, "Yes." It continued to stand there and stare at him, though, so after an awkward moment, Leon asked, "Are there any conditions? Can we loot this place? Are you going to watch us the whole time?" Again, the tree sprite paused. "Your presence is requested," it eventually replied. "You will move unharmed through this forest. Please come back to our grove immediately." Leon glanced around at the control room. "Think we could get a few minutes here, at least? Turn everything off, you know." The tree sprite answered immediately this time. "Acceptable," it said. Leon, working in silence, with all the rest of their party watching him head about shutting down all the wards, none saying a word, all filled with tension. Once finished, he said to the tree sprite, "All right. Let's get this thing done." Chapter 756. The ninth tier tree sprite looked much like Leon had last seen it. Huge, powerful, but rather timid in what body language Leon could parse. However, perhaps as a sign of its growing trust, instead of bringing Leon inside of its tree where he assumed it was most powerful, it met with him out in the open. Or, Leon wondered, perhaps it was a sign that it didn't trust him at all, given the fragility of soul realms and the probability that it had last met him in its soul realm. Regardless, he found it hard not to read that something had changed given the change in locale. Following the fight through the research facility, Leon and the 8th tier tree sprite accompanying them reaffirmed their tentative alliance, and not long after, everyone, including Leon this time, found themselves being teleported back to the Goatman village. Unlike the last time they were here, however, they weren't swarmed by hostile monsters controlled by the tree sprites. They were still watched like hawks by the other 11 8th tier tree sprites, but the one that had accompanied them into the research facility escorted Leon to the central ethereal tree. There, amongst its gargantuan roots, Leon again met with the 9th tier tree sprite. It was hardly the most auspicious of meeting locations, but at this point, with the expedition having essentially failed, Leon wasn't going to be too picky. He just hoped that maybe he might be able to get something, anything, out of this meeting, even if that was just a fragile peace deal. Last time, the 9th tier tree sprite had communicated with him through thoughts, not using language but instead using darkness magic to transmit images and associated feelings. It was an efficient enough method of communication, but it still left certain things open to interpretation. This time, instead of communicating in such a way, the 8th tier tree sprite remained, and acted as a translator for the 9th tier sprite. "We thank you for the destruction of the pain bringer," the 8th tier sprite said on behalf of the 9th, the rich orange amber gem that it had created resonating, emitting the sprite's alien voice. "No need," Leon replied. "He was a mutual foe, so I would have killed him anyway at some point, I'm sure." Even if he continued with his deception, he waited a moment for the 9th and 8th tier sprites to get on the same page before he received a response. He could already tell that this was going to be a very stop-and-start conversation if he had to wait for every response. "Intentions matter less than deeds," the 8th tier sprite said. "When interests align, that is when good events are brought about. Why you aided us in the killing of the pain bringer matters less than the fact that you did." Leon smiled. "A fine philosophy, I suppose. Thank you for helping me get through that place. It can't have been easy to be in a place that represents such horror to your people." He waited again for a response. "We do what we must when an enemy reveals themselves," the tree sprites replied. Again, Leon smiled in appreciation. However, his smile thinned as he asked, "How about me? Am I an enemy? Are my people considered enemies?" "That depends on you. We are not of the mind to continue hostilities, so long as such attitude is shared." "It is. I would like nothing more than to continue this alliance." The wait this time was longer than usual, and Leon couldn't help but think they were debating the prospect of a more permanent partnership. He began to quietly prepare arguments. Why working with him would be better than staying here alone, as well as trying to school his attitude to not seem overly desperate. He really didn't want this expedition to be a waste of time, and an alliance with a 9th tier tree sprite and its powerful kin would be a huge boon to his growing power. Unfortunately, the tree sprites soon replied, "We will not leave this forest. We wish only to be left in peace. We've been harmed enough by your kind." Leon chuckled self-deprecatingly to himself. Of course they don't want a permanent alliance, he thought. They were slaughtered by my clan. Aloud, he said, "That's disappointing. I was hoping that we might be able to mend fences, but I understand your decision. Personally, I'm more than a little jealous that that's even an option for you. I grew up far to the north in a forest much like this one, even with its own local tree sprites, and I never thought much of leaving until it became a necessity. Anyway, the last time I spoke to you, I brought up the possibility of salvaging what's left of the research facility, but I never got an answer from you before we were so rudely interrupted. Have you given the idea any thought? You wish for the works of that place to be yours? The tree sprites asked. Leon couldn't quite tell what emotion they were trying to convey given just how inhuman the amber voice was, but he treaded a little carefully around his response. I have my own goals, Leon replied. My clan's crimes led to its downfall. I wish to rebuild it, better than before in every way. I don't know if that's even possible, but I have to try. And to do that, I need all the help I can get. If there is anything down in that wreck that might be able to help with that goal, then I have to try and find it. Even if all that's left are a few broken golems and the power crystal. The 9th tier tree sprite began walking forward, approaching Leon as he explained his motive. Given its height, it towered over him, but it was so nervous that Leon never once felt the need to take even a single step back as it approached. As it drew to within arm's reach, it slowly, hesitantly, extended an arm toward him. Leon felt no hostility from the creature, so he didn't react too much even as the tree sprite laid its hand upon his shoulder. He felt power swirl about them, and he briefly saw glimpses of other tree sprites in a forest much like this one. It took him a moment to realize that it was a vision of the forest as it was before the arrival of his clan, when the tree sprites lived peacefully undisturbed by the rest of the plain. As he saw the tree sprites past, he felt certain that the tree sprite was seeing his, too. There wasn't any proof that he could see of it happening, he just felt that it was true, as if the gentle power around them had linked the two of them together, joining them, letting them understand each other better than they could if they relied only on speech and body language. After a few moments, the tree sprite pulled its hand back, and the visions that Leon saw ended. The tree sprite took a few steps back, settling into a more comfortable distance, but still stayed close enough to show how much its trust in him had grown. The 8th tier sprite stepped forward and again offered its amber for speech. We are old, the sprites said. There are few of us left here. It's gratifying to see that some of our cousins in the north have survived to this day, though it is only small comfort in the light of our losses after your people came here. We wish for peace. That is why we exert our control over so much of this forest, to ensure our own serenity, and the serenity of the forest. All who live here fall under us, and with us, they know peace. We understand now that you don't want to disturb our peace, you merely seek your own peace, and justice, peace, and vengeance. Such feelings, we understand. Our alliance was meant to be short-lived. We wanted you gone. We wanted our peace returned to us. It seems to us, however, that the best way to ensure that you leave us to our peace is to give you what aid we can and wish you the best in your endeavors. You'll let us salvage the research facility? Leon asked, his heart accelerating in excitement. We will do better than that, the sprites replied. The 9th extended an arm again, but it was too far away to touch Leon. He almost stepped forward to make it easier until he realized that that wasn't the sprite's intention. Instead, power gathered around its arm, and a white, translucent flower, resembling a beautiful, ethereal lotus, glowing in the gloom of the early evening down in the roots, bloomed upon its arm. A bud, the 8th tier sprite explained. One that wished to leave and found a new forest. One who wished to understand the people without, rather than its kin within. We are not all in consensus that remaining within the forest with our peace is desirable. We wish to extend our alliance to this bud, and have it join you when you leave. Show our bud the outside, help our bud to understand. The flower grew and grew at an alarming rate, until the 9th tier tree sprite seemed to have turned its own arm into another small tree. The flower's roots reached down into the soil at their feet as its petals reached upward, toward the meager light seeping down to the roots. When it finished a few seconds later, a tree sprite stepped out of its long, thick stem. It appeared very similar to the other two tree sprites, though without such exaggerated height. It was about Leon's height and possessed of all the same features or rather, lack thereof of its kind. Two enormous black eyes set in a roughly triangular head, long, thin limbs, and bark-like skin. From its head sprouted a hair-like mass of vines and wide leaves. It radiated an aura of about the 6th tier. It was powerful, though not so much as to be alarming, or to pose much threat. It stood before Leon as the flower behind it wilted, then dissolved into motes of light that quickly faded into the growing evening darkness. Sap emerged from its arm, then congealed and hardened into amber on its wrist, allowing it to speak just like the 8th tier sprite. Greetings, it said in a softer, though still in a resonant and completely inhuman voice. Hello, Leon politely replied. The 8th tier sprite continued, "Our alliance shall stand so long as our bud remains with you. We hope this alliance proves fruitful." The sprite seemed like it was through speaking, but a moment later, added, "And one more thing. For aiding us in the destruction of the pain bringer, whose demise warrants greater reward given the potential you sacrificed in carrying it out." The 9th tier sprite, still holding out a hand, conjured something from its soul realm, the object appearing in its hand with a flash of arcane light. As far as Leon could tell, it was some kind of wood, little more than a roughly hewn chunk with reddish bark still coating one side. However, contained within that chunk of wood was what he could only describe as a startling amount of lightning magic. As he stared at the wood, it rumbled with contained thunder, and then flashed as lightning arced through the cracks in its bark. "This is one of the things that the pain bringer studied," the sprites explained. "We stole it upon our escape. Though the pain bringer is dead, and all his knowledge lost with him, this is one of the objects of his study. We hope that any knowledge he sought, you might discover." Leon reached out, his fingers trembling with muted excitement, and took the chunk of wood. As soon as his fingers closed around it, he felt the lightning contained within it surge through him, the wood connecting with him almost like it was an extension of his body. Putting it into words was difficult, but it was a similar sensation to how his new pseudo-adamant armor and his genuine adamant sword behaved. But those pieces of his gear had been made with either his blood, or the blood of the Thunderbird herself, and contained their shared power. It acted like a part of his body because, in a certain respect, they were extensions of his body. But this piece of wood did so without any of his blood, and he stared at it in awe. The thing contained so much power. On its own, it wasn't a game changer, but he'd never seen such magic packed within something without it being enchanted. How, he asked, his awe keeping the words from properly forming upon his tongue. "It was made a long time ago," the tree sprites explained. "A freak event. A bolt of lightning struck a tree and was captured within. The bolt lingered on in that tree until your kind found it and chopped the tree down. Only that piece of it remains, but the excitement they displayed upon finding the tree is a strong memory. We see that their excitement is now reflected in you." Leon smiled and nodded like a child given a much-desired gift, though he'd not consciously wanted such a thing until this moment. But what this represented was a material that, if he could create more, might prove just as powerful and useful as adamant, without the need to bleed for it, or to expend great time, effort, and resources in the creation of it. Or, at least, not the blood. He supposed creating more of this kind of wood might take up much of the latter, but for the moment, he allowed himself to dream big. His eyes then drifted toward the patiently waiting 6th tier tree sprite and wondered if there wasn't some way they could synergize their skills. The 9th tier sprite was captured by his clan for its mastery of nature magic, after all, and then he remembered the Hesperidic apples just waiting to be grown back in Oculera, and his smile grew wider. Elise was a fantastic herbologist, and Helen was a great alchemist, and here was a being that could amplify both of their skills greatly, if it were amenable. At the very least, so long as it stayed with him, he would certainly have plenty of work for it to do. "Thank you," Leon said, showing nothing but sincerity. "Thank you." He took a deep breath and relaxed slightly. While adding a strong tree sprite to his retinue and potentially gaining access to a new crafting material were already enough to make this trip worthwhile, even if they weren't what he originally expected to walk away with, he felt like he shouldn't entirely monopolize the gains made here. "Is there anything that can be done for the others?" he asked. "Many were killed here in the forest, and the princess who led them lost an arm. I don't want to seem ungrateful, for that would be the furthest thing from the truth, but I'm wondering if any help can't be extended to them after all of this." As he spoke, Leon thought of Cassandra. The princess had lost consciousness again shortly after being teleported to the Goatman village, with her 3 mages and Helen seeing to her as best as they could. As he thought of her, his own left arm fiercely tingled, and he recalled those few days when he'd lost an arm to a vampire attack. He knew that such injuries weren't permanent for those with great resources, and he didn't think for a moment that her loss of an arm would last once she returned to Evergold, but still, he couldn't help but wonder if there wasn't anything that could be done now. "The power to restore the dead to life is not one we possess," the tree sprites said. "We cannot help you." Leon grimly smiled and decided not to push his luck too far. "Are there any more questions you would like answered?" the sprites asked. On the other hand, Leon thought with a sly grin as he looked up toward the ancient runes entwined with the upper branches of the central ethereal tree. "You seem quite adept at using the ancient runes," he observed. "How did you learn?" Would you be willing to teach me how it all works? We cannot, the sprites answered simply. These works were given, not created by us. Given, by whom? The sprites didn't answer him. Okay, he said. Fair enough, I suppose I only have one question, then. What's going on between you and the local manticores? They seem hostile to you, these beings resent and reject our peace, the sprites answered. We do not force it upon them and try to maintain our peace with them anyway. They consistently refuse to abide by our peace, and so we are dragged into conflict time and again with them. But you don't wipe them out? Leon asked. You seem perfectly capable of it, so why not just run them right out of the forest? Like you do with humans. Peace with humans is a difficult thing to maintain, and we do not believe that it would be maintained. It would also require giving up part of our forest again and again. The manticores, for all that they resist our peace, do not destroy our land. Your kind would not do the same. Leon shrugged. Fair enough, he said again. So, is there anything that you wish to ask me? When are you leaving? Leon almost reeled like he'd been slapped. Right now, if that's what you want. I'd just like to poke around the research facility, maybe pick up those destroyed golems and other bits, and then we'll be on our way. The 9th tier sprite nodded, though it was stiff and looked uncomfortable doing such a thing, and then turned around and walked into the darkness of the central tree's extensive roots, not sparing even a goodbye as it did. The 8th tier sprite said, we will allow you one day. Be gone by the second. It was Leon's turn to nod, and after an awkward pause, he turned around and began walking away with the 6th tier tree sprite, seemingly his 9th retainer, in tow. Chapter 757. Exotico's Leon sighed as he finally collapsed into a seat in his portable villa back in the expedition's camp. Following his meeting with the 9th tier tree sprite and his gaining of a new retainer, he'd led the remnants of his expedition back to the camp where Cassandra and the rest of the Evergolden squad were seen too, and the bodies of their fallen were collected. Leon hadn't stopped to rest, though, the one-day time limit he'd been given weighing heavily on his mind. So, he'd led his retinue back to the research facility to start combing through it as much as they could for anything they could possibly salvage. Unfortunately, they didn't find much. A few bits and pieces of the weapons that Apati had used against them, and Leon had done his best to transcribe the enchantment scheme that covered the inside of the control room, but other than that, the only real salvage they'd managed to find was the facility's power crystal. It seemed that Apati had been telling the truth when he'd said that all research documents had been destroyed, only existing in his head. And Leon had let the tree sprites kill him. He didn't regret his decision, even though he'd had to endure Nestor's castigation for something so foolish. Zafin, thankfully, took his decision in stride, reasoning that Apati was an untrustworthy fuckboy. So, by the time Leon called off their salvage run, it was turning light outside. It was clear there was nothing there except for fragments of golems and lances there weren't. Even any other intact golems and weapons of any sort kept in storage, Apati apparently having called all he'd had available into service. Now, Leon sat back, his mind exhausted from the trying day. It hadn't even been 24 hours since they'd breached the inner warded zone, and he was ready for some rest. Unfortunately, it seemed that rest would have to wait, for he had a new retainer to see to. He wasn't alone. The 6th tier tree sprite was with him, a chunk of amber glistening on its wrist that would allow it to speak with him in a more conventional manner. So, Leon said, wishing he could do nothing more than pass out for a few hours, but resigned to dealing with business first, do you have a name? I would feel quite awkward just calling you, or, tree sprite. The tree sprite stared at him with what Leon thought was curiosity. Its head even cocked slightly as if in thought. It eventually answered, my name isn't one that's translatable, but you have a name. Leon asked, something that your fellows used to identify you. The twigs and leaves that made up the tree sprite's hair fluttered, and for a moment, Leon smelled something vaguely sweet. Yes, the tree sprite said. We don't speak like this normally. We use other methods of communication. I figured as much, Leon replied. Pollen, something akin to pheromones, and darkness magic, right? And I'm sure more, besides. Again, Leon smelled sweetness as the tree sprite's hair fluttered. He guessed that was something of an equivalent to an affirmative head nod. That's interesting, Leon said. My people's working theory heading into this place was that everything here was being controlled by some kind of hive mind. It's interesting, then, to see that your people aren't as united as we'd thought, and that you even have methods for identifying each other, indicating that you're all individuals. We impose order upon the forest, the tree sprite responded, and to do so, we must act in concert. The first growth dictates, and we execute. Peace is thus maintained, except when it comes to the manticores. Sweetness and fluttering, a tree sprite head nod. So, you don't have a name that you can translate, but we're still going to need to refer to you somehow. How would you like us to do that? The tree sprite thought for a moment, and eventually said, Exoticos. That is the name I will choose. Exoticos it is, then, Leon replied, smiling. At that moment, the door opened and Elise, Maya, and Valeria came in, the latter two looking about as exhausted as Leon felt. Only Elise seemed particularly energized. She hurried over and practically draped herself over Leon as the other two collapsed onto nearby sofas. Husband, she exclaimed, it's about time you got back. Leon smiled and held his wife, then filled her in on Exotico's choice of names. A beautiful name, Elise said, and the tree sprite bowed slightly. What can you do? Elise then excitedly asked. Exoticos remained silent for a moment, then answered, I can order nature. Does that mean you can make things grow? Elise asked, a predatory smile spreading across her face. Can you tend to tree groves and the like? Make sure that herbs grow well. Valeria added, can you fight if you need to? Or would you need to be protected if brought anywhere else? The tree sprite shrank back a little, looking a little overwhelmed. Leon smelled something slightly acrid as the tree sprite's hair flattened. Take your time answering, Leon said soothingly. We're in no real rush. Are we? How are our Evergolden partners? The latter question he directed at Elise, who'd been interfacing with the Evergolden contingent of their expedition while Leon and the rest of the retinue were off, salvaging what little they could from the research facility. The princess will be fine, though her ego's more than a little bruised, Elise explained. Her arm is going to be fine. The arm itself was lost entirely in the blast that severed it, but back in Evergold they'll have the magic to regrow another one. Leon's left arm tingled again, and it seemed Elise sensed his slight discomfort, for she took his left hand and guided his knuckles to her lips. That's good to hear, Leon whispered. Physically, she'll be fine, Elise continued. Mentally, though, that remains to be seen. Leon nodded, and it seemed that this short tangent was enough for Exoticos to relax slightly and answer Elise's questions. Fighting is not a strength, Exoticos hesitantly said. Violence is not something taught by the first growth. Power should be used to nurture and grow, not harm and destroy. An admirable philosophy, for those that can afford it, Leon observed. Unfortunately, my retinue and I aren't so rich. We'll protect you as best as we can, but if need be, are you at least willing to use your power in self-defense? Sweetness, Exoticos answered affirmatively. As for other powers, Exoticos continued, I can help things grow. If that is what you wish of me, that is what I can do. What about these? Elise asked as she pulled the container with the Hesperidic apple seeds out from her soul realm. Given that she was the one in charge of finding a suitable site for the apple orchard, she'd been holding onto the seeds until the location could be found. Exoticos looked the seeds over for a long moment. They are old, it observed. But they can still grow. I can help with that. Wonderful, Elise said. How about other herbs? Can you aid in alchemy? Can you help with raising other herbs? I think Exoticos has already answered that, Leon said as Exoticos shrank back slightly again. We have a good idea of what the sprite is capable of now, so let's wait until we get back home to start running them through their paces. Elise frowned slightly, but accepted Leon's mild admonishment. Now, Exoticos, Leon asked, we know what you're bringing to the table. What are we bringing to your table? Why would you leave this forest with us? Curiosity, Exoticos replied. I've always wanted to see the world outside the forest in closer detail. The first growth always forbade travel beyond the limits of the forest. Humans kept trying to enter the forest and killed many lesser kindred. The same would happen to me if I strayed, the first growth told me. But with you, I have a chance to see what's outside. That is what I want. Well, we can certainly do our best at letting you see the world, Leon said with a smile, though he was trying quite hard not to think about the tree sprite they'd killed on the way into the forest. Fortunately, Exoticos didn't seem too upset over that particular event, and he wasn't going to question it. My only real concern is that you might turn around when you learn about my current status in this world. Leon quickly filled Exoticos on his political situation with the director and the emperors. Exoticos already knew that he was a member of the Thunderbird clan, though, so Leon counted himself fortunate that he didn't have to deal with any prejudices there changing their current agreeable situation. He just had to worry about any prejudices that might crop up in the future. That sounds complicated, Exoticos responded when Leon was finished. The tree sprite hadn't said a single thing during Leon's entire spiel, though he'd smelled a few things indicating its change in emotion several times during the explanation. However, Exoticos continued, "It is a better thing to be with you than to be on my own, to my understanding." "You understand things correctly," Maya said. "Humans don't typically take too kindly to non-humans. Surrounding yourself with humans is the best way to not be killed by them." "Then I'm glad I'm here," Exoticos said. With that, their brief introduction to the tree sprite was essentially over. Everyone, of course, had more questions, but Leon was fine with putting off their asking until later. Right now, he just wanted to rest and get ready for the journey home. Exoticos was dismissed, but the tree sprite didn't go very far. Instead, it just walked outside, rooted itself into the ground, and seemed to turn into a small tree right next to Leon's portable villa, which still surrounded the Evergolden Palace tree. Once the tree sprite was gone, Elise said, "You know, if what I'm hoping comes about, then we might have made more gains here than are readily apparent." "I hope so," Valeria replied. "As it is, it doesn't feel good coming to a research facility operated by Leon's old clan, and leaving with little to show for it other than broken bits of golem and a bit of tree sprite charity." "Blame me for that," Leon said as he leaned back in his seat. "I had the chance to take Apati prisoner and gain everything that might have been in his head, but I made the choice not to." "Why not?" Elise asked. A moment later, she added, "I mean, I understand why I would have done the same after your story, but I'm curious to know why you decided not to claim Apati. Didn't you do something similar for Nestor?" Leon sighed again. "Nestor was a special case. You say like it's a bad thing," Nestor grumbled from his soul realm. Leon, ignoring him, continued, "He was a prince of the clan. His knowledge of enchanting is great. What's more, the Thunderbird herself recommended that I take Nestor as a retainer to preserve his knowledge. I received no such recommendation for Apati. Is my recommendation worthless, then?" Nestor asked indignantly. "Yes," Zafin simply replied. Tuning them both out, Leon added, "Apati wasn't a member of the clan, at least, not by blood. He was more of an employee. Not quite a vassal like Kukuva or the Blood Thunder Jaguar, but instead directly integrated into the Thunderbird clan's administrative structure. He just didn't carry our blood or power." "It can't have been for that alone," Valeria said. "I know you wouldn't have turned down the knowledge he promised just for the fact that he wasn't a true member of your clan." "No, I wouldn't have," Leon agreed. "So, consider that he lied to me with every breath he took, and tried to manipulate and blackmail me into doing what he wanted. He may have claimed to be one of the old researchers at the facility, and Nestor backed that up, but what guarantee did I have that he actually had the information that he was promising? I could have taken him prisoner, only to learn that he had nothing of value to share, that he lied about that, too. Now remember that we were accompanied by an 8th-tier tree sprite. I don't know how their senses work, I don't know how much they can see or not. If I wanted to take Apati prisoner, then I would have had to contend with it, and all the others in its camp. 11 other 8th-tier tree sprites, and one that was 9th tier. None of them fight well, obviously, but that's still a lot of power to try and overcome. Nestor and Zafin both assured me that I could have tried to take Apati if I wanted, but it was a twofold risk, that of the tree sprite missing it when I captured the dead man, and that he had anything to share. Imagine if I risked everything just to try and take him prisoner, only to discover that he had nothing to share. Imagine if I tried to take him prisoner and the tree sprite noticed, destroying our alliance, and becoming hostile again. What if all that happened, and Apati still had nothing to share? These were risks I was unwilling to take for someone so untrustworthy, someone so duplicitous and manipulative. Someone so dickish. I saw what Apati did to the 9th-tier sprite. Felt it. I wasn't going to bring someone like that into my retinue. I wasn't even going to let someone like that live, not with their affiliations with my clan. If I did, then how could I claim that was building something better? When he finished, Elise smiled and squeezed his shoulder, while Maya and Valeria smiled at him from where they were resting. Leon felt sure that he'd made the right decision, though he couldn't help but deeply regret not gaining access to what Apati offered. But, to retain his pride, he considered it a small price to pay. Besides, he figured as he glanced out of the nearest window and saw the tree that Exoticos had become, it wasn't like he was walking away from this expedition without having made any gains. It would just take some time for these gains to flower. His smile deepened as he thought about the piece of thunderous wood that the 9th tier sprite had given him. He may not have the research his clan had done on it, but at least he had 2 of the things they were studying with him. Who was to say that, especially with Nestor, Elise, and Helen at his side, he couldn't recreate that research? It would be hard, time-consuming, and likely extremely expensive, but if what Apati had claimed about the potential of these things was true, then every second, every coin invested, would be worth it in the end. As Leon stepped out into his soul realm, he could practically feel Nestor's discontent. "What's wrong, dead man?" Leon asked as he approached the table that held Nestor's ruby. One of the librarian golems, though not the librarian itself, stood nearby, ready to dictate anything that Nestor needed, and judging by the sheer number of papers littering the table, Nestor had needed quite a bit of help in the past few hours. The reason for that help lay on the table next to all those papers, the chunk of red wood that sparked and vibrated with contained lightning and thunder. "You let Apati go," Nestor grumbled, "against my recommendation, and then went and slandered me to your wives. Were you going to say something other than wives?" Leon asked. "What? No, of course not," Nestor exclaimed, though Leon didn't believe him. He made his displeasure known by unleashing a hint of his killing intent, and Nestor's ruby dimmed slightly for a moment. "My attitude towards you, dead man," Leon said, "shouldn't make you bitter. It should make you reflective. Why would Leon hate me? Is what I want you to ask yourself." "Be careful going down that road, Leon," Nestor replied. "Go too far and you'll be made a hypocrite. That reasoning can be easily abused. This reasoning suits my current purposes, and that's all that matters," Leon shamelessly replied as he started leafing through the papers, skimming through the golem's perfect handwriting. "What have you found?" Nestor sighed, clearly not wanting to move on just yet. However, he acquiesced to Leon and responded, "I've found much. That piece of wood is quite something, I have to say. What are its capabilities?" "I can't say just yet, only that it holds an incredible amount of magic power. In fact, it seems to take in and contain power in a way that I haven't seen any unenchanted, unrefined material ever do." "Is it unenchanted and unrefined, then?" "As far as I can tell, yes. No runes, no signs of magical tampering. It's no wonder our clan's researchers wanted to get a hold of this and figure out its secrets. Something like this can be a powerful weapon in the right hands." "A weapon, you say?" Leon asked, looking at the piece of wood with great interest. It was a fairly small piece, but he could certainly make a sword handle out of it if he so wished, which he didn't. What he wanted to do was learn how to make more of it, then decide what to do with his greater supply. He even already had a few ideas on that front. "Yes," Nestor replied. "The stored magic can be released in a great burst. I even think it might synchronize with a mage holding it, drawing in their magic and acting as a kind of battery. Anything more than that would require more rigorous testing. Then make sure to get that testing done as soon as possible," Leon said. "We'll have some weeks ahead of us on the return to Oculera, and I want to know how useful this wood might be by the time we return home. I'll want others to study this thing, too. Don't rush science, boy," Nestor admonished. "It moves on its own time, and bringing in more people won't necessarily make it go faster." "Then hopefully it'll move fast enough to be useful," Leon said. He had enemies enough without adding the director to his list, and it was just about time to find out just how welcome he was in Heaven's Eye, now. And then, what to do next? No matter which way the director blew in this wind, there were going to be some changes when Leon got back to Oculera. Chapter 758, Broken Confidence. The journey back to Evergold started off with great excitement. Leon's retainers, as well as those who remained among the Evergolden escort, were quite eager to leave the forest behind. They'd been in it for a couple of weeks, but that was already far too much for everyone, it seemed. The Evergolden Palace tree was dismantled in a matter of minutes the morning they left, ensuring that this camp wouldn't become an open invitation for bandits or monsters, and the walls were destroyed. In this, Exoticos proved itself to be quite useful. The Evergolden mages were quite proficient with the required nature magic to reduce the palace tree to little more than a seed that could be regrown anywhere, but Exoticos, once it realized what the Evergolden mages were doing, sped the process up immensely. All Exoticos had to do was make contact with the tree, and the sprite's own power quickly had it rotting and falling over, leaving only the initial palace tree seed behind. Hours before midday, Leon's expedition had taken off into the air once more. Their pace was much the same leaving as it was heading in, though there weren't any massive flocks of mind-controlled eagles attacking them this time. However, Anna's snapper was still cumbersome, slowing their pace down quite a bit. This was a good thing, though, as Exoticos needed some time to adjust to flight. Leon had given the sprite a spare flight belt with the understanding that he would create new gear for the sprite once they got back to Oculera. However, a related issue that weighed on Leon's mind came to the fore when they landed at the edge of the proto-forest in the same camp they'd used on the way in. They weren't heading into civilization quite yet, so Leon decided to tackle this issue head-on, and after getting the camp set back up, his portable villa not surrounding the palace tree like a wall this time was to seek out Cassandra. The princess would be key to solving the issue that now took his attention. The princess was in a pretty bad way since the end of the expedition. Leon hadn't known quite how bad it was, as the princess had gone into her palace tree the moment she returned to camp after losing her arm, and essentially hadn't left since. It had fallen to the remaining 7th tier Evergolden mage to take charge of the remaining escort force and to coordinate their return with Leon. That had concerned Leon a bit, but it wasn't until Cassandra finally exited the tree to lead her people back to the sacred Golden Empire proper that he'd gotten a good look at just how badly she was taking the loss of her arm. The princess was exceptionally pale and haggard. Her clothes were wrinkled, and her empty right sleeve hadn't been secured, so it blew in the wind. Her red eyes were bloodshot, her hair had been unbraided and simply pulled back into a loose ponytail, and she looked like she was barely able to stand. She looked sick, and for that, Leon couldn't blame her. He remembered his own despair and extreme discomfort at losing his left arm, even though the medical magic that he'd had access to even back in the Bull Kingdom ensured that he was pain-free all the way until it came time to get his arm back. Cassandra had to know that her current condition was only temporary, but she looked like she'd been told that her arm was gone for good. She looked so bad, in fact, that Leon almost suggested they give her another couple of days of rest before they departed the proto-forest, but the princess, as if expecting him to make such a suggestion, angrily scowled and ordered her people into the air, leaving Leon little choice but to do likewise. Besides, he figured that the sooner she got her arm back, the better her mood would be. Fortunately, despite her poor mood, she didn't seem all that perturbed at having to slow down for Exoticos and Anna's snapper. If anything, though she tried to hide it, she seemed relieved that she wasn't the cause of the slowdown. Leon didn't try to speak with her much throughout that day's flight, but once they'd landed and set up their camp for the night, he knew that had to change. He made for Cassandra's palace tree after linking up with Exoticos and ensuring that the tree sprite had had a good flight it had, fortunately, and making sure that his people were organized. The Evergolden mages guarding the palace tree didn't resist him too much, but still held him at the door when he asked to see the princess. He wound up waiting for more than 10 minutes before the princess finally led him up to her quarters. When he was shown into her surprisingly spacious living room, the princess was sitting back in an armchair, her bloodshot eyes glaring at him as the door shut behind him. She wasn't alone, either, the 7th tier Evergolden mage sitting close by at one end of a long sofa. Leon Rame, the Evergolden mage said as he took a few tentative steps further into the room. Yevgenia, he said with a strained smile. They'd not been formally introduced before they returned from the tree sprite's warded zone, and oversight on his and Cassandra's part, he recognized, but they'd still gotten to know each other a little better with Cassandra recovering from her injury. "Why are you here, Leon?" Cassandra growled. Leon awkwardly stood behind a chair for a moment before deciding to just sit down, invitation notwithstanding. "I was just wondering what kind of reception I would receive with bringing a non-human retainer back through your empire." "It's not the first non-human in your retinue, is it?" Cassandra asked, sounding annoyed that he would even ask. "Exoticos looks more non-human than most of the rest of my retainers," Leon responded a little coolly. "Anna's snapper and my griffin Anzu are both clearly not human, but it's also clear that they're war beasts. Neither are particularly interested in walking about, too. Exoticos is different, they're leaving the proto-forest for the express purpose of seeing and experiencing the outside world. Compounding that is the fact that tree sprites are known creatures, they're dangerous monsters, hostile to humans. I can't just let them walk around without escort given that deserved, admittedly reputation, but I also want to know if I'm going to have any trouble bringing them through your empire even with my escort." Cassandra sighed, then glanced at Yevgenia. The dutiful 7th tier mage said, "You shouldn't have any problems, Leon Rame. Heaven's Eye gets its own privileges, and as a hand of the director, those privileges extend to you. So long as you are one of your representatives as there to vouch for the tree sprite, then there'll be no official problems. Leon cocked an eyebrow at that specific choice of words. What about unofficial problems? They'll be unofficial, so who can say? Cassandra said with a hint of venom in her tone. Leon glared at her, and at first, it seemed like she was more than willing to glare back. But after a moment, she looked away and steadfastly refused to meet his gaze again. Torches and pitchforks? Leon asked through clenched teeth. Are your people going to be coming after me and mine for having a tree sprite amongst us? Eugenia, perhaps sensing the rapidly increasing tension, said, there shouldn't be a problem on that front either, Leon Rame. Then what kinds of, unofficial, should I expect? Leon asked with an upbeat, though no less frustrated tone. Getting them to talk is like pulling teeth, ancestors damn it, Leon thought in irritation. Tree sprites are valuable, Eugenia explained. There may be attempts from those in less legal occupations who will try and kidnap your new pet. They're not a pet, Leon corrected with iron in his tone. Eugenia, to her credit, nodded her head in what seemed like genuine apology. Of course not, but you'll want to keep an eye on it all the same. Thank you for the warning, Leon replied, his tone dripping with frustration. An awkward silence fell between the three, and Leon soon got the impression that they wanted him to leave, but weren't quite ready to ask him to do so. While Leon wouldn't mind bailing on this meeting, there were a few more things that needed some discussion, and besides, this short exchange had laid bare a few more problems that he wanted to get to the bottom of. How are you doing, Your Highness? Leon asked as the awkward tension grew thick enough to be cut with a knife. Cassandra finally glanced back at him, and her gaze was sharp. Why are you asking? She demanded. Are you looking to rub this in? Show off what you've gained in that forest while throwing my own failure back in my face? Your Highness, Eugenia whispered in alarm. Please, we are out. Cassandra spat, her eyes locked on Leon, but he didn't think she was talking to him. Eugenia looked equally confused, but fell silent. Cassandra then glanced at her and repeated, out. I would have a private word with Leon. Eugenia grimaced, but did as commanded and left the room. Every step she took toward the door felt like 1,000 years to Leon, who grew tenser and tenser the closer he and Cassandra grew to being alone. He could practically feel the pressure welling up within the princess, readying to explode as soon as the 7th-tier mage had left. As soon as Eugenia left and the door shut behind her, Cassandra sprang to her feet, her eyes wide with anger and her aura wild. Leon was alarmed for a moment, but her aura didn't have a single thread of killing intent, so as angry as Cassandra was, it didn't look like she was going to get violent. What the fuck are you doing here, Leon? She shouted. You lied to me on the way here, and then you watch as I get injured, as my people get picked off one by one, and then come to parade your own survival in front of me. Would you rather I died back there? Leon asked, his voice low, though no less threatening. Yes, Cassandra shouted. No, of course not. Both, Leon asked. Cassandra almost snarled at him, then rubbed her right shoulder. A little more quietly she said, no, I don't want you dead. I'm just. She sighed and collapsed back in her chair, suddenly looking exhausted and like she'd suddenly put all the weight of her empire on her shoulders. Frustrated? Leon asked. Angry? Maybe a little scared? Cassandra glared at him and didn't respond. Instead, she turned away from him as if just looking at him was painful. I lost one of my arms, too, you know, Leon explained, and Cassandra glanced at him with a skeptical look. It's true, Leon continued. About 14 years ago, maybe. 13. No, it can't have been that long. Well, I was sent out on a werewolf hunt, and the hunt was crashed by a powerful 7th-tier vampire. I was only 5th tier at the time and was forced to call on my contracted demon's power. My demon was able to kill the vampire in question, but channeling his power through me incinerated my left arm. What little charred bone and meat that was left had to be amputated as soon as I got a hospital. As Leon explained this part of his history, he waved his left arm at the princess in demonstration. Obviously, it was a temporary thing. My wife was able to help me regrow my arm with the help of an herb whose name I can't hope to remember. Still, I spent a few days without an arm, barely containing my fear and anxiety at missing such a big and crucial part of my body. It was distressing, to say the least. By this point, Cassandra had turned fully back toward him, and as he paused, she said, I lost people on this expedition. Valeria shouted at me about it right before our attempt to escape from those sprites' grove. She said that I was a bad leader. Not in so many words, but that's what she said. I agree with her. It might have been different if there were more gains made, but I'm going home with nothing. Nothing but bodies. She went quiet a moment as she glanced at her right arm. What am I now? No friends, no respect, no skills, no sword arm, I'm a FAI. Her voice caught before she could finish, and Leon saw unshed tears in her eyes. However, she went quiet, slammed her eyes shut, and he sensed her expressing a bit of her power. If he had to guess, she was using water magic to get rid of her tears without letting them fall. Leon didn't interrupt her at all as she did her best to maintain her dignity. When she opened her eyes, however, he asked, "Want to be friends?" With a shaky and not at all confident voice, she tried to deflect by quipping, What's wrong, Leon? Trying to work your way into my pants?" Leon just grimaced slightly, but understood that she was still trying to protect what was left of her ego. "No," he simply replied. She blinked rapidly at the bluntness of his reply, her uncertain smile frozen on her face. I was going to say, you blew your chance when my grandmother offered my hand in, It's better that you know she went quiet again, though this silence lasted only the span of a heartbeat. With a deep sigh, she said so quietly that he almost didn't hear, I understand. I'm not a good catch, so of course you're not interested. Leon just waved his hands in the air as if her attitude was something he could dissipate like smoke. Who said I wasn't interested? Well, I suppose I did back then, didn't I? Cassandra shrugged noncommittally. Look, you're beautiful and driven. Yeah, you did a lot wrong here, but the fact that you see that you did wrong, and the fact that you're owning it does you a lot of credit. It's not equal to what you've lost, but you've at least gained experience. Don't let something like this happen again. Cassandra slowly nodded. And I do mean it, Leon continued, I'd like to be friends. You and I are probably not going to see eye to eye on a lot of issues, but I enjoyed those times when we sparred, and that competition with the wyverns was fun. So what if I don't want your hand in marriage? That doesn't mean I don't want to spend more time with you. She stared at him, her expression rapidly morphing into something like disbelief. Then, she smiled shallowly and chuckled. Look, I'm not good at this, Leon said. This whole, making friends, thing isn't something I put much time into. But at the very least, I can listen if you need to talk about anything. Thank you, Cassandra murmured. I don't think I'll need it, though. Leon frowned slightly, then shrugged. I just hope you talk to someone about all this. I will, Cassandra said. Well, then, good, splendid. Leon trailed off a bit, unsure of where to go from there. So, after several excruciatingly long seconds, he said, should we iron out our plans to get back to Evergold? I'm in a bit of a hurry to get back to Oculera, so I'm hoping that the fastest we can do that, the better. Cassandra nodded, looking at least marginally more cheered up, and together, they went over the best route to head south. It was essentially the same route they took to get north, but they spoke in fairly fine detail about what they'd see on the route that, by the end of it, Cassandra was smiling again, though her smile didn't quite reach her eyes. The journey south went smoothly. Leon's concerns about people's reactions to exoticos weren't quite unfounded, but they weren't as bad as he was expecting. As they made their way further into civilized territory and back to the long forest city along the Nilos River, exoticos drew quite a few looks, but with him, Maya, Cassandra, and all the others there with them, no one's gaze lingered unduly. Their progress was fairly slow even by their standards with Anna's snapper and exoticos' unfamiliarity with flight. The cause was Cassandra leading them down to the ground while they were still crossing the farms just outside the city's suburbs. Once down there, Yevgenia retrieved a carriage from her soul realm, which Cassandra immediately got in. Can't have the people seeing their princess disarmed, she'd said to Leon in explanation, and he couldn't help but smile in response. If she was joking about her injury, then he felt like she'd be fine, eventually. They reached the city quick enough, though, and Leon led his people straight to the local Heaven's Eye enclave. Once there, his people went to rest, and Exoticos planted itself in the guest house's courtyard. From there, it grew into a tree several dozen feet high in an hour, and its leaves began to glow blue. When Leon asked what it was doing, it replied that it was exploring the city through the other local trees and its other senses. Leon was relieved that he didn't have to take Exoticos exploring in a more conventional way, but he was still just a little unnerved by the display. They didn't stay long in the city, fortunately, and after only one day of rest, their party was back on the Nilos River sailing southward. Their journey back to Evergold would go much faster now that they were going with, rather than against, the current. Unlike their journey north, Cassandra, while still escorting them south, didn't join them on Leon's yacht. Instead, she stayed on her own ship, receiving medical attention that would prepare her for getting her arm back. And, soon enough, the massive grove of trees that was the palace of Evergold came into view. Leon felt some kind of relief at seeing it, recognizing that they were soon going to be back in Oculara, and he could finally put his disagreement with the director behind him, one way or another. Very soon, no matter what would happen, he wouldn't have to keep stressing about what might happen, he'd just have to deal with what was happening, something he was much more comfortable with. However, his good mood quickly turned slightly sour when his yacht pulled into the local Heaven's Eye docks. About a mile further down the river, in a massive complex that was, judging by the banner and architectural style, the Ilian embassy, an enormous ship was moored, along with many escort ships, none of which had been there when Leon had first arrived in Evergold several weeks ago. It was clear enough that someone important was in the city, and it became clear who a moment later when, as if queued up for when he'd noticed them, he felt someone's weighty attention fall upon him. It wasn't that hard to track it given their seeming disinterest in hiding their power, and Leon saw sitting in a private courtyard within the sprawling Ilian embassy, Lord Protector Anastasios, grinning back at him and raising a glass of wine in greeting. Chapter 759. Awakened Strength. Leon stared back at Anastasios for a long moment, shocked at the Lord Protector's appearance. However, after several seconds, propriety kicked back in and he raised a hand in greeting, returning the Lord Protector's casual acknowledgement. For his part, Anastasios seemed amused more than anything at Leon's shock, and briefly smirked before returning to the conversation he was having with someone who looked quite important. Leon didn't think it was too important of a conversation, else they'd have been speaking in a place where he wouldn't have been able to see them, but he could tell that the topic was shifting in his direction when the important person, an 8th-tier mage formally dressed, glanced in his direction. Feeling awkward and on edge, Leon turned around and, as gracefully as he could, hurried into the nearby Heaven's Eye guesthouse where the wards against magic senses would keep him out of sight until he regained his composure. As he worked on that, he hurriedly made his way to where his family was settling back in and told them of who was in the city. Why would the Lord Protector come here? Elise wondered, sounding just as shocked as Leon had felt. There aren't any particularly important religious festivals or political conferences happening, at least, as far as I'm aware of. Could be he's just here on vacation, Valeria suggested, though her own doubtful tone indicated how little she believed it. Has something happened recently that would prompt the Lord Protector to come here? Elise wondered further. If anything had happened, Leon said, then we probably would have heard about it on the way south. Something big enough to draw a man of his power and position this far north would have had all the Empire talking about it. You're here, Maya said, giving voice to what was on all of their minds. Leon, grimacing, responded, but would he come all this way just for me? More than 10 years since we've last spoken. If he wanted to speak with me, then I was just down the Scamander River. But instead if he's here for me, then why wait until now? When I'm so much further away. He might have waited until you were outside of Heaven's Eye's direct influence, Valeria whispered. Somewhere the director can't necessarily reach, Elise agreed. The director is not all-powerful within Oculara, Leon pointed out. The city is still within the Ilian Empire, and any authority the director has within it has been leased to him by the Ilian Emperor. He has no authority to stop the Lord Protector himself from arriving for any reason, nor could he stop Anastasios if he tried to force the issue. Elise frowned lightly. Just because there's nothing preventing him from coming to our home in Oculara doesn't mean that doing so is the best course of action, politically. Better to meet on neutral ground. Leon frowned to match his wife. I really hope he's not here for me. I do not want to deal with him right now. Unfortunately, Valeria whispered, that might not be up to us. If he comes here, what are we going to do? Turn him away. Right, Elise concurred. Besides, with us back in the Empire, I'm sure we'll receive some kind of invitation to the Imperial Palace for a party of some kind. It might be a couple of days so that Princess Cassandra can heal, but I can see it coming. And if we're invited to a get-together, the Lord Protector isn't going to be snubbed at the same time. We can leave, Maya suggested, and Leon agreed with the sentiment, even if he knew it wasn't a good idea. That would be rude, Elise replied. Better to wait a few days to ensure that if the Evergolden Empress wants to summon us, then we're in the city. Leaving before then makes it look like we're running away, and our hosts might be insulted. It's not a good thing to do just to try and avoid Lord Protector Anastasios. Like cutting off a foot after stepping in glass, Valeria said. Yeah, that glass isn't bothering you anymore, but you've done yourself more harm than good. Maya frowned and shrugged. Through clenched teeth, Leon said, we'll stay. We can play the game. No need to let a lack of desire to speak with the Lord Protector push us into doing something stupid. We don't even know why he's here at all. Could be he's just here on vacation, like you said. I doubt I was right, though, Valeria replied. It was Leon's turn to shrug. We'll find out eventually, I think. That we will, Elise replied. That we will. Whatever Anastasios' reason for being here, it clearly didn't immediately involve Leon, or if it did, then the Lord Protector seemed like he was going to wait. So, without much else to do except wait around for a while, Leon decided to spend some time meditating. During the expedition, he'd used black fire more consistently than he'd ever had before, exciting on its own, but it paled in comparison to the realization he'd had on the way back to Evergold. He could now use his black fire just about at will. The Heaven's Eye guest house in Evergold came with plenty of room for private training, so Leon soon found himself in a secluded meditation chamber, sitting cross-legged on a cushion on the floor. His hands were in front of him, and above his upraised palms was a small black flame, roiling and churning in the air as Leon marveled at what he was now doing. Just as with his silver-blue lightning, his black flame had come so easily that he was astounded that he'd had so much trouble with it before. The great black dragon's suppression was clearly slipping hard, he figured. When he'd first made the realization of what he had to do to call upon this power, he'd felt almost like a sleeping dragon just waiting to be woken up. That metaphorical dragon had woken up in the proto-forest, and now it rested within him, patiently waiting for him to call upon it. It felt amazing. Leon stared at the small burning ball of black fire hovering in the air. He poked his finger at it, and it felt kind of like he'd stuck his finger in a bowl of warm water. However, a moment later, he stuck a shard of scrap iron into the fire, and it just about liquefied. He was taken off guard and had to pull it back to keep molten iron from dripping all over himself and the floor of the meditation chamber. But still, he was ecstatic. This power, so long denied him, was now in his control, and with so little fanfare. He wasn't sure how long he could maintain it or the scale at which he could consciously produce it, but he knew that in terms of sheer destructive potential, black fire quite possibly outclassed his lightning. His lightning, of course, was something he was far more adept at using, and it was much more useful in general, but if he wanted to kill something or destroy it utterly, then his black fire might just be what he used from now on. He restrained himself as much as he could from reveling in this turn of events. It represented such a huge boon to his personal power that it was incredibly difficult to hold back his emotions, but he did his best, knowing that there were some problems that might crop up now. So, Leon stopped channeling his black fire and cast himself down into his soul realm. Once there, he saw Zaphon immersed in absorbing the mists of chaos, and Nestor was busy seeing to the piece of thunderous wood that Leon had received from the tree sprites. The one he was far more concerned about was perched nearby, watching him with as much of a smile as her avian face could express. With a flap of her wings, the Thunderbird took off, making a beeline for the mountain within which lay Leon's transformation enchantment. Without hesitation, Leon took off after her. When they both landed, the Thunderbird transformed back into her human body, and the first thing Leon noticed was the smile that her beak couldn't make, now spread across her bronze face so wide that he was almost afraid her head was about to fall off. "You did it," she said, pride dripping from her voice as she strode forward and pulled Leon into a deep, motherly hug. "I always knew that that power was yours to command, and it's so gratifying to be proven right." Leon chuckled as he returned the hug, his usual discomfort with physical contact nowhere to be seen. "It feels far better to actually use this power," he responded as he pulled back from his ancestor. "Describe it to me," the Thunderbird demanded, though her enthusiasm and glee was obvious enough that Leon wasn't in the least offended. "I think," he murmured as he searched for the right words. "It's kind of like I've been sleeping for a long time. My slumber has been getting lighter for years, and I've nearly stirred several times, but now, it feels like I'm finally awake. I'm still a little sleepy, but," his heart thumped in his chest, his grin was unwavering, and he could barely contain his laughter. His excitement was so great that he couldn't even finish his description. However, as the Thunderbird just watched him try to maintain his composure with a look of pride and amusement on her face, his mind drifted back toward the problem that now presented itself, and his demeanor quickly changed to something much more serious. "Ancestor," he said, his tone heavy with consequence, "how able are you to do me harm here?" The Thunderbird responded, now looking a little confused. Leon's eyes drifted in the direction that hers always pointed whenever the great black dragon was brought up, and he repeated, "If you wanted to harm me, how capable are you of doing so? This place is my soul realm, right? The place where I'm both most powerful and most vulnerable. You are dead, but you still have some power at your disposal. Are you able to turn that against me?" The Thunderbird followed his gaze, and when understanding came to her, she replied with a conciliatory smile, "Yes and no. My ability to harm you here is limited, as your soul realm is the last place that I can even exist within. If it were to be destroyed, I would have nowhere left to exist, and so I would dissipate into nothingness. I don't know what might happen after that, but suffice it to say that while I could turn what remains of my power upon you, I would never do so. But I suppose to fully answer your question without conditions, yes, if I wanted to, I could do damage to your soul realm. I might even be able to go so far as to kill you if I were to really put my mind to the task." All traces of Leon's smile vanished as she spoke, and his gaze turned sharp. Before he could interrupt, the Thunderbird continued, "You don't need to worry about too much, Leon. It's not only my existence that relies upon your continued well-being, but my legacy, as well. If there's one thing that all ascended beasts value, it is their legacy." Leon glanced at her, skepticism dripping from his countenance. "I'm the last member of your clan yet living." He said no more, his point made. The Thunderbird looked a little uncomfortable, and an awkward silence settled over them for a moment. "The great black dragon takes these matters much more seriously than I do," the Thunderbird eventually said, her voice quiet with emotion that her stony face didn't betray. "That he has other descendants doesn't matter. He postures and he threatens, but he won't act against you." "How certain are you?" Leon asked. "Relatively," she replied. Leon stared at her, trying to pry more answers from her without saying a word. However, his pressure paled in comparison to hers, and it soon became clear that this conversation was over. "Now, then," the Thunderbird said, "shall we do some training? These were some heavy matters, and I'm eager to put them behind us. What do you say?" Leon was about to agree when the pit that housed the transformation enchantment caught his eye. "I have a few more questions, if you'll indulge," he said. "So long as you indulge me during training," she responded with a sadistic look, and Leon had to suppress a shiver. His ancestor, while generally lax and permissive, could be quite the taskmaster when she wanted to be. So, after taking a moment to steel himself, Leon glanced at his transformation enchantment and asked, "Can this thing be adapted to stimulate my dragon blood? Is that even a wise thing to do?" "I'm sure it could be adapted," the Thunderbird replied. "Much of my own knowledge of such magic comes from the great black dragon himself, from back when he actually deigned to answer my questions and when the idea of you transforming was still theoretical. As it is now, he'll render me no more aid, and I don't have enough knowledge on the particulars of his bloodline to properly tune this enchantment to target it. So, I suppose, the answer is, yes, but you'll have to find your own way to adapt it." "I'll just add it to the list of things to study," Leon whispered. "That list must be extensive by now," the Thunderbird wryly stated. "It's a good thing for a man to have goals," Leon shot back. "Would you rather I while away my days doing nothing at all? With no hopes and dreams besides some vague notion of rebuilding the clan?" "No need to be so touchy, boy," the Thunderbird responded, her smile back on her face. "You have other questions, don't you?" "Yes," Leon said, moving on. "That tree sprite the 9th tier 1 from back in the proto-forest gave me a piece of wood that contains a ton of lightning magic. Do you have any idea what it is or how it can be used? Or how it can be reproduced? Had I the iron needle still in hand, such knowledge would be easy to acquire," the Thunderbird stated. "With that universe fragment, and especially when combined with the storm diamond, all the secrets of lightning were laid bare to me. After mastering them, I would only have to ask, and the universe fragments would teach me. Unfortunately, they are lost to us. Right? One in the north, and one in the clan's vault, right?" Leon confirmed. "Possibly. Probably." Leon nodded. "But, Your knowledge of lightning is still unparalleled, isn't it? Surely you have some insight, even without your toys. Universe fragments are not toys, boy. The Thunderbird sounded mildly affronted but didn't dwell. I'll have a look at what you've found. It's not something native to the Nexus, but it does seem rather familiar. Familiar how? The Thunderbird went quiet for a long moment, her eyes narrow and wistful, as if lost in memory. When she spoke again, she showed that that was an accurate description. A long, long time ago, she quietly narrated, before my clan had been established, and before I'd even made a name for myself in the Nexus, I saw an ark built of strange wood. I didn't know it at the time, but it was the personal vessel of a primal god or one of its highest-ranked angels. I honestly can't remember. The ark was beyond powerful, and I never quite knew how such a thing had been built. It was almost as if the wood contained all the lightning within the fiercest of storms, and could discharge it without enchantment. Such was my impression, at least. This wood feels similar. The ability to channel lightning without enchantment, and to store power without gems. As an enchanter, I'm sure you know the implications of what that would mean. Leon nodded. If such a material existed and he had to force himself to remain skeptical even though the wood was now in his possession, then it could completely revolutionize the way he made his enchantments. Steel would never be completely replaced, and he'd certainly never make a sword completely out of wood, but such a material would be worth far more than its weight in gold. At the very least, he'd gone years without a new bow, and it was about time to get one. If he could replicate this material, then he might be able to make a bow that might rival a flame lance, if not exceed one, in power. If he used this wood as a power source for his lightning lances, then he could potentially increase their power as well. He couldn't wait to explore the possibilities. Leon looked at the Thunderbird. Will you take a look at it for me? You couldn't stop me from examining that thing if you tried. Leon smiled again. I'm looking forward to your findings. You can look forward to them after you finish your training. Come now, boy, let's see what that black fire of yours is capable of. Without another word, the Thunderbird assumed an aggressive posture, and Leon was forced to do likewise. Like a lightning bolt, the Thunderbird exploded at him after a moment of quiet tension, and he was forced to fight hard to keep himself from being instantly beaten. Unfortunately, despite her statement implying otherwise, it seemed to Leon that the Thunderbird didn't actually want to test his black fire, but rather wanted to show him just how much better lightning was as an element. The speed she attacked him with was something he simply couldn't match with fire coursing through him. He was forced to use his own lightning to keep up and didn't once manage to land a hit on his ancestor with black fire, to her obvious amusement. So, when he left his soul realm, he did so just a little bit less excited about his black fire, but the knowledge that it was now his to command still buoyed him up more than he ever thought it would. Chapter 760. Retainer's Autonomy. After his exchange with the Thunderbird, Leon returned to his meditations and continued reveling in his command of black fire. For hours, he gave all responsible parents everywhere a headache by playing with fire, and when he finally left his meditation chamber, he still had a few black sparks dancing around his fingers. However, his jubilant mood was slightly marred when he heard what sounded like a whispered argument not too far away. Upon investigation, he found Alex and Alcander locked in what looked like a heated conversation next to the guest house's main courtyard. And I'm telling you, just because Tikos is a sprite doesn't mean he's a lady. Alcander insisted. Tikos can grow seeds. Alex countered. Sure, she doesn't have babies, like we do, but by definition, she's a girl. Not a chance, Alcander insisted as he emphatically shook his head. If he were human, Tikos would hang low, without a doubt. Like down to his knees low. A real man's man, that's what Tikos is. The seeds thing is just because he's like half-tree or something. Any worry Leon had about their disagreement being about something that carried deadly importance faded with every word they spoke, and he calmly walked over to them. As soon as she noticed his approach, Alex seized upon it. Leon! She shouted. She glanced back into the courtyard where Exoticos had rooted itself, then turned back to Leon and asked, Tikos. Boy or girl? Leon stared at her with mild amusement. Why ask me? Also, why are you calling them Tikos? Oh, well, Exoticos was a bit of a mouthful, so I asked her if I could shorten her name to something easier to say. She said it was fine. Leon nodded, then asked the more relevant question. You can ask them about their name, but you can't ask if boy or girl. Alex frowned and Alcander pointedly looked away. Well, you see, Alex mumbled, it's embarrassing to have to ask, you know. Like, I get that Tikos isn't human so it isn't apparent, but what if that's a sensitive question? I don't want to offend her. You don't want to offend your newest comrade, Leon said, so instead, you're just going to make an assumption. That sounds like a good way to offend someone. Who knows how they might take it? Or, better yet, Gaius said as he appeared behind Leon, why not just get to know them, and ask later when you're more familiar? Until then, don't assume. I can't do that, Alex replied, sounding scandalized. That makes it more embarrassing. Imagine if I had to ask you right now if you were a man or a woman. Wouldn't you take offense? Gaius shrugged. I think I'd tell you, and only be kind of mildly amused. Maybe I might think of ways to make it more apparent, but offended. I don't think I would go that far, it's still embarrassing, Alcander muttered. Hardly, Alcander boastfully countered. Why do we need to ask when the answer is obvious? If Exoticos were human, he'd be the kind of man who'd make the rest of us look like children. Muscular and handsome, and probably completely oblivious to the effect he would have on women. Gaius wondered, do you want to fuck the tree sprite? Alcander went quiet, though from shock or something else, Leon couldn't quite tell. What? Of course not. Despite his protestations, Leon, Alex, and Gaius all stared at him. Alcander didn't even make it 3 seconds before he cracked. Oh, come on, don't tell me all of you aren't at least a little curious how these things do it. I'm not, Gaius said. Neither am I, agreed Leon. Alex paused, then conceded, maybe a little. See, it's fascinating, isn't it? Leon stared at Alcander for a long moment. The first tree sprite you've ever met that'll speak with us, and you're wondering how to fuck it. I'm wondering if it fucks. And if you can get a little action, too, Gaius riposted. Alcander shrugged. Leon sighed. All right, then why don't I lead you all in a new mission? Follow me. No need to guess their sex, gender, or whatever else when we can just ask. Anything else you might want to do with them is between you and them. Just remember that they're 6th tier equivalent, so if you get pushy, you'll be in for a world of hurt. A little pain can spice things up, but I'm no masochist, Alcander said mostly to himself. Alex and Gaius remained quiet. Leon confidently strode into the courtyard and made a beeline for Exoticos. Alex and Alcander, each looking rather mortified, followed, with a curious Gaius right behind. As he approached Exoticos' tree, Leon called out to his newest retainer, Exoticos, do you have a moment? Without any apparent hesitation, the upper half of Exoticos' body emerged from the tree like a strange roughly human-shaped growth out of the trunk. It held out its hand and a small piece of amber congealed in its palm again. Leon, it said, is there something wrong? Not wrong, per se, Leon replied. Just a tiny issue with regards to our differing biologies, and the hope that you could clear something up that we're a little unsure of. Anything I help to do. Thank you, Leon said. I'd like to apologize first off if this is a sensitive question, it's just that as humans, these things can be hard to determine in some cases without asking first. Does this have to do with the speaking that Alex and Al had in yonder? Exoticos asked as its leaves fluttered with the scent of something mildly spicy. Alex immediately went beet red and Alcander suddenly found the grass in the courtyard very interesting. Yes, Leon replied, then allow me to easy make, Exoticos offered, and it exuded a scent of calming sweetness. My kind possess parts that humans might call male and female. We make no distinction, we are but growths of the mane, budding each other with. As it spoke, the tree sprite held out its left arm, the one that didn't contain the amber piece, and a number of flowers sprang from the cracks in its bark skin. Tikos, Alex muttered with both curiosity and concern, are you flashing us right now? I am using none-light magic, Exoticos replied. Not what I was asking, but I think that's a yes, Alex replied. Something smelled slightly damp, but fresh. I'm unsure of what you mean. My flowers are how I make new buds. Interesting, Leon responded, not feeling much embarrassment at the tree sprite showing off its equivalent of reproductive organs. So you have no real defined biological sex? No. In that case, is it all a matter to you how we might refer to you? Sweetness again filled the air, and Exoticos responded. Alex asked if she could refer to me as Tikos. That will do, but in other cases, it to me makes difference none. Thank you, Leon said as he looked back at the others. When he looked back at Tikos, he asked, have you been seeing enough from here? We can head out into the city if you want, there are enough trees here to see, Tikos replied. If there are trees none elsewhere, then I would need to travel there to see. Here, I can see just fine. All right, well, if you need anything else, just let me know. With that, Leon left Tychos to its own devices, and Alex, Alcander, and Gaius followed him out of the courtyard, the former two looking beyond mortified. Oh, that was even worse than I thought it would be, Alex moaned. At least it's over, Alcander croaked. Oh, come on, Gaius responded. It wasn't that bad, was it? If I never do that again, it'll be too soon, Alex replied. Alcander grunted in agreement. Well, now you know, Leon said. I get the feeling that we might have to get used to asking these questions if we make it a habit of encountering other non-human beings that don't fit human archetypes. You didn't have this much trouble with the stone giants, did you, Alex? Alex frowned and shrugged. I never really spoke with them, I couldn't speak their language, she reminded him. Though, I have to admit, I was always curious, they didn't have any genders or sexes, either, Leon explained. Further down the hall, a door opened, and Anshu came strolling out, looking rather bored. However, when he noticed them walking towards him, he seemed to hesitate for a moment, then approached. Leon, the Indradian said as he nervously stroked his mustache. Mind if I speak to you in private? Sure thing, Leon replied. He glanced at the others, and when they told him they had nothing else that needed his attention, he went off with Anshu. Given that they were in a guest house for visiting Heaven's Eye dignitaries, a private sitting room was easy enough to find. As the two made themselves comfortable, Leon watched Anshu. The man seemed somewhat on edge, and over the past few weeks, had been even more aloof than usual. So, recognizing that something was on his mind, Leon didn't press him for information, and simply waited for him to get comfortable and finally give voice to what was going through his head. He wound up waiting an almost painfully long couple of minutes. Leon, Anshu slowly said, do you have any plans for heading to the Raj anytime soon? Leon frowned lightly and replied, no. My current plans are to shore up my support in Heaven's Eye. Why, has something changed that would make your business more time-sensitive? Anshu softly scowled and, after a moment's hesitation, replied, no. He rubbed the back of his head and continued, I just, nearly died out in that forest. Leon nodded in understanding. Anshu had been poisoned by a lesser tree sprite, which meant he'd probably experienced quite a bit of pain and possibly other symptoms before Helen was able to administer the antitoxin. I've been thinking ever since then, Anshu said. I have my own enemies in the Raj, and every day they continue to live brings shame upon me. I still have a few friends there, though, and I was hoping to try and make regular contact with them again. You haven't been in regular contact with them so far? Leon asked. Not since you confronted me about my correspondence with the Prince of Tosili. That was more than a decade ago. You haven't gotten any word from your homeland since then? Nothing from unofficial sources, Anshu replied. I've relied entirely on public news brought back from traders that have gone to the southwest. Leon felt some doubt, but he gave its benefit to Anshu. Well, what are you asking for specifically? Greater leave to conduct your business? Or are you asking me to get directly involved in Raj politics? I don't think the latter would be necessary, Anshu replied. Besides, if you're looking to shore up your connections within Heaven's Eye, then getting political would hardly be the best thing to do, would it? My concern exactly. I won't put you in that kind of situation. What I'm asking for is more from the former. A little more autonomy to act as I need to, with you and the rest of your retinue providing support and backup to me if I need it. Leon nodded again, then switched to a more negotiating demeanor. For this support, what would be the benefits for me and my retinue? He asked. After all, we'd be losing you for at least some of the time, so what would be our compensation? You are still under contract with me, after all, unless you wish to formally end our contract. No, Anshu hastily replied. Having your connections is paramount in my mind, even if I never actually use them. Having you in my corner will be critical for my chances of actually pulling off the revenge I've so long for craved. Leon smiled. He already had an idea of what he might ask in return for giving Anshu more leave and autonomy. Tell me, Anshu, you were a smuggler, yes? Yes, Anshu answered. I was never a pirate. I never took part in piratical activities. I just moved things from place to place under the noses of governmental authorities. Have you ever heard of the Saltwater Road? Anshu stared at him in mild surprise, then nodded his head. It's not really a road, most of it is run by boat, as a matter of fact. It's a smuggling ring composed of several allied groups that moves contraband between the empires and the kingdoms of the southwest. Mostly the Raj, their route mostly takes them along the western coast and goes through the Illumerian wetlands, though when Jorman called up the favors I owed him and had me travel to the Serpentine Isles, there was talk of them expanding south to include the southern coast of the Tam and the Pegasi states. I can't imagine they've had much luck, though, as the Imperial fleets plying the Argonaut Sea and the veins of vigilance between the southern islands are very hard to avoid. I've heard that there's been quite a bit of naval buildup down there, as of late, Leon observed. That would make it even less likely that they've expanded that far, Anshu said. All right, have you, then, ever heard of a man named Stelios? Anshu's frown deepened slightly, and he confirmed, yes, I have. A man named Stelios is rumored to lead one of the bigger smuggling groups that compose the Saltwater Road. Once smuggled goods enters Imperial territory, it's usually handled by the wings of the Tau smuggling ring, which would be Stelios group or so I've heard. I mostly handled contraband on the other side of the road, moving goods from the Raj to the wetlands where some other group would take over. Leon nodded again. The reason I ask all of this is because, when I consulted with Emily about what my next steps should be shortly before we left for this expedition, she recommended that I speak with this Stelios. He openly operates a handful of vineyards in Oculera. Given his rumored real occupation, she was sure that he would have information on vampires living within Imperial lands. It was Anshu's turn to nod, and he concurred, that wouldn't surprise me. There aren't many jobs that a vampire can get once their condition becomes too severe to hide. Their choices become either hide out in the brush where there aren't many sacrifices to be had, or join an illegitimate business where they get more support in exchange for some of their demonic services. Given that slaves are one of the most common and profitable goods to smuggle, it makes some sense that vampires would choose to ally with smugglers and slavers who can get their hands on good sacrifices fairly easily. Such was Emila's thinking, too, Leon replied. As I'm sure you can understand, rather reluctant to make contact personally. But, if someone else were to make contact in my stead, to act as a go-between so that any connections between myself and these smugglers can be easily denied, then we might be in better shape. Anshu smiled as the realization of what Leon wanted him to do became obvious. And you want me to make contact with Stelios in your stead? Yes, Leon immediately answered. You act my information gatherer within the Saltwater Road. Find me actionable intel on vampires, and in return, you can hunt down any information you need on your enemies within the Raj. You'll still be considered part of my retinue, so I'll continue to pay you, and you'll stay in regular contact with me. If I ever need you for anything, I'll recall you, just as I'll be there if you ever need me for anything. If I were to make contact with Stelios on your behalf, Anshu began, what authority do I have to negotiate for you? Not much, Leon replied. For now, it's just making contact. We can work on something a little more committed later. I'm mostly just concerned about vampires and don't want to get drawn into Stelios' work too deeply. If Stelios requires some kind of price for that information, whether monetary or as a favor, then you'll relay that to me. I'll tell you right now, I will not honor any promises made on my behalf if I don't give the okay. Okay, I can roll with that, Anshu said as he stroked his mustache in thought. It'll be good to check back in on some of my friends in other ports, too. I think this deal will work, Leon. That's fantastic to hear, Leon replied. He and Anshu went over a few more details, and by the time they parted ways for the night, they'd worked out a workable plan. Anshu would be attempting to contact Stelios when they returned to Oculera while Leon was busy with Heaven's Eye. Leon thought that this was going to be a good deal for everyone. He needed intel on the vampires, and it was clear enough that Anshu wasn't fitting in well with his retinue. Giving the man some room to breathe and collect himself was probably for the best, and after more than 10 years, Leon was fine with affording him a bit of trust. Hopefully, once all of this was over and Anshu no longer had his vengeance weighing on his mind, he could integrate better with Leon's retinue. And Leon did want the man in his retinue. He had a wealth of experience in a critical field that Leon was a rank novice at, naval matters. Leon didn't know the first thing about commanding ships, and if it weren't for the range of his magic senses, he thought that he'd get completely lost at sea and have little hope of successfully navigating anywhere. Anshu, however, would be his answer. Or at least, Leon hoped that Anshu could be his answer. He needed someone who knew ships, regardless. He felt good about the meeting, as a result. The deal he and Anshu had worked out had great potential, and he looked forward to seeing how much, if at all, it paid off. However, that good mood was spoiled slightly when he received word that the Empress had found the time to formally invite his people to the palace the following night. It didn't seem to be an invitation to a party, feast, or religious ceremony, though, so Leon wasn't sure what to make of it. The only thing he was certain of, however, was that Anastasios was undoubtedly going to be there, too. Chapter 761. New attitude. When Leon walked into the throne room of the Sacred Golden Empire's imperial palace, he did so much as he did about a month before, flanked on both sides first by Elise, Maya, and Valeria, and then by several imperial guards. Unlike the last time he was here, however, the massive courtyard surrounded by trees was nearly empty, driving home just how big it was without people to fill it. More than that, they clearly weren't readying for a feast to celebrate a religious holiday, leaving the entire area looking strangely eerie. The small river on the other side of the throne room still flowed, though, and the stone throne on its high platform was empty. The Empress and a handful of additional guards, including two who were of the 9th tier who stared daggers at Leon and Maya from the moment they were escorted in, were at the foot of the throne's stairs, though. The Empress was dressed in typical sumptuous Evergolden style, so Leon could assume that this wasn't an informal event. However, as soon as they walked in, the Empress began walking forward, and as it had the previous time, the enchanted stream parted around her, with not a single drop of water daring to sully her vestments. "Welcome," she greeted warmly. "Welcome. Please, come on in." As she welcomed them in, she nodded to the guards who'd escorted them in, and they bowed deeply and left, leaving Leon's small party alone with the Empress and her guards. "Your Majesty," Leon said, bowing only as low as he needed to in order to not seem disrespectful of the Empress in her own throne room. His lovers at his side the same. "No need for formalities today, Leon Rame," the Empress said. "Please, come with me, I was hoping I could speak with you for a while." "Of course." The Empress began walking down another path through the forest within the massive chamber formed by the imperial palace tree's intertwined branches and thick canopy of leaves, and Leon followed closely. As he did, though, he did his best to keep his head on a subtle swivel, constantly on the lookout for the man that he was certain would be here until the moment he entered the throne room and saw that he wasn't Anastasios, Lord Protector of the Ilian Empire. It seemed he wasn't subtle enough, as the Empress asked him, looking for something or someone. Her tone was teasing, and while she'd hit the nail on the head, he wasn't quite sure she was talking about Anastasios. "I just find it a little strange, is all," Leon replied. "I figured there'd be more people around. This is your imperial palace, isn't it? The center of your imperial government. Most of the day-to-day business happens elsewhere within our palace complex," the Empress helpfully explained. "Our throne room is seldom used, actually. Maybe only 3 or 4 times per month." "Huh," Leon grunted in surprise, drawing several disgusted looks from the guards around them for his lack of formality. He just ignored them. The Empress led them to the same meeting room that the Grand Druid had led him to the last time he was here, telling him that what they were going to discuss was going to be private. His guard went up a little bit, but that Elise, Maya, and Valeria were brought with encouraged him. The guards were left outside as the Empress escorted them into the private meeting room. Leon found this just a little strange, but the Empress herself was a 9th tier mage, and when he walked in, he found that the Grand Druid herself was waiting at the opposite end of the table, the crown of Nestor's sister Penthesilea glittering on her head. She grinned like a fisherman who'd just hauled a fat fish out of the sea as Leon walked in. Leon did his best not to seem unnerved at her demeanor, but it wasn't the easiest thing to do. However, his eyes did drift to her crown, and a muted sense of indignation helped him on that front. "Welcome back to our empire, Leon Rame," the Grand Druid drawled, before giving similar greetings to Leon's ladies. "It's good to be back," Leon politely, though not quite truthfully replied. "I've always loved the wilderness, and have to admit that the overly artificial urban zones of Ilion don't even have half the appeal of Evergold." The Grand Druid smiled again, though this time her expression seemed much more natural. Before anyone could say anything more, someone else walked in just as Leon and his party were taking their seats. Cassandra, still without her right arm, which her golden dress seemed almost designed to show off. Her shoulder was wrapped in bandages, though, so her maiming, while almost painfully obvious, was also hidden from view. "Apologies for being late," Cassandra said as she hurried over to sit with her mother and grandmother. "Cassandra," the Empress said affectionately, throwing Leon a quick look of concern as she did, it's best if you return to the healers and ensure that your restoration goes well. I'm not going to miss this, Cassandra defiantly replied. I took part in this expedition, and I want to be a part of providing a report on how it went. How it went is pretty obvious, the Grand Druid said as she used her magic power to levitate Cassandra into the air, much to the princess's shock, and carried her closer to her grandmother. As the Grand Druid set the princess down, the older woman gently brushed against Cassandra's armless shoulder. Are you in any pain? Mother, the Empress said chidingly, perhaps now isn't the time for this. Business and, this is the perfect time for it, the Grand Druid almost snapped. Leon Rame, do you have any problems with me showing my granddaughter some affection? Leon thinly smiled at being put on the spot, and quickly replied, none at all. Please, don't mind me. He supposed the Empress was concerned with their side, showing weakness in front of him, but he was there when Cassandra had lost her arm, so it wasn't like this was a surprise. In fact, the only thing he was surprised about was that Cassandra hadn't yet been healed. He'd assumed that in the hours since their return to Evergold, then the princess would have already had her arm restored. Despite his platitudes, the Grand Druid didn't spend too much longer doting on Cassandra, and soon enough, they got to the point of their meeting. What happened out there? The Grand Druid asked Leon. It was a refreshingly blunt question, and he answered with only as much detail as he thought appropriate. He started first with their journey north, with Cassandra eagerly jumping in for part of it. Then, the two alternated telling the story of their expedition from their perspectives, and the Grand Druid made sure to pause every now and then to get Elise, Valeria, and Maya's perspectives. Maya was the only one who didn't readily respond, which the Empress seemed insulted by, but the Grand Druid shrugged off. At this point, knowing that there wasn't anything at all to be salvaged from the research facility anymore, and knowing that the tree sprites were more than willing to defend themselves with their magic, Leon didn't hold much back in his explanation. Besides, he figured if he wasn't upfront about this expedition, Cassandra would be, so he might as well get his own story out there first. His only real concern was what the Grand Druid, the only 10th tier mage in the entire Sacred Golden Empire, might do upon learning of the tree sprite commune living within her empire. Interesting, the Grand Druid said as he finished his explanation up through his first meeting with the 9th tier tree sprite. I had no idea such a creature lived within the forest. I'd assumed it was just the usual predators preventing us from venturing further in. She didn't sound particularly hostile, which Leon took to be an encouraging sign. The Grand Druid continued, did this tree sprite seem at all inclined to making any alliances, in your estimation? She asked the entire room, but her gaze was focused only on Leon and Cassandra. Not at all, Leon answered. Those sprites just want to be left alone. I can't imagine anyone entering their forest would be welcomed at all. What about those with those runes you made? The Empress asked. Those, truth, and, open, runes. Wouldn't any more of those work? Why are you asking? Leon bluntly wondered, drawing a look of muted anger from the Empress and a quick pinch of warning to his arm from Elise. Ignoring both, he asked, are you looking to invade the forest to try and run those tree sprites out of your empire? They represent a clear threat, the Empress began, but the Grand Druid cut her off. We're not looking to try and exterminate any tree sprites, Leon. All we want to know is if we can make an alliance with them. A mutual support treaty, at the very least. Tree sprites are known to have great skill in nature magic, and we'd be more than willing to learn from them. If they're not that willing to work with us, then we have no problems leaving them be. It's not like the proto-forest has some great resource that we're in desperate need of, anyway. I'd argue against invading the forest, too, Cassandra said, any traces of the arrogant attitude that she'd shown off only a month before nowhere to be seen. They clearly have the support of something powerful, given the level of enchantments they showed off. I mean, those ancient runes in the branches of that 9th tier sprite's tree show that it has quite a bit of power it never called down upon us, Leon grimly nodded. He agreed with Cassandra's statement wholeheartedly. Leon, the Grand Druid said, drawing his attention back to her. Is there anything left in that forest other than the sprites? No, Leon immediately replied, recognizing the look on her face. She was done with the report and was far more interested in the results at this point. So, in other words, the Empress said, you're the only one that gained anything from this whole endeavor. What was the point of allowing you access to the forest in the first place, then? Now, the Grand Druid responded with an admonishing look, let's not get too worked up over who's bringing what back. Here, have something sweet, keep yourself calm. The 10th tier mage waved her hand and some kind of roll drenched in sparkling golden sauce appeared in front of the Empress, who looked about as willing to eat it as she might a live snake. Leon, Cassandra said as the Empress turned to glare at her mother, who grinned back rather provocatively. Leon looked to the princess, who continued, "Come with me, I'd like to have a few words. Ladies Elise, Valeria, and Naiad should come, too." "We're not done," the Empress insisted. "No, let them go," the Grand Druid said. "We have a few things to go over, ourselves, before we're ready to hear the results of this expedition." Leon could see the rising tension growing between the two, and he and his lovers followed Cassandra out the door about as quickly as they could. Once they'd left the meeting room, everyone breathed a deep sigh of relief, and Cassandra led them further down the path toward a small square surrounded by trees not far away. It was similar to the meeting room, though instead of a stone table surrounded by thick enchanted hedges, the place was mostly open, with only a few stone benches around the perimeter. Along the way, Leon noted that they were followed by one of the Empress' 9th tier guards, though he couldn't say it was unwarranted with them heading off alone with the princess. Cassandra immediately sat down on one of the benches and sighed with obvious fatigue. "Are you doing all right, Your Highness?" Elise asked. "She's fine," Valeria replied in Cassandra's stead. The princess glared at her, but Valeria smiled challengingly back. "We've sparred enough that I can see the difference between pain and exhaustion. You're just tired, you're not in much pain. I'd punch you if you weren't right," Cassandra grunted. To Elise, she replied, "I'm doing fine. Our healers here are very good at their jobs and made sure that I was well taken care of. If the arm wasn't gone I'd almost swear that nothing was wrong." "Then, you're tired because," Elise whispered, nodding back toward the meeting room. "My mother and grandmother have rarely seen eye to eye," Cassandra explained without too much obvious concern. "I've grown used to it, but they usually get on the same page before they meet with someone together. Honestly, I'm surprised you had to see them disagree like that." "It was hardly much of a disagreement," Leon said. He shrugged and added, "Not like I'm going to judge them. I don't much care what page they're on so long as they're not trying to worm their way into my business." "That's exactly what they're trying to do," Cassandra responded. Yeah, I thought so," Leon groaned. "It sounded like your mother expected something of value to be both found, and then turned over to her from all of this. Care to explain?" "You never would have gotten far in this empire without our consent," Cassandra elucidated. "Given your lineage, I can't imagine at all that you expected we'd just let you walk around without our eyes always on you." "I didn't," Leon admitted. "That was part of the reason why I accepted you acting as escort." Thanks for that." Cassandra averted her eyes for a moment and appeared to unconsciously rub her armless shoulder again. It was good to get out of civilization for a while, even with how things ended. "But anyway, my mother was under the impression that I was going to take at least a part of whatever you found for the Empire. Since you basically only brought back a tree sprite, it's not like I can do that, can I?" Leon smiled and nodded, grateful that he hadn't brought up the lightning-infused wood or the research facility's power crystal. "So," Cassandra continued, "it should go without too much explanation that my mother is rather unsatisfied with how this went. I'd like to think much of that was because of my injury, but in truth, I'm not so sure." Leon shared an awkward look with Elise, and both silently agreed not to dig too deeply into that admission. "My grandmother is less concerned," Cassandra said. "Why's that?" Elise asked. Valeria answered with something approximating an amused grin. "She wants Leon to join this empire. And preferably marry the princess at the same time." "Right," Elise responded. "Then, whatever Leon found would also de facto belong to the sacred Golden Empire." Cassandra shrugged as Elise turned in her direction. "I won't lie and say that I'm not a little irked you don't want to marry me," she said to Leon. "It's nice to feel desired, you know." Leon smiled and mirrored her shrug. "But," the princess said, "I suppose being your friend is good enough." "I want to thank you, Leon Rame. And all the rest of you." "What for?" Leon asked. "For helping me to get my priorities straight," Cassandra explained. "Despite how I've ended up, after doing some reflecting, I realized that I don't much regret my own participation in this expedition. My feelings about losing so many of my people are different, to say the least, but that's something I have to deal with on my own. But going out on an adventure, well, that was something I've been craving for a long time. And thanks to all of you, I was able to finally dip my toes into the adventuring lake. And I want more." "More?" Elise asked as a self-deprecating smile spread across her face. I have to admit that I'm quite done with adventuring for a while. This kind of excitement doesn't quite agree with me. It's not for everyone, Leon said comfortingly. But it is for me, Cassandra responded. I've decided to do some digging and look into the civilizations that were here before your clan arrived, Leon. Maybe I can find something no one else has before, just like you found in the Serpentine Isles. Leon grimaced. Be careful about stuff that old. There are a lot of dark things hidden on this plane. I'll be as ready as I can be, Cassandra said. For now, I think it's best if I follow my mother's instructions and concentrate on my healing, but after that, I'll be heading back out. I'm not just going to sit around the palace mindlessly training anymore. Leon smiled in appreciation of her new attitude, but it was Valeria who responded first. Just make sure you're more careful about the lives of those follow you. Cassandra's demeanor darkened. I'm not going to make those mistakes again, she declared. I can't. I won't lead my own people to their deaths like that again. I was wrong to do that in the first place. It was exhilarating, but it wasn't a game, and 9 women who followed me into that forest had to be carried out, their spirits gone to the ashen fields. No more of my people will follow them because of me. A brief silence settled over everyone as Cassandra's words echoed in their ears, punctuated only when Valeria said, Good. They're putting their lives in your hands. Now you know how delicate they can be, and how much trust they're putting in you. Don't let them down again. Cassandra nodded. No one spoke for several more seconds, until the 9th-tier guard keeping an eye on them poked her head into the courtyard. Her Majesty has gone back to the throne room, Your Highness, and requests your presence. Why? Cassandra barked, clearly annoyed at the interruption. It seems that Lord Protector Anastasios has arrived, the guard replied. Cassandra nodded, then said to Leon, Then I guess I'll be seeing you around, Leon Rame. Will you be staying in the city for a while? Leon opened his mouth to answer, but the guard quickly cut in. The Lord Protector has requested Leon Rame join you, as well. Leon froze a moment. It seemed he was going to get that meeting with Anastasios today, but the Sacred Golden Empress, and probably the Grand Druid would be there, too. Chapter 762. Wolves fighting over a bone. When Leon walked back into the throne room with Cassandra, Valeria, Elise, and Maya, they found that Anastasios was already there, a handful of powerful guards in Ilian colors standing not too far away. He was busy enthusiastically greeting the Empress and the Grand Druid, both of whom had beaten Leon's group there. However, as soon as they walked in, Anastasios turned toward them and exclaimed, Leon. What a coincidence that you're here, too. Leon smiled awkwardly, but before he could respond, the Grand Druid chided, Don't act like you learned he was here when you arrived, Anastasios. The Lord Protector glanced at his Evergolden counterpart, a smile playing at the corners of his lips. He didn't respond, though. Lord Protector Anastasios, Leon said as he walked over. A surprise to see you here. But a welcome one, I think. You think, shouldn't you be a little more concrete? The Lord Protector asked teasingly. Why should he be? The Grand Druid interjected again. Surely he sees you as a threat, and I wouldn't blame him at all. Oh, not at all. Why, Leon Rame and I are quite friendly with each other, aren't we? Anastasios locked Leon in his pink, nebulous gaze, and his aura settled around Leon like a blanket. It wasn't as heavy as it was the last time they'd met, but Leon could still feel it pressing down on him. However, instead of bowing to this pressure, Leon simply replied, I have no idea why you're here, Lord Protector. And I wouldn't want to interrupt. Your conversation with the Grand Druid and Her Majesty looked quite engaging. I was just thanking them for their hospitality and patience, Anastasios replied. Say, why don't we catch up a bit? Let's head out, if you're free for a little while, and we can talk somewhere more private. Hold on, the Grand Druid indignantly responded, You're trying to pull this boy right out from under me. He doesn't look like he's under you, Anastasios countered. In fact, he's standing right over there, clearly not under you. Unless you were hoping to take him as a concubine, in which case I consider it my duty as a fellow man to rescue my endangered brother from your greedy clutches. As he spoke, Anastasios moved to Leon's side and laid a hand on his shoulder. At the same time, the Grand Druid made her way to Leon's other side and took his arm. I have no idea why Leon would ever want to go with you. What do you have that could ever offer him? A rich life. He already has that. Leon, why don't you stay here and get to know my granddaughter better? Nonsense, Anastasios said, cutting Leon off right as he was about to reply to them both. Leon, have I told you that I have cousins and other female relatives of mine that have been asking about you? I know it can be a little awkward, but I think it's still something we ought to discuss. Enough. Leon shouted, cutting the Lord Protector off and drawing quite a bit of attention from all the guards in the room. He quickly shook off both the Lord Protector and the Grand Druid and took a few steps away to get a bit of distance from them both. Then, he forced on a smile and said to the Empress, "Thank you for your invitation today. But I still have a bit of work that I must see to, so I'm going to take my leave." The Empress stiffly smiled and nodded, though with the Grand Druid staring at her, she didn't audibly respond. "If you're leaving, why don't you stop by my place?" Anastasios began, but Leon cut him off again. "I'd rather not wait around," Leon said. "I have no doubt that whatever business brought you here is important and will take some time to work out. As I just said, I have some work to see to, and I can't possibly take up any of your important time. So, I must decline your invitation. But please do call upon me at the Heaven's Eye Enclave. I'd be more than willing to break a few words with you there." With that, Leon turned to his ladies, and together, the four of them made for the exit, leaving Anastasios and the Grand Druid glaring at each other, the Empress looking utterly mortified, and the princess just looking confused. Leon didn't stick around and hurried them all out of the palace tree and back to the guest house as quickly as dignity would allow. And then, he started to prepare for Anastasios' inevitable visit. "That was dirty," the Grand Druid growled as she sat down in the nearest armchair. "It was necessary," Anastasios replied as he sat down next to her. They were meeting now in a small private chamber set aside for the Grand Druid's personal use instead of the meeting room that Leon had been twice now taken to. They were alone together, with not even their guards present. What they had to discuss wasn't for any ears but their own. "You still blatantly tried to steal him away from me," the Grand Druid indignantly cried, though her indignation didn't quite reach her scarlet eyes, which still stared at the Lord Protector with a great deal of affection. "I can't just let Leon Rame fall into your clutches so easily, can I?" Anastasios inquired. "I have to admit though, that it took me by complete surprise that you arranged to meet with him so quickly. In my experience, Leon Rame turns down anyone who tries to recruit him like that. So I have to assume that he's turned you down, too, which would also mean that I can still grab him. It's not snatching when he's not yet yours." "No, you won't," the Grand Druid smugly replied. "I have something far more valuable than anything you could possibly give him, a beautiful granddaughter. The Thunderbird's blood will belong to my line, not to your people over in Ilion." "They didn't seem all that affectionate today," Anastasios countered as he reached over and laid his hand atop the Grand Druid's and entwined his fingers with hers. "Besides, your granddaughter seemed to be down an arm. Are you so sure that she's as great of a catch as you profess?" "She's my granddaughter," the Grand Druid retorted as she held the Lord Protector's hand tightly. "She's as great as they come. I've already made my offer to him, and while dear Cassandra wasn't that thrilled about it at the time, she's since come around. If I were to order it, she'd take Leon Rame as a husband." "But he refused, didn't he?" "He refused before he left on his ill-fated expedition. He has yet to refuse me a second time. And no one refuses me a second time. I seem to recall refusing you several times." Anastasios gave the Grand Druid a cheeky smile, and she squeezed his hand hard enough to cause just a little bit of pain. "Regardless, I suppose it doesn't matter, does it? Which of us gets him? So long as that cretin down south doesn't. I shudder to think of what might happen if that boy were to fall into the possession of the Sunlit Emperor." "Nothing good," Anastasios concurred. "It might even be preferable if he were to be given to the Sky Devils, though that would hardly be ideal. Better to keep him here, where we can benefit." "Would it be, we? Or are you just angling for yourself and your empire?" "It would be, we. If we work together, of course. But if I manage to recruit him by myself, you won't." The Grand Druid squeezed his hand again. "If we enter into a partnership on this, then we have to be of one mind. That boy's blood can do a lot of good in our hands. We can't let him slip out of our grasp." "That might be difficult," Anastasios replied. "As I heard it, the director of Heaven's Eye has been busy alienating Leon quite foolishly, I think. And he's been getting himself mixed up in some of the darker powers of our universe. If we are to recruit Leon Rame, then now is the time, but this is also a critical juncture. We can't let him be killed by vampires, or by the director, or be snagged by the others. This requires a delicate touch." "Is my touch not delicate?" the Grand Druid asked as she stroked Anastasios, palm for a moment. It's plenty soft, Anastasios smilingly replied, but it's not quite what Leon needs, I think. He needs someone who can treat him like a partner, not a vassal or a seed dispenser. That rules you out, then, the Grand Druid sniped. We'll see, the Lord Protector replied. I still have my offer to make, after all. What did you three make of all that? Leon asked as he and his family collapsed in the guesthouse's dining room. Elise was the first to answer. The Empress and the Grand Druid aren't in agreement about us, so we shouldn't press our luck by staying long in the sacred Golden Empire. Cassandra seems a little older and wiser now than she did a month ago. And the Grand Druid and Lord Protector both really want you to join them, for reasons that we can only guess at. The reasons are clear enough, though, Valeria responded. The both have things, legacies, others have called them that would respond to Leon's blood, so they want Leon's blood to activate these legacies. They're trying to lure him in like a fish with whatever bright, shiny lures they can get their hands on. Do you intend to join either of them? Maya asked Leon. Not as yet, Leon replied. While it wasn't the main purpose in coming here, I suppose I have seen enough of the Empress and Grand Druid to know that I don't feel particularly strongly about siding with them, though I suppose they are still a valid option in case the director drops the ball. I still don't feel all that welcomed, though. The Empress, at least, clearly assumes that everything I find within her empire is hers to take, while the Grand Druid has been eyeing me up like a prized bull she wants to sacrifice to her granddaughter. The Lord Protector meanwhile, well, I suppose we'll just have to wait and see what he has to say for himself, but at the very least, the last time we spoke didn't leave me with a glowing impression of him. As if on cue, a knock came from the door, and a moment later, Talal poked his head into the room. He looked a little nervous, but still professionally stated, Lord Protector Anastasios has arrived, Leon. He says he wants to talk in private. Leon stared at the Lord Protector sitting opposite from him, his golden eyes unwavering. Anastasios stared right back, his nebulous eyes narrowed slightly by the confident smile he wore. The two sat in the dining room alone, the guesthouse's enchantments ensuring that whatever they spoke about, they'd not be overheard. You know, Leon said after several excruciatingly long seconds of silence following them taking their seats, when I said you could call on me. Anytime, I kind of assumed you'd do so in the next couple of days, not immediately after leaving the Evergolden Imperial Palace. I was eager to enjoy your hospitality, see how it compares to mine, Anastasios cheekily replied. I have to say, it's not quite as warm as I envisioned. You thought I'd welcome you in? Leon asked, his tone incredulous. Why not? Am I not a man worthy of welcome? Most men who threaten me aren't, Leon replied. You're no exception. What threats? I've levied no threats, let's not play these games, they're beneath us. Anastasios smiled at Leon, but didn't respond, to Leon's immense chagrin. With a sigh, Leon asked, so, what brings you here? An eagerness to taste my hospitality can't have been the only reason. Admittedly, it wasn't. What I want is far more important. Far more consequential. Leon, I understand that you've been having some problems with the director of Heaven's Eye. Leon's heart skipped a beat, but not out of surprise. The Grand Druid had already let loose that she knew of his current circumstances back in Oculara, and she was much farther away than Anastasios was. Since Oculara was within the Ilian Empire, he guessed that Anastasios had likely heard of his current disagreement with the director even before the Grand Druid. Anastasios continued, vampires are rotten creatures, not worthy of having in a civilized society, don't you think? Leon offered nothing more than an impatient smile as a response. Anastasios didn't seem fazed at all, though. Well, I believe that they're unworthy of having in a civilized society. Leon, I want you to join my empire. We can protect you from your enemies, even if that includes other empires. Nothing comes without cost, Leon replied noncommittally. Indeed, nothing does, the Lord Protector agreed. If you don't want to play games, that's fine with me. There's no one here for us to perform for, so why don't I just get down to business? You're of the Thunderbird clan, the ancient enemies of this plane from 80,000 years ago. Leon smiled again, remaining silent. For those less educated, that might make you an enemy, Anastasios stated. For someone like me, that makes you a powerful potential ally. The simple fact of the matter is that the Thunderbird clan hasn't been a threat to our plane in an incredibly long time, so long, in fact, that I'd hardly consider them an enemy anymore, so long as they don't show themselves to be one. Rather, what I'm more interested in are the things they left behind. 80,000 years ago, they invaded our plane with magical technology so far beyond what we even have today that it boggles the mind. I want my empire to have access to that technology. We have many samples that we've inherited from our forebears and have achieved great results in studying them. However, with your assistance, I think even greater strides can be made. And with great progress come great rewards, not just security guarantees, but power, wealth, support, whatever you might need, we can provide. What kind of support? Leon asked, his tone kept carefully neutral. If this was to be a negotiation, then he didn't want to give anything away. The kind that is commensurate with what we might receive from you, the Lord Protector replied. I'm an enchanter, I prefer to work with harder numbers than that. Let's get specific. What assistance do you need from me, and what would you give me for that assistance? If the terms are good enough, then I might give you some aid even if the director and I reconcile, so you and the director are having something of a spat. Leon gave the Lord Protector an exasperated look. You already knew, don't start playing coy. It's going to take more than that to throw me off right now. Leon was in no mood for these political games. With the strength of both black fire and silver blue lightning within him, at his fingertips, his tolerance for manipulation like this was at an all-time low. Anastasios simply shrugged, restating his question. Leon said, let's get specific, then. What do you have that you need help with? Leon, I'm not going to spill my empire's national secrets so easily, that's a shame, Leon sarcastically replied. I was under the impression that you were actually asking for my help. Let's say that I agreed to your proposal and signed on with your empire. What powers over me would you suddenly have access to if I decided to spill your secrets that you don't possess already? If you were to tell me your deepest, darkest secrets right now, and I were to betray your trust and start talking to other empires or whoever the hells, then you could kill me or imprison me or confiscate my property or who knows what else, and I'm not yet a part of your empire. So why are you playing so damned hard to get? Because I want your agreement not to say anything, Anastasios replied. I want you to swear on your monoglyph. Leon shook his head. That's a heavy thing to ask. How am I to know if what you offer is worth such risk? You're not even wetting my tongue. Here, oaths made on monoglyphs were incredibly rare. If such an oath was broken, then a monoglyph could be shattered, severely destabilizing a mage's soul realm, usually to the point of preventing them from making any more progress at the very least. Since the connection between the body and the soul realm was anchored in the heart and the monoglyph, the consequences could even be much worse. Naturally, not all oaths are easily kept, and some could even be worded so as to be impossible to keep. As a result, oaths made on monoglyphs were rarely, if ever, sworn by anyone with even half a brain. Make this an attractive offer and I'll actually give it its due consideration, Leon said. Anastasios stared at Leon for a long time, then retrieved from his soul realm 2 items. The first was a furled scroll, sealed with some kind of enchanted wax, some specific variation on the ancient rune for lock, pressed into the wax. The second was a severed hand, not at all touched by decay and pale from lack of blood, but still carrying with it just a hint of demonic power, enough for Leon to identify it as the hand of a vampire. With a wave of his hand, Anastasios unsealed the scroll, revealing it to be the design for something that Leon couldn't immediately identify, but had Nestor cry with some measure of enthusiasm, that's an arc engine. Looks incomplete, and what's there is rather primitive, but it's still unmistakable. This is interesting, Leon said as he tapped the corner of the blueprints for an arc engine with his finger, but why don't you explain the hand a little bit more? It's something I had taken from a vampire we drove out of its hole just a few weeks ago, Anastasios replied. Our internal security forces are very good at their jobs. Vampires rarely find purchase within my empire. They found enough purchase to infiltrate Oculera, Leon pointed out. Anastasios grimaced, but added, what you found was but a small operation compared to what has been discovered and dealt with in the last year alone. Vampires, being monsters of human origin, are an ever-present threat, and we've grown skilled in finding and dealing with them. Far more skilled than Heaven's Eye. Judging by what happened just a few days ago, Leon's eyes narrowed as Anastasios deliberately trailed off, clearly trying to draw him in a little more. With limited patience, Leon asked, what happened? Oh, nothing much. Are you familiar with Narses, chief of security for Heaven's Eye? Leon nodded, remembering the giant blonde man he'd specifically thrown party to get close to just before leaving for the sacred Golden Empire. He was attacked in his home a few days ago, Anastasios explained. I don't have too many details, but it's clear that vampires were involved. Leon's countenance darkened. Narses was a man he was hoping to draw into his corner, to support him against the director. But it seemed in his absence, Narses was attacked by vampires, assuming Anastasios could be taken at his word, and Leon didn't see any reason not to. Did the director have the man attacked by his vampiric allies? Leon wondered. Or is this just a coincidence? Is it something the vampires did of their own accord? Aloud, he asked, "Are you giving these to me, or are you just showing them off?" Accompanying his question was a vague gesture at the hand in the arc engine schematic. "You may have them," Anastasios replied. "Not like they'll do much good outside of our support, anyway. For now, I'll leave you with my offer. Security, wealth, and privilege await you in my empire, Leon. All for an oath of limited alliance." He punctuated his statement by retrieving another scroll from his soul realm, this one unsealed. "When you make your decision, whatever it may be, do be sure to let me know. I'm unaccustomed to waiting for a response." Chapter 763, Stormwood, and he just straight up asked you to join the Ilian Empire? Elise asked incredulously. He did, Leon confirmed. He was with his family in his, Elise, and Maya's bedroom in the guest house, going over the meeting he'd just had with Anastasios, and finishing up their conversation in the aftermath of the brief meeting in the Evergolden Palace. "I'm surprised he was so upfront about it, given his veiled threats the last time we saw him," Elise murmured. "More concerning is what's happened in Ocularis since we left." "Yeah," Leon said. "It's hard not to think that this is some kind of response to our moves against the director. We meet with Narses just before leaving, and the next we hear of the man, he's apparently been attacked by vampires." "Did the Lord Protector say what specifically happened to him?" Valeria asked. "He was rather light on details," Leon admitted. "I'm not even that sure if Narses is still alive, though I find it hard to imagine he isn't. Still, I think we should hurry back as soon as we can. If Narses can be attacked, then anyone can be." Leon gave Elise a meaningful look, and the worry that flashed across her face showed him that she understood what he was trying to communicate. Narses was the chief of security for Heaven's Eye, and likely had the most heavily guarded individual in the entire guild, or so Leon thought, anyway, aside from the director himself. If Narses could be attacked, then not even Emily was safe. "I'm going to head into the main offices here tomorrow morning and see if any news has reached them," Leon said. "In the meantime, I want all of us ready to leave. We're heading out before sunset tomorrow." "That might seem a little rude to the Evergolden court," Elise replied, though from her tone, Leon could tell it was a token gesture more than anything. She wanted to leave, too, but her propriety demanded at least this much resistance. "I think they'll survive a little rudeness," Leon replied. "Besides, if they haven't told us what happened in Oculara, I think it's safe to assume that they don't know. So once they find out, I think they'll understand." "Even Cassandra?" Valeria asked. "She has her arm to worry about, not us," Leon replied. "I know from experience that being down an arm is deeply unsettling and uncomfortable. She'll want to get that fixed as soon as possible." A brief quiet settled over them as they all processed what they needed to do the next day. Elise was the one to break the silence first. "What do you think of her, so far?" When Leon gave her a questioning look, Elise clarified, "Cassandra, I mean." Leon frowned in thought for a moment. "She's beautiful, powerful, and driven, but self-centered and arrogant." With an emphasis on arrogant, Valeria added, a hint of venom in her voice. "She says that she wants to change, but I suppose we'll see," Leon continued. "Why do you ask?" Elise gave him a serious look. "The Grand Druid offered her hand in marriage to you. That's not something easily turned away." "I don't want to marry her," Leon said with exasperation. "I'm really not looking to build a massive harem here, love. And I'm not trying to pressure you into doing so." "Good," Valeria interjected. "I might have something to say if you were trying to cut down on Leon's already highly taxed time. I wouldn't want to give him up to a spoiled princess who got a huge chunk of her people killed." Elise smiled at Valeria. "Even so, you have to see the value in having her associated with us, right? Especially if the Lord Protector of the Ilian Empire is making overt moves in our direction, that would only drive us into Evergold's camp," Leon said. "I wouldn't want to deny the Lord Protector's patronage because I want autonomy, only to turn around and start getting closer to the Grand Druid. Besides, while my opinion of the Lord Protector isn't great, my opinion of the Grand Druid is even lower. At least the Lord Protector isn't dangling one of his relatives on a hook trying to lure me in." Leon paused a moment. Wait a minute, he actually did do that, didn't he? Both are terrible, Maya muttered. If it were an option, I'd say kill them both. They can't see beyond their own lands. That's a little extreme, Leon replied as he glanced at his river nymph lover. They're only looking out for their people. That they're trying to manipulate me into joining them draws my ire, but I can't really bring myself to hate them for what they're doing. And they hang on, why am I defending them? Fuck them both. Leon went quiet, crossed his arms, and frowned. Elise sighed and responded, if you don't want to have Cassandra as a wife, then I suppose that's fine. I just wanted to bring it up with all of us. As I said, what she could bring to our house isn't something that should be turned away so flippantly. I'd rather you didn't expand your roster of wives, Valeria said, looking at Leon. Elise and Maya, I can live with. There aren't many others that I can say the same about, but there are others. Elise asked, suddenly sounding both intrigued and teasing. Valeria gave her nothing more than an innocent smile. Filing that information away for later, Elise said with a smile. Getting back to Cassandra, Leon said, as I told her, I'm more interested in being her friend right now than her lover, let alone anything more than that. Do you object to that? Elise frowned. No, but I really hate the idea of leaving something so beneficial on the table like this. With a sigh, Leon replied, let's not boil this down to just what benefits can be had. Taking a wife is more than just getting access to her family's connections and power. We'd have to live with this person for, potentially, the rest of our lives, which might be immeasurably long. They'd be sharing my bed at the very least, and possibly have some of my kids. They'd be living with us, sharing in our power and resources. All of this isn't necessarily a bad thing, but it's a huge commitment that we have to take seriously. And any incompatibilities have to be taken seriously, as well. As I've said, there's some attraction there between me and Cassandra, I think. But not enough for me to ignore the friction that she's already shown amongst us. Unless something changes, I don't see her joining our family. Fair enough, Elise said, though her disappointment was palpable. Leon walked over and took her into his arms. Less time with Cassandra is more time with you, he whispered. That brought out her radiant smile, and she wrapped her arms around his neck and pulled him in closer. There's a silver lining I can deal with. Without another word, she pressed her lips against his, and then began doing her best to remove her clothes without disentangling herself from Leon. Valeria just smiled, pulled a promise out of Leon to visit her when he was done with Elise, and then took her leave. Maya, however, stayed seated, watching quite intensely as Leon and Elise divested themselves of their clothing and made their way to their bed. Leon sighed in fatigue as he opened his eyes in his soul realm. Several hours spent satisfying his ladies had left him fairly tired, but he couldn't take much time to rest. With vampires making their moves while he was gone, he needed all the advantages he could get. When he returned to Oculara, he needed to deal with the director first, but the vampires would come right after. To that end, he made his way over to Nestor's table where the dead man was poring over the schematics for the arc engine that Anastasios had given Leon, while the librarian and two other caretaker golems were busy running what few tests they could with Leon's supplies on the piece of petrified wood that the 9th-tier tree sprite had given him. How are things going over here, dead man? Leon asked. Well enough, I suppose, Nestor said with a hint of bitterness in his voice. Cool it there, Nestor, you're overwhelming me with your enthusiasm, Leon sarcastically replied. What enthusiasm? There's little to be had here. So things are going that well, huh? Nestor quietly grumbled for a few seconds, just loudly enough for Leon to pick up on a few derisive curses thrown the Ilian Empire's way. This engine is almost painfully primitive, Nestor finally explained. It will do you no good. Even if you had the materials to build it, with me here, you'd be able to build something much better. Well, you would be able to do so eventually, after several centuries of thorough education, so that thing's useless. Leon asked, looking pointedly at the engine design. Not entirely, Nestor objected. It provides a window into what the savages here can build, or at least, what the savages feel comfortable giving to you. I'm sure what they actually build is more advanced. That would make some sense, Leon agreed. No reason to give out the good stuff to someone like me. This was only meant to be a taste, a hint of what I could gain from joining Anastasios' empire. Still, I would have figured he'd give something tasty, at least. How unappetizing is this taste? About as much as a carcass that's been rotting on the side of the road for several weeks. As I said, it's hopelessly primitive. Arc engines are primarily tools that ensure magic power gets to where it needs to go. There were a few arcs in our fleet advanced enough to generate their own power rather than having to rely on charged gems and crystals or their post-apotheosis operators, and those functions were mostly contained within arcs, but for the most part, the vast majority of arcs only use stored power, or power supplied by mages. Regardless of the power source, though, the engine is what directs that power to the proper enchantments. This engine is hopeless, barely able to handle the kind of power that would be needed to push a small arc 2,000 miles without needing to stop for maintenance. That's strange, Leon said, remembering the arc ride he took to the scorched fields. Given what I've seen so far, the arcs of this plane are better than that. Which just goes to prove the point that this isn't even close to the best they have. This is like Baby's first designed engine. This is something I'd expect you to be able to design in a couple hundred years. Your faith in me astounds, dead man. My faith is earned, not given freely. As for this engine, about the only thing I can see it being used for is an example of what not to do. It's a useful tool showing the myriad inefficiencies that often crop up when the incompetent designs such intricate machines. Is that all? Leon asked, his disappointment growing rapidly. Nestor paused a moment to think, then responded, not quite. It's a fairly small piece of information, all things considered, but I can at least confirm that titanstone is being used by these primitives. I doubt they are able to use it to its full potential, but its use is rather obvious in this design. That's the stuff that allows for a completely lossless transfer of magic power, right? Yes, Nestor confirmed. I mentioned that we found titanstone deposits when we conquered this plane. Well, to be honest, we found a lot of titanstone here. The stuff is almost completely absent on most planes, being incredibly rare to find in nature. However, we found so much of it here that it was almost hard to believe. Enough that we would have directly administered this plane instead of giving it to a vassal if we'd had more time to consolidate our hold over it. That's interesting, Leon replied. But I've never seen anything resembling titanstone coming through Heaven's Eye. I think it's safe to assume that titanstone is a carefully controlled substance under the imperial thumb. I suppose that makes Anastasio's willingness to hand over this blueprint a little more understandable. Then even with it, it's not like I can build an arc, can I? No, you'd need far more specialized tools and a certain amount of experience in constructing such complex magical machines. For something like this, it would be even harder given the amount of poor design choices made to solve certain problems, but only exacerbate other problems. This thing is more patchwork fixes than proper magical engineering, to be honest. Appropriate, that sounds exactly like what most engineering is. I suppose you're not wrong, but there's a certain elegance to it when done by someone who knows what they're doing. This is not elegant. If I taught you how to build arcs, and you came back to me with this as your design, I'd just about die from embarrassment as your teacher. Good thing you beat me there. Ha, ha, funny boy makes funny joke. Oh, thank you, I'm very proud of my prodigious wit. Strange to take pride in something that's mediocre at best. Leon shrugged, having not been serious at all for these last few exchanges. So, if this engine design is unworthy of your consideration, then how's the testing for this wood going? This material completely overshadows this garbage engine, Nestor gushed, his excitement palpable. Such contained power I've never seen before. It's practically indestructible, yet the lightning magic within it is channeled so efficiently as to only be exceeded by titanstone. Leon, if this stormwood can be mass-produced, then it would be a construction material on par with adamant and luminite. That's pretty incredible, Leon replied. Just one small thing I'd like to add, we're not calling it stormwood. It's wood that contains the wrath of a storm. What's wrong with it? I don't want to run storm into the ground. Call it thunder wood, or tempest wood, or something. Anything else but stormwood. Ancestors, what an uncreative name. Yours are hardly better, boy. But they haven't been used to death by the clan, have they? How many things have been named Storm X, as opposed to Thunder X, or Tempest X? A little variety is nice sometimes, Nestor. Fine, have it your way. This thunder wood is a miraculous material. We need as much of it we can get our hands on. Do you have any conceivable method for creating more? To my understanding, this was created when a bolt of lightning struck a tree and got somehow stuck. I don't quite know what that means, but if it's true, then might it be possible to freeze a lightning bolt in a tree artificially? As it is, one small chunk of thunder wood isn't going to do us any good at all, save for mocking us with its usefulness and unavailability. That's what's giving me some trouble. I don't know how the lightning got in there, or why it hasn't left, no theories or anything. I'm an enchanter, and not one specializing in nature magic. This is really pushing the boundaries of my expertise. Leon nodded and thought about the issue. This piece of thunder wood couldn't have been produced by a mage, as far as he was concerned, but the fact that it existed at all meant it could be reproduced. But as Nestor just indicated, he wasn't all-knowing. Leon needed other specialists to take a look at what he had. And he might just have those other specialists. What tests are you running right now? Leon asked. Anything that comes to mind, Nestor replied. Halt them, for now, Leon ordered as he approached the table. The librarian dutifully stepped aside, and before Nestor could respond, Leon took the thunder wood. What are you doing? Nestor asked. Taking this to someone who might know more, Leon explained as he made his way back to his throne. The brightest minds of his clan at its peak were studying this thing and, as far he knew, didn't get too far. So, if he wanted to make any headway in analyzing it, then he needed the best he could find, and the best that he could trust. Right now, that meant only a few people. What even is this thing? Helen asked in wonder as she stared at the piece of thunder wood. Lightning, Tychos answered, speaking through amber within its wrist. Lightning struck an oak tree many thousands of years ago and was trapped. That long ago, and it's still stuck in there. Helen said in wonder. Why do you think my clan was studying it so intently? Leon asked. This thing has great potential, but what I need most right now is a method for potentially recreating it. Elise then looked up, the final one of the three people that Leon had specifically sought out to look over the piece of thunder wood. Valeria, Maya, and Anna were also present, but they were mostly just watching from the side. Capturing lightning in a tree sounds more like your area of expertise, husband. Yeah, but if even Nestor is stumped, then this might be a job that's beyond the scope of enchantment. Or at least, the kind of enchantments that I've been studying lately. I'm good at lightning and fire, but when it comes to something like nature magic, I'm a rank novice. And that's why I'd need a lot more help. How much did your people study this, Tychos? Elise asked. If it was studied at all, then I was not informed, Tychos replied, its leaf hair flattening slightly as the smell of mild embarrassment filled the room. Leon then learned that, apparently, embarrassment smelled rather like bananas. Then we're working from scratch, Helen muttered as he prodded the thunder wood with a spoon. The thunder wood vibrated and nearly shook the table it sat upon to pieces, while a bolt of lightning arced out and burned the spoon, causing Helen to drop it with a cry of pain. Careful, Anna shouted as she rushed forward. No, it's fine, Helen insisted, waving her sister off, a wide grin on her face. This is looking like it's going to be quite a bit of fun. Leon smiled nervously at the manic look in Helen's eye, but between her, Elise, and Tychos, he felt like the thunder wood would be in good hands. He just had to make sure they understood the necessity for secrecy, and he'd have to give Helen's workshop back in Oculera another few passes to ensure her security was up to the necessary standard, but he felt confident that results would come soon. Chapter 764, The Director's Choice. Leon and his people departed from Evergold quickly. Leon had gone to the headquarters of Evergold's Heaven's Eye Enclave, but word of Narza's being attacked hadn't been shared with them. Despite this, he was still deeply concerned about the political situation back in the city, and whether or not the chief of security had actually been attacked by vampires as Anastasios claimed. Leon still wanted to settle matters back there as soon as possible. To that end, with barely even a goodbye to anyone in the city, he and his family and retinue boarded their ship and set sail down the Nilos, the only regret he left behind that of a proper send-off with Cassandra. He felt like they'd see each other again, though, so he could only hope she wouldn't be so offended that he couldn't explain when that next meeting inevitably came. And so, he turned away from Evergold, content at least that they were willing to harbor him and his family if worst came to worst, and focused instead on the problem of Heaven's Eye. Oculera was much the same as when Leon left a few months ago. The city itself was old, so he wasn't exactly expecting it to radically change as soon as he left, but it still felt rather strange. It wasn't quite like a homecoming, emphasized by the party of Heaven's Eye officials waiting for him as his yacht pulled into the docks. They were looking quite serious, though he was at least encouraged to see that none of them were stronger than the 7th tier. So, feeling like he had some time, he took a few minutes to get his last few affairs in order. He met first with Anshu. The Indradian's role within his retinue was to change, and as soon as they left his yacht, he was going to assume a far more autonomous role. He'd be able to take care of some of his own personal business in that role, but only if he acted as a go-between for Leon in the saltwater road smuggling rings. Leon, now more than ever, needed actionable intelligence on vampire whereabouts, and smugglers were more likely than just about anyone else to have that intelligence. After confirming with Anshu one last time as to what he was to do, Leon went to Elise, Helen, and Tikos. Those three were in charge of the Hesperidic apples and the Thunder Wood. Elise had had some of their household continue to look for land for the apples, while the Thunder Wood was going to be taken directly to Helen's workshop, where she and Tikos would begin their experiments with it immediately. Leon simply had to remind them that until he and the director got onto the same page, they had to be ready to leave at a moment's notice. To add to their security, Leon had the rest of his retinue ready themselves to return to his home. He would meet with the delegation waiting at the dock, and then make his way to the hexagon accompanied only by Anzu. With all that taken care of, Leon walked out onto the deck of his yacht, made something of a show of looking directly at the delegation, acknowledging without a shadow of a doubt that he knew they were there. He took a quick measure of their response, rather tepid, in his opinion, though tinged with some impatience, and leisurely walked over, only speeding up a bit when crossing the gangplank. Leon Rame, the 7th tier mage in charge, called out in greeting. Leon recognized the man, though only vaguely. He worked directly for the director as an executive assistant as far he knew, so while he'd had some reason to speak with him before, they'd never interacted enough for the man to have made much of an impression. "That's my name," Leon flippantly acknowledged. "The director requests your immediate presence," the assistant declared. "We're to escort you there without delay." "Do I look in need of an escort?" Leon asked challengingly, taking their measure again. Impatience flashed through the assistant and those behind him again, but with a few hints of fear and surprise in those who were weaker and less in control of their expressions. As far as Leon could tell, they weren't sent here to take him into custody, otherwise they would have better prepared for his resistance. In fact, aside from the assistant, they all seemed rather surprised by his attitude. "If that is your preference," the assistant said through clenched teeth, "we will not stand in your way. But please, we have much business to go over, and we can handle that later," Leon said, annoyed as he was at the assistant's presence. He pushed his way through the delegation, with the group hurrying to get out of his and Anzu's way, and then hovered a few feet in the air. "I'll speak with the director first, so don't worry about that. I'll move faster unencumbered, anyway." Without a backwards look, Leon turned and began flying in the hexagon's direction, Anzu running along at his side. After being so long in the sacred Golden Empire's rural regions, he felt rather constrained at having to remain so close to the ground, but he enjoyed the flight anyway, at least, until he started getting into the congested traffic a few streets deeper in the city. Despite this, he still made good time, reaching the hexagon about a quarter hour after leaving the docks. He kept his magic senses trained on his people, their route, and his home almost the entire time, ensuring that if anything at all happened while he was gone, he'd know and could return at a moment's notice. Fortunately, it seemed that everything was fine. The reason why everything was fine became at least somewhat apparent when Leon was brought by the floating lift up into the hexagon. There wasn't another delegation waiting for him, but walking toward the lift was Narses the White himself, the chief of security and the man Anastasios claimed had been attacked by vampires. He was surrounded by a larger entourage than he'd brought to Leon's party, though he had no sign of any injury that Leon could see. "Leon Rame," Narses boomed as Leon and Anzu stepped out of the lift. "Narses," Leon replied with similar, though more subdued enthusiasm. "It's good to see you. I'd heard you had some excitement while I was away." Narses' eyes widened for a moment, then with a pointed smile, he said, "Nothing could be further from the truth. Just the usual problems we've been dealing with, nothing at all that we couldn't handle. So don't worry, the security branch isn't in need of the director's intervention." As he spoke, his eyes told a completely different story. Narses stared hard at Leon, and with such intensity that Leon could only surmise that he was telling Leon to shut up or change the subject. Leon complied and chatted with Narses for another couple of minutes before the chief of security begged his leave, promising to invite Leon to a party of his own in the near future. Leon took that to mean, within the next couple of days, and party, to be, meeting to discuss what happened, so he readily accepted the invitation before Narses and his entourage exited the hexagon, though not before he and Narses shared one last deadly serious look filled with deadly meaning. Somewhat relaxed now that he'd seen Narses alive, if acting a little secretive, Leon hurried on to the director's office. He was waved in as soon as he showed himself, and it was only then that he had Anzu stay behind. He would meet with the director alone, or so was his intention. When he walked in, he found that Penelope was there with her father, waiting for him. "You took your time getting here," the director growled, though from the way his shadowed face bent, Leon could tell he was smiling. "I would have been here later if I allowed myself to be escorted by those you sent to the docks." "You're still here later than I'd like," the director replied. "Leon," Penelope said in polite greeting, interrupting Leon before he could respond. "Penelope," Leon replied with equal politeness. "I heard that Ocular has been an exciting place to be in the time I've been gone." "Have you?" the director asked. "Funny, I thought I was giving off a completely business-like aura here. No excitement for anyone to talk about. I assume Anastasios told you about Narses, then?" Leon smirked and shrugged noncommittally. "I'm sure it was the Lord Protector," the director continued. "Always sticking his nose in where it doesn't belong and flapping his lips to those who don't care. Anyway, Leon, I've made my decision." Leon blinked in surprise. "So quickly? I thought I was going to have pulled some teeth when I got back here." That it was brought up so casually had him reeling slightly, but he decided to roll with it. "No teeth need be pulled," the director said. "Not ours, at least," Penelope cut in. She stared at Leon with an expression of the utmost seriousness. "Leon, those vampires my father was working with overstepped their bounds. They forced his hand." "My hand was not forced," the director insisted. "I simply made a decision." "They forced his hand," Penelope repeated venomously. "I'm sure they knew of the ultimatum you gave to my father, and then they saw you with Narses. I don't think they thought they had much of a choice in the matter, and attacked Narses with the intent to kill. They wanted him out of your camp as quickly as possible. Or maybe they attacked him for some other reason, I can't really say. Obviously, they failed, and in failing, they've become a liability and have to be cut loose." Leon smiled quite thinly and glared at the director. "So what you're saying is that you didn't make a choice between me or them, they simply became too dangerous to remain attached to. That hardly gives me confidence in our future relationship, assuming I even want that relationship to continue." "No," the director replied. "I made my decision not long after you left. I think the reason why these vampires attacked my old friend was because they already knew what I was going to do. Leon, I'd rather have you with me than them. Makes my life much less dangerous, and it potentially secures my future more than they possibly can. You speak of me like I'm no more than a tool to be used. Everyone's a tool to be used by everyone else. If you think otherwise, I suggest you think a little harder on the nature of human relationships. They're all transactional. In your case, you benefit me more than the vampires. And if that should ever change, you seem quite willing to abandon them now. Is that how I should expect to be treated in the future? You made a whole damned show out of not choosing me to begin with, and I can't help but find this entire thing unpleasant. Would you rather I choose the vampires? I'd rather you explain to me what the vampires were providing you with in no uncertain terms, and what you expect to get out of me." "Arcs," Penelope interjected. Leon cocked an eyebrow at her. "What? We have several arcs from your clan. They're quite big and could be quite powerful, if we were able to activate them. The arcs require a bearer of the Thunderbird's power to be properly powered up, but the vampires were able to use their mastery of blood magic to give us a degree of access to these arcs even without Thunderbird blood." "What did you provide them in return?" Leon slowly asked as he did his damnedest to control his surprise and greed at hearing about surviving arcs of his clan. He could even feel Nestor suddenly paying much more attention to this conversation than he had just a moment ago. "Security," Penelope said, "a certain degree of freedom under the aegis of Heaven's Eye. This whole thing with Narses was quite explicitly off limits, though." Leon took a deep breath, then bitterly smiled again. "If you want to convince me that you're really choosing me over them and not just being forced to by political circumstance, you're doing a terrible job." "I'm trying to be honest," Penelope replied. She glanced at the director and added, "I want us all to be honest. There's some bad blood here between us, and I want to mend that." "Show me the arcs," Leon demanded. "What?" the director growled. "Show me the arcs," Leon repeated. "If you want my cooperation, you'd have to show them to me anyway, wouldn't you? I want to see them. I want to assess for myself whether or not you're lying to me again." Silence followed his demand, and after a few seconds to think, Leon calmed his racing heart down. He had to batter away his greed, anger, and pride, but he was able to regain some element of humility and respect. "Look," he said, "I agree that we have some bad blood. Enough that I'm not going to just walk back into my position as a hand after all of this. If you want my help with these arcs and we're going to have a long discussion about them later, then we're in this as partners. Not as a master and subordinate." In either direction, the director leaned forward, the shadows hiding his chiseled, yet aged face falling away. "I can work with that. Then tell me what it is that you want," Leon said. "The arcs are just a means to an end, aren't they? If all you wanted was arcs, then you would have built them, wouldn't you? But these are arcs of my clan, and they have to represent certain capability that you don't have right now." The director scowled, but after a chastising look from Penelope, he explained, "I resent this empire. I resent this status quo. I resent this whole plane. I became the director of Heaven's Eye because there are no higher positions to attain on this plane without being born into the right family or throwing yourself to the zealots in the east. This is it. I reached the pinnacle of power on this plane and have languished here for centuries. I want more, not power, but just more life. I want to see new things, have new experiences, reach new heights in the magical arts, and leave this plane behind. That's why I've kept and maintained these arcs as best as I could. And that's what I want in the end, to leave this plane and continue my magical journey. If that's what you want, why don't you try for apotheosis?" Leon asked. "For a man in your position, well, I won't say it would be easy, but relatively speaking, it would be easier for you than just about anyone else, wouldn't it? Why not go for it? There's a whole tier of magic between me and apotheosis," the director explained. "If I were to try, the empires would take notice and likely make moves against me. The chances that they'd actually allow me and, by extension, Heaven's Eye to surpass them in power, is next to none. They simply won't allow me to ascend safely. If I were to try, I'd be inviting the destruction of all Heaven's Eye. And I can't do that." Leon's eyes narrowed and his smile turned almost mocking. Strange thing to hear, coming from a man who just professed such lofty goals. "I'm not a monster, Leon Rame. Or at least, I try not to be. My ambition might blind me on occasion, but I don't want to leave a smoking crater behind me if I ever achieve apotheosis. This place is my home, and I love Heaven's Eye. I won't destroy either for the sake of my ambition." "Admirable, if true," Leon said, emphasizing his distrust of the director. "But I still want to see those arcs. They are my one piece of leverage," the director bluntly stated. "I'll not reveal them so easily." Penelope quickly cut in as Leon scowled. "But there are still some things we can do, Leon, that I hope will bridge at least some of the gap between us, such as, when the vampires attacked Narses, they came in fairly large numbers. Most of them were killed, and those that weren't were either captured or driven off. As a result, we have quite a few corpses to identify and investigate, as well as several prisoners to question. Are you interested in seeing them for yourself? We managed to capture one who seems quite important, 8th tier and all that. You captured an 8th tier vampire?" Leon asked incredulously. "In my experience, whenever a vampire loses a fight that catastrophically, the contracted demon kills the vampire. How did you manage this?" "A great deal of luck and, I assume, an indifferent patron," Penelope explained. Leon wasn't convinced, but after a few moments of thought, he gave Penelope an affirmative answer. At the very least, he might be able to suss out a few answers if he were to speak with the captured vampires, and with some input from Zaffin, he might even be able to figure out just why Eamon, if Eamon was even their patron, wouldn't kill them as he had all the other vampires that Leon had killed. He felt like there is something else going on here, but for now, it seemed that the director wanted some measure of peace between them. "I think we'll need to have a more in-depth conversation about our relationship going forward," Leon eventually stated, "but for now, I can accept this as the peace offering it's supposed to be." "Good," Penelope said. "Speak with Narses at your convenience. He'll direct you to where the vampires are being held." Leon nodded, then turned to leave without another word. However, Penelope stopped him before he could walk out of the door. "And Leon, thank you for being at least a little understanding." Leon glanced back at her. "I don't think I'm being all that understanding, really. But I'd rather us be friends than enemies." His gaze drifted in the director's direction, who stared at him from behind his desk like a king watching a retainer leave his throne room. "So long as we all operate under that philosophy, I think we'll accomplish great things together. But if that were to change," he let that statement hang in the air for a moment, then left the director's office without giving voice to the silent threat. For now, at least, it seemed the director was on his side. But this was hardly an alliance he could trust, and he knew that he still needed friends in Heaven's Eye and elsewhere. On top of that, the whole, captured, vampires thing fiercely stank to him. On the surface, it seemed like everything was fine, but as he walked away from the hexagon with Anzu, he couldn't help but feel like his position wasn't that different compared to before his expedition to the research facility. He needed more power, and he needed it as soon as possible. Chapter 765, Narce's briefing. So, how does it look? Elise asked. Leon frowned, knowing that the question was rhetorical. He knew next to nothing about this, and even if he tried to catch up on knowledge, Elise would always blow him out of the water with her expertise. They were now standing at the edge of a 50-acre field that had lain fallow for several decades. They'd had to travel about 2 hours outside even further south of Oculara to find so much unused land, but their assistants that had remained behind in the city while Leon had led his retinue northward hadn't slacked in their duties. "It's fine, I guess," Leon said with a shrug. If he'd had his way, he wouldn't have even come here. He trusted Elise entirely to find a suitable plot of land for the Hesperitic apples, but they weren't alone. Helen, Anna, Anzu, Gaius, Talal, and Exoticos had all accompanied them, the latter the reason why Leon had felt the need to come with. While his alliance with the director was still unofficial, Leon was still technically one of the director's hands, and that entitled him to quite a few privileges. Those privileges made getting Exoticos IDs quite easy, and with that official identification, the tree sprite was legally allowed to stay. However, given its inhuman status and rather passive nature, Leon wasn't quite ready to let it loose in Oculara just yet. Given what Exoticos was able to do, Leon knew that it was a huge target for the less scrupulous. "You could sound more excited, husband," Elise chastised. Leon just shrugged again. "If you think it's suitable, then it is, as far as I'm concerned. I'm more worried about how we're going to defend such a place." The estate broker accompanying them piped up saying, "This area is very safe, I don't think that there's much need for defense." Leon stared at the man, the broker paling slightly as Leon's 8th tier aura settled around him. "I take my apple growing very seriously," he intoned. "All right," the broker croaked. Elise quickly interposed herself between them, though not before she and Leon exchanged cheeky smiles, and the deal was sealed. The broker soon left, though not without one last questioning look at the rather blatant tree sprite standing with them. Not even an hour later, Leon and Elise stared out at their new plot of 50 acres, and Leon began to measure and map out proper defensive enchantments while Elise, Helen, and Exoticos began walking out into the grassy fields. Leon watched with interest as Elise and Helen paused as Exoticos ventured just a little further out, then rooted itself into the ground. It raised its arms into the air, bark and wood grew around it, and a tree seemed to spring out of nowhere all around the sprite. Once it was complete, the tree looked completely indistinguishable from just about any other that Leon could see in the distance, the only noteworthy thing being how solitary it appeared out in the middle of a grassy field. However, Exoticos did not remain alone out in that field for long, as a moment later, Leon felt its power rush through the earth. The grass that filled the field shrank before his eyes, and in its place, trees began to rise. It took nearly an hour for these new trees to grow and reveal what they were: apple trees. Unlike what many other orchards had a tendency to do, however, these trees were not evenly spaced, with the orchard instead taking on a much more natural forested feel, which Leon greatly appreciated. He quickly walked into the orchard and marveled at the scale and power of the nature magic he was witnessing. It was certainly not something any human could do without the benefit of powerful enchantments. Even then, he did his best to keep in mind the fact that these were mundane apples, merely meant to screen what they were actually going to grow, and without that vast power that Hesperitic apples contained, these could be grown quickly. "How is it?" Exoticos asked Leon, its alien voice resonating from the nearest apple tree. "Incredible," Leon honestly replied as he grabbed a low-hanging apple, the fruit looking particularly delicious. He took a bite and sighed in joyful surprise. "I wasn't expecting it to taste so good when it was grown so quickly." The grass was repurposed. Without the raw material, these trees would have taken longer to grow, Exoticos explained. "How would you like the wall to be set up?" Leon continued munching on the apple as he refocused on the task at hand, defending this place and keeping any prying eyes away from their treasure. He began to direct Exoticos to build a series of walls, each one more secure than the last. The outermost wall was nothing more than magic. Leon didn't want their defenses to be too obvious, so he had Exoticos use its earth magic and its presence throughout the orchard to set up a ring of stone buried about 2 feet beneath the surface of the orchard's edge, upon which were inscribed several simple, though large-scale enchantments, not the least of which was one to block the use of magic senses. Further in, where the apple trees were denser and could hide it from physical sight, was another wall, though this one was made only of hedges. It looked about as secure as a curtain, but with Leon's enchantments and Exotico's attention, Leon didn't think anyone would get past the wall unnoticed, even if the wall itself was no obstacle. The final wall is far more conventional, being made of thick stone and even thicker enchantments, behind which the Hesperidic apples would grow. These walls secured the orchard fairly well from the outside, though its defenses were still fairly light, especially anything that might protect the orchard from the air, but Leon was still working on the warding scheme. Unfortunately, this was as much as he could do right now, as there was another important duty that called his attention. So, with the orchard now set up and the walls in place, Leon's retainers mostly left to return to his home, while he, Anzu, Gaius, and Talal all made their way back into the city. He needed to meet with Narses and get to the bottom of this most recent vampire attack. Leon. Narses the White boomed as Leon arrived just outside of his home. Narses' palatial estate wasn't that far from Leon's, relatively speaking, but it was much larger and far more filled with servants, who scurried about tending to the endless duties that massive estates had. Narses himself had been sitting on the edge of a fountain in his massive front courtyard tending to his business when Leon arrived, allowing him to be the first to offer his greetings. Leon smiled in response, but his smile was partially marred by concern as he could see evidence of a battle having been fought on Narses' property not long ago. There wasn't much, but he could see a few blackened craters in Narses' otherwise immaculate lawn, and several enchanters patrolling his estate's outer wall. The wall would have looked little more than decorative to a mortal, but Leon could sense great magic flowing through its perfectly cut and painted bricks. That magic, however, was a little more discordant than he would have expected for someone as important as Narses, but that discordance was being slowly fixed or catalogued by the patrolling enchanters, showing that this discordance was damage from the vampire's attack not long ago. Narses, Leon called out, hurrying forward to clasp the larger man's arm as Narses surged forward with arm outstretched. The two clasped wrists just inside of Narses' open gate. "Wonderful to see you, my friend," Narses exclaimed without a shred of dishonesty to be seen. "And you," Leon replied with more enthusiasm than he was used to expressing. "Not that I disagree with your presence," Narses said, "but what brings you here? Does the director need anything?" Politeness. That was why Narses was asking. Leon could see from the way the man's eyes had narrowed and from the anxious strength in his grip that the man knew exactly why Leon had arrived. "Business, but my own," Leon answered. "Then come on in, we can talk in private," Narses thundered, and the two ventured into the sumptuous estate. Given its sheer size, it took several minutes of walking for them to come to a private meeting room, making small talk all along the way. Once they sat down and got down to business and the room's robust privacy enchantments fired up, however, Narses let all pretenses drop. "You're here about the vampires?" he asked. "I am," Leon confirmed. "How much have you heard?" "Not much, just the fact that the attack happened at all." "No other details?" Narses nodded, then sat back as he explained, "It was about 3 weeks ago. They came for me in the night, about a dozen strong. All 6th tier and higher, led by an 8th tier. Leon's eyes widened in surprise. He'd dealt with strong vampires, but never quite that strong. It made him wonder just what kind of resources Aemon still had on this plane, and why he wasn't devoting more of those resources to getting rid of Leon and Zafin. "They took the stealthy approach first," Narses continued. "They didn't just break down my front door and come for me, but instead subverted a few outer wards and climbed over the outer wall. They made it all the way to my home's main building before they seen and challenged. A fight broke out that damaged my estate quite fiercely, but once I and my personal guard got involved, most of the vampires were killed." "Most? I remember you telling me that you'd taken some prisoners, but how many did you get?" Narses smiled deviously. "We took the 8th tier vampire prisoner, along with 2 of her weaker companions." Leon sat back in surprise and admiration as a smile crept across his face. He let that knowledge simmer in his mind for a moment before asking, "Have there been any interrogations done?" "Of course," Narses responded. "I even took care of questioning the lead leech myself, but to no avail, they haven't even told us their names. However, that hasn't stopped up from identifying them. Narce's tone fell as he narrated these recent events, transforming from one of excitement and indignation at having been attacked and fighting a good battle, to one of anger at having been betrayed. The weaker two were no one of any consequence, but the 8th tier vamp was one of ours. She worked for Heaven's Eye? Leon asked. Narses nodded. She'd been hiding her power somehow, so we didn't know that she was so powerful, but her blood couldn't lie, and we later verified her identity by covertly bringing in several of her co-workers. Who was it? A researcher named Valentina Viloria Valarova. One of Rufus' people. Leon nodded, recognizing the name of the chief of magical research and development within Heaven's Eye. Emily had called him one of the director's most loyal supporters. What was she studying under Rufus? Leon asked. Blood magic, Narses growled, surprising Leon not at all. Do we know anything more specific than that? Not as yet, Narses replied. I was ordered by the director to take this investigation very seriously, but not to publicize it too much. As a result, while I have been empowered to investigate, my progress has slowed due to this order for discretion. Leon frowned. Is the director trying to hide something, or is he afraid of looking weak in front of everyone? It seems strange that you, one of the highest-ranking people in Heaven's Eye, would be the target of violence and he isn't rushing to your defense. He is, though, in his own way, Narses replied. The problem lies more with Rufus. From what I understand, Rufus is the director's creature, through and through. You're not wrong, and Rufus has been using his position to stall me with bureaucracy, sending me far more material than is needed and forcing my people to sift through it all looking for information. Otherwise, he's been hiding behind meetings in official forms and locking down Valentina's labs for containment reasons. I haven't even been able to get into her house yet. I've made some progress with the investigation, but without getting greater access to Valentina's personal life, I'm afraid I'm reaching the end of my rope. Leon picked up on Narses' implication. The man was giving him a knowing look, and even though they were in complete private, he was still speaking like his words were innuendo. With a smile, Leon asked, would you like me to help you out? Obviously, I have some pull with the director and with Lady Emily. Why don't you give me the locations of Valentina's lab and her home, and I'll see what I can. All above the board, of course, Narses said, his tone obviously deliberate. You know, obviously, that I can't condone any illegal actions, so my hands are tied. I've complained to the director about Rufus' obstructionism, but so far, all the director has said is that he would take of things. And he hasn't. He's been slow to keep his word. A predatory smile spread across Leon's face. I'll see what I can do. Now, before we get to her lab and house, there's one last thing that I wanted to cover with you. Now that I have the chance, what is it? Leon smiled and conjured the vampire's hand that Anastasios had given him back in Evergold. I was given this by the Lord Protector of Ilion, and it might be a lead that you can chase down. Leon handed the hand over, and after Narses took it, their short meeting came to an end. It was time for them both to get to work. This place looks dead, Marcus said as he poked around in the fireplace. No one's been in here a few weeks at least, Alcander replied as he wiped his finger along the top of a bookcase. Unless this Valenta girl didn't have servants who kept the place clean. And she is a vampire, so who knows? No, Gaius disagreed, there were servants in this manor. The gardens outside clearly show signs of having been cared for, and most places are reasonably clean. It's just that the staff hasn't come in a while. I'm guessing when Valentina was arrested, they all got spooked and quit while they still could. Leon slowly nodded along as he looked around. They were all in Valentina's stark, extremely uninviting 7-story tall manor. It was a fairly large building, but built on a much smaller plot of land than Leon was used to seeing among the elites of the empire. They were also much farther south than even his estate was from Oculera, so the density of farms had lessened quite a bit, giving the dark, somber manor a sense of privacy that not even Leon's estate possessed. It was surrounded by thick bands of trees rarely seen farther north, with a long unpaved road cutting through this remnant of Ilian wilderness right to the manor's front gate. There wasn't much of a courtyard, but the front of the manor was decorated with a simple fountain featuring a large stone bowl, blackened by what Leon sensed was fire. The road wound around this fountain, giving any visitors more than enough room to turn around to turn into the relatively small nearby stable upon arrival. The manor itself and the stable were the only buildings on the property, which was surrounded by a powerfully enchanted stone wall, while the gate was composed of wrought iron bars topped with anti-climbing spikes. That, combined with the wall's enchantments, meant that for most people, ingress wasn't possible. But Leon's skill in enchanting was far greater than the enchanters who'd worked up that warding scheme, and not long after their arrival, he'd gotten himself and his handful of retainers past the wall and into the manor within less than half an hour. Their discomfort with the place didn't lessen once they'd gotten inside, though. The place was richly furnished, but the walls were bare stone, the floor on the ground level was likewise stone, while the floor on all other floors was rough wood. The ceiling had exposed rafters, and were much higher up than standard buildings in the Ilian Empire. The manor's roof was steep and sharp, while the manor had an actual 9-story tower in one corner. With Gaia's comment about the gardens, Leon turned his attention out of the nearest window, a tall and narrow opening set in the thick stone walls, and observed the gardens. There wasn't much room between the manor and the outer wall, but what was there was sinister, colorful flowers, but all featured sharp thorns. Vines curled around the inside of the wall that Leon had thought he'd seen move when they'd entered. In the corners of the garden were dark trees with black bark and not even half a leaf between them, despite the trees outside of the manor being healthy and full of greenery. Compounding all of this was the complete lack of magical lighting within the manor. It was entirely light with candles. Combined with everything else, the place didn't look that comfortable to Leon, and even seemed quite dark and unwelcoming. For a vampire, though, he supposed it was about on brand. Upon gaining access to the manor, Leon quickly realized just how big of a job this was going to be. Within the place were several dozen rooms in a haphazard layout that seemed designed to confuse anyone who didn't already know their way around. The place could hide any number of secrets within its thick walls, and just scouring what was out in the open is an exercise that might take hours. You know, Gaius said, pulling Leon out of his musings, it seems strange to me that this place isn't under more active observation. I get that Narses was ordered to use discretion for this investigation, but I still would have had a couple of people staking this place out just to ensure that no one took any potential evidence. This place was under surveillance, Leon said. The problem is that Narses' investigation was small and he decided to pull those men back to focus more on Valentina's lab. Though, that hasn't worked out, so here we are. Before anyone could respond, Marcus suddenly said, "Someone's coming." Leon followed his retainer's gaze out of a nearby window and saw some faint lights between the trees coming up the road. Indeed, it seemed that they were about to have some company. With a frown, he made a snap decision and sent his wind magic careening through the manor, extinguishing all of the candles that they'd lit to provide more light. Given the connections between Rufus, who'd been keeping Narses from entering this manor, and the director, and between the director and the vampires, Leon couldn't count too much on his status as a hand to keep violence from breaking out. More than that, Narses had indicated that he didn't Leon to do anything illegal, but Leon could read between the lines and knew that all that meant was that if Leon got caught, Narses would disavow having anything to do with this. "Get down and go invisible," Leon mentally shouted to all of them. They all complied, donning their armor and activating their darkness enchantments. No one thought that those coming toward Valentina's manor in the middle of the night were any friends of theirs, so it was best to be safe. But at the very least, it seemed a good opportunity to get some information. Chapter 766, Completely Legal Search. Leon's group, now invisible with their darkness shrouds covering them, watched from the windows as a dozen men came walking up to the front gate of Valentina's manor. To Leon's eyes, not one of them had reached the 6th tier, meaning that his people were more than a match for them if it came down to straight fighting. However, as the group unlocked the front gate and walked in with the familiarity and complacency of having done so many times before, he put away thoughts of violence. "Let them come through," Leon ordered his people. "They've clearly been here before, and they may know where any secrets can be found. So let's see what they do." He heard a few breathed acknowledgments from his retainers, and they went back to watching the dozen go about their business. First thing they did was close the gate behind them, locking it to ensure that the wards surrounding Valentina's manor didn't have a massive hole punched through them. Not that that had stopped Leon's group, of course. All of the men were dressed in dark clothing covering their faces, so when 3 of them peeled off into the shadows between the manor and the stable, they almost vanished into the dark. However, Leon could still see them quite clearly, and could tell that they were assuming positions to watch over both the gate and the front door. The remaining 9 men walked inside. None spoke, and though they seemed to be paying some attention to the need for stealth, none were particularly quiet as they trooped inside. However, their coordinated movements were even more evidence in Leon's eyes that they'd all been here before. Leon and his people were on the manor's third floor, having been searching one of Valentina's small libraries, of which several were scattered about the manor. There hadn't been much more than recreational reading to be found within, though Leon was grateful that his people hadn't made too big a mess of this room or any others that they'd searched. What little mess they had made didn't seem to be noticed as the 9 below them began climbing the grand staircase in the central hall. Leon watched with his magic senses as the group ascended right past them to the 7th floor, and only then did he finally hear one of them speak. This one, the group's only 5th-tier mage, said as a door above opened. "Let's follow, but remain quiet," Leon ordered his retinue. Slowly, his retainers crept out of the library they'd hunkered down in, their hands on each other's shoulders to keep from bumping into each other. They were all in full armor, but they moved like ghosts, the results of not only their own skill but the incredible work that Sid had done in forging their armor. Slowly, they made their way up the stairs as the group above them all shuffled into a room above and began whispering amongst themselves as they moved things about. When Leon's group reached the top floor, they found that a 4th-tier mage had been stationed at the top of the stairs in a surprising display of caution and professionalism given their otherwise lackadaisical attitude. With a smile, Leon realized that the door the rest of the group had taken was almost closed and no one else was keeping an eye on the stairs. For the moment, at least, it seemed they didn't need invisibility. Leon crept up close to the 4th-tier sentry and dropped his invisibility. At the same time, lightning flooded through his body. The sentry barely had the time to widen his eyes in shock before Leon struck him in the chest and shocked him with enough lightning to cause his body to seize up. In a flash, Leon's hand went over the man's mouth, keeping from making any noise, and with his other hand, Leon kept him from falling to the ground. Another weak bolt of lightning knocked the man unconscious. "Ow," Leon whispered to his retainers, "take him." Alcander dropped his invisibility and prowled over, took the sentry from Leon, and gingerly led him down on a thick carpet just down the hall. With that handled, Leon inched over to the mostly closed door, calling upon his old hunting skills to stay quiet and out of sight. With his magic senses, he could see that the room the remaining 8 men were in was a rather large office with a large and imposing desk on the opposite side from the door. The room had several large bookshelves, an expensive-looking clock, 3 sets of file drawers behind the desk, and a small sitting area. The men were in the process of rearranging the room, with 4 third-tier mages slowly moving the huge desk a little closer to the center of the office, while the remaining 3rd-tier, 2 4th-tier, and final 5th-tier mage all took care of moving around the file drawers. Leon was a little surprised that they weren't going through the drawers, but the answer to his silent question was answered when, after the drawers had been moved out of the way, the 5th-tier mage began pulling at the candle sconces on the wall above the drawers like they were levers instead. The sconces didn't immediately move, and one of the 3rd-tier mages let his discipline slip when he asked, "That fucker lied to us." "Shut the fuck up," one of the 4th-tier mages chided as he struck the 3rd-tier mage in the belly. As the hapless 3rd-tier mage collapsed, gasping for breath, the 5th-tier mage tried pulling the sconces again, and this time, Leon sensed the activation of a subtle enchantment. The sconces moved like levers, and a section of the wall behind the drawers slid open, revealing a tight passage through which Leon's magic senses penetrate. Leon grinned in spite of himself. His first attempt at creating a soul realm had been a mountain palace replete with hidden passages. He was of the opinion that everyone, with only a few solitary exceptions, could be excited at the prospect of finding a secret passage. His grin quickly turned to a frown as he thought, "This is the home of a vampire, though, so that passage probably doesn't lead to hidden magic secrets of secured treasure." Without a word, the 5th-tier mage stuck his head into the passage for a moment, looked both ways, and then slid in, his shoulders almost scraping both sides. The passage was so narrow. He quickly disappeared into the passage, along with both 4th-tier mages, though not before one paused at the entrance of the passage, the one that had struck the 3rd-tier mage, and growled, "You all had better wait here." Quietly. Then into the passage he vanished. Leon filled in his retainers on what he was seeing and waited several long minutes for the sounds of shifting and scraping coming from the passage faded. He was right about to burst into the office and start taking prisoners when one of the 3rd-tier mages revealed that Leon hadn't been the only one waiting for the others to vanish. "Those fucking assholes," the mage grumbled. "Be quiet." Another begged, though without much conviction. "How about you shut your fuck hole?" The first venomously responded. "This whole thing is fucking bullshit. We're fucking out here risking out jobs for shit that hasn't been fucking explained, for people too fucking rich to actually care about us. This whole shitting thing fucking stinks." It's our fucking job. A third mage shot back. If you don't like it, then quit. Then we could all live better without having to listen to your idiotic comments. Don't fucking act like you're fine with us getting fucked in the ass over here, the first mage replied. This is some really shady shit they're covering us in. You may like the stench, but I prefer being fucking clean. Leon smiled as he recognized this foul-mouthed wordsmith as a potential turncoat. Unfortunately, none of the third-tier mages became so undisciplined as to actually reveal any of the secrets they may have been told about this place, assuming they'd actually been told any secrets of worth. So Leon swiftly opened the door and entered the room, closely followed by his retainers. The 5 third-tier mages barely had time to register his presence before his aura and killing intent had them all rubbing their noses on the floor. Leon let his magic power settle around them, and he used his power to not just exert pressure upon them, but to hold them still and keep their mouths closed. It wasn't a silent entrance, but it was quiet enough. Still, Leon kept an eye on the passage opening, but he could neither see nor hear any sign of the 3 other mages returning to investigate. Secure them, Leon ordered, and in a matter of seconds, his retainers had all of the third-tier mages bound, gagged, and their masks removed. Alkander then ducked out of the room and returned a moment later, the unconscious 4th-tier mage slung over his shoulder. Leon glanced at those he'd captured and noted that they all seemed terrified, though the one who'd been complaining the most was, oddly enough, the calmest. He looked almost resigned to his fate, though he was rather pointedly staring at the floor rather than at Leon or any of his companions. Stay here, watch them, Leon ordered Gaius, who nodded and closed the door, holding it shut by leaning against it. Without a word, Leon led Marcus and Alkander through the passage. He wanted to question everyone, but without a clear idea of what the remaining 3 were doing, he wanted to treat this like he was on a time limit rather than risking them escaping by wasting time with those left behind. Once on the other side of the passage opening, Leon's magic senses weren't blocked anymore, and he noted that the tight passage led to a small room to the left, and to a very tight spiral staircase to the right, descending quite deeply past the other floors and into the ground. He couldn't see any of the other 3 mages who'd gone in, but he knew which they'd gone. He immediately made for the stairs. Once he, Marcus, and Alkander were at the bottom, the passage widened up, though it was even less inviting the rest of the manor had been. The entire passage was made of roughly hewn stone and completely unlit, though that hardly stopped Leon's group. They sped down the passage as quickly as stealth would allow, and at the end, they found a huge door partially open. On the other side, Leon could see what looked almost like a small theater, with a series of descending stone steps in a half-circle around a stage down at the bottom on the far side. In the center of this stage was a huge stone bowl large enough, he realized, to hold all the blood in several people's bodies, and judging from the stains around it, had held quite a bit of blood in its time. The bowl was inscribed with several long lines of runic script he didn't immediately recognize, though Leon noted that it was only the runes carved along the rim that were actual enchantments. The stand that the bowl stood upon, though heavily carved and stylized in geometric fashion, was heavily enchanted, and he could sense light, lightning, and darkness magic within it, all the magical components for spatial magic. Behind the bowl and its stand, Leon could see, backstage, a large chamber within which were several more file drawers. It was there that Leon could see the 3 mages. 1 4th-tier was going through the drawers and piling documents in front of the 5th-tier mage, who was quickly going through them. After skimming, the 5th-tier mage sorted the documents into 2 piles, one of which the other 4th-tier mage was pulling papers from and quickly burning. Take them now, Leon ordered as soon as he realized they were probably burning evidence that he was here for. He lunged forward, lightning blazing through his body and propelling him beyond a mortal man's ability to track. In a flash of lightning and with the boom of thunder echoing behind him, Leon appeared in front of the 5th-tier mage and slammed his fist into the side of the man's head. With a metered dose of lightning, the man was hurled across the room, hit the wall hard enough to crack the stone, and collapsed, unconscious, but still alive. A moment later, while the 4th-tier mages were still reacting, Marcus and Alkander slammed into them both, tackling them and bringing them to the ground. The 4th-tier mages resisted for a moment, but as they realized the situation they were in, both fell still. Leon glanced around at the documents in the file drawers, and with little more than a wave of his hand, brought all of them into his soul realm. Then, he walked over to the 5th-tier mage and slung him over his shoulder like a bag of potatoes. Let's head back up, Leon said, and Marcus and Alkander hauled the 4th-tier mages up. Together, They made their way back through the passage to where Gaius was waiting. Leon stared at all 12 mages who'd come to the manor, now bound and completely restrained before him in the manor's dining room. After securing all of the mages who'd come into the manor, he'd sent Marcus and Alcander outside to take the remaining 3 prisoner while he and Gaius moved the rest downstairs. Now that they were all secure, Leon paced in front of them and glowered menacingly, some of the papers taken from the dungeon theater in his hand. He didn't let his aura radiate from him without any restraint, but he did let it settle around their shoulders, pressing them down into the floor and ensuring that every single one of them knew that his power was so far beyond theirs that escape was impossible. "All right," Leon growled as he pulled the papers back into his soul realm. "Let's talk about what was going on here. You lot were sent to destroy any evidence of Valentina's crimes and those who she might have collaborated with. I'm just going to leave the floor open for anyone who wants to pipe up now before we start taking this more seriously." Leon glared at each of the men in turn, not thinking any of them were actually going to speak up here, and not really wanting them to, either. He wasn't surprised when he was answered with nothing but silence, but a couple of the men looked at him with pleading eyes, all of them 3rd tier. The mouthy one from earlier was among them, he noted. "So be it," he said. He then ordered his retainers, "Separate them into different rooms. We'll discuss things one-on-one from here on out." Gaius, Marcus, and Alcander did as ordered, swiftly herding each of the mages into various rooms within the manor, and even though the mages numbered a dozen, the manor was large enough that they were still rather spoiled for choice. When they were finished, Alcander remained with the 5th tier mage to keep an eye on him while Gaius patrolled around near the 4th tier mages. Marcus, however, returned to him for further orders. "Send for Naiad," Leon ordered him. Marcus, as a light mage, was the fastest one of those with him right now, and at the 5th tier, he could get word to Oculara and return in only a couple of hours. The night was still young, though, and Leon had more for him to do. Also, inform Narses the White that there's been a break-in at Valentina's manor. We just happened to be passing through, and we managed to stop the intruders. If possible, sending some people here to lock the place down. And take our prisoners into custody would be for the best. Marcus grinned in understanding. "Will do, boss." With that, he left, and Leon made his way upstairs to start making the rounds with his prisoners. The first several 3rd tier mages had little to say to him, though all were utterly terrified. He didn't spend much time with them, but given the fear they were all obviously feeling, he decided to leave them to the professionals. He thought that Narses would probably get them to talk fairly easily. However, when he got to the mouthy 3rd tier mage, he found more success. When Leon walked into the room, the man was sweating so much that it was starting to pool on the hardwood floor where he was kneeling. "So," Leon said as he closed the door behind him, "care to tell me your name?" The men had prepared quite well, none of them having any identification on them. Leon had opened with this question for the other mages he'd interrogated so far, but only 2 had actually given him names, though he acknowledged that they could be false. "Runel," the man blurted out as if he'd been dying to identify himself. "I'm sorry, my lord, I mean, this wasn't," as he sputtered and tried to speak. He eventually started speaking a language that Leon didn't understand, though from the way he spat his words, Leon guessed he was swearing in frustration. "Slow down," Leon commanded with a soothing tone, recognizing that the man wanted to talk, but he was just too damn scared to get the words out. "I have no problems with you taking your time." Runel took a few deep breaths, then said entirely without prompting, "I can give you everything I know. I don't know much, but whatever I can give you, I will. I hold no love for those pig fuckers that sent me here. I knew it was illegal and that it would get us into trouble. I knew it." "I'm glad you're going to be cooperative," Leon said. "Let's start, then, with who you work for." "Heaven's Eye," Runel immediately replied. When Leon's eyes widened in only mild shock, Runel clarified, "I mean, we're paid by Heaven's Eye, but we work for a private security company in Oculara." "So you're just a contractor?" "Yes." Leon frowned, wondering just what Heaven's Eye would need security contractors for when they had a full division of the guild devoted to security, though, a moment later, he supposed this was less a practical decision and probably more to use security that weren't answerable to Narses. "Who hired you?" "Some pasty fuck, I don't know his name. Tall, gaunt, terribly pale." Runel nodded. "And this guy sent you here, did he?" "Not him, specifically, that's just who hired us," Runel explained. "I'm not really one of my company's managers, so I can only tell you what I heard. but rumor has it that we were actually hired by someone very high up in Heaven's Eye. Leon nodded. Were you hired for this job, or did you have other duties? We had other duties that we were pulled off to take care of this. What duties were those? We were supposed to be helping to monitor a research lab north of the Scamander. Fairly small and nondescript place, I don't think anyone around it even knows what it is. I'll want to know where that place is, Leon growled. Anything, anything, Runel cried out, and he hurriedly gave Leon the address. Leon's knowledge of Oculara's less than well-traveled streets wasn't the greatest, but if he wasn't wrong, the place Runel gave him was in a fairly sleepy suburb about an hour's north of the Hexagon, mostly inhabited by farmers and those who catered their services to farmers. Now, tell me what you came here to do, Leon demanded. Just to get in and move a few things out, Runel responded. We weren't told what, only our leaders were. I'm just here as muscle, if it was needed. Leon hummed as he leaned against the wall. It sounded like these men were hired by a vampire, but if they were guarding a secret or at least unadvertised Heaven's Eye research facility, then he thought it likely that Rufus was somehow involved. The man was apparently running interference for Valentina, and possibly for the director. With a sigh, he turned his attention back to Runel. It sounded like this was going to be a long night, but he figured he was at least lucky that he didn't have to scour this manor for what he was looking for. Chapter 767. Valentina's interrogation. You did well out there, Narcissus commented as he thumbed through a few of the papers that Leon had just given him, his expression growing more and more foul the more he saw. Leon could understand the man's anger. Those papers were the documents that he'd retrieved from Valentina's manor, and just from his own cursory skimming, he already knew that they implicated quite a few people in Oculara as collaborating with vampires, whether knowingly or otherwise. They didn't just give a list of potential vampires, but also those who provided Valentina's people with supplies and shelter, and those who Valentina was personally keeping an eye on. Leon himself had come up plenty of times in the latter category, and he'd given those particular sections a little more than a cursory glance, but there hadn't been much within them that indicated anything more than a bit of passive observation. Not even a note about trying to potentially gain access to his villa. Thanks, Leon replied as he leaned back in his chair. He and Narcissus were meeting in a security station not too far from the Hexagon. It was one of the places where Heaven's Eye kept their prisoners who presented the greatest and clearest danger to peace in Oculara. As a result, it was an enormous building, and one of the most heavily enchanted in the entire city. Despite the size of the place, however, Leon was a little gratified to have found out that there were only 30 cells within, and even those were rarely filled. In general, over the past decade, he'd learned that it was a rarity for more than 5 cells to be filled at any one time, and even then, there were usually less. Naturally, this was the place where Valentina was being held. As an 8th-tier vampire and a mage who'd been quite highly ranked within Heaven's Eye and thought to only be 7th tier up until her failed attack on Narcissus, her capabilities weren't entirely known. She might have more knowledge than she should about Heaven's Eye's security measures, or she might have deep wells of power she could call upon that they couldn't account for. Regardless, she was imprisoned here, where Heaven's Eye was most able to imprison one of her power. Following Leon's raid on Valentina's manor, Narcissus had practically jumped at the chance Leon presented to enter Valentina's manor without Rufus' interference. All 12 contractors that Leon had captured were turned over to Narcissus, and Narcissus' people were even now going through Valentina's manor with a fine-tooth comb looking for anything out of the ordinary. Leon, however, hadn't stayed long. He hadn't gotten much more information out of those contractors, but he at least was certain that, given their original jobs of protecting a Heaven's Eye research facility, they were hired by Rufus, either directly or indirectly. Unfortunately, they didn't have enough proof of Rufus' direct involvement for Narcissus to openly act against him, at least. No proof that they knew of. Leon had taken a lot of papers from Valentina and they'd need quite a bit of time to go through. Narcissus appeared to realize this as, with a deep sigh, he set aside the stack of papers that he'd been leafing through. Leon, he said, I'm going to head down and speak with Valentina now. Would you like to accompany me? Leon, grinning, replied, you ask that as if that is an offer I was going to turn down. Good, then follow me. Is there anything you need me to do? You can observe, but leave the talking to me. Easily done. Valentina was kept in the lowest cell in the prison, a deep, dark pit guarded by dozens of powerful mages and reinforced with an ocean of magic. The pit itself had a long staircase running along its outer edge, and as he and Narcissus descended past the gates interspersed along its length, he could feel them passing by the powerful wards that would serve to keep Valentina down below. As they walked, Narses informed Leon that this particular prison wasn't normally staffed, but with Valentina here, they'd had to call in the guards. However, the wards and other facilities were always kept in strict condition, ensuring that there were no weaknesses that Valentina could exploit. From what he could sense of their warding scheme, Leon had to admit that it was powerful enough that he would have been surprised if anyone weaker than a 10th tier mage could break out, and even a 10th tier mage would likely have a lot of trouble should they find themselves unlucky enough to be thrown down there. He silently resolved to carry with him a bigger supply of open runes, which he'd been slowly stockpiling since the expedition to his clan's research facility. Once they reached the bottom, Leon estimated they were at least half a mile below the earth. He was a little surprised that they were so deep, and he couldn't help but wonder if this pit had been around since his clan ruled the plane. His wonder was almost immediately confirmed when Nestor whispered from his soul realm, "Idiots. This was an industrial waste pit. Foolish to build something down here, should I be worried heading down there?" Leon asked as he slightly slowed his pace. After a long moment's pause, during which Narses spoke with the guards on duty at the bottom of the stairs, Nestor finally said, "I suppose not. Everything dumped down here probably decayed within 10 or 20,000 years of our fall. Still idiotic to be here. I'll be sure to make a note of that. Zafin, you there? Huh, what do you want, human? I'm going to sit in on an interrogation involving a vampire who's probably contracted with Amon. Figured that would be something you'd be interested in listening in on, too." Zafin chuckled, filling Leon's ears with the sound of rapidly crackling flame. "That would interest me, good." As he had that quick exchange, Narses waved Leon over, and they walked through the door at the bottom of the stairs. In contrast to the otherwise open pit above them, capped by the main prison and filled with nothing but magic power channeled by enchantments, the bottom of the pit was a dense building, with narrow corridors only allowing two people to pass by each other if one of them hugged the wall. Like the pit above, it was dark, and Leon could sense certain enchantments in the walls that were familiar to him. They almost felt like his anti-magic gems, but more focused. It was hard to read the flow of magic, but if he had to guess, they were all trained on the cell at the center of the building. It took a surprisingly long time to reach the heart of the building, as there were no straight unimpeded hallways that ran for longer than 50 feet. There were additional gates, guards, and enchantments frequently, and if anyone managed to break out of the cell, they'd have to wind their way through a maze, break through a dozen interminably slowly opening reinforced doors, and fight off several dozen powerful mages, all without the use of their magic power thanks to what felt like wards similar to Leon's anti-magic gemstones. If Leon were to design a prison, he realized as he and Narses slowly made their way through the building that he would struggle to come up with something more secure without using some of his clan's more questionable practices. At the heart of the building, surrounded by reinforced steel walls many feet thick, Leon and Narses stepped out into a small room, though relatively large given the tight tunnels they'd just had to walk through. On the opposite side of the room was a wall of enchanted glass, and to the right was a door. To the left was nothing more than a simple wooden table and 3 chairs. 2 guards stood on either side of the door, but Leon hardly took note of them even as they saluted, for on the other side of the glass, he could see Valentina herself, sitting alone in a bare cell with only a single dim magic lantern to light the place. Her cell was steel and concrete, and for furniture, she had no more than a table and 2 chairs. A toilet and sink were in the corner, but they looked quite strange to Leon, and when he asked Narses, it was explained that all of their facilities had to be specially designed to ensure that the prisoner they were to house would have no magical materials at all to work with, compounding the overlapping fields of anti-magic Leon could feel concentrated on the cell. Valentina herself looked about as Leon expected any powerful vampire to look, inhumanly gaunt, with skin so pale it was almost transparent. She had sharp features that were excessively emphasized by her vampirism, and a pair of cold black eyes currently narrowed in boredom. She wasn't particularly tall, but she was so thin that she appeared taller than she was. Did people really not see her for what she was? Leon asked in wonder, not really expecting much of an answer. To his eyes, Valentina was about as obviously vampiric as any he'd ever seen. She had disguised herself with a permanent light enchantment, Narses explained. She also wore enchanted jewelry that hid her aura, making her look a tier weaker than she was. It's understandable that she fooled so many in Heaven's Eye. Leon just smiled and shrugged. Good thing she tripped up this time. Indeed, Narses commented. Let's get this started. Without another word, Narses opened the door to the right of the enchanted glass, Leon following closely behind. Those Heaven's Eye personnel who'd followed them stopped in the observation room. Valentina looked up as they entered, but the bored expression on her face didn't even flicker until Leon stepped in right behind Narses. However, all he got for his presence was a brief widening of her eyes. He didn't even get a gasp of surprise. "Valentina," Narses stated as he took the seat opposite her. Leon closed the door behind them and leaned against it. When Valentina failed to respond, Narses, unperturbed, continued, "I hear that you haven't been cooperating with your interrogators. You must know that you're not going to leave this place alive if you don't give us something. We have you dead to rights, there's no getting around that." Valentina averted her gaze and didn't respond. Instead, she began to quietly tap on the table in a regular rhythm in what Leon interpreted as a way to keep her focus on something other than Narses. Regardless, Narses pushed on. "Who are your accomplices? You have to have had a few here in Oculara, and many others outside of the city, to maintain your cover. Surely there are a few that don't matter. Just one that you could give us. Anything to forestall your inevitable execution." Valentina remained quiet, and Leon couldn't help but frown as Narses continued. "Look, you're a smart woman, you wouldn't have gotten as far as you did if you weren't. You're also ambitious. There isn't an 8th-tier mage in the world who isn't. You don't want to die, but that will be the inevitable conclusion to this story if you don't provide us with something. Even just a little morsel. How about the reason why you attacked me? You can't have expected that assault to work, so why even try it in the first place? Why me of all people? Isn't Leon Rame your target?" Valentina's eyes momentarily flickered toward Leon, but again, she didn't respond. Narses continued trying to cajole her into speaking, but Leon's frown only grew wider the more he continued. Narses emphasized again and again that Valentina wasn't going to make it out of the prison alive, and Leon couldn't help but think that a foolish move. He was by no means an expert interrogator, but he wondered why Narses kept emphasizing the fact that he didn't intend to let her go. Leon had to admit that if he were in Valentina's position, he wouldn't give up anything without a lot of persuasion or torture. There wouldn't be much point in it, he saw, if he was only going to kill after being pumped for information. Judging by Valentina's appearance, he didn't think they were starving her, even though she consumed blood to live. He didn't see any signs on her body that she'd been mistreated, either. If anything, her lack of concern over their presence and obvious boredom she displayed prior to their arrival spoke of just how well Heaven's Eye was treating her, relatively speaking. If Narses isn't going to offer her anything, then the longer she stays quiet, the longer she lives, Leon thought. Narses is claiming it's the other way around, that she'll live longer if she gives up information, but, is that even true? She doesn't even look like she's been tortured. Why would she conclude that giving up information in this case was the best bet? Are they just hoping she gets bored enough to tell them everything they want to know? For a quarter of an hour, these thoughts weighed on Leon's mind as Narses continued to get absolutely nowhere with Valentina. He did finally get around to offering a few more amenities, but Leon noted that they were little more than creature comforts. He never once promised Valentina her life, nor her liberty. Leon's desire to speak up began to grow, but he reined himself in and checked in on his demonic partner. "Zafin, is there any way at all to undo vampirism?" "What a question that is, boy," Zafin replied. "No matter what, there are always ways to turn something back. She made herself a vampire, and becoming human again is possible, yes. But it's hardly a thing easily done. Do you know how?" "I do, but the method is effectively impossible." "What do you mean?" "The demon she's contracted with has to release her from her contract. Or at least, the contract between them has to somehow break. This could be as easily done as a simple declaration of intent on Valentina's part, but most demonic contracts have long clauses dedicated to preventing such violations. I know Amon, and I can sense him on her, and I can tell you right now that if she tried to undo his contract, then she'd be toasty ash on the ground in about 2 seconds flat. Amon doesn't fuck around when it comes to his contracts. So there's no way for Valentina, specifically, to renounce her contract. To get Amon's power out of her body. I wouldn't say no way, but there's certainly no practical way. And without that, there's no way for her to get rid of her vampirism. No, but, hypothetically speaking, if she were to lose her contract with Amon, what would need to be done? A human imbibes blood or, more specifically, mana to transfer its power to their demonic lord. After a long while, their bodies will adapt to require such imbibement to live, and that's where a human becomes a vampire. Throughout this process, demonic magic inundates the mage's body, and likewise, the mage becomes addicted to it. Mana is consumed, most of its power flowing to the demon. Demonic power returns through their connection, nourishing the mage in question in place of food or drink. In order to undo this, a mage would, ideally, require demonic power without consuming mana. That way, they would continue to be nourished despite no longer consuming mana. Once that's done, the mage would need to be slowly healed as they're weaned off demonic magic and readapt to human food. But in Valentina's case, would that be needed? Leon asked as he furrowed his brow in thought. She's a powerful mage, surely she wouldn't need much, if any, food to live, right? Would it be that hard for her to readapt? Without Amon's power, Valentina will likely drop in magical tier. Even then, her body is adapted to mana and demonic magic-based nourishment, and if she wanted to be healthy again, then readapting to human food would be the ideal. She can't just go, "I don't need to eat," and stop. Her frail human body would likely fail. So, she needs to be weaned off of demonic power. Why then did you recommend that her contract be broken first? She needs to get rid of all the demonic power in her body. The healthiest thing to do is to do so gradually, but demons that make contracts with humans don't allow that to happen. There is no chance even in your hells that Amon would ever allow her to wean herself off of him. So, the only way to rid herself of demonic magic is to break her contract. Zafin, Leon said as a devious spark flickered in his eyes, would you be willing to forge a contract between yourself and Valentina? Fuck no, Zafin immediately and emphatically responded. Not a fucking chance. You sure? I couldn't bribe her for all the information she knows by offering her another demon to sign on with as she weaned herself off of demonic power. I'm still healing, boy. She can fuck right off if she thinks she's getting any of my power. But what you're saying is that it's not impossible. You just don't want to. Zafin went quiet for a long moment. Before he had a chance to say anything, Leon continued to press, sensing an advantage. Zafin, wouldn't your healing go faster if you had more people under contract with you? Wouldn't this benefit you greatly? I will not take Amon's scraps. Zafin roared. This is a vampire, Leon. This woman whored herself out for power. Accepting her is below my dignity. I am a lord of flame, and my standards will not be lowered. Does the contract have to be onerous, then? Couldn't you spare what she might need to live? Even if I could, how are you going to get around Amon killing her immediately if her contract were to break? Or how to even break her contract? I was hoping you could have some tips for me there, but otherwise I was going to consult with any of Heaven's Eyes demonologists. I just figured that since you were an exalted lord of flame, then you might be willing to impart a little wisdom on this mere mortal man. Don't patronize me, boy. Don't let your pride get in our way, demon. As they descended into stony silence, Leon started to tune back into Narcis's attempts to get Valentina to talk, but as he did, he realized that her eyes kept glancing in his direction. She didn't seem nervous, but she was clearly keeping an eye on him. Finally, he could stand it no longer and decided to make the decision he had to. Valentina was the best lead he had on the vampires in a long time, and he wasn't going to let her go the way of Cassia. He needed her cooperation, and he was going to get it. So, with more confidence than he was actually feeling, Leon pushed himself off the door and sauntered over to the table, taking Narcissus by surprise. Leon, the chief of security said in warning, but Leon paid him no more than a reassuring smirk. Narcissus, Leon said in an even tone, let's talk outside. Chapter 768, Valentina's interrogation 2, all right, what is it? Narcissus asked in annoyance as he and Leon re-entered the observation room. Leon, before answering, glanced out through the enchanted glass and noted that Valentina at least didn't look particularly bored anymore, but neither did she look anything other than relaxed. They'd only been questioning her for about 20 minutes, but she looked utterly unfazed by anything Narcissus had said. I have an idea for how this interrogation can play out, Leon explained as he turned his attention back to Narcissus. I was hoping you'd let me take point from here on out. You want to take the lead? Narcissus asked skeptically. That might not be the best thing to do given your current relationship with the director. Given that Valentina attacked you, I don't think you heading in there is all that advised, either. Conflicts of interest and all that, true, Narcissus conceded. I did have to pull some strings to get in there with her. But what is this idea that you have? Explain it to me, and if I like it, I'll send you in there. Valentina's eyes turned to Leon as he walked back into the cell, her demeanor having slipped back into one of obvious boredom as he'd explained his idea to Narses. Leon met her gaze without hesitation, but instead of sitting down at the table and immediately launching into his pitch, he instead began to pace around the room, examining it thoroughly. For the most part, he focused on the enchantments he could sense flowing through the walls, but he also paid some attention to the sheer starkness of the cell in contrast to her rather rustic, but still rather luxurious in its own way manner. He was right about to address her when Zafin finally spoke up about what he was about to do. Leon, you'd better not make any promises on my behalf, Zafin warned him. I'll make whatever promises I need to in order to defeat Aemon, Leon responded. Just roll with me for a while on this one, we'll get through it together. With your record, that's about as reassuring as a Tideric declaring that they can handle a Carinalorian. I have no idea what any of that means. Unfortunately, we're reliant on your ignorance, aren't we? We're fucked. With that, Zafin went silent, and Leon, after putting in the titanic effort required to resist rolling his eyes, finally managed to refocus on Valentina. It's quite the slide in quality, being in here, he observed. I saw your manner. Not exactly to my tastes, but it was much more comfortable than this. Valentina didn't say a word, but he could see her subtly tracking him throughout the room, keeping an eye on him without moving her head too much using the mirrored side of the one-way glass. Still, he was able to see the slight tightening around her eyes and mouth, and he heard the momentary hitch in her breathing. Do you miss those creature comforts? Leon asked. Personally, I could live out in the forest in little more than a shack if I have to, but someone in your position might feel different. He continued to pace, and she continued to track him and remain silent. Where are you from, Valentina? Your file said Beloran. I've never been there, myself. Is it beautiful? I've heard very little about the place. I assume that your manor was built in Beloran style. It has some appeal, I have to admit. Leon rambled on, not so much expecting Valentina to respond as he was just poking at her defenses, getting her prepped for his main assault. I have to admire this cell, though. I understand that this might be a bit insensitive given your circumstances, but as an enchanter, I just can't help myself. I've never seen this kind of anti-magic used before. I mean, back where I come from, they use manacles and chains that can interfere with a mage's ability to use magic, but this kind of anti-magic field wasn't something I thought anyone in the empires could set up. It's truly an astounding piece of magical engineering, it is, Valentina muttered in agreement. Leon smiled in response, and when he made eye contact with her, he found her smiling at him with something resembling pride. Given her sharp and gaunt features, she looked downright predatory given how she angled her head and narrowed her eyes. Is it your work? Leon asked, happy that she was finally speaking. Valentina took a deep breath, then nodded in confirmation. It's wonderful to behold, Leon remarked as he fought to contain how amusing he found it to be that she was being restrained with her own enchantment work. It's quite efficient, too. Spectacular, simply spectacular. I'll have to take some notes before we leave. How long ago did you work on this? Valentina stared at him for a long moment before answering, about 60 years ago. 60 years, huh, not that long in the grand scheme of things. It's still more than long enough that I would have assumed this kind of enchantment would have permeated throughout the entire Ilian Empire, at least, but this is the first I've seen it. It's based on some pieces of Sky Devil magic that we reverse-engineered, Valentina explained. We don't fully understand the principles behind it, but we could reproduce it on a relatively small scale. This place, for all your praise, is about all that Heaven's Eye is capable of. The empires likely have similar facilities, but this, anti-magic, is expensive and not as efficient as you seem to think. They're not cost-effective. That's surprising criticism, Leon noted. Are you not happy with what you managed to accomplish? After all, even this much is still quite the accomplishment. Valentina went quiet again, and Leon was momentarily nervous that she was going to refuse to answer his question. However, after what seemed to be some intense thinking, she eventually said, that was before. After I forged my contract with my patron, I had to reprioritize my ambitions. I re-specialized from anti-magic enchantments to blood magic. Was there anything in particular that you were trying to accomplish? Leon asked. Valentina shrugged. Leon lightly frowned, having asked in earnest. 60 years was before the director had started working with the vampires, as far as he was aware, which meant that the vampires had been operating within Heaven's Eye for longer than he'd admitted to Leon. And whether or not the director was aware of that, he found that concerning. Leon contemplated that for a moment before launching into something a little more immediately relevant. How did you get mixed up in all of this, if you don't mind me asking? Valentina sighed again, but this time, she actually answered him, to his delight. I sought out the vampires in a moment of weakness. She paused for a second and stared at her reflection in the one-way glass. Leon nodded and stopped pacing, choosing instead to stand between her and the glass. Her eyes drifted upward to meet his, and he said, I forged my contract seeking power. I was weak at the time, and homeless, and saw signing a demonic contract as an easy way to gain power. I won't lie, Zaffin's power has come in handy quite a few times, but it wasn't quite what I imagined. They never are they? Valentina commiserated. You were lucky, it seems. Zaffin seems to abhor human sacrifice. You know him that well, do you? I was told by my patron, Aemon. Valentina didn't answer, but this time, from the desperate way she looked at him, Leon figured that she simply couldn't, at least not without suffering severe consequences. But he already knew that Aemon was behind this. That demon had its hooks too deeply into this plane and was too personally invested in Zaffin's death for it to be anyone else. I have a question that I hope you can answer, then, Leon said. It's fine if you can't, but I'm hoping you can. Valentina's expression quickly slid back into a stoic smile, which Leon took as her allowing him to continue. I've been dogged by Amon's vampires for a long time, Leon explained. If you had gone north 12 or 13 years ago, you could have ended me with a thought, or a casual wave of your hand. There were a few powerful vampires that Aemon sent after me, of course, but given the force he seems to command on this plane, I would have thought he'd send more. If he wanted Zaffin dead so badly that he invested into a large vampiric network on this plane, then why have his minions come at me piecemeal? Valentina's smile turned to a light frown. Demonic contracts aren't all the same, she explained. I can only speak to what my patron demanded of me, not what was demanded of others. But what I understand is that contracts are just that, contracts. They spell out specific terms and conditions in return for power. Just as your patron doesn't demand you make human sacrifices, others can have their own terms. When you look at it like this, it's easy to understand why a demon would find it easier to control weaker mages and force them to do the demon's bidding. These weaker mages will usually agree to contracts with harsher stipulations, oftentimes being little more than slaves to their patron. But that wasn't you, Leon asked. Valentina smiled again. I was a little savvier in my negotiations. I am only required to support other vampires my patron sends after an enemy. I'm not required to fight them for my patron, and my patron can't force me to do so. Can't your patron just break the contract? Wouldn't that kill you? Possibly, sure, Valentina conceded. However, consider how much time and effort and power a demon will invest into a person. Think of my power and position. It's rarely as simple as, do what I want or die, and more trying to get your pieces to do what you want without being forced to destroy them. If my patron were to get rid of me, then he'd lose out on what I can offer and all of the power he'd invested into me. Go ask an arrogant investor how willing they are to give up on investment. Is that not a concern now? Isn't he going to lose you right here? That depends, Valentina said with a smirk. Demons can be impatient, arrogant, and petulant, and some might have immediately killed me off for getting captured. My patron has a sword over my neck and I'm just waiting for it to fall. As for why it hasn't yet, I can't say. Why wait so quietly, then? Leon asked. I can offer you a way out, potentially. Break your contract with Aemon and sign on with Zaffin instead. Work with me instead of against, and you might just accomplish what you wanted when you signed on with Aemon in the first place. What was your ambition, by the way? Valentina sighed. Then with the resigned tone of one who'd already accepted that this was her end, explained, I'm a researcher. An alchemist and an enchanter. A healer and an artisan and much more besides. It's rare that I've ever found a field of study that I didn't want to at least learn the basics of, but there's only so much time in the day, isn't there? Leon smiled and nodded, finding some common ground in that particular gripe. It had taken him 10 years of dedicated study to gain even some modest skill in blacksmithing, while he'd studied enchanting as much as he could nearly all his life. There was so much more that he wanted to learn that after reaching the 8th tier, he'd barely ever slept. He wasn't entirely sure why Valentina had launched into this non sequitur, though. Hells, he was already disappointed that she'd barely reacted to his offer. But, Valentina continued, Apotheosis represented a way out of that dilemma for me. Immortality. Such a concept holds great appeal for one like me who constantly feels like she's running out of time. I reached the 5th tier myself. I needed some assistance from others in my social circle to reach the 6th. I knew in my heart that I would likely never reach the 7th. So I went looking for someone who might help, a process that wasn't easy given how unwilling I was to stop my studies and projects. Eventually, though, that search bore some fruit. I failed many times, but those failures eventually led some vampires to contact me and make an offer. I initially refused, but after some years without success or progress, I contacted them again. And this time, I accepted their offer. I made a contract with my current patron and did things that I don't look back on fondly. But I gained the power I sought, and bought myself a great deal of time. Leon nodded. He would want specifics later, but for now, this was a good start. Is that all you wanted, then? To achieve apotheosis so that you could further your studies without ever having to end? I want to know everything, Leon Rame. I would move mountains if there was even a scrap of knowledge in it for me. Really? Leon said. He almost brought up the Thunderbird clan and the knowledge he'd taken from the archives beneath Tira, but he remembered Narses was still in the observation room. Better to use something else as a bribe, he thought. Zafin can give you power and knowledge, Leon said. But more than that, he can give you freedom from certain death. Do you have the power to guarantee that, Leon Rame? I do. By word or by sword, I can guarantee it. You'd fight for me. I've tried to have you killed before. I've kidnapped your people before. Leon's smile thinned greatly. Oh, we're going to be revisiting those admissions later, but they don't change my offer. Make no mistake, however, I'm not asking you to join my retinue. All I'm saying is that, in my experience, being affiliated with me leads to a longer life expectancy than being affiliated with my enemies. And if you're with me, then we can both substantially profit. Valentina leaned back in her seat and sighed as she seriously regarded Leon. Leon just sat there, drinking in her attention and projecting an air of confidence and power. After several long seconds, Valentina said, "Let's go over the precise details of what shifting my contract to Zafin might require." Leon was madly grinning as he walked back into the observation room, but he paused a moment as he noticed Narses still staring at Valentina through the one-way glass and the 2 Heaven's Eye guards walking out into the hallway and closing the door behind them. Before he could say anything, Narses said, "Do you trust her?" "Not in the slightest," Leon replied, glad to see in his demeanor that Narses wasn't angry. Valentina hadn't accepted his offer, but after liaising with Zafin a bit and offering up a framework for the magical requirements to cut her contract with Eamon and sign one with him, she'd at least not turned him down. Leon felt quite good that she'd eventually accept his offer, assuming Eamon didn't fry her to a crisp first. At the same time, she'd given him some good intel on a couple of nearby vampire cells, including one that coordinated with some werewolves out in the Illumarian wetlands. He was grateful that Eamon didn't seem to be paying that much attention to her, and when he'd brought it up, she'd merely said that her patron had many vampires contracted to him throughout the universe, and that she was rarely actively monitored. Perhaps that was why she was a little more willing to speak, but Leon couldn't say. It seemed to him, however, that if she had just a little more time to think, then she'd be on his side. He wondered what having her with him might do for him. By all accounts, she was a highly capable enchanter, and one that, as of late, had specialized in fields that he'd never dabbled much, blood magic in particular. He would never have her in his retinue, of course, but as a researcher and enchanter in his faction was worth considering. Bringing him back to the conversation at hand, Narses said to him, "I don't trust her, either. But I didn't get the impression that she was lying at all during your little chat. I'll have my people run down the leads she's given us." With a nod, Leon responded, "One stuck out for me." "Oh. Which one?" "That one small vampire cell she mentioned operating within the Screeching Desert piqued my interest. It just so happens that that desert is right next to the Cortuban Alliance, and I ran into something rather interesting the last time I was in the Alliance." Leon quickly filled Narses in on the channeler he'd discovered beneath the main arena in the Cortuban Alliance's capital city. "That's interesting," Narses whispered. "I'll give that one priority. Vampires seem to be operating everywhere these days. I kind of figure that, while it seems that way, it's more just the fact that we're becoming aware of them. They were always here, we're only now seeing them." Narses scowled. "True. I just don't like how much it's exposed about Heaven's Eye." Leon nodded in understanding. Find anything from that hand that the Lord Protector gave me. It belonged to a vampire caught by the Ilian Empire just a few months ago. Fairly weak and from a small cell. Otherwise useless for us. Damn, Leon muttered. Given the engine Anastasios had given him at the same time, it seemed clear to him now that the hand was meant only as a statement of intent rather than for any practical purpose. After a few moments of silence, Leon asked, "Will you be briefing the director on all of this?" "God's number. Or, not yet, anyway. I need to verify a few things about that shitsack Rufus, first. If the chief of magical research and development is in bed with vampires and it's looking more and more like he is, then we have to be prepared to deal with him. Given what's happened these past 6 months, I'm not sure the director would allow Rufus to be touched, no matter what he claims he's doing. We'll deal with him, one way or another." Narses smiled and nodded. "Of course we will, Leon Rame. And once all's said and done, we'll drink." Narses threw his head back and laughed in a manner most maniacal, but Leon could tell it was mostly just a venting of emotion. He had to admit, though, that it was good to see Narses acting just a little more like he'd been back at his party before the expedition north. Silence settled around them, and both stared through the window at Valentina, who'd mostly gone back to leaning back in her chair looking bored. However, Leon noted the way her eyes flitted around the room and could tell that she was thinking quite hard about something, and a curious thing suddenly occurred to him. Breaking their brief silence, Leon observed, "You seem quite fine with me trying to reel Valentina in. Would you mind if I ask why? Didn't she attack you in your own home?" Narses scowled again, then shrugged lightly and said, "She was with the party, but never actually attacked me. She actually surrendered once I killed the rest of the vampires she was with. From the way they acted, I think they expected her to take a more active role in the assault than she did, which I suspect is why they tried in the first place. She was the only one among them stronger than the 7th tier, and if she weren't with them, I'm not sure they would have been so bold as to attack my home." Leon frowned in thought and nodded. That tracked pretty well with his impression of Valentina so far. A fighter she didn't seem to be, and while she had power, that wouldn't help much against a peer. He wondered if the reason she didn't fight against Narses was because she knew she couldn't win, or if she simply didn't want to try. Having power was not the same as having the will to use it. He supposed whether or not he recruited Valentina into his slowly growing kingdom would depend on the answer he eventually got to that question. She'd never be a part of his retinue, but it would be a waste to lose her skills when it wasn't necessary to do so. After another moment of silence as Leon turned over that small observation in his head, he and Narses departed the prison, and the guards took to their posts again. For now, Leon had to wait while Narses ran down those leads and as Valentina mulled over his offer. He also had to get Zafin on board with the offer if she accepted, but he thought that he might just be able to do so. But at least for a little while, he thought that he might just have a few days to rest, relax, and prepare for the next moves he and his side would make. Rufus, he figured, had the makings of a powerful enemy, but he thought that if they moved quickly and boldly enough, then they might just be able to take him off the board entirely. Chapter 769. Bribing a Lord of Flame. With his part in Valentina's interrogation over, Leon made his way back to his villa while Narses took over following up on the leads she'd given them. Along the way, Zafin did not remain quiet, and he and Leno argued incessantly all along the way. The argument wasn't over by the time Leon made it back home, so instead of seeing to some of his other duties, Leon decided to head to one of his meditation chambers and dive into his soul realm. Upon opening his eyes on his granite throne, he was almost immediately confronted by a very angry fire demon. "You have some nerve, boy," Zafin crackled as he loomed over Leon's throne. "Offering me up like a cheap whore. What kind of bitch do you take me for? My ass is not for you to rent out." Leon smirked as he stood up, undaunted in the face of Zafin's obvious attempt at physical intimidation. Though he was now only in his magic body fragile at the best of times, he not only had greater power over fire, he still had his contract with Zafin backing him up. Just as he'd thought it would, the fires that perpetually covered Zafin's body retreated as Leon advanced, even as the demon stood firm. "Aren't you one of the ones constantly telling me to impose my will upon others, or something to that effect?" Leon said, his smirk growing into a full, unabashed smile. "You can help me to end this vampire threat, which threatens not just me, but you as well. You can help me to give Aemon quite the black eye here on Eterna. And all it requires you to do is sign a contract with Valentina. It doesn't have to be permanent, You can end it for all I care as soon as she's no longer a vampire. Few vampires ever manage to return to humanity, Zafin growled. Her forging a contract with me would mean that I am risking taking Amon's sloppy seconds on for a very long time. And for what? I would get no power from her, yet I would have to provide her with power. You're trying to extinguish me, human. Zafin raised his voice as he spat out his frustrations, but Leon kept walking forward, enjoying the sight of Zafin's fire receding like water from a beach. Eventually, Zafin's body was barely covered at all as his fires were blown backward as soon as they erupted from his obsidian skin. Leon could practically see Zafin himself within the fire, rather than just a shadow of his form. I'm not trying to do anything detrimental to you, Leon said a little more reassuringly. We still have our contract, don't we? To support each other as much as we're able. You have a fine way of showing it, Zafin sarcastically grumbled, though he took a step back. There's something I've been quietly wondering for a while, demon, Leon explained in a seemingly unrelated tangent. You see, my ancestor can exist in all of the soul realms of my clan that bear her power, or so my understanding of her existence goes. You're not wrong, Nestor called out. She's not, physically, present in all of our soul realms at the same time. She's basically limited to only appearing in one at a time, but she can fly between them all equally. Exactly, Leon said. Isn't that rather like what we're doing right now, demon? You're existing in my soul realm just as she is. The pigeon is bodiless, Zafin retorted. I am not. I was able to come here when you were still third tier thanks to our contract building a connection between us. Were I not bound by contract to not harm you, I could have drained you dry of all your magic and left you as little more than spent ashes, if I were to so choose. But I'm a benevolent lord, one that plans long-term, and so I've not consumed your meager power. But couldn't you forge connections to other soul realms? Leon asked. Wouldn't that speed up your recovery if you could receive magic from multiple mages? Our soul realms are linked. Zafin shouted. I can trust you because of our history and our contract. But I never would have created that contract with you in the first place if you were not so weak and I not so desperate. If such a contract were to be made with someone stronger, who has a better understanding of what she's doing, then she could strike at me. Possibly even kill me, certainly cripple me terribly. Would this be any different from any other demonic contract? Couldn't you have a contract that prevents such a thing? You make it sound so easy. Boy, demonic contracts have to be enforced by the demon, and so are almost never forged between beings of equivalent power. It gives us a certain amount of power over you humans, yes, but if Amon's fucktoy were able to kill me in one hit, as she very well might given our relative powers and the connection that would exist between our soul realms, then she might escape the resulting devastation. She might even be able to reforge her contract with Amon and gain even greater powers. It's a dangerous risk to me, and one that I can't take. Leon frowned in thought. He'd never probed the contract he had with Zafin too much, reasoning that it was a kind of magic that he had no real hope of understanding, and not wanting to risk the connection he had with his demonic partner with clumsy prodding. However, if Valentina could strike at Zafin through it, then the same should hold true for him. Something to ponder, even if I never actually used that option. Turning his thoughts away from his options and toward potential solutions for this problem, Leon asked, then how about we set about making you stronger? That enchantment array that you've been using to absorb the mists of chaos, how's it been working for you so far? Zafin glared at him for a long moment before answering in a low, frustrated growl, not as well as the last one. Well, that last one was so overloaded with power that you shattered the gems I used for it. This one is much more durable, but I thought that would have made it more powerful. The enchantments could be better anchored into it. Don't forget that everything here is still made of the mists of chaos, even the land beneath your feet. Though it feels solid to the touch, try to keep in your tiny human brain that your tiny human body isn't here. You're here in your magic body. Why should that make much of a difference? There are many things that I'm storing here that are physical, yet they interact with everything here just fine. You can interact with things just fine using magic, too. Like when you fly by carrying yourself with your magic. Look, boy, the point is that my array could be stronger. Would have been stronger had the pigeon not. Zafin was cut off by a blast of thunder and a flash of lightning. His massive frame was suddenly bent over at the waist like a gigantic hand was pressing down on his shoulders. Had I not, what? The Thunderbird asked as she landed upon her perch in avian form. Had you not threatened me? Zafin shouted. I could have been so much stronger by now, but you were the one to be all. Don't play with the mists. And, Be a fucking loser coward with me and don't build that fucking majestic demonic array. I haven't healed a substantial amount of my power in a terribly long time, Leon. And that bitch-ass enchantment array is the reason. The mists of chaos are magic at its most primal. The Thunderbird intoned as her tremendous aura pushed Zafin even further down. It is dangerous in its raw form. It can be absorbed by a mage seeking quick strength, or a broken has-been demon trying to put himself back together again, but such raw power can easily fly out of control and destroy your soul realm, leading to great power loss at the least, and even death at the worst. I will not allow you to put my last descendant in such danger. With all due respect, Ancestor, Leon said as he calmly walked between the Thunderbird and Zafin, though given how short he was compared to Zafin and the Thunderbird up on her perch, he didn't cut as imposing a figure as he would have liked. I believe that's my decision to make. My risk to take. There are 4 lives riding on your continued well-being, Leon, the Thunderbird replied, her tone softening. Or, I suppose 3 lives. Or 2, depending on how you count. What about the golems? Leon asked half sarcastically as he stuck his thumb at the massive domed archive he'd built for the library golems he'd taken from beneath Tira. Hardly, the Thunderbird said as she turned her gaze momentarily to regard the domed structure. And if I count only 2, then what? Leon asked. What risk is there then if both of those people, the only people I'm counting, want to build a bigger and better enchantment array for absorbing the mists of chaos? What would then be the problem? The Thunderbird glared at him for a moment before sighing. The impetuousness of youth, she murmured aloud, more than loud enough for Leon to hear. Leon, you should listen to your elders. We know better and hold your interests closer to heart than some. She sent a withering glare at the still bent-over Zafin. That may be so, and I would never argue against such a thing being true, Leon conceded. However, I need Zafin's power, too. And under our contract, Zafin's power is mine, too. Increasing his power is increasing my power. And if allowing him to absorb the mists faster results in the both of us getting stronger, then it's a win. And if allowing him greater power can also grant us power over Valentina, then even better. And if it results in your soul realm imploding, I will do everything I possibly can to ensure that doesn't happen. What do you say, Zafin? Shall we refine that array of yours to gain you more power, faster? Would that be an adequate enough bribe to ensure that you help out with this Valentina situation? Zafin was quiet for a long time, but after almost enough time passed for Leon to repeat his question with much more vitriol, he said, that would be sufficient. Give me the power to defend myself against her absolutely, and I will lend as much power, experience, and knowledge as I have to curing her vampirism. Wonderful, Leon said with a gleeful look at the Thunderbird. If you don't mind, could you let him up? We have some work to do. The Thunderbird for just a moment looked like she was going to refuse, but after slightly tilting her head in thought, her power faded, and Zafin straightened himself out. Then, all 3 of them stood there in deeply awkward silence for almost 10 painfully long seconds before Nestor sarcastically shouted, You lot are killing me with all of this shouting. Please, someone, take a breath and let the others speak for a change. Leon chuckled despite himself, and he said to all of them, Then let's get started. I don't know when, or if, Valentina agrees to my proposition, but I'd like to be ready whenever her decision is made. Leon practically skipped out of his meditation chamber, the additional magical secrets that Zafin and the Thunderbird had shared with him rocking around in his head. The Thunderbird wasn't happy about the situation, but after Leon and Zafin, with a little help from Nestor, decided to leap directly into drawing up plans for the new enchantment array that would help Zafin to heal, she decided to jump in, too. Better to ensure something's done right, anyway, she'd said as she joined them in her human form. Regardless, with her, Zafin, and Nestor all working on the same thing, Leon had learned quite a bit about handling the mists of chaos. He imagined this would also greatly enhance his own power as he learned how to more properly harness magic at its most primal, as the Thunderbird had described it. But that wasn't all that he'd learned. Zafin had also started working on his demonic contract for Valentina, assuming it was something she might even want. Leon noted that the thing, once completed and rolled into a single fiber of light before disappearing into Zafin, was much thicker and longer than his. He wasn't out to compare sizes or anything, but he couldn't help but think that Valentina was going to get the VIP treatment while he was left out in the metaphorical cold. Thankfully, Zafin had explained that her contract was to be much larger than his because she was such a greater threat. Zaffin needed greater protection and had worked in many more clauses designed to prevent either him from harming Valentina, or the reverse. Curing the woman of her vampirism would be another Herculean task on its own, though, but Leon was at least comforted with the knowledge that Zaffin was tentatively on board with that plan. So, with that taken care of, he decided to focus on other business, and for that, he needed to see some of his retainers. He made his way down to Helen's workshop where, given it as about midday, he knew that she would at least be. He wasn't surprised to find both Tico's and Elise there, too, and Helen's assistants hanging out in the less secured atrium told Leon exactly what they were doing. When he walked in, he found Helen, Elise, and Tico's quietly discussing something as they huddled around a table in the center of the room. The air, normally smelling of rich herbs and tinged with smoke, now had the distinctive smell of lightning, and sure enough, when Leon drew closer, he found that they were poring over the piece of thunder wood. The three were locked in what looked like pretty deep conversation, so Leon hung back a bit, unnoticed as they spoke amongst themselves, and listened in. But how would it just get stuck in there? Elise wondered aloud. It's not like lightning is capable of freezing in place. I would bet my life that it has to do with some way that the ambient magic was flowing through the tree, Helen replied. Maybe, when the tree was petrified by the bolt, the magic already within the tree was locked in place, or something. And that locked the lightning in place. Tico's leaf hair fluttered, though Leon was unable to smell anything given the sheer number of other scents in the room. However, it quickly said, trees within our forest not have unusual magics. They have a higher than usual quantity of tree sprites, Helen countered. What about the trees that you make when you get set up somewhere? Or when your people set up shop inside of an existing tree? What kind of changes happen then? Tico's began to explain exactly how tree sprites merged with trees, but it was so immersed in advanced principles of light, earth, and water magic that Leon was barely able to follow along. Regardless, about when Tico's finished its explanation, Elise finally realized that Leon was there. Husband, she exclaimed, how long have you been there? Long enough to listen in a little, he replied with an amused smile. Not much progress has been made, then. Helen answered, it's only been a few days since we've gotten back to a proper environment for testing, so, no, not a lot of progress. But, not a lot, is not, none, Elise pointed out. Leon's eyes widened and his eyebrows shot upward. He looked at his wife with expectation glittering in his eyes. Elise, eager to show off, gestured at the thunder wood and explained, this is incredibly old. And I don't just mean that it was being studied by your clan way back in the day, I mean that the tree that is struck by lightning was old. Probably 1,000 years old or more. That's worrying, Leon replied. Achieving apotheosis would effectively give him unlimited time to work with, but if he had to wait 1,000 years just for another batch of thunder wood, then that wasn't as practical as he would have liked. It would require a serious investment of resources and long-term planning to harvest any usable thunder wood, and while he couldn't yet say how quickly those who'd achieved apotheosis tended to move, he wanted something a little more practical. Kind of, Helen agreed. I don't think we'd need that long if we were to try and replicate the process. Tico's can manipulate trees, after all stimulate their growth and all that. And that's not even taking into consideration if there's a, most beneficial, time for a tree to be converted into thunder wood. Or if a tree can survive conversion, allowing us to grow thunder wood straight up. All we can say right now is that lightning struck a very old tree, and that it was trapped within. Somehow, after many thousands of years, that lightning hasn't gone anywhere. If anything, given what I've been able to test so far, the thunder wood seems to be almost generating lightning. Leon's closed his eyes and tried to blank his mind completely, momentarily afraid that his eyes were going to turn green with greed, and almost felt the need to hold his jaw shut to keep from salivating all over the floor. And then Helen added, and we're pretty sure it can be replicated. Tico's can more thoroughly test the internal structure of the thunder wood than anything I could possibly do, and once we get through with those tests, we'll have a much more in-depth idea of just how this thing was made. How long? Leon croaked. Tico's held up both of its hand, 7 fingers outstretched. Days, it said. Leon reeled backward, smiling with glee and barely able to keep himself from cackling. But then he froze, turned to look at Elise, his narrowed with desire. Elise, sensing the change in his demeanor, pushed her chest out and smiling back with equal heat. Not even 5 minutes later, Leon was carrying Elise back to their bedroom, Elise quietly whispering the more detailed results of their tests so far in his ear, which, for Leon in that state of mind, was more arousing than any dirty talk she could have otherwise come up with. "Ooh," Elise moaned as Leon finally disentangled himself from her. He paused, took one last loving look at his wife, still in bed, her eyes heavily lidded with fatigue and satisfaction, little more than a thin bed sheet struggling to cover her body after their exertions. It took a monumental effort on his part to rip himself away from that sight instead of diving in for yet another round, but a firm, but respectful knock at their door forced him away, though not before giving her one last kiss. When he reached the door, he was fully dressed, though not entirely put together, and he drew a curtain just inside the door that would ensure his wife could still have some privacy even as he opened the door. Talal was revealed as the door opened, standing just to the side, looking like the very image of a stoic professional. "Leon," he said as he held out a sheet of paper. Without even the slightest waver in his tone, he launched right into his business. "This is a report from Udivi, the largest of the Pegasi states. The local Heaven's Eye Tower Lord has sent an urgent request for help here. Apparently, a red 7th-tier wyvern showed up on their doorstep demanding she be brought to Oculara. And she bore your letter of introduction." Chapter 770, Reikos. It was a beautiful day in Reikos. The sun was shining, the birds were chirping, and the breeze was cool and pleasant. Reikos itself was the very picture of the idyllic village, with a number of small timber houses spread out in orderly, though not particular straight rows, punctuated by quaint brick roads and fields of some of the greenest grass on the plain. The horizon was dominated by gently rolling hills to the north, and the great southern mountains to the south that formed the southern coast of Katagita. But as small and beautiful as the village was, it was one of the most important settlements in all of Katagita, the island that the Imperials knew as the Sky Devil's Hell. It was here in Reikos that the clans of the Jaguar tribe met, up in the fortified gathering hall on the largest hill in the village. It was also in this vicinity that the tribal elders lived, though further south, deeper into the mountains. Every clan in every tribe had an elder, and these elders formed tribal councils. Each tribe's council then sent a representative to Stormhollow, where they formed the governing body of all of Katagita. The Jaguar of the West was born here. As he strolled down the brick roads, taking in the scenery, listening to the children playing and the people quietly going about their day, he couldn't help but be lost in memory. The village was quiet and sleepy, despite its importance. However, when the tribal council gathered, the village would swell by thousands. To accommodate these people, many estates had been built nearby, and were always almost entirely empty, inhabited only by a family or two to keep up with maintenance. If he were honest with himself, the Jaguar, for all his fame and accomplishments, greatly preferred the quieter moments in Reikos. He hated the way the city would completely change when his tribe's council gathered. He hated that it was just about time for them to gather again, to finally sanction one of the greatest undertakings in the history of the 10 tribes. As much as he wanted to continue enjoying the village's atmosphere, though, he was here for a reason. He soon found himself at the foot of the tribe's gathering hill. The central hall was at the top, but down here was a massive square where the tribe's greatest warriors would marshal themselves before heading out for war. The Jaguar paused a moment in the center of the square, where a massive totem pole had existed for as long as his tribe had. Such totems weren't rare sights in Katagita, but this one was monstrously large, being more than 100 feet in circumference at the base, and nearly 300 feet tall. 20 figures had been carved into the pole, commemorating for all time the founders of the Jaguar tribe. At the bottom, the figure that bore the weight of all those above, and so was considered the place of greatest prominence, was a heavily stylized carving of a jaguar. Fitting, in the Jaguar's mind, for it was under his bloodline that his tribe had united. 18 clans had come together back then to form his tribe. Things were rough in the beginning, but in the millennia since, even as the number of clans in their tribe grew more than tenfold, their marriage ties had grown so intertwined that all in his tribe were descendants of his great ancestor, whose power he'd inherited. All were made equal under the old Jaguar when they formed their tribe. The following 18 figures on the totem pole were representations of the 18 founding clans. None of them were carved to look like any specific person, not that the heavy stylization lent itself to such recognition, but each one had been lavishly painted to reflect the chosen colors of each tribe. The final figure on the totem pole was the one figure that was on every totem pole in Katagita. The top wasn't the most respected place on the pole, but it was still an undeniable place of reverence, for the top was the closest to the sky, to the place where they'd all come from. And it spoke to each and every inhabitant of the island of just how far they'd come, and how much they'd lost. The ancient lord, the only one that they could all follow, the only one revered by all on the island, the Thunderbird. The Jaguar of the West had eyes only for his ancestor, though, and he laid his hand against the dark red enchanted wood of the pole, resting it against the carved jaguar's cheek. "Grant me strength in the war to come, honored ancestor," he whispered in prayer. "Lend me your hide, that I may ride into battle without fear of injury. Lend me your fangs, that our enemies may bleed. Lend me your roar, that our enemies may tremble at my coming. May death come to all who threaten our tribe." His prayer finished, he glanced up at the gathering hall, and then walked right around it. His destination was not within, but several miles behind it. The elder of his clan and chief elder of his tribe was waiting for him at the Rock of Blood. Despite the name, the Rock of Blood was but a small mountain close to the village. However, the one chosen to lead the tribe's warriors known in the dark days following the Thunderbird's fall as the chief warrior, though the title had fallen out of fashion in the past few millennia, always met with the chief elder there, for one last private consultation. It was there that their tribe confirmed their intent to march to war, to rend their enemies and bloody their claws. It was a short journey for the 9th-tier jaguar. The woods were thick to the south, and the magic even thicker, warding off all who dared approach uninvited. The jaguar, however, had been invited, and marched down the path unfettered. A stone staircase had been carved into the side of the mountain, winding around it until it reached a simple platform upon the wide summit. There, something akin to an altar had been carved. Wrapping around the edge of the platform an enormous statue of the old jaguar, his eyes set with dozens of glittering rubies. And his claws made of sharp obsidian that seemed constantly damp with crimson liquid blood, the jaguar believed, though he'd never worked up the nerve to confirm for himself. Stone clouds had been carved above the jaguar, and if the jaguar of the west listened closely, he could hear the sounds of faint thunder. Though the jaguar statue had the air of an altar, it was but a place of reverence, not a place for worship, sacrifice, or any other ceremony. Sitting cross-legged on the bare stone in front of the jaguar statue was an old man, gray of hair and heavily wrinkled, but still with a robust 9th-tier aura. He was at least 1,000 years old, but even though he showed many of those years, he was still strong and sharp. He tilted his head slightly as the jaguar of the west finally reached the platform, his pale golden skin gleaming in the sun. "You're finally here," he observed. "Yes, elder," the jaguar replied, showing nothing but the utmost respect. They were of the same tier, but the elder was centuries his senior, and had trained the jaguar to boot. The old elder had instilled in the jaguar fierce pride, but even fiercer discipline, and those old habits die hard. "You're early. That eager are you to kill the usurpers?" The jaguar frowned and didn't immediately respond. Instead, he stayed near the stairs, respectfully standing even as the elder refrained from commanding him to sit. "What is on your mind, child?" the elder asked after several moments of silence, his tone softening by a tiny fraction. "The campaign," the jaguar admitted. "The tribe is ready. The fleets are assembled. We are ready to launch the raid just as soon as the Thunderer orders it, but..." The jaguar sighed. "But I still don't like it. I don't approve of this attack at all, and even if I did, I'd rather be a part of the assault on the sword, not attacking Argos." "And why's that?" The jaguar paused a moment, searching for the right words. He didn't think his old master, his elder, the man he most respected in the world, would think him a coward, but the pride the old man had given him still demanded he word himself correctly. "It's too political," he neutrally stated. "The movements of armies are always political," the elder replied, still not changing his didactic tone. The jaguar wasn't perturbed. This was always how the elder acted. The elder likely already knew what was on his mind and had likely contemplated the same things the jaguar had, but he was still prompting the jaguar to speak his mind. "This one is designed to harm us," the jaguar continued. "The Thunderer wants the glory of trampling the sword. He doesn't want to share that with anyone. He also wants Argos destroyed, and if that can't be done, then he at least wants our tribe smashed upon its sea walls and impaled upon its lances. Either way, so long as this raid is launched, the Thunderer wins." "Who is our greater enemy?" the elder asked. "The usurpers, or the Thunderer?" "The usurpers," the jaguar replied. "Those savages bring their children up to hate us. If we were all to die tonight, the empires would celebrate tomorrow. But the mist has always held them back." "Not always. They've launched attacks on our island before, and been repelled. All the same, they are our greatest enemies." "Then why are you so concerned about attacking Argos?" "Because I hesitate to deliver a win into the Thunderer's hands. Though the usurpers are our greater enemy, the Thunderer is still an enemy. He intends to destroy our tribal bonds and reduce us to servitude under him. He wishes to destroy Katagita's oldest traditions and declare himself king. Why would that be a bad thing? The Thunderer would see us all dead in service of his vanity. We would be slaves, little more than fodder for him, to hurl at the savages across the sea. He wants power at the expense of all. I question his morals, I question his ability to lead, I question his intentions. The Elder Council declared him Thunderer. Do you object to their decision? The Elder Council is wiser than I could ever hope to be. But I can't help but be suspicious of all those who wish to make themselves king over the 10 tribes. You still hold to the old prophecies, then? I'd rather you not refer to them as prophecies, Elder. The Elder finally turned to look the Jaguar in the eye, a smile playing at his aged lips. Why not? Do your beliefs embarrass you still? My beliefs? No, but when someone calls them prophecies, I believe it detracts from any fact buried within them. And what facts are those? The Jaguar briefly bit his tongue. Despite what he'd just said, it was still a childish belief that the Elder wanted him to give voice to, a thing not spoken of in dignified circles. It was a children's bedtime story to get them to sleep at night, to think that the Thunderbird was still out there, watching over them. The Thunderbird survived its death and the fall of its clan and to this day, still watched over its people. It watched over Katagita, its will smashing the usurpers, ships upon the rocks and breaking them in the shallows hidden by the mist surrounding the island. The Jaguar was too old and learned to believe in that story, but he knew enough to recognize the kernel of truth within. When Jason Carranos challenged the Grave Warden, he did so with most of his children but not all of them. 2 were recorded as being absent from the battle. If they lived past the civil war that followed Carranos' death, then there could still be those who bore the Thunderbird's power out there. Those 2 missing sons could even still be alive. Instead of directly answering the Elder, the Jaguar evenly stated, the Tribal Council decides matters for the 10 tribes. The only king that we have is the Storm King. No others may rule over us. The Elder sighed, finally turned to face the Jaguar head-on, and gestured to the ground before him. You still hold to old fantasy. What would those in Stormhollow think if they could hear the venerable Jaguar of the West speak of children's fantasies? What they think would have no bearing on how I lead my people. They could say whatever they wish, and I still guard the western shores, as is my duty. A man who knows his duty is wise. A man who does his duty is virtuous. What is your duty now, my son? The Jaguar sat in front of the Elder, his posture rigid and formal. However, after a moment, he began to slouch. I don't know, Elder. I cannot in good conscience serve the Thunderer. He seeks power that is not his, and throws our tribesmen to their deaths at the hardest target in the whole world. But that target is a worthy one, and the prospect of sacking it wets the tongue. No matter what happens, an enemy of ours gains from this battle. What is my duty? I cannot say. The usurpers have been building up their arms, have they not? The Jaguar thought of the new flight gear that the savages had been using of late, and of the many recon ships they'd sent through the mists. His people had done the math. The rate of encounters with the Imperials had increased 300% in the past decade. He couldn't believe they hadn't noticed the 10 tribes' own buildup of arms, but at this point, there wasn't either of them could do to back down. There was going to be another war in the near future. There were too many weapons in the seas for there not to be. They will attack us, the Jaguar stated. Tomorrow, next year, next century, they will not rest until we are destroyed. But the Thunderer commands by assent of the Tribal Council. His authority is legitimate. Have your suspicions, act as a check against his power, but see to the greater foe first. We are united for the first time in centuries. We have the capability to strike against the usurpers for the first time in 800 years. So strike against them, deal with the Thunderer later. Yes, Elder, you don't sound enthusiastic. To strike at Argos, we will be weakened by this. Our tribe will not survive whatever the Thunderer is planning if we. He trailed off, not wanting to even speak aloud his greatest fear. The Elder, clearly sensing his distress, said, then you only have one option, don't you? The Jaguar looked to his old master, his teacher, the man he most respected in the world. The Elder smiled and said, win. The fate of our tribe is in your hands, my son. It's a heavy responsibility, but I can think of none more suited to bear it. Now, go to Argos. Break their lances, smash their walls, and burn their city. And take as few losses as you can. Then return home with all of the tribesmen that follow you. The jaguar sighed, then took a long, deep breath. The elder was the only man he would ever show this lack of resolve to, and if they were to win, then he must show his people what he'd always shown them, inspiring confidence. It didn't take him long to find his resolve. It rarely did. With bloody fangs, our enemies will tremble, the jaguar stated, the most often repeated line of his tribe's sacred words. And borne aloft by feathered wings, we will return home, victorious, the elder finished, speaking the part that few remembered anymore. The jaguar stared at the receding coastline of Katagita, thunderous resolve in his heart. Though he still had his misgivings, when surrounded by the kind of force that he was, it was hard to remain without confidence. Hundreds of warships, armed to the teeth with the most advanced weapons they had. Dozens of war arcs, similarly armed. Hundreds of troop transports, bearing tens of thousands of soldiers and marines, ready to have their vengeance of thousands of years of suffering and war at the hands of the savages across the sea. On the other side of the island, a smaller, though still quite significant force was sailing east, intent on obliterating the imperial bases along the coast of the Shield Mountains, and possibly even seize control of a few of the Titanstone mines therein. Such a massive force wouldn't long stay united. The Sword was a long island to their west, with many bases from which the savages' fleets plied the seas. Many detachments would separate on the way there to deal with those bases in due time, but it was the Jaguar's own fleet that would split away first. Almost as soon as the massive fleet entered the strip of mist that completely surrounded Katagita, confusing the senses of all those not aboard the ships of the 10 tribes, he gave the order to turn north while the rest of the force kept going west. They would move with haste, but it would still take at least a month to reach Argos. But when they did, the Jaguar was fully intent on razing the city to the ground. He would destroy that city, so long used to strangle the 10 tribes and separate them from the mainland, and return home. When he did, he would then see to the islands would be king, the Thunderer. Chapter 771. Confronting Rufus. Leon tapped his foot impatiently on the bricks of the road, waiting for Narcis's people to show up. Over the past few days, the chief of security had been running down Valentina's leads and achieving some measure of progress. There weren't many vampires that were caught, but many people were arrested and brought in for questioning. Most of these were unknowing collaborators, ignorant of whom they were collaborating with. As they rendered the vampires various clandestine services, but some were criminals or demon worshippers themselves. Still, the number of vampires caught so far wasn't promising. Leon was a little frustrated, especially with everything else he had going on, but he hoped today would prove to be different. Narcissus had specifically requested his help with this upcoming raid. He tracked down a den of small-time vampires supposedly operating a blood farm out of a villa southwest of Oculera, and Leon had grabbed a few of his retainers and made for the staging point. It seemed he was a little too eager as Narcissus had yet to arrive. With some time to think, Leon couldn't help but ponder everything else happening right now. It had barely been half a year since Red had told him that she needed a year to give her young the bare amount of care that wyverns provided their young, and yet she was already on her way to him. She'd tried to get Heaven's Eye in the Pegasi states to help her reach him, but apparently his letter of introduction only went so far in securing their cooperation. Fortunately, after receiving the message that she was in Udavy, Leon was able to send word back that she was, in fact, one of his people. For now, since the rulers of Udavy didn't want a 7th-tier wyvern flying around unescorted, she was being hosted by the Tower Lord in Udavy's capital, and Leon would have to make his way south to go and pick her up at some point in the near future. He also had the Thunderwood to look forward to. 4 days had passed since Tikos had indicated his research team would only need a week to get a more concrete idea of what the material was and how it is made, and Leon could barely contain his excitement. But, as a troop of Heaven's Eye guards appeared in the distance, Leon put those thoughts out of mind, for now. The staging point was about 5 miles away from the suspected blood farm, along a seldom-used back road cutting through some of the older farms in the area. Fruit orchards dominated the agricultural sector in this region, giving them plenty of space to conceal themselves from any potential lookouts at the blood farm, even those with magic senses. Leon, Narcissus called out, the platinum-blonde man riding with 3 others in a less conspicuous hovering chariot than the one he'd rode to Leon's party. Trailing behind him were 30 powerful Heaven's Eye security mages. Leon, meanwhile, had grabbed Valeria, Anzu, Alcander, Marcus, Gaius, and Alex. Narcissus, Leon responded. The chariot came to an abrupt halt and Narcissus jumped out. "Thank you for meeting me on such short notice," he said as he conjured a table and map from his soul realm. Can you see the villa? I can. It was a fairly standard villa for the area. An outer wall with a reasonably large two-story building in the middle of the grounds. Outside of the outer wall were several acres of fallow fields and grazing lands. Very flat and relatively clear land, ensuring that there wasn't much cover from the edge of the estate to the outer wall. The map that Narses had brought turned out to be a floor plan of the building. They couldn't count on it too much, but together, the two of them used their magic senses to examine both the floor plan and the exterior of the villa, the interior being hidden by standard privacy wards, and took a few minutes to plan out their raid. Once that was done, everyone got moving. It was fairly late in the day, so Leon's retinue took off into the sky and shadowed Narses' advance. They moved quickly, not wanting to give those in the villa any more time than they already had. From the air, Leon didn't think such speed was particularly necessary, but he appreciated it anyway. There didn't seem to be much of anything going on within the villa. It looked like the front gate had a couple of guards, two men were quietly chatting out in the small garden, and there were a few lights on, but otherwise, Leon couldn't see anything of note. The villa wasn't even large enough to have a stable for horses or carriages. 5 miles was covered in a matter of a few minutes at the level of their raiding party, and once they reached the field, Narses and Leon wasted no time. Narses' people spilled out into the field and immediately spread out. They weren't coming from the main road, so those within the villa didn't even realize what was going on until the security mages got close. "Hey!" One of the guards at the gate called out as Narses' chariot sped around the corner of the outer wall. "Identify yourself." Narses shouted a response, but Leon and his retinue were already plummeting down behind the villa's outer wall. Marcus and Alcander hit the ground right next to the two men in the garden, their weapons drawn and magic brandished. Those two nearly jumped out of their skin in shock, but surrendered immediately. The guards outside did likewise as Narses forced them their knees with nothing more than his aura, but by then, Leon and the remainder of his people were already stacking up outside of the villa's main door. Not bothering to knock, Leon, with more lightning flowing through his body than blood, kicked the door. He broke it right down, but he was still a little surprised the door was more heavily reinforced than he'd expected. But it was still broken down, and he surged in, his body sparkling with arcs of lightning. Just inside the villa was a small atrium with doors to the right, left, and opposite the entrance. "Alex, Gaius, left," Leon ordered. "Val, Anzu, right." His retinue moved to those doors as he went to the one in the back. Once again, he kicked the door down, noting that at the same time, Narses was getting the gate open as several other security mages were leaping over the walls to secure the grounds. The inner atrium door was reinforced just like the main door had been, but it couldn't stand against Leon. It broke down with a single kick, revealing an open floor plan on the other side. A hallway of columns and extended from the door to the back of the villa, roughly bisecting the huge room beyond, while to the right and left were the kitchen and main living space, respectively. In the kitchen were 2 more people, while 5 were in the living room, all possessing weapons, but none being strong enough to possess elemental magic. Leon didn't even give them a chance to ask what was going on and let loose with a relatively weak blast of lightning. Lightning scored the white walls, ceiling, and columns black, while blasting everyone Leon could see and rocking the villa with thunder. All 7 went down, though Leon couldn't help but feel a tinge of pride in seeing that none were dead, or even seriously injured. Behind him came the rest of his retinue. "It was just a coat room," Valeria explained. "Shoes for us," Alex said. "Follow me," Leon ordered. "Leave these for the others." These people were disabled and he didn't want to waste the time it would take to have them bound. With Narses' people moving toward the broken-down front door, however, he could leave that part of this raid to them. Leon and his retinue surged forward, deeper into the villa, taking room after room, and subduing another half-dozen people. The villa only had about 6 bedrooms, so this was already quite a few people relative to the villa's size. What made the place seem even shadier was the fact that it had almost no decorative furnishings, and the entire place was rather dirty, as if no one had bothered to clean in a while. There was even quite a bit of trash on the floors that no one had deigned to clean up. As Leon's retinue finished up with the second floor, they had yet to find anything resembling a blood farm, but they still had the cellar to go. Once they trooped down there, the other security personnel taking care of dealing with their seized prisoners as they did, they found something far more promising. The cellar had clearly been designed to mostly just be a place for the residents to store wine, and indeed, there were a few big barrels of wine down there. However, Through a combination of Leon's thunder having shaken the villa and thrown things around down there, and some audible, though muffled shouting from behind a certain wall, they found that one of the largest wine barrels had been converted into a hidden door. With a smile of glee at finding something hidden, Leon burst through the hidden door. It was a little more heavily reinforced than the doors above, but it still stood no chance of holding him back. 2 men had been holding the door shut, though, and when Leon kicked it down, they went flying. They were only second tier, so as Leon appeared in the room with a flash of lightning, he knocked the 2 out with quick jolts and surveyed where he now found himself. Unlike the villa above, which, while dirty and in dire need of maintenance, was still quite nice, this tunnel carved into the foundation was much rougher, little more than bare stone and dirt, with a few magic lanterns to light the way. The room itself was small, with little more than a table and 2 chairs for the guards, and the top of a staircase leading further down into the earth. Shit, underground shit, Marcus cursed. We're dealing with it, Leon declared, despite his own dislike of the underground. Even Anzu, despite a few anxious chirps, folded his wings and narrowed his eyes in determination. Sparing only the time to give his griffin a quick head pat, Leon launched himself down the stairs. It wasn't long before he reached the bottom. The stairs only went down about 20 feet, and opened into a long, relatively narrow chamber of rough stone, bisected by a single row of roughly hewn stone columns. All along the right wall were cheap chairs and tables. Sitting in the chairs were thin, pale people, none of whom looked happy, or strong in any sense of the word. Their arms were tied to the tables, upon which had been inscribed enchantments that drew blood out of their bodies and into nearby bowls. It was little more than a trickle for each person, but a rough count put Leon at no less than 60 people having their blood drawn. A few people looked up in hope or fear as Leon's people came barreling down the stairs, though none seemed like they had the energy to even sputter out a greeting, all probably suffering from having their blood constantly harvested for who knew how long. Only one close to the entrance was even able to look Leon in the eye and point to the left side of the long hall. 7 more doors lined the left wall. Get clearing, Leon ordered his people, and he ran for the nearest one. The people having their blood drawn didn't seem like threats, so for the moment, he ignored them. What was more concerning was the fact that no one seemed to be monitoring them, though given how Lowen had broken into the villa, he couldn't blame them for having cut and run. He burst into the first room while his retinue began breaking into others. Unfortunately, all that greeted him on the other side of the door was a small storage room with dozens of glass jars filled with blood, and very little of what he could see was mana. He guessed that this was probably the equivalent of low-grade food supplies for vampires, given just how little magic power was contained in this stored blood. Still, there was a lot of it, and he had to take a second to stare. Estimating that there was enough here to represent 30 or 40 full-grown men completely drained enough to make a meal for hundreds of vampires. Some shouting from outside pulled him back into the moment, and he ran outside to continue securing the rest of the hall. As he ran out, he was confronted by the sight of Alex and Gaius hauling 3 people out of the next room, more workers similar to the men above, if their lack of ostentatious dress and apparent youth were anything to go by. These 3 were thrown down in front of Anzu, who froze them in fear with a single glare. A moment later, they were joined by a 4th man, older and more well-dressed, dragged out of the 3rd room by Valeria. "Please," the man shouted. "Please, I didn't do anything wrong. Don't hurt me." "Quiet," Leon growled as Marcus and Alcander hauled 2 more men out of the 4th room. Both of them were relatively powerful, though not so well-dressed, so Leon assumed they were guards. The last few rooms seemed to be offices, and when they were cleared, no more people were found. No exits were found either, or signs of recent use of earth magic. It seemed that they'd secured the villa. 64 people were being held hostage down there. Narses summarized as he, Leon, Valeria, and a small handful of Narses subcommanders met in the villa's kitchen. 21 others were found on the premises. 3 low-level enchanters to monitor the constant blood draw from the hostages, 18 guards, and 1 manager. "How much can we expect to squeeze out of them?" Leon asked as he glanced out of the nearest window into the front yard. There, all of those taken in the raid were being lined up and prepared for transport. The hostages, meanwhile, were being seen to by Marcus and Narses healers while they waited for more trained professionals to arrive. "Enough," Narses said with a predatory smile. "Men like these rarely know much outside of their own dealings, but they can often provide threads that, if pulled, will lead us to bigger targets. In this case, we found a damned gold mine down in those offices." Seems like they were poor criminals and kept a lot of their records and correspondence. Did you look at any of it? Not yet. Then it might come as a surprise that Rufus comes up quite a few times in them. It seems he visited this place rather frequently. Really? Leon asked in surprise. Someone of his level coming here personally. And frequently enough to be noted with a cursory look through their records. I know, Narcissus said. I can't say why they kept these records, but they did. With this, we ought to have enough leverage to go after Rufus. Before anyone could celebrate, Valeria asked, what are the chances that these records are fake? Just some kind of insurance policy to implicate higher-ups in Heaven's Eye if something went wrong, or a false trail to throw us off the track of the real person operating this place. A possibility, Narcissus conceded, and one that I'm not going to dismiss. My vampire hunt has only just begun, I assure you of that. However, what we know of Rufus is that he's doing all he can to get in my way, and this evidence, fake or not, is enough for me to act against him. For us to act against him, Leon reminded Narcissus. I'm not going to sit that one out. Narcissus smiled. Good. What about the director? With this evidence, should we assume that he's going to try and protect Rufus? Anything's possible, Narcissus said. I don't know. We'll have to remain alert. If the director gets involved, then we'll have a whole different situation on our hands. Leon nodded. Is there a better time than the present to deal with this? Narcissus' smile widened. Give me a few hours. Then let's go deal with this. Leon, flanked by Maya and the rest of his retinue, marched into the tower next to the hexagon that housed Rufus' office, the headquarters of magical research and development. With him and his people were Narcissus and several hundred of Narcissus' best security mages. The plan was simple. They were going to invade the tower and take Rufus into custody, and only then were they going to speak with the director. What they were doing could be considered rebellion. It certainly represented a tarnishing of the authority of the director given they were acting entirely on their own, and they had no idea how he might react. Given that the director apparently needed his blood, though, Leon wasn't overly concerned for himself. So, it was with a bold heart that he walked right through the atrium, past all of the tower's guards, who seemed confused, but didn't stand in his way. With Narcissus with him, he didn't think they'd be interrupted at all on their way to Rufus' office. He wasn't entirely correct in that assessment, as Rufus himself came out to meet them. Leon, Narcissus, and their closest comrades stepped off the magic lifts at the same time on the top floor of Rufus' tower. The lifts went back down to pick up another load of security officers, being only large enough to take their entire force in several trips, leaving Leon and Narcissus accompanied only by a couple dozen mages as they stepped into the large top-floor atrium. Rufus, on the other hand, had packed the palatial top floor with at least 3 or 4 times that number down in the top floor's atrium behind the various secretaries, desks, and lining the railing at the edge of the second-story mezzanine. It almost looks like you're declaring war, shouted the man leading them, Rufus himself, standing at the top of the stairs leading up to the mezzanine, decked out in glittering silver armor. He was an older man, with gray hair and a receding hairline. His face was rather pudgy and bloated, with loose skin and many wrinkles. A looker he was not, but his body at least seemed fairly fit. Leon noted that he radiated the aura of an 8th-tier mage, and he couldn't detect even a hint of demonic influence within it. It seemed that for all that he was, Rufus was not a vampire himself. Rufus, Narcissus shouted, I'm placing you under arrest. Are you going to come quietly? Rufus smiled back and gave his response. Fuck off. Chapter 772, Promotion, Rufus. Narcissus shouted, I'm placing you under arrest. Are you going to come quietly? Rufus smiled back and gave his response. Fuck off. All right, Leon thought to himself as he took a few menacing steps forward, I guess he's choosing the better way to handle this. Good thing, I could use a little exercise. As he strode toward the foot of the stairs, he stepped essentially right into the kill box that Rufus had set up beforehand, being surrounded by several dozen relatively high-power security personnel on the bottom floor, and a few dozen more up on the mezzanine. Since the mezzanine encircled the entire room, that meant that Leon was now surrounded on all sides. However, he didn't for one moment feel like he was outmatched. There were a couple of 7th-tier mages in the crowd, but of his opponents, it was only Rufus who was 8th tier. He had Maya and Narcissus behind him, both 8th tier. Even though most of Narcissus' people were still on the bottom floor waiting for the lift to return and ferry them up to the top floor, Leon was supremely confident that his side held the advantage and that wasn't even bringing Zafin into the picture. He conjured his blade into his right hand, dramatically extending it outward and letting his aura spill forth. The mages closest to him, a handful of 5th and 6th tier mages, all pale from obvious anxiety, began to shudder in fear as his aura settled around them, and he encouraged that reaction by letting his power spill into his sword, causing silver-blue lightning to dance across its blade. "If you're not going to come quietly," Narses shouted back to Rufus as he quickly made to follow Leon, "then we're just going to come and get you." Rufus almost responded, but Narses cut him off by immediately addressing the security forces in the room. "You all know who I am. All of you fall under my command, not Rufus. He is a base liar and a traitor. More than that, he is a collaborator, throwing his lot in with vampires who have caused Heaven's Eye to silently rot from within. I am cleansing this rot with my comrade, Leon Rame, a hand of the director." Narses paused a moment, and Leon almost burst out laughing when almost a full third of the mages set aside their drawn weapons and backed off, and even more began to look at Rufus, a range of emotions from worry to suspicion crossing their faces. Leon decided to nudge them a little further without forcing them to defend themselves. "All those who aid Rufus will be assumed to be collaborators, too. But those who stand down right now will not be punished. You are all members of Heaven's Eye in good standing, don't throw all of that away for this man." Rufus scowled quite nastily as several more of his security guards stepped aside, thinning the line of those separating him and Leon. "1,000,000 silvers to everyone who doesn't lose their nerve," Rufus half shouted, half growled. A few of the guards clearly steeled themselves, but most of them seemed to ignore him, and 3 more guards even stepped aside. Leon couldn't help but smile, and when he heard the lift arrive back at their floor, his mad grin widened. When the lift doors opened, for just a moment, he drank in the sight of abject terror that graced the faces of those guards still between him and Rufus. However, just as he was about to turn his head to watch Narses' forces bolstered, he saw a look of joy cross Rufus' face, and then felt a 9th tier aura flood the room, completely outshining his own. "Now, what do we have here?" the director asked as he stepped out into the room, followed closely not only by Penelope and Damian Macon, but 3 more 8th tier mages that Leon recognized as 3 more of his hands. "All of you look like you're about to explode. I'm glad we made it in time." Leon stared in disbelief at seeing the director here, having become so used to him staying in the hexagon that he never seriously thought the man ever left. Yet, here he was, in the flesh, parting Narses' guards with ease as he calmly approached Leon. "Leon," he warmly said, "you've done well, but I decided that this is something that I should handle myself." He didn't speak with a commanding tone, and even implied that Leon had been acting with his assent, but Leon still lightly frowned as he wondered just what the director was doing. If he actually does something now, then that would be for the best, Leon thought. He didn't want to kill anyone today, though he was always willing to do what needed to be done. He just wanted the vampire menace dealt with, and given the support Rufus had been giving them, that meant that he had to deal with Rufus, too. "Director," Rufus cried out as he pushed his way past his own people to hurry down the stairs and meet with the director in the center of the room. "I'm so glad you're here. These lawless boors burst in here accusing me of all kinds of crimes. Such vile lies they spread about me. I beg of you to deal with these slanderers." Rufus spoke with a rather high-pitched voice that grated on Leon's ears almost as much as the words he used. He rolled his eyes, then watched with great intent at what the director was going to do. When he saw the director's aura flare up, the corners of his lips began to rise. The director moved with prodigious speed, raising a hand, conjuring a short 2-foot-long blade of translucent razor wind, and then slashing it across Rufus' throat. The chief of magical research and development didn't even realize what happened as his head was separated from his neck, not a speck of his 8th tier strength able to save him. Leon guessed that in his certainty that the director would side with him, he didn't even raise his defenses. Rufus' head hit the ground just as Leon's lips finished forming his smile. But that smile froze as the director, his full 9th tier aura now raging, turned around toward him, Narses, and the rest of his group. Lightning still raged through him and he prepared to defend himself, and he could sense Maya doing the same, but the director raised his hand and someone loudly shouted in surprise. Narses came hurtling past Leon, borne aloft by a dense cushion of air created by the director, and stopped before the man himself. The director raised his hand again and slammed it into Narses' chest, driving all the air from his lungs and causing the entire room to cringe from the sickening crunch of shattering bones. The air cushion restraining Narses then dissipated and the chief of security fell to the ground. He was gravely injured, but yet lived. There, the director said as his eyes met Leon's. I think that should put a stop to all of this. More obviously to the entire room, he loudly stated, Rufus worked with vampires to undermine my authority and the good name of Heaven's Eye. For his crimes, he has been punished. His gaze then drifted down to Narses lying at his feet. Narses took it upon himself to try and arrest a man equal to him in station. For this overreach in power, he has been punished. I will handle the rest myself. Everyone, return to your stations. The security guards didn't move immediately, but after a few moments, during which Narses struggled to his feet as he quaffed a potent healing potion, all of the assembled guards began to slowly spread out and return to their posts. Leon, the director said, would you care to join me in the hexagon? I'd like to go over what just happened. Leon frowned, feeling quite unsatisfied with how things turned out. He glanced at Rufus' headless corpse, then back to the director. Sure, he replied, I have some things I'd like to ask you, too. What in the fuck was all that? Leon demanded as the director's office door closed, giving him, the director, and Penelope all the privacy they could possibly ask for. He didn't feel the need to elaborate, and his feeling was vindicated when the director, as he leaned back against his desk instead of sitting behind it, answered, I was wondering what was going to happen. I wanted to see how committed you were to this partnership. How committed you were to Heaven's Eye. How committed you were to seeing this threat dealt with. Really? Leon asked, skepticism dripping from his tone. Did you not have evidence enough of all that? You needed more. You needed to sit on the sidelines and watch as a civil war damn near erupted in the guild. Dear me, Leon, is that concern for Heaven's Eye I hear in your voice? The director asked with a teasing tone that Leon found quite aggravating given what had just happened. Cut the horse shit. What was that? The director's easygoing smile faltered for a moment, and then he said, I've been following this investigation much more closely than you give me credit for. I've done my part to root out vampires from my guild, but others needed to do theirs, too. If they didn't, how could you possibly believe me if I were to claim that I'd gotten rid of them all? You did all this for my sake. What, even is, all this, Leon? From where I'm sitting, I don't think I've done that much. I suppose not, but that's a problem unto itself. As a leader, Leon, you must understand that the greatest skill I can possibly possess is the ability to delegate important tasks to competent and trusted people. I gave Narses the authority he needed to pursue the vampires. Hardly, Leon interjected. You allowed Rufus to stall him with bureaucracy for weeks before I returned. Yes, I did do that. With Valentina in custody, the situation was well in hand, there wasn't much need to go further. Then why did you say that you gave him the authority he needed when it was clearly insufficient? The director stared at Leon for a long moment, not answering. He seemed to be almost hesitant to answer Leon seriously, but it was Penelope who applied the pressure needed to get him to continue. Dad, she whispered, if you work with Leon, he's not going to come for your position. Penelope punctuated her statement with a quick confirming look sent Leon's way. Right, Leon replied, I'm not much of an administrator. If you work with me, then there's no reason for me to try and usurp your position. I'd rather not even try. My talents and interests lie in fighting and enchanting. You said yourself that you were choosing my side over the vampires. So level with me. What's going on? The director sighed. Fine, he said with some resignation. Fine, no use in pretending anymore, I suppose. With Valentina in custody, there wasn't much need to try and contain the vampires. She was, as far as I was aware, the most powerful vampire within the guild. There might be one or two more 8th-tier vampires out there, but she was the greatest threat they posed to the guild. So, with her in prison after that failed attack on Narses' villa, I calculated that I could take a few risks. You see, Rufus has been one of my oldest and most loyal supporters. That seems to have paid off quite well for him, Leon sarcastically muttered. Indeed, he was too loyal by half, I think. He took too zealously to the extreme measures that I've had to embrace. Diving in where I would only slowly lower myself, holding my breath. When it came to the vampires, he didn't believe me when I told him that I was turning my back on them. I didn't tell him anything important about you, I swear it. He believed that what I was doing wasn't in my best interest, that I was having to cut loose a powerful asset for the sake of appeasing you and Narses. That belief of his led him to block Narses from proceeding with the investigation as much as he could. Since he was involved with the vampires with me, he had almost as much information on the vampiric presence within the guild as I did, and he protected them as best as he could. Why didn't you act against him, then? Order him in no uncertain terms to stop what he was doing and get rid of the vampires in his care. I considered doing so, but the thing I was most concerned about in making my decision to support you, Leon, was that I needed to win your trust. If you returned from the north, and I were to simply tell you that I'd already eradicated all of the vampires within Heaven's Eye, would you have believed me? Leon didn't verbally respond, but he sneered at the idea. Exactly, the director with a knowing nod. Letting all of this play out as it did was risky, and I kept myself as informed as I could. But what I wanted most of all was for you to see for yourself rather than taking my word for it that the vampire threat was being dealt with. Narses will be more vigilant from now on, and Rufus is dead. I hope that the execution of my oldest supporter will go some way to convincing you that I'm not on the vampire's side anymore, but yours. The loss of Rufus can't be overstated, Penelope added as the director finished. He was the most fanatically loyal supporter my father had, and he was in charge of one of the 6 main branches of Heaven's Eye. With him gone, it leaves quite the hole in Heaven's Eye that now has to be filled with someone whose loyalties we might not be able to entirely trust. My heart bleeds for you, Leon quipped before turning back to the director. Why wait as long as you did? Stepping in would have brought an immediate end to things, the director stated. I was ready to move whenever things started getting out of hand as I did just now. The thing I had to decide on was when I should make my move. Moving too quickly would have prevented you from conducting your own side of the investigation. Moving too late would leave Heaven's Eye more damaged than I would have liked. I think, all things considered, this wasn't the worst outcome ever. I can think of better outcomes, Leon stated. Ones where you never involved vampires in your affairs in the first place, ones where you gave me all the authority needed to bring the vampires down in the first place, ones where you showed me those damn arcs you apparently have. All in due time, the director said with a dismissive wave of his hand. For now, we're left with a choice, you and I, who to choose as the next chief of magical research and development. Leon's eyebrows rose in interest. You're letting me in on this decision. If we are to be partners who trust each other, then we have to make certain decisions together, don't you think? We already have a candidate in mind, Penelope said with a meaningful look. Leon's eyes narrowed while his smile grew as he read into Penelope's pointed gaze. You can stop looking, I want that job. You're the only one we want, Penelope said. You need a better position than one of my hands, the director stated. One with more authority. I'm glad that it's a position you want. And I'm glad we don't need to debate it. But, on a more concerning note, the vampire threat hasn't been dealt with, yet, Leon pointed out, though the smile on his face hadn't gone anywhere. There are undoubtedly members of their foul cult that escaped you, or were never a part of Heaven's Eye to begin with, then hunt them down, the director replied. Work with Narses and the empires to bring these creatures down. I have no more use for them, so slaughter them at your leisure. How magnanimous of you. Should I expect such treatment if you ever find a more convenient ally? Do you plan to sacrifice humans to demons, implicitly threaten me, and put all of Heaven's Eye at risk of imperial sanctions? Definitely not on the first count. The second, I'll do my best, and the third, well, you know who I am. I might not be able to control imperial sanctions. That's the best we can hope for, isn't? Well, I think we'll get along quite well as we prove ourselves trustworthy, the director said. Besides, with your new position, you'll be able to hunt down vampires as you please. You won't have to answer to me as much as you would as one of my hands, so do as you feel you must. That doesn't make much sense. How can a chief of one of the 6 main branches of Heaven's Eye have that much free time? As I said just a few minutes ago, the key to a good leader is mastering the art of delegation. Delegate your duties to those you trust and those who prove competent. You need only resolve conflicts between your various departments and provide your department heads with needed direction. Leon smiled as he thought the matter over. He did say in the heat of the moment that he wanted the job, but he didn't want to lose all of his time to administrative busy work. Still, it presented such a fantastic opportunity that he didn't for a moment seriously think of going back on his declaration. All right, Leon said. I'll begin today. Chapter 773. Chief of Magical Research and Development. As he left the hexagon, Leon was practically buzzing with excitement. He couldn't help it, he still didn't trust the director. The thought that the man might still be in bed with vampires that wanted Leon and Zaphon dead still flitting through his mind, but being placed in charge of magical research and development was a position of such power and influence that Leon was excited in spite of his misgivings. All of Heaven's Eye's researchers would be at his beck and call. Effectively endless resources awaited him, and he could utilize those resources as he saw fit. There were better ways this could have been resolved, he was sure, but it was hard to imagine them in light of his new position. For now, though, he was torn on what to do next. Being placed in charge of an entire branch of Heaven's Eye was a monumental thing, and he had no idea how to handle it. In short, he needed help, and he wasn't quite sure where he should look first to find that help. The first person he thought of was Emily. His mother-in-law had spent more than a decade now as chief of acquisitions, and he was certain she could help him out with getting on his feet with his new duties. The second person he thought of was Elise. She was quite skilled in administration, and with some of his other retainers, he thought that he might be able to take care of a few things more easily. The third person was Narcissus, but after thinking on it, he decided to simply return home as quickly as he could. Most of the rest of his retinue was already waiting for him right here, having not left after the unexpected end to Narcissus' attempt to arrest Rufus, so after linking up with them and having them head toward the tower that was now his, Leon took off into the air. He was breaking the law by flying, but right now, all he cared about was getting home as quickly as he could. "This is incredible," Elise said, and not for the first time as she looked around the office. Rufus' office, now hosting Leon, his family, and his retinue, was an opulent place. Marble and gold was the name of the game, and rich red carpets and furniture made of exotic materials like heartwood, turtle shell, and ivory. It wasn't exactly to Leon's taste, but fixing that wasn't even close to first on his to-do list. He, Elise, and most of the rest of his retinue were going through Rufus' personal documents with varying degrees of enthusiasm. Elise and Talal were the two most taken with the task, and Elise in particular was reading through papers with a look of unabashed glee on her face. "Find something interesting?" Valeria asked, clearly taking the opportunity to look up from her own stack of paper. Rufus had quite a few personal accounts, Elise explained with a look of magic glee in her eyes. "They're not exactly legal accounts, and it wouldn't be too much trouble to take them over for ourselves." "How much?" Leon asked, his own patience strained from reading through Rufus' personal correspondence. Most of it was Rufus telling his department heads to get along, or to deal with the funding they'd been given. Unfortunately, he'd been hoping for progress reports and the like. "Billions," Elise replied, and Leon froze, then slowly turned his head toward his wife. Elise nodded furiously. "Many billions, and they're ours now." Leon, his eyes wide, slowly looked away from Elise and let his gaze drift over the rest of his shocked retinue. He could barely even comprehend that much wealth, let alone that it was now his. At the very least, as he took in the mildly envious looks of his people, he knew what he could do with some of it. "We'll have some accountants go over it," he said, "and once it's been cleared, I think a bonus of all of you will be in order. Maybe 10 years' salary, at least." Rufus' former office practically shook as Leon's retainers cheered. However, that good cheer quickly cooled as someone knocked on the door and rather arrogantly forced their way in without waiting for an answer. "What is the meaning of this?" shouted the man. He appeared rather long in the tooth, with short white hair, a few prominent wrinkles, and a face that reminded Leon of a weasel. "Who are you and why are you bursting into my office?" Leon growled as he let his 8th tier aura spill forth, his killing intent slamming into the man who'd so rudely barged in. The 7th tier weasel froze in place, his eyes going wide. "Why your office?" he gasped under the weight of Leon's aura. "Yes, answer my questions now." I am Ephialtes," the man gasped. "The vice chief." "Oh," Leon whispered as he narrowed his eyes. "Appointed by Rufus, were you?" Ephialtes frowned and shuddered as Leon refused to let his aura abate. But after several long seconds of defiant scowling, he eventually nodded. "All right," Leon said. "Talal, are you looking for a promotion?" The Samarid barely reacted for a couple seconds, Leon's words clearly needing time to process. However, as he slowly turned his head toward Leon, his eyes widening, his aura roiling as exactly what Leon was offering him became clear. "Leon," he murmured in confusion, "are you offering you the job of vice chief?" Yes I am." Leon smiled as Talal did his best impression of an air-drowning fish for a moment. "Look, Talal, I need people I can trust. Someone without any respect for proper decorum, like this guy whose name I've already forgotten, isn't that? Someone appointed by Rufus, like this guy whose name I've already forgotten, isn't that? Guy whose name I've already forgotten, you're fired. Leave. Leon restrained his killing intent just enough for Ephialtes to suck in a breath of air and straighten himself out. You can't do this. The weaselly man shouted. Well, that's awkward because I've already done it, Leon replied. Talal will have you escorted as you grab your personal effects and then depart the building. I'll give you 20 minutes. Talal, still clearly reeling from what Leon had just done, could only nod and dumbly stumble out of the office, Ephialtes furiously following him. Leon dimply heard Talal organizing some of the guards outside to follow through on what he'd just ordered, and the guards doing so. Fortunately, even though the director had yet to make an official announcement, he'd given Leon all the required paperwork he needed to ensure that the security and other essential staff of the building knew who was now in charge. Ephialtes simply hadn't yet gotten the memo, having been absent from the tower until seemingly just now. That was nice of you, Leon, Elise whispered. Talal's done good work for us, it's good to see him rewarded, despite the circumstances of our meeting. Nice, and practical to boot. Gaius agreed. Talal's proven himself a good man. Maybe a little arrogant in those early days, but good nonetheless. Exactly, Leon said, he's managed our affairs magnificently. I think for dealing with my horse shit, that he deserves a little compensation. So long as he doesn't revert to how he was back in Akhmim, I think having him as a trustworthy vice chief will only be to our benefit. You're only trying to foist off your responsibilities onto him, aren't you? Alex observed with a wry smile. I'm delegating, Leon corrected with a sagely look. I'm terrible at administration, let's not beat around the bush about that. Talal is great at it. So, I just have to let him do what he does best, while I provide direction, and solve disputes, as the director put it. And use Heaven's Eye for my own personal ends, but that's just a perk, isn't it? Practically what Rufus was doing, anyway, Elise added. Though, I think there'll be less outright corruption with us in charge, right? Just new management with new priorities, Leon replied. Not getting rich, but advancing our power and understanding of the universe. Now, where were we? As he turned his attention back to the correspondence, he could practically feel the disappointment and dejection in his retinue as they had to do likewise. There were a lot of papers here, and it would take quite a while to sort through. Leon's decision to appoint Talal to the position of vice chief immediately began paying dividends. Since it was just Rufus and Ephialtes who were now being replaced, there wasn't much paperwork that needed to be done quite yet. That would soon change, of course, but in less than a day, the director made the public announcement that Leon was taking over for Rufus, and Talal had ensured that the announcement was heard throughout the tower and that the various labs and other holdings that answered to Leon's position checked in. By the next day, Talal had already gotten a summarized report of what all of the various departments in the Magical Research and Development branch were doing, and who was appointed by whom, and the various resources at Leon's disposal. The first thing that had to be done was a check-in with the department heads. Leon himself had to take charge during that meeting, but fortunately, it was a quiet and bureaucratic affair, though no less exciting for those reasons. The department heads had to come in and essentially present themselves before him. However, given that nearly all of them had been appointed by Rufus, Leon didn't bother to remember most of their names, knowing that Talal, even without his explicit instructions, would fire most of them. Even with Rufus dead, Leon wasn't going to continue to staff the most important positions within his branch with those who owed the dead Rufus any favors, connected as they might to vampires. There were quite a few projects that Heaven's Eye was involved in, and Leon was very disappointed that he simply didn't have the time to immediately dive into the details of any of them. He still had Red down in the Pegasi states to go and pick up, and he needed to check in with Tikos and Helen on the status of the Thunderwood. He trusted Talal to see to those aims, and to overhaul the branch's bureaucracy as needed, or whatever else a chief of vice chief of a branch of Heaven's Eye was supposed to do. For now, he just had to focus on his own projects. On that note, he made the introductory meeting short, and left Talal in the tower to begin consolidating power while he returned home. So, how are things going? Leon asked as he entered Helen's workshop. As was usual for the past few weeks, she, Elise, and Tikos were busy poring over the Thunderwood with many stacks of papers nearby filled with notes regarding its technical properties. Leon was actually rather surprised with just how many notes had been taken, and a quick glance at those closest had his eyes crossing. They were dense and so far beyond the base fundamentals of nature magic that he could barely make heads or tails of it. "They're well going," Tychos responded, filling the air the scent of sweetness. "Yeah," Helen enthusiastically replied. "With Tychos here, we've been able to conduct tests on this thing far better than anything I could have done on my own. Honestly, even in just these few weeks spent studying it, we've done the work of years without our new friend." "Kind, you are very kind," Tychos responded. "Leon," Elise breathed as she slid closer to Leon and gave him a quick hug. "Did things go well at Heaven's Eye?" "Things are going at Heaven's Eye," Leon vaguely stated. "Too early to say." "Understandable," she replied as she directed him towards several enchantment arrays inscribed upon large sheets of spell paper covering two nearby worktables. The arrays were dense and detailed, but he could see multiple gaps where the arrays were incomplete. "I need your help," Elise continued. "With Tycho's help, we've been formulating a few hypotheses about how this would manage to trap lightning within it and how its properties changed as a result, but figuring it out completely isn't that easy given all of our relative lack of knowledge regarding lightning magic. And that's where I come in," Leon said with a smile. He wouldn't say that he was the most knowledgeable about lightning magic on the plane, but in his more arrogant moments, he figured that he had to be pretty close to the top at this point. "Yes," Elise replied, "let's go over this in as much detail as we can. If we're lucky, we might be able to send you south with a few enchantments to test." "That would be delightful," Leon exclaimed as calmly as he could, though his heart thrummed with excitement at the prospect of figuring this riddle out so quickly. He spent the entire rest of the day locked in Helen's workshop going over the enchantments with Elise. "Anything interesting in there?" Nestor asked as Leon stared at the reports in his hand, as he'd been doing for several hours. Talal had been hard at work in the tower over the past day, and had already gotten rid of 2 of Rufus' lackeys. It was hardly the purge that Leon had been expecting, but it had only been a day. Still, a day had been more than enough time for Talal to have comprehensive reports on the big projects that Rufus had been sponsoring drafted and sent Leon's way. For now, Talal would continue to see to the bureaucratic affairs of Leon's new position, but Leon was far more interested in these reports, and had dove into his soul realm to look them over with Nestor upon receiving them. Unfortunately, Leon hadn't been too willing to read them aloud, and without his hands, Nestor couldn't exactly read them himself, so Leon had quickly altered his plans and simply read them himself, only asking Nestor a few pointed questions as he made his way through the stacks of documents. "A few things," Leon replied. "There were a dozen big projects that Rufus had initiated, but only 3 that really piqued my interest. The rest are just the usual fare that large organizations like these generate. Important, to be sure, but not what I'm looking for." "Give me an example." Leon indicated the report he was reading at the moment and explained, "This is research into Hesperitic apples and seeing if their effects of aiding mages in ascending through the tiers, no matter what tier they're currently at, can be replicated artificially. The research was relatively promising for the lower tiers up to the 4th tier, but since it has no relevance for me, it's less interesting than some of the other reports. Helping a mage to reach the 4th tier artificially is hardly anything to turn your nose at," Nestor observed. "True, but given that up to the 5th tier, ascending through the tiers involves absorbing magic power and adapting your power to its use, there already exists many alchemical solutions to that problem. Those come with side effects, like creating flaws in your body's adaptations that make a mage weaker than they should be. What about the results of this research? Inconclusive so far, not enough time for thorough testing. But I'm not saying that this research is pointless, all I'm saying is that there are other things I want to prioritize. And so far, I've found 3 big projects that Rufus was working on that align with my interests." "Only 3? Leon nodded in confirmation. "This one," he said as he picked up a particularly thick report, "is one that attempts to create some kind of armored vehicle in the style of the horseless carriages that can act as a platform for large lance-like weapons. As far as I can tell, they managed to get a prototype of such an armed vehicle running, but its power requirements are so great that it's not yet been made practical." "Interesting," Nestor said with some appreciation. "Such vehicles aren't unheard of in the Nexus. Our clan even had quite a few, though they weren't particularly suited for the job of taking over this plane, so they were left behind." "Really?" Leon asked in mild disbelief. "An armored vehicle bearing a lance, and you left it behind? They're powerful and heavily armored, but slow and, as you've just indicated, require vast amounts of power." We didn't anticipate running into any challenges that they'd be more suited to handle as opposed to a powerful mage, and we were correct. Leon sighed, but didn't press the issue. He'd get a better understanding of just what Heaven's Eye had managed to create when he returned from the Pegasi states. For now, he simply moved on to the second report, this one much thinner than the last one. This one has to do with golems, as far as I can tell. To my understanding, a golem frame is created with complex enchantments, but it's powered, animated, and given its driving will with a wisp, a semi-intelligent sentient creature made of magic that a post-apotheosis mage can create. Correct in essence. Well, Heaven's Eye was attempting to create something like a golem using only enchantments. Again, it ran into power problems and the fact that the enchantments had to be impossibly complex. Of course, Nestor said with a derisive snort. Wisps are by far the better option for a golem to be even remotely animated by just a simple power source and enchantments. The enchantments have to be so incredibly small, fine, and detailed as to be essentially impossible. Not entirely impossible, of course, but it would require an enchanter of staggering skill and post-apotheosis strength, at which point, using a wisp is simply the better option. These were the problems this research team was trying to solve, Leon said. Miniaturization of enchantments and how to power the damn thing. MMHMM. Do you notice the theme so far, Nestor? That its weapons are automatons that can be slave to you that have interested you so far. I mean, sure, if you want to put it that way I wouldn't, but that's beside the point. The problems faced so far have been twofold, intricacy of enchantments, and power requirements. I believe that if the miniaturization of enchantments problem can be solved, then the enchanters we already have are skilled enough to put something together that'll work. More concerning are the power requirements. They're staggering for their purposes. As would be expected, lances and golems eat power like you wouldn't believe, and in the case of the former, are typically only installed on large weapons platforms like arcs or sea ships where they can easily be fed massive amounts of power from what those large vessels already have. But we already have a solution for that, don't we? Do we? Funny, I don't seem to recall you studying how to forge power crystals or refine titanstone. No, dead man, I'm talking about thunderwood. Nestor went quiet for a long moment, then whispered, you know, that might actually work. Using thunderwood in place of power crystals could be feasible. We'd need better data on how much power thunderwood is capable of generating, though. Which means we need more thunderwood, which, thanks to Tico's, I'm on track to getting fairly soon. Leon let that statement hang in the air for a long moment before he gloatingly said, does it sting that in a matter of weeks, I'll have the answer that your subordinates failed to acquire in the years they had that piece of thunderwood? I know what you're getting at, Leon, and I'd prefer if you just moved on, Nestor said, his voice emanating from his ruby like it was coming through clenched teeth. Leon smirked, but again, didn't press the issue. Instead, he grabbed the last project that had piqued his interest. It was a larger report than that of the golems, but not quite as extensive as that of the armored vehicle. Blood magic, he said with some dis. Chapter 774, picking up a wyvern as Leon stared down at the work he'd just finished. He was greatly impressed and not with his small part in the enchantment. He'd needed to lend his expertise with lightning magic for his Thunderwood research team's work, and while he was proud of what he'd done, it was paltry compared to what his people had accomplished before him. With Helen and Elise's nature magic skill and Tico's natural affinity, they'd finished in just a matter of weeks a prototype enchantment that might just be able to recreate some Thunderwood. And they hadn't even needed to sacrifice any slaves to do it. Despite this monumental achievement, though, Leon resisted the urge to rub it in Nestor's face. He wasn't necessarily above the gloating, but he wanted to see if the enchantment actually worked before indulging in anything so unproductive. Remind me what I'll be looking for, Leon growled in excited impatience. He was to leave for the Pegasi states in a matter of hours, and he wanted to be damned sure that he was ready when he finally departed. Look for very old trees, Helen replied, showing all the patience that Leon found himself lacking. Oak would be ideal, but it's not required. Leon lightly frowned, then sarcastically stated, of course, I'm an expert on trees. Know all about trees, I do. But just in case someone in this room doesn't know how to tell an oak tree from a hole in the wall. Oaks have acorns, Helen explained with bright smile, absent judgment. Just ask around, husband, Elise lightly chided, an easygoing smile of her own playing at her lips. I'm sure the various tower lords on your way will jump at the chance to help you look for ancient trees. I'll just have to do that, then. Leon was a little embarrassed, but he'd never studied trees. He knew about as much as he needed to about forest ranging, but there hadn't been any oak trees in the forest of black and white, and that's where all of his expertise came from. Putting that embarrassment aside, Leon sighed with suppressed excitement. If he wanted to find a tree, then the best place to go was undoubtedly the southeast, but the great forests that blanketed that corner of the continent were under the purview of the forest watchers, and to Leon's understanding, outsiders were rarely granted entrance into their lands. The Pegasi states, meanwhile, were relatively lightly forested. He would be flying over much of the Ilian and Sunlit empires, though, and he was sure there might be a few nice and old oak trees on the way that might be sufficient for testing purposes. As he contemplated the hunt ahead of him, his eyes turned toward Tycho's. The enchantment devised by his people which he'd just placed the finishing touches on was powerful and exceedingly complex, but even it wasn't sufficient on its own to create thunder wood. Tycho's would have to work its own magic on any tree that Leon found to prepare it for conversion. However, with the Hesperidic grove still being set up, Leon didn't want to drag Tycho's away just yet. And yet, he didn't just want to collect information on possible trees, he wanted to test their work out at the same time. Tycho's, he said, will you be coming with me? Instead of immediately responding, Tycho's started to channel its power and slowly walked toward Leon. Here, for Leon, the tree sprite said as a gorgeous flower bloomed on its arm. It resembled a lotus, but its petals glowed with ghostly white-blue light similar to the ethereal leaves of the trees of Tycho's older and more powerful fellows. It was large enough to fit quite well in his hand, but Leon remembered Tycho's showing off flowers on its arms like this when discussing whether it was male or female. What is this? Leon tentatively asked, feeling too awkward to just take the offered flower, wondering if that could be considered pulling off the tree sprite's reproductive organs. A bud, Tycho's explained. Bears power of mine. It will channel power of mine. I can speak through this flower and use my power through this flower. If you find an old growth, then you can place this flower on it and I will use my power in readiness. I see, Leon said as he carefully plucked the beautifully glowing lotus from Tycho's arm. How many of these can you make? Many, Tycho's responded, its alien tone rather ambivalent. Leon nodded, interest and greed blooming in his heart faster than the flower had bloomed on Tycho's arm. Well, we're just going to have to go over that when I get back, he sent Elise a meaningful look, and given her eyes were practically shining as she stared at Tycho's, he guessed that the possibilities of what this flower could mean for them had occurred to her, too. With all of that done, he gathered up the created enchantment, the thing being so large that it stretched over several dozen square feet of spell paper despite the constituent runes being tiny, and pulled it into his soul realm. He then hesitated for a moment before doing the same thing with Tycho's flower. If it could channel Tycho's power, then placing it in his soul realm was a calculated risk, but he trusted in Tycho's pacifism if in nothing else. And with that, it was time for him to make his final preparations to head south and pick up Red. You don't have to go alone, you know, Gaius said as Leon made his last preparations for his journey in his villa's inner courtyard. You offering to come with me? Leon asked with a sarcastic smile. I won't lie, I'd prefer to stay here, Gaius admitted. However, it doesn't sit well with me that you're heading off alone. I move faster on my own, and I won't be alone for long, Leon replied. Not like anyone's going to be foolish enough to attack me on the way, I don't think. All right, Gaius said with some resignation, but he wasn't the only one with that thought in their mind. Leon's entire retinue, save for Talal and Anshu, had gathered to see him off, and he could feel Valeria and Maya's eyes burning holes in his back. They'd shared their vigorous goodbyes the night before, but Leon was already well aware that Maya didn't like being away from him for too long, and Valeria hated being left behind. But his mind was made up. He wanted to get Red and get home as soon as he possibly could, and that meant he had to travel as fast as he possibly could. That necessitated leaving the others behind. So, as he finished his preparations, Leon turned to the friendliest, relatively speaking, pair of eyes in the courtyard, the blood-red eyes of his griffin. You'll take care of everyone here, won't you? He asked Anzu. Anzu chirped, but it was low and a far cry from the happy, joyous vocalizations he usually made. Leon cheered him up a little bit with a minute of head rubs, but the griffin was still reluctant to part. Finally, turning to address his family and retinue as a whole, he declared, I should be back within a week. Be careful and watch out for vampires. When he finished that statement, he watched Marcus, Alcander, Helen, and Anna all react quite negatively to the prospect of facing vampires without him. Alcander shivered, Marcus frowned and averted his gaze, Helen shrank back in apparent unconscious fear, and Anna scowled and flexed her sword arm. All four had suffered at the hands of vampires, and he had to admit to some regret at having not adequately addressed that, yet. When I get home, he swore to himself. Hopefully, by then Valentina might have sent word back on her decision to accept Zaffin's contract or not. He was eager to learn whatever she could teach on the subject of enchantments. But now, it was time to set out. He said one last goodbye to everyone, sharing a quick intimate moment with Elise, Valeria, and Maya, and then activated a newly installed enchantment in the courtyard that created a shroud of darkness around him. It didn't make him invisible, it merely obstructed his form from view. Once the shroud had been fully realized, Leon took one moment to examine it, and when he was satisfied that it was working properly, he pulled his clothes into his soul realm. With the shroud hiding his body from the others, he activated his transformation enchantment. When the shroud was lifted less than a minute later, he stood in his courtyard in his avian form, towering above everyone else. With only one last look around, he took off, his powerful wings and magic taking him high into the sky with just a few mighty beats. He reveled in his flight. He hadn't transformed much in the past 11 years, not wanting to make his strong association with the Thunderbird too obvious to those less accepting of his ties, but now was different. He was a chief of one of Heaven's Eye's main branches, and he simply didn't care as much as he did even just a few months ago, less so for the Ilian Empire's restrictions on flight. With this feeling in his heart, he ecstatically flew through the sky, his body mostly hidden thanks to it being a cloudy day. It was a long journey south to Udavy, though one undergone relatively quickly. The state of Udavy itself was small in absolute terms, but relative to the other Pegasi states, it was quite large. It lay on the eastern coast of the region, with enviable access to the veins of vigilance thanks to many fantastic natural harbors. Udavy itself was quite beautiful, in a stark way. Its hinterland was fairly hilly and bereft of much vegetation. It was dry and hot, but those few trees that did grow in the area were the extremely tall variety that were also scattered all over the scorched fields just a stone's throw west. However, compared to the sights he'd seen flying down, Udavy wasn't much of a spectacle. It seemed just an average state, if a little richer compared to the rest of the Pegasi states. Over the past few days, Leon had flown for thousands of miles, rarely stopping to rest, only really doing so when he found fairly large forests that promised to hold potential ancient oak trees. However, so far, he'd come up empty on that front. What he'd taken far more interest in was his first real look at the Sunlit Empire. Flying many miles above the plain, Leon could see a great distance before everything faded into gray haze, and what he'd seen of the Sunlit Empire had been almost spine-tinglingly surreal. Leon guessed that if his 18-year-old self could be teleported from the Bull Kingdom to the Sunlit Empire, he likely wouldn't have immediately noticed anything was wrong. The sheer size of many of the great public works and richer villas and the magical wealth on display would have inevitably given away that he wasn't in the Bull Kingdom anymore, but other than that, the architectural style and aesthetic sensibilities he saw were so like those of the Bull Kingdom that Leon couldn't help but be suspicious. The Sunlit Empire was all white stone and red roof tiles, columns and marble statues lining every boulevard, men and women walking around in fashion that looked surprisingly close to what Leon would have seen in Arimanium on any given day. Had he not been in a hurry, he would have stopped in the Sunlit Empire for a short while, if only to take in the ambience. The place also apparently had an abundance of lightning mages, so Leon was also rather curious as to what he might be able to learn within the Empire, but Red had to come first. And so, when he finally arrived in Udavy, the small state's capital situated on the coast hardly seemed all that special. On his final approach, Leon put some faith in the fact that he was so high above the ground that he doubted any mages he could sense down below had any idea he was there, and shifted back into his human form with all haste, then dressed himself. As he plummeted, he caught himself with his magic and controlled his descent while bathing the city below in his magic senses. By his reckoning, the city was home to about 500,000 people, but the local Heaven's Eye enclave was still easy enough to spot. It wasn't any larger than it was in the Bull Kingdom's capital, comprised of just the tower, a few large warehouses, and the Tower Lord's palace, but the tower still towered over its surroundings, doing much to dominate the city's skyline. Leon drew quite a bit of attention when he gracefully landed in the courtyard in front of the tower, but he ignored all stares and immediately entered. The tower here followed the standard tower design to AT, with him emerging into a large lounge area filled with black-dressed attendants and rich-looking guests. He'd barely been approached by an attendant before the lifts in the back opened and an older man came walking out as fast as dignity would allow, his 7th-tier aura flickering with anxiety. The Tower Lord. It turned out the Tower Lord knew Leon by sight, the director having sent along Leon's likeness to all those of sufficient rank in Heaven's Eye across the plane, as was standard practice when a new chief of a branch was selected. Leon, to his immense relief, barely even had to say a word before he was being escorted to a small guest palace nearby where Red was being boarded. The palace was as heavily warded as could be expected, explaining why Leon wasn't able to sense Red until now. The wyvern was in human form when Leon was shown to her location. She'd been napping in the thickest part of the guest palace's gardens, behind a number of bushes and beneath some kind of willow tree, damn near invisible to the naked eye despite her eye-catching scarlet hair and striking dress made of what looked like red silk. As Leon sauntered toward her, he rustled her hair and dress with a gentle gust of wind, and despite this light magical touch, as soon as her hair made the tiniest wave in his wind, her amber reptilian eyes flashed open, and she sprang to her feet. Her aura practically exploded out of her and a wave of killing intent swept over the garden, but after a moment, she restrained all of that, her eyes having landed upon Leon as he sauntered over, completely unperturbed by her turbulent aura. Red stepped out of the bushes and stood before him, her arms crossed, her eyes narrow, the distinct red scales surrounding her eyes glittering in the sun-like vivid red agates. "Red," Leon said in greeting as those who'd escorted him to the palace made themselves scarce. The wyvern in human form frowned, opened her mouth several times, frowned even deeper, then spoke to him mentally. "It's about damn time," she said, not speaking in words, though her intent was carried through anyway. "I have been waiting for too long. If you didn't want to wait, maybe you shouldn't have come so early." Leon retorted, "I suppose that brings me to my first question, which we can get out of the way now. What's going on that you showed up half an ancestor's damned year early?" "Trying to raise my young bored me," she admitted. "Constantly nipping and fighting amongst themselves. After one of my young ate another while I slept, I lost all patience and left." "You abandoned your children?" Leon asked, his tone flash freezing. "They're old enough to hunt," Red brushed off. "I had no need to stick around at that point." Leon felt his face harden into a scowl. "Then why ask for a year?" "I might have wanted to rest," Red replied. "Raising young is tiring. It sounds like you didn't actually raise them. It sounds like you don't have any idea what you're talking about." Leon stared at Red, wondering just how big of a deal he wanted to make out of this. On one hand, he absolutely hated the idea of leaving children behind. It disturbed him fiercely, and if Red were actually human, he would have been tempted to make her shorter by a head, let alone accepting her into his retinue. But she wasn't human. He barely even considered himself able to comment on how humans raise their kids, let alone something like a 7th-tier wyvern with an utterly alien worldview and value system. "Is that how you were raised?" he asked. "Indeed," Red replied. Leon sighed. His scowl didn't go anywhere, but he dropped the topic, for the time being. He could only hope that having Red in his retinue would help her to a more human outlook. He wasn't that confident in any lesson sticking, though. "Well, then, let's get moving." "Already? You don't want to rest?" "Absolutely fucking not. I have things to do, and they aren't going to wait around for me. So, it's back to Oculera as fast as our wings can carry us." Red nodded, and her clothes vanished back into her soul realm, revealing a sight that any lady lover would have killed to witness. However, it was barely visible for a second before Red's body was covered in gleaming red scales and began to grow. "Not quite what I had in mind, but all right," Leon muttered as he did likewise. His transformation went much quicker, and he was able to send a mental message to the local Tower Lord that he wasn't going to stick around and not to wait up for him. He was sure he just raised quite a few questions with the man, but he hoped the Tower Lord was prepared to live with those questions unanswered. Once they were both back in their animalistic forms, Leon and Red took off. Leon moved quicker, and Red followed as close behind as she could. Leon first flew straight up, not wanting to cause a scene with a giant eagle and even more massive wyvern swooping over Udavi's capital. He didn't level out until he was several miles in the air once again. Once Red got up that high with him, he set off for the north. It had only been a few days, but he was already raring to get home and get back to work so he could make efficient use of his new position. Chapter 775, Changing Course. Leon and Red made good time as they flew north. Leon was in no mood at all to stop for rest, he just wanted to get back to Oculera as soon as he could. It seemed that Red agreed with him, or at least, felt no need to argue against Leon's tacit goal. That was, at least, until about 2 days into their journey, when they were drawing to within 100 miles of the border the Sunlit Empire shared with the Ilian Empire, when Leon suddenly started to dive. "What's going on?" she asked, breaking silence for the first time since they'd left Udavi. "I saw something that I have to check out," Leon replied. What he saw, his avian eyes glittering with greed, was a large tree. Not incredibly large heartwood trees, the huge trees of the scorched fields, and the massive homes of the proto-forest's ruling tree sprites dwarfed what he'd just seen, but as far as more common trees went, this one was quite large. It didn't have a single central trunk, but instead had many relatively thin trunks emerging from the ground and stretching outwards and upwards. Other than its relative size, it would have otherwise been completely unremarkable, save for the fact that Leon had noticed the forest they were flying over was filled with oak trees, acorns hanging from their limbs. "This might just be what I've been looking for," Leon thought to himself. When he landed, he immediately transformed back into his human form and dressed himself. Red came to a surprisingly graceful landing close by, considering her size, and followed suit. "What is this, Leon?" she demanded. "A project I've been working on. Don't worry, Oculera isn't going anywhere, we can afford to stop for a few minutes or a few hours." Red scowled, but didn't respond, so Leon considered the matter settled, at least for now. So, he turned his attention back to the tree and conjured Tico's glowing lotus. He felt Red's attention slide from him to the lotus, and her scowl lessened slightly at the peaceful magic it emanated. Tico's?" he asked aloud, feeling just a little unsure if the flower worked as Tico's had advertised. He waited a moment, just long enough for his doubt to flex, when Tico's responded, "Leon. Greetings." The lotus shuddered in Leon's hand as Tico's magic pulsed through it, and Leon broke out into a wide smile. This thing was, in a word, incredible, but he saved his further thoughts for when he could get back to Oculera and pick Tico's brain or whatever its equivalent was about just what limits this flower had in terms of communication and power transference. "Right," Leon said, forcing himself to again focus on the task at hand. "I found a large oak tree. I have no idea how old it might be, would you be able to check?" "Place lotus mine against tree," Tico's instructed, and Leon complied. He approached the tree and carefully set the lotus down atop one of the large branches that stretched out more horizontally than vertically so that the lotus could rest atop it rather than having to be pressed against the tree. He didn't have to do anything more, for he'd only taken a single step backward when the lotus pulsed again with Tico's power, but this time much more powerfully. Roots as thin as spider silk sprang from the stem of the lotus and wrapped themselves around the trunk of the tree. For several seconds, it was like a flood, feet and feet and feet of roots erupting from the lotus and winding around the tree, until they stopped without any warning at all. "What creature is this?" Red wondered aloud. "A strange being you carried with you, Leon." "In a way, I guess," Leon replied. "Just something from a tree sprite friend of mine." Red recoiled and her scowl returned. "Tree sprites are worthless beings." "How so?" Leon asked, genuinely curious if she had any kind of reason for her outburst. "No meat," she simply said. "Not good to eat. Living beings are more than their nutritional value," Leon said. Red's scowl deepened and she glared at the lotus. "This power threatens. You're dangerous, too, but in the case of exoticos, they're not at all violent. In fact, their people seem to abhor violence. You needn't worry about them." Red bared her teeth and huffed, something that would have been much more intimidating had she been in her wyvern form, but seemed almost comical as she was now. Regardless, before she could say anything more, Tico's spoke. This tree is fairly old," it said. "However, it's not quite ideal old enough. Possible to try, learn something might we with experiment." "I'd be down to try," Leon said as he conjured the massive, terribly intricate enchantment he and his research team had devised. "Might want to stand back there, Red, if you don't want to get zapped." Red, still frowning quite deeply, took a few steps back, but not as many as Leon had hoped. Regardless, he just shrugged and continued his preparations. Red was strong, and she'd been warned. Given the power he and Tico's were going to use for this experiment, he doubted she'd be injured for anything more than a couple of days even if she were to stand atop the tree when the enchantment activated. So, Leon just set about attaching the enchantment to one of the exposed roots at the base of the tree as he reached into the sky with his power. As his power inundated the heavens, storm clouds rapidly gathered, ruining the otherwise perfectly bright and sunny afternoon. The forest seemed to realize what was about to happen as Leon could hear the forest's background noise increase as the native fauna scrambled for cover. Once enough storm clouds had gathered, Leon took a deep breath, and pressed his hand against the spell paper, letting his power flow into the enchantment and be directed according to the inscribed glyphs. At the same time, he summoned lightning from the clouds above, targeting the oak. As his power flowed through the enchantment, it rushed throughout the oak and began twisting and turning in ways that he was too inexperienced with nature magic to understand. It felt like his power had turned into roots that were forcing their way through the bark and into the heart of the tree. As his summoned lightning, gold in color, began striking the tree, lightning surged through the tree and through these roots of power. Leon had seen many trees struck by lightning before, and oftentimes, the bolts would carve deep trenches in the bark, burning everything they touched and leaving the trees scarred and blackened by heat. However, Leon's lightning barely even singed the upper branches before being absorbed into the tree. The tree began to vibrate and roar with contained thunder, while its many thick branches shuddered and cracked under the strain of storing so much violent power. One branch practically exploded as lightning erupted from its surface. Another branch cracked so deeply that it snapped clean off, letting another torrent of lightning pour out and scorch the surroundings. After several long seconds, Leon let go of his power, and the last bolt fell upon the tree. The tree continued to vibrate for several more seconds, but with two of its largest branches gone, the power Leon had filled it with leaking out, it was unable to retain his lightning. It shook again with the sound of thunder, several arcs of purple-ish lightning danced about in its upper branches, and then fell still. This attempt to create more thunder would have failed, but having watched the whole thing, Leon still couldn't help but smile. It was an enlightening experience, and one that told him they were on the right track. Agreeing with his instincts, Tikos, through its lotus that was still wrapped around an intact branch, said, "Promising start, many further to go." Indeed, Leon whispered as he took the lotus back, his golden eyes staring at the tree's upper branches. He'd never seen that particular shade of lightning before, and he wondered just what that meant. Once he'd separated Tikos' lotus from the tree, the roots that had sprouted from it shriveled up and disintegrated. "Bring some this wood," Tikos requested. "Much testing needs done." "Can do," Leon replied as he swept his hand out in front of him, pulling as much of the tree into his soul realm as he could. It didn't go easily, however, being wider than most of his modular villa's compartments. Still, he squeezed and stretched, and managed to pull the tree in, leaving only a few pieces of debris and a couple errant roots behind. Once he finished, Red finally walked over, her amber eyes narrow and her mouth turned downward in a concerned frown. "What was this?" she asked. "An attempt to create a kind of super material," Leon explained. "We can talk about it on the way back, so why don't we get back into the air?" Red hesitantly nodded, and soon enough they were both back in their respective beast forms and flying quite quickly northward. However, as they got started, Leon noticed an object flying toward them at high speed, an ark. It was small, so much so that he couldn't imagine it had a crew of more than half a dozen. However, it was moving fast, and moving straight towards them. "Move," Leon shouted as he flapped his wings and called upon his wind magic to speed him up even more. Red did similar with her power, allowing her to just barely keep up with him. The ark behind then turned slightly in their direction, but rather than following them, it instead slowed down over where the tree had just been. "Did we draw attention with that display?" Leon wondered, notionally frowning. "We're out in the middle of nowhere, how did they notice this?" It wasn't that powerful. After flying in several slow, wide circles, the ark turned back toward them and began following, but at a respectable distance. They were still in the Sunlit Empire, and not wanting to cause any complicated incidents, Leon just kept flying, not attacking the ark, but not losing sight of it, either. It only waved off once Leon and Red reached the border with the Ilian Empire less than an hour later. "Why let those humans go?" Red asked, having remained otherwise silent once they'd taken back to the air, simply following Leon's lead. "How have they harmed us?" Leon asked in response. "I'll admit feeling curious as to why they came this way at all, but can we really fault them for that?" At this point, while he was still speaking with Red, he recognized that he was speaking more to himself than to her. "They didn't attack us, so why not let them go?" "They'll remember this," Red rebutted. "Safer for us to silence them forever." Again, though, why? Have we done something shameful? Have we showed weakness? We ran from them. That is weakness. They advanced, and we retreated. We weren't fighting, so why look at it that way? All life is a battle. We all fight for our own resources. If we're strong, we subjugate those around us and take their resources. If we're weak, the strong will take ours. Like that black wyvern did for you. Yes, Red responded without even the tiniest hint of changing her way of thinking, though there were a few traces of anger in her mental tone. I was too weak to deal with my mate, and had to pay the price. I believe you humans have a similar concept, taxes. Taxes are a little different. They're meant to fund government institutions which are then supposed to provide for common security and prosperity. Taxes are thus for the benefit of all, and when they're used for the benefit of only the already powerful, it's generally seen as shameful and corrupt. Not that that stops some people. Red growled aloud and seemed to spit derisively into his mind, humans. She said no more on the topic, so instead, Leon began telling her in greater detail of just what he'd been trying to do with the tree, and what he and his people had been doing for the past half-year. Once he'd finished, they'd started flying over more urban regions. So far, they'd flown mostly over the more sparsely inhabited western region of the Sunlit Empire, with its cities mostly located further east. However, the Ilian Empire was vast and heavily urbanized, even more than 2 days' flight south from its heartland. So, Leon asked once he'd finished his story, any questions on all of that? Red remained quiet. Any observations so far? We're flying over human lands, now, have any impressions? Red snapped, though it came off as more thoughtful than anything else. Good land, ruined, she growled. Land for prey to run and grow is best, this, farmland is a blight. It's ruined much of the wild, that's for sure, Leon commiserated. However, it's ensured a great abundance of food for the Ilian Empire, and with that abundance of food came a great population. Great numbers for wyverns is a thing to dread, Red replied. Wyverns are solitary creatures, aren't they? You don't form family bonds, or any other such bonds, do you? Red clicked her teeth in what Leon assumed was agreement. Humans are more communal. We're not as naturally strong as wyverns, but our ability to organize and work together has made us the masters of the known world. And what of the unknown world? I can't say, I don't know it, but I think that given enough time, we'll become masters of that world, too. We just need some time. The blight of humanity, growing incessantly, Red grumbled. Hardly, growth is at least as common as stagnation and contraction, which I guess flies in the face of what I just said, doesn't it? We're definitely going to need to get you acquainted with some better philosophers than me once we get back to Oculara. Silence descended upon them again, and after a while feeling exceptionally awkward, Leon asked her, is there anything at all you want to see or do first? You decided to come with me to see and experience new things, isn't that right? To see what pleasures and delights that human civilization can bring. I would eat, Red said, her tone changing to something much more curious than spiteful for the first time in their conversation. Many things I have witnessed humans eat, but until that night I spent in your camp, I had never tasted human food. I wish to know what it is. That can easily be arranged. The chefs that work in my estate are some of the best in the human world, and there are so many restaurants in Oculara that if they can't make something to your tastes, then another will surely rise to the challenge. Food's easy, thanks to all this farmland. As they flew, Leon let his eyes drift downward, taking in the sights. They were flying relatively close to an Ilian city of medium size, and even from many miles outside of the city, with his power and avian eyes, Leon could see any public thing in the city that he wanted to with perfect clarity. However, as his gaze drifted over the local Heaven's Eye branch, he immediately grew concerned as he saw people running around between the local enclave's few buildings with much greater panic than he'd ever seen before. When he glanced toward what he took to be the local government buildings, he saw a similar scene. However, most of the people in the city continued going about their daily lives seemingly without any particular care, the rush that everyone in Heaven's Eye and the local government not permeating throughout the city. What's going on? Leon wondered. He continued flying, reasoning that if whatever was going on didn't have the people in a frenzy, then it probably wasn't that important, and he could just check in on it when he got back to Oculara. It was probably just some local concern, he was sure. Or at least, he was sure until he and Red drew close enough to Oculara for Maya's magic to reach them a distance of some 800-ish miles. Leon, Maya urgently said into his mind, her voice sounding rather shaky and distant even with their connection thanks to the sheer distance between them. What's going on? Leon asked as he cast his gaze back at the city he and Red had so recently passed and its panicking upper class. We've been trying to reach out to you, but Ticos can't speak to you with the lotus in your soul realm. Maya explained. There's something really big happening, and Elise asked me to reach out as soon as I could. Leon slowed his flight and gave Red a brief explanation while Maya went to find Elise to relay the message. As he waited, Leon flew in lazy circles over some Ilian farmland so high above the ground that he and Red were practically invisible in the sky. After waiting for several minutes, Maya spoke again, having found Elise. Relaying, the river nymph said, Argos has come under attack, and before we lost contact with them, the Imperial fleets further south reported contact with Sky Devils. Leon, it looks like the Sky Devils are trying to launch an invasion. The Imperial fleets were caught unprepared and Argos is under siege. Leon's eyes widened in shock, and he turned to face the southeast. Argos was another 3 days or so in that direction at his usual pace, but he felt like he could shave a day off if he had to. The remnants of my clan's vassals, he thought to himself. He'd always wanted to get into some kind of contact with them, and here they were attacking Argos. Still, he couldn't help but feel a deep sense of conflict as he wondered what he should do. Defend Argos, is that the right move? Try and covertly meet with the Sky Devils? Do nothing at all and continue home? As if she could sense his inner conflict, and given their connection, she probably could even over this vast distance. Maya went quiet for a moment, then said, Elise says that we should help defend Argos. Heaven's Eye has many interests there, and Penelope has already been deployed to defend those interests. If Leon could have scowled then, he would have. Instead, with his heart still conflicted, he beat his wings and began flying southeast, a curious Red just behind him. At the very least, he couldn't exactly return home after that message. So, just before he left Maya's range again, he told her and the rest of his family and retinue by extension that he was on his way to Argos. He didn't say what he was going to do once he got there. Chapter 776, Argos. Argos was an old city. Not quite as ancient as some of the most venerable cities on the plain, like Oculara or Ilion, but it had a long history. The site the city had been built on had a fantastic natural port, opening right out on the Argonaut Sea while having a series of hilly islands further out protecting it from the worst weather that the sea could throw at it, each one fortified with a tower and handful of imperial lances. The original city had been little more than a fortress with a town to see to its logistics. The fortress had been erected to protect against retaliation from the fleeing Sky Devils when the nascent empires realized that they couldn't pursue their quarry across the sea. Over time, that fortress grew, with a massive wall and series of towers protecting the town, while a secondary wall was magically built of stone out at sea. The sea wall was supplemented by additional massive towers, each capped with imperial lances, while the town around the fortress grew even more as the city's port increased in size and importance. The imperial administration even went so far as to construct a secondary port further inland, connected to the sea by a wide and heavily fortified canal, where only imperial ships could dock. Even Heaven's Eye had to use the primary harbor. All in all, Argos was heavily defended, with a garrison of more than 50,000 imperial soldiers, mostly drawn from the Sunlit Empire, and with a powerful, if relatively small, fleet permanently stationed there to defend it. Combined with the lances atop both of the city's walls and the island towers, the city was commonly thought to be invincible. As Leon and Red finally drew close enough to lay eyes on the city for themselves around midnight 2 days after receiving Maya's relayed message, they found that it was anything but invincible. The Imperial fleet burned just outside the sea wall. Half of the sea wall's towers had been destroyed, along with their lances. All of the towers on the islands had been leveled, and it was clear that the Sky Devils hadn't paid anywhere near enough for those losses to be considered acceptable to any competent commander. The Sky Devils were present in great numbers. Hundreds of ships of varying size, with more than 50 immense ships that carried powerful lances of their own that ceaselessly hammered the sea wall, determined to either break through the wall's sealed sea gates, or break through the wall itself. Above the wall, Leon could see something far more terrifying, however, arcs, 3 of them, and each one with 4 lances of their own. These lances, unlike the Imperial lances and those on the Sky Devil's sea fleet, didn't spit balls of molten stone or metal, but bolts of dark red lightning that had his hair standing on end as they rained down upon the wall. In addition, swarming over the city were riders on flying beasts, mostly Pegasi, while a comparatively small number of Imperial forces attempted to fend them off. Fortunately for the Argonauts, the Sky Devils, while having done considerably damage to the sea wall and having flown over it with their aerial forces, had yet to crack the inner wall, where Leon could see many Imperial soldiers mustering in preparation for their stand against their besiegers. The city's civilian population was in the process of either fleeing or taking shelter. But Leon, for the moment, had eyes only for the local Heaven's Eye enclave, a sizable district just inside the inner wall. The district was fairly well fortified itself, with a wall surrounding the district though not even slightly comparable to the inner wall in size, thickness, or armament. The huge square in front of the local tower was more promising for the enclave's defense, with 700 or 800 Heaven's Eye security forces assembled. Standing at their head barking orders were several mages, all 8th tier. The first was easily recognizable, Penelope, clearly in command. The second was also directing many security forces, so Leon assumed him to be the local tower lord. The third and fourth were people he vaguely recognized as being two of the director's hands, though he'd never had much cause to interact with them more than the occasional polite greeting. He couldn't even put names to their faces. As he and Red flew toward Argos, they were spotted, though that was hardly surprising. They'd been spotted and followed several times on their flight as they made their way over ever more populated regions of the Sunlit Empire, but their pace of movement and clear lack of hostility had, so far, prevented the Sunlit forces from trying to stop them. They were merely observed as they flew. A reasonable precaution, in Leon's opinion. The Imperial forces at Argos didn't seem to be in such a mood, however, as Leon saw several lances on the land-facing side of Argos, inner wall turn in his and Red's direction. Another reasonable precaution, as Leon could see many powerful beasts in the air fighting alongside the Sky Devils. Now that he was closer and had been able to watch the battle outside the sea walls for a longer period, he could even see a number of sea monsters either fighting alongside the Sky Devils or taking advantage of the carnage's Imperial. Sailors and marines were dragged below the sea surface by tentacles and large, terrifying fish that made sharks look toothless and docile. Leon had been rather more conflicted over the past couple of days, but this sight was something else. The Sky Devils had come in force, and they were massacring the Imperial garrison. It was hard for Leon to watch the many beasts in the Sky Devils' invasion force tearing human beings to pieces and remain in a wait-and-see mindset. At the very least, he was going to defend the Heaven's Eye enclave, even if the Sky Devils were the descendants of his clan's vassals, left behind by those who'd fled in the wake of his clan's fall. Besides, it wasn't reasonable at all to assume that the Sky Devils even knew who he was, let alone that they might be in any way loyal to him. As he flew closer to the inner wall, he contemplated reaching out with his darkness magic, hoping that he might be able to speak to the local Imperial garrison mentally to tell them that he and Red were friendlies, but he quickly realized that enchantments protecting the soldiers from darkness magic seemed to be standard on their armor. The wards weren't that strong and he thought that if he had to, he could break through them, but he knew how he'd react if unknown powerful beasts flying towards him while a city he was supposed to defend was under attack suddenly started screwing with the enchantments designed to protect his mind. He'd open up with whatever weapons he had and ask questions later. So, he figured that since the sea wall wasn't falling yet, it was better to present a less concerning image to the soldiers on the wall, even if it slowed him and Red down a bit. Slow down a little, Leon ordered Red as they drew to within 100 miles of the city's inner wall. Don't want to spook those on the lances on top of the wall. Why, they're weak, Red responded. Indeed, Leon could see that nearly all of the lances were manned by teams of half a dozen, with a 6th-tier mage in charge of each weapon. From what he could tell, these teams were then overseen by a handful of 7th-tier mages stationed at the largest towers and gatehouses. Given the strength of wyverns compared to their human magical equivalents, he could understand why Red might be overconfident, but he wasn't. Even just from watching the Imperial lances firing on the sea wall he could see that they completely outclassed the Bull Kingdom's flame lances in power. We wouldn't win that fight, and that fight isn't even necessary, Leon replied. Follow my lead and we won't run into any trouble. Got it. Red made several deep chuffing sounds, but a moment later replied, understood. Together, they slowed down as they drew closer to the inner wall, but the lance crews continued to track them. Fortunately, while Leon assumed the weapons' ranges to be much greater than Bull Kingdom lances, they weren't fired upon even as they drew to within 20 miles. Still, the lance crews were clearly growing more and more nervous as they tracked their approach, so Leon ordered, down to the ground, let's make the rest of the way on foot in human form. Again, Red chuffed in displeasure, but complied. They quickly descended to the ground to the streets of the city's suburbs, then transformed back into human form and started running to the nearest gate about 20 miles away. Soon enough, they'd entered the part of the city proper that had spilled out past the walls, and Leon considered the fact that they weren't being shot at by Imperial lances to be a good sign that he was right to get out of the sky. Then again, they were also pushing past hordes of fleeing civilians, so he supposed them not being shot at could be down to the soldiers not wanting to blast their own people into oblivion. Sure enough, when they reached the city's massive northwestern gate, he found that the soldiers stationed there had been greatly reinforced, and many powerful mages were waiting for him in red. It took some convincing, but with his Heaven's Eye ID, Leon was able to get them to step aside and allow him in red inside the city, though not without escort 4 7th tier and a dozen 6th tier mages peeled off the gate to bring them straight to the Heaven's Eye enclave. Leon was quietly impressed, considering it a powerful sign of the strength of Argos that even this great concentration of power. He remembered the war he fought in with the Talfar kingdom, where the fact that Talfar had a single 7th tier mage was one of the most concerning things in the war didn't overly diminish the rest of the soldiers at the gate aiding in the evacuation. Neither Leon nor Red spoke much until they reached the Heaven's Eye enclave. Leon had been trying to get in touch with Penelope or anyone else in the enclave, for that matter, but the enclave's wards were powerful, and his darkness magic couldn't get through. He was almost happy that he hadn't been able to get in touch with Penelope, if only so he could savor the look of abject shock on her face when they came running down the road and entered the front courtyard. "Leon," she shouted in shock. "Is that you? Would anyone else go around with a mug this ugly?" Leon shouted back as he gestured at his own face. Seeing their ids essentially confirmed, the leader of Leon and Red's escort wasted not a second in ordering his soldiers to turn around and get back to their duties as Leon and Red finally entered the enclave. "What are you doing here?" Penelope shouted as she ran forward to meet them. "I was in the neighborhood," Leon explained as he gestured toward Red. "Had to pick a friend up from Udavy in the Pegasi states. Heard something exciting was going on over here on the way back and made a detour." As if she were only now seeing Red, Penelope reeled back a bit. "Red," she said apprehensively. "Been a while." A quiet, dismissive glare was the only response she received. Apparently setting Red's presence aside for the moment, Penelope said, "You're stepping on a lot of toes just being here, but at this point, I don't care that much. We need all the help we can get to ensure the safety of this city. We're not going to be heading out and fighting in the streets, are we?" Leon asked. Penelope looked like she was about to answer, but then thought better of it. "What do you think we should do?" Leon smiled thinly and said, "We should remain in the enclave and defend it. Let the Imperials deal with the Sky Devils. If we can provide any shelter to civilians, then we should do so, but our first priority is to see to this enclave. You don't want us out and defending the port." Leon frowned as he glanced back out to sea and once more took in the sight of that slaughter, of the Imperial soldiers screaming as they were dragged beneath the waves by monsters, as they were burned by devil lances, and as they fell from the sea wall. Maybe he had the power to stop this, but that was a risk he wasn't yet willing to take. "That's not our job, is it?" Penelope gave him a skeptical look and shook her head. "I figured we'd be getting pressed into the army for this battle, but since you're here, your authority can keep us out of it. Is the authority of a hand of the director not enough? A hand doesn't have the same powers of negotiation as a branch chief does. Neither does a tower lord. Interesting. What about the issue of Heaven's Eye's political neutrality? There's only one very important exception to that rule, when the mainland is being threatened by Sky Devils." Leon nodded, understanding what she was saying. "Quite the exception," he muttered. "What forces do we have at our disposal? What are our defenses looking like?" Without further ado, Penelope quickly briefed Leon on what they had. In Heaven's Eye, they had 4 8th tier mages not including him, about 24 7th tier mages not including Red, and about 2,000 6th tier mages and below. A significant force, and more than enough to defend the enclave if they had to, but Leon could see that if they had to, then they'd be in a terrible position. If the Sky Devils made it so far into the city as to threaten the enclave, then there would be little chance that Heaven's Eye could stop them on their own if they put the enclave to siege, especially with those devil arcs. Now that he was seeing exactly what kind of forces he had to work with, he almost changed his mind and sent most of what he now had at his disposal to defend the inner wall. However, he still regarded that as the duty of the local soldiery. The situation wasn't quite desperate enough for something like that. He'd only allow the Heaven's Eye security forces to fight if the inner walls were breached. As Penelope was giving him a breakdown on the kinds of wards that the enclave had defending it from the ramparts of the short wall, Leon saw a fairly substantial group of mages wearing sunlit uniforms making straight for them. They were led by an 8th-tier mage, and all were quite heavily armed and armored. "That's Commander Arctis," Penelope explained. "He's the second in command of the local garrison. I've only been here for barely more than a day and he's already come around 4 times demanding, pleading, and otherwise trying to get us to take a more active role in the defense of the city. He was as far from polite as he could be the first time he came, but his attitude has lightened up since then." "Understandable," Leon whispered as another tower on the sea wall went up in bright yellow flames under the combined firepower of the Sky Devil's arcs. "Hard to hold on to pride and prejudices when you're staring death in the face." "Lady Penelope," Arctis shouted as he ran into the courtyard. "We need to speak." "Speak with him," Penelope shouted back, getting his attention as she gestured at Leon. "He's in charge here, now." Leon gave her a look of amused disbelief. "What?" she asked. "Did you think you were just going to let me handle all this diplomatic negotiation? That's on your shoulders now, oh great and powerful Chief of Magical Research and Development." Yeah, Leon said in resignation as he jumped down from the wall and landed in the courtyard. He quickly approached Arctis, who stared him down for a long moment, his expression carefully schooled, before he asked, "Might we be introduced?" "I'm Leon, Chief of Magical Research and Development in Heaven's Eye." "Pleased to make your acquaintance," Arctis responded. "Dealing with women is always an exercise in frustration, and I hope that you'll be more amenable to us. We require the aid of Heaven's Eye if this city is to hold out. So far, we've been able to hold the sea gates, but I fear that they'll fall in the next few hours. If those devils get into the harbor, then we're going to have a much harder time keeping them from hitting the rest of the city. We have to hold the harbor." "What kind of aid do you need?" Leon asked. "Fighting men would be best," Arctis frankly replied. "Any other assistance would be appreciated." "I need all of our fighting men and women here," Leon replied. As Arctis' face fell, Leon quickly added, "If we haven't yet forgive me, I'm still getting briefed on the situation, then I'll open our stocks of spells and other material to your forces. We can also use this district as a safe haven for any civilians who are still trying to evacuate." Arctis breathed what appeared to be a sigh of relief, and he quickly said, "Thank you, Leon. It's not all we hoped for, but more than we feared. I'll have some groups of women and children redirected this way. Please defend them as your own kin." "Of course," Leon responded, finding it mildly amusing that he was now to defend the natives of this plane from some of the remnants of his clan. As Arctis turned back to his people and Leon nodded to Penelope to follow through on his offer, a deafening blast was heard from the sea. Leon glanced in that direction and watched as one of the largest ships in the Sky Devil fleet cruised forward, firing off several lances at the sea gate. As it drew closer, it didn't slow down, and Leon almost thought its helmsman crazy until he realized that the bow of the ship had 2 familiar-looking weapons, flame-spewing lances of the sort that Jorman had mounted on his ship. These lances, however, began spitting blue fire, with fire so intense that Leon couldn't help but stare in awe. The ship continued onward, not stopping as the blue fire washed over the sea gate. Leon could feel the wards within the sea wall straining to hold back fire of that heat and power, and when the ship made contact with the gate, the massive steel and heavily enchanted wood splintered and bent inward. The Sky Devil ship came to a halt, its magic engines continuing to push so hard that Leon could feel the magic runoff even in the enclave a few miles away. The sea gate continued to strain and bend, pushing inward more and more, until finally, under pressure from the ship, and still being bathed in blue fire, they snapped. The Sky Devils had broken through. They were in the harbor. Chapter 777. Argos II. The Jaguar breathed deeply as his ship emerged on the other side of the sea gate, the huge troop transports of his fleet following close behind. The ship's weapons were firing as fast as they could, providing withering cover for the transports. The Imperial lances answered in kind, but their deadly fire was blocked by a large shield of light that sprang into existence around his ship. Even better, with the lance shifting to his ship from the arcs above, said arcs were able to destroy another tower on the sea wall just a minute or so after the sea gate was breached. He would remember this for the rest of his life, he could already tell. He wasn't eager to head off on this raid, but he had to admit, it was going off better than he could have ever hoped for. It seemed that more Imperial forces had been transferred to the straits between Katagita and the mainland than had been reported, and the admittedly still rather sizable naval forces that had remained had been completely destroyed by his fleet. Now, the only Imperial forces stationed within Argos were the ground forces they could cobble together from within the city and its hinterland. Not a force to dismiss out of hand, but not quite the formidable host that the Jaguar had imagined guarding the gateway to the savage empires. The Jaguar had estimated that it would take reinforcements about 4 days to reach Argos following the appearance of his fleet. That had been 3 days and many assumptions ago. Now, he guessed that it would take the large Imperial relief army he could see mustering further inland at least 2 more days to reach Argos, and by then, with the sea gate destroyed, he would have already sacked it and made good his escape. But he didn't allow himself to get complacent. As proud as he was of his tribe for their work so far, the job wasn't yet done, and disaster could still strike their force. He had to remain on his game if he wanted as many of his tribesmen to return home as possible. With the cover of his flagship, the transports drew close to the docks. However, their proximity brought them into range of closer-range weapons. Exploding projectiles and deadly magics met the transports, destroying 2 of them and spilling their human and war beast contents out into the waters of the harbor. At the same time, a number of water mages began infusing the water within the harbor with their power, and the sea in front of the dock began to rise, forming another wall for them to overcome. And overcome them we will, the Jaguar thought with great relish. He sent a quick mental message to one of his most powerful beastmasters, and a dark shape sped into the harbor, passing below his ship. This shape was enormous, and if the Jaguar cared to analyze its aura, he would have sensed it to be at least of the 8th tier by human standards. The shape revealed itself to be a massive serpentine fish when it stuck its long, monstrous jaw out of the water wall, looking like some unholy combination of shark and eel, its body covered in dull black scales and its long, alien head covered in dozens of big, pupilless, pitch-black eyes. It opened its mouth and a great torrent of water, far more than it could have possibly stored within its body, burst from within its maw like fire from a dragon. The massive Sedan swept its water breath to and fro, covering the docks, killing many Imperial defenders, and disrupting nearly all of their defensive formations. The Imperial water mages defending the harbor were no exception, and the water wall came crashing down as they died or were forced back. The Jaguar smiled as his transports then reached the docks and began disgorging their passengers out onto dry land. As the transports emptied themselves, the Sedan stuck around for a few minutes, then returned to the open sea, where it continued to consume the Imperial sailors still trying to save themselves from wrecks of their destroyed vessels. It didn't take long for the harbor to be secured. After their defenses had been breached, the Imperials made the pragmatic decision to retreat from the harbor to the relative safety of the inner wall, where their lances could still provide decent cover. The Jaguar could see quite a few civilians in the city being left behind and desperately trying to flee, and his growing smile faltered a little when he noticed a few of the Inquisitors that he'd been forced to bring along hunting them down instead of proceeding with their objectives. Their Pegasi made them the fastest troops that the Jaguar had access to, and to see them wasting their time on civilians like this, "I'm heading to shore," he said to his ship's executive officer, and together with his personal guard, he took to the skies himself flying under his own power, and his guard flying with his own team of Pegasi. He was dimly aware that he was about to trespass on Alina's authority over her Inquisitors, but she was up in the sky commanding her own small force of Pegasi, and if she wasn't going to take proper command of her people, then he was more than willing to do so. It might have been a little hypocritical on his part, but he'd always intended to take command of the push into the city rather than remaining out on the sea, and had planned accordingly. His subordinates knew what they needed to do, and with the command structure he'd built, he was more than confident their objectives would be achieved even with him personally leading the push into the city. When the Jaguar reached the shore, he didn't immediately make for the Inquisitors. Instead, he checked in with his subordinate leading the ground forces, the chief of one of the smaller clans in his tribe. He was busy directing the invading tribesmen further into the city with as much organization as possible. Unlike the Inquisitors, they didn't want to get bogged down sacking the city only to be pushed back by a counterattack from the savages behind the inner wall. "Karsa," he shouted as he landed. "Oh, dearest me, Lord Jaguar," the ever-polite man replied as he spun in place to greet the Jaguar, the other 7th and 8th tier warriors around Karsa rendering quick salutes in the manner of their clans. "The Inquisitors," the Jaguar growled, "who let them off their leash?" "Oh my," Karsa whispered, his already rather pale skin draining of what little color it had, his head turning back to the city with a look of innocent shock. "They never checked in, my lord." We just landed and into the city those little ones went. The jaguar growled. Break off a detachment to bring them back here. At once. Shall I prepare them to be crucified? It doesn't sit well with me, doing so in sight of the walls, and those I crucify tend to scream loudly enough to give me bad dreams. I wouldn't ask you to do so, old friend. Oh, what a relief. Karsa made a show of wiping non-existent sweat off his brow, but the jaguar knew from experience that Karsa would have absolutely no qualms carrying out any order he gave, even if it were to plunge them into civil war upon their return to Katagita. The Thunderer likely wouldn't take stories of crucified inquisitors well, after all. The jaguar waited a few moments for Karsa to follow through on hauling the inquisitors back to the docks and to finish deploying their ground forces, then asked for a report. I was wondering, my lord, Karsa began, have you been keeping an eye on potential reinforcements? As much as I've been able to, the jaguar replied. The battle took most of his attention, and so he had others like Karsa keeping an eye on the outskirts of the city. Given the number of enchantments blocking magic senses in the region, though, this was easier said than done. Oh, that's not good. Not good at all, Karsa whispered. In response, the jaguar, a look of concern breaking across his face, projected his magic senses as far as he was able. I can see the army mustering about 2 days out. Those dastardly brutes have deployed other forces, my lord, Karsa said with dramatic trepidation. Up there, the brown-haired man pointed upward and roughly north, and after a moment, the jaguar was able to spot no less than 5 large arcs flying through clouds on their way to Argos, clearly attempting to maintain some element of stealth despite flying at great speed. They were large enough to transport perhaps 1,000 individuals, but they'd arrive in a matter of hours, and the jaguar had no doubt that their best and most powerful were in those arcs. Looks like we'll have to make this quick, then, the jaguar said with a deep frown, disappointment settling in his stomach like he'd swallowed ice. Forget about sacking the inner city and focus on destroying the port. Fall back in 4 hours. My lord, are we to leave these children unchastised? No, I'll see to the inner wall myself. Give them a good scare and kill who I can before pulling back. With that, the jaguar took back to the skies, his personal guard following suit. With them, he had several hundred of his tribe's best warriors at his back, and as a 9th-tier mage, he was confident that he had the strength to break through the inner city's defenses. However, as he took flight, Karsa hurriedly shouted, "Dearest me, I almost forgot." The jaguar paused his takeoff and glanced back downward. I spotted a couple of ascended beasts making their way inside the city only an hour or so ago. A wyvern and a rather lovely-looking bird. 7th and 8th tier. The jaguar frowned, but it didn't stop him. He thanked Karsa for his diligence and continued onward, flying toward the nearest of the inner wall's gatehouses. A couple of ascended beasts wouldn't make too much difference to the city's fate as far as he was concerned. He didn't have to go too far, the inner walls being less than a quarter of a mile inland from the harbor. However, he did have to keep an eye on the Imperial lances atop that wall despite being confident that none of them would shoot. He was flying over their city, and he didn't think they'd risk a missed shot hitting any of their people still in the city, of whom there were still many his forces were pulling from their homes, those foolish enough to have stayed behind and either rounding them up, or, especially in the Inquisitor's case, slaughtering them indiscriminately. The thieving savages weren't so without honor that they wouldn't buy back their people if taken in a raid. Soon enough, the jaguar found himself in front of the southern gate of the inner wall. The battle so far had filled the air with titanic clouds of thick smoke, completely covering the sky. The jaguar could feel the building of lightning magic within, and it wasn't that hard to not only take control of it, but to add his own. By the time he'd taken 10 steps toward the gate, the sky had filled with golden lightning bolts arcing between clouds of smoke, and the occasional blood-red bolt that struck the ground around him. The street was torn asunder under such magical assault, and the thunder shook the buildings around him so hard that they began to collapse despite plentiful reinforcement enchantments. With a flick of his wrist, the jaguar called a dozen red bolts down upon the gate, each one striking with the full power of a 9th-tier mage. The flash cast everything in stark white for fractions of a second at a time, the thunder shattering glass throughout the city. The gate, however, remained intact, looking hardly worse for wear. The jaguar had to stifle some small amount of admiration. He hated the Imperial savages, but they weren't utterly incompetent when it came to building their fortifications. So, he took a deep breath and drew from his soul realm a massive hammer, far too large and unwieldy for even a 3rd-tier mage to lift, let alone wield. Yet the jaguar held it just fine, raising it above his head and attracting all the lightning above. Bolt after bolt fell upon him, being drawn into the hammer and stored. A dozen, then 2 dozen, then 3, 4, and 5, and more bolts struck him in a matter of seconds. By the end of it, the hammer was aglow with the contained power of 100 lightning bolts, and when the jaguar swung it at the gate, all that terrible power was unleashed. A single blast of lightning erupted from the hammer and slammed into the gate. Under such heat and power, the enchanted wood and steel shattered, burned, and melted, the concrete frame around it cracked in 1,000 places, and the runes within the gate were torn asunder. The gates didn't survive his second swing, blasting inward in millions of tiny pieces. A heartbeat later, the dust and gate fragments came blasting back outward towards the jaguar's people on a massive cushion of wind. The jaguar smiled and flicked a finger, causing that cloud to fly up into the air, revealing the formation of powerful mages standing just inside the broken gate. The heavily armored man in front radiated 9th tier power, the same as the jaguar. The military commander of Argos, the jaguar thought with relish. He didn't speak a word, and neither did the commander. They just began calmly walking toward each other, the jaguar slightly adjusting his grip on his hammer while the commander brandished a large halberd. Their followers advanced behind them. The commander's entourage was larger, but the hole in the gate negated that advantage, and the jaguar had great confidence in the skill and experience of his personal guard, who'd been guarding the western shores of Katagita with him for many years. Magic began flying all around them as the mages started their fights, but the jaguar had eyes only for the commander, who reciprocated. They drew to within 50 feet, and the commander made the first move. He thrust forward with his halberd and sent a powerful wind spear 5 times the size of his weapon rocketing towards the jaguar. The jaguar countered with an arc of red lightning, slicing the spear in half. He smiled behind his jaguar-shaped helmet as he saw his bolt also dissipate, all of its magic power gone from countering the wind spear. Just the fight I've been looking for, the jaguar thought as he wrapped himself in his magic power rose into the air. The commander followed, and a moment later, they were 100 feet above the ground, staring each other down as their respective forces took to butchering each other with sharp blade and potent magic. The commander soon vanished in a whirlwind of dust and debris, and the jaguar called a storm of lightning down upon the twister. The lightning vanished into the twister just as the twister surged forward, tearing at the jaguar's defenses. The jaguar wasn't deterred, though, and a torrent of blood-red lightning erupted from his body. He stimulated his bloodline, calling upon his most primal power, and 4 bolts of controlled red lightning extended from his left hand like claws 10 feet long. His hammer, meanwhile, began to charge with the lightning from his right hand. He swung his hammer, sending a wave of lightning to meet the relatively slowly approaching twister, and the magic power of these 2 attacks detonated in an explosion that blinded the jaguar's magic senses for a moment, filling the air above the battle with an opaque cloud of dust, the jaguar's lightning claw barely visible to those below. The jaguar didn't even blink, and he quickly dodged with all the speed of a powerful lightning mage as a massive wind snake came snapping out of the cloud. He swiped upward with his lightning claw and the wind snake was sliced in half. Half a dozen more wind snakes came rushing outward then, and all met the same fate as the jaguar dodged in and out, rending them all to formless magic and air in barely more than a second. The jaguar grinned in delight, but he wasn't the sort to just take punishment. Like a proper jaguar, he projected his magic senses and found his prey, now flying above him, still hidden in the dust cloud, and charged. At the same time, he pulled his hammer back into his soul realm and conjured another set of lightning claws for his right hand. Like an animal, he slashed and mauled and lashed out at the commander, now put on the back foot. The older commander barely had the space to launch a handful of wind spears at the jaguar, let alone conjure another whirlwind or wind snake as the jaguar kept on him, unrelenting in his attacks, savage and animalistic in his single-minded pursuit of his prey. The old man was slower and perhaps just a little bit weaker, it was only a matter of time until he slipped up. The jaguar got him first on his left arm as he raised it to defend himself against one of the jaguar's swipes. The jaguar's lightning claw was repelled at first by the commander's enchanted plate armor, but much force was still transferred, knocking the commander off balance and leaving him open for another attack that raked across his chest, leaving dark lightning burns across the pristine plate. The jaguar surged forth, never letting up, and soon he'd broken through the commander's defenses, heating up his armor to the melting point where he wasn't outright ripping it off the man's body, along with copious amounts of lightning-scorched flesh. Not even 5 minutes after they'd risen into the air, the commander came crashing back down to the ground as an unrecognizable corpse, rendered little more than a mass of burned flesh and pellets of rapidly cooling red-hot metal. The commander's troops lost heart, but the jaguar, recognizing many of his own people lying dead or dying on the ground from the battle, descended in a rage, his lust for the hunt not yet sated. He took a few hits, but his armor served him exceptionally well, and he rent and slashed and blasted his way through the Imperial ranks, his personal guard rallying behind him and cementing his push while the Imperials fell before him like a rabbit before a jaguar. Not even a quarter of an hour after the inner gate had been breached, the defenders had been shattered, rendered into hundreds of broken and bloody corpses strewn around the gate. The area around the gate had been devastated, most of the buildings reduced to little more than dust and splinters from the power of the mages in battle down there. But the jaguar barely even noted any of that. All he saw was that the gate had been breached, and his people now had access to the inner city. He was still conscious of the Imperial arcs flying toward the city with all haste, meaning he had only a matter of hours left to him, but with the 9th-tier commander of Argos dead, there was only one remaining place that his pride demanded he level. Slowly, his eyes turned toward the west, toward the fairly close by Heaven's Eye enclave. Willful traitors, all, the jaguar thought to himself. Worthless barbarians puppeting the cold corpse of our great lord, the enclave wasn't unoccupied, and even had a handful of 8th-tier mages guarding it. The man standing in front of the defenders looked quite young, but sure of himself, his golden eyes staring back at the jaguar with what, to the jaguar, looked like an arrogant smile playing at his lips. The jaguar smiled back, though his helmet blocked the view, and began advancing toward the enclave. Chapter 778, Argos 3. Leon watched with much conflict as the Sky Devils rampaged through the impressive defenses of Argos. On the one hand, he wasn't all that keen on seeing the Imperials slaughtered, but neither did he want any potential power base he could build in the Sky Devils to be ravaged, not until he'd met with them and determined how much sway he potentially held over them, at least. In some respects, though, he was utterly fascinated by the assault. The opportunity to see Imperial defenses tested and broken through was a fantastic learning experience. He'd heard great things about the power of the empires, and yet here were the Sky Devils, their eternal enemy, smashing through them with almost insulting ease. It was surprising and enlightening all at once. And then Leon saw a 9th-tier mage fall at the hands of another. It had been a terrific battle of intense magic, the man with the cat helmet's red lightning in particular grabbing his interest, that ended in the Imperials' defeat. Even now, the Imperials were falling back to pre-arranged points along the path to the Citadel, the original fortress that had been erected on this site thousands of years ago. The Sky Devils had made good progress, but the fortress was a maze of walls, towers, and secured baileys. The fortress complex itself was made of more than 100 heavily reinforced buildings, providing all the living and working space the city's massive garrison needed. In short, Leon couldn't imagine how the Sky Devils could possibly take it. It seemed that the 9th-tier Red Lightning Cat guy agreed, for as the Imperials retreated following the loss of their commander and many of their higher-ranking mages, the cat guy turned in the direction of the Heaven's Eye enclave, and his aura seemed to turn black with killing intent. Leon's magic senses were lost in the swirling maelstrom of his aura, not quite blinding him, but certainly making him feel just a little nauseous as the man's eyes, hidden behind his helmet, unmistakably fell upon him. Leon had been watching with a fascinated smile, taking everything in as it came and committing the sight to memory. Now, however, he recognized what was about to happen. The Sky Devils weren't going to march to the Citadel, but were instead heading to the Heaven's Eye enclave. Fear, confusion, curiosity, and excitement flooded him, this eclectic blend of emotions causing his smile to widen slightly as the cat guy started leading his troops through the streets in his direction. "Everyone, get ready," Leon thundered, and he reached up into the overcast sky. There were clouds of water and smoke up there, as well as the foreign magic of Cat Helmet, but Leon forced his own magic into the clouds and felt much of Cat Helmet's power give way. The armored man paused as he walked toward the enclave and cocked his head in what looked like surprise, and then a wave of magic power exploded out from him, clearly determined to take back control of the skies. Leon, without moving a muscle, fought back. Cat Helmet was strong, stronger than he was, and clearly held an inherited bloodline. But Leon was the descendant of the Thunderbird, and he wasn't going to just cede control of his domain to anyone else. He pushed back, and his and Cat Helmet's power began wrestling in the sky above, causing the clouds to swirl and natural lightning to fall upon the buildings between them. The buildings in Argos, heavily reinforced with magic, began crumbling under this onslaught of power, and the lightning strikes started a few fires here and there. Behind him, Leon could sense the Enclave's defenders making their last preparations as the Tower Lord and Penelope got everyone organized. It seemed that they understood that he was already locked in battle with the Sky Devils and couldn't take command as his rank would require, so were stepping up in his place. He was grateful, as it gave him more than enough time to prepare himself to fight a 9th-tier mage. He couldn't lie to himself, he was terrified. As much as he wanted to meet the Sky Devils, he'd always hoped that it would be under more ideal circumstances. Circumstances that he could control by approaching them first rather than standing against them on the battlefield. This was not how he wanted his clan's former vassals to learn about his existence, though, the more he thought about it, the more he kind of liked it. If he were able to live long enough, fight against this guy with the aid of the Heaven's Eye mages at his back, then he might make a good impression, let them know that while he was young, he was anything but weak or powerless. His hopes of that happening diminished when a number of Sky Devils arrived, reinforcing Cat Helmet's already considerable host. They'd drawn close enough by this point that even with the sounds of battle out at sea and the lightning and thunder between them, Leon was able to just barely hear the 8th-tier Sky Devil mutter as he joined Cat Helmet at the front of their host, oh my, that young boy there is just the bird I told you about." His tone and demeanor were soft and delicate, but Leon didn't for a moment think that this 8th-tier Sky Devil was either of those things. His aura was powerful and laced with some of the most potent killing intent Leon had ever felt. "Ah, shit," he thought to himself as Cat Helmet barely even appeared to react to this other man's statement. Shit. I'll be lucky if this goes well." He glanced around at him, at the hundreds of Heaven's Eye warriors arrayed in the courtyard, at the hundreds more on the wall, all ready to defend the Enclave. He glanced back out at the city, registering again the citizens of Argos that were, even now, being herded onto Sky Devil transports, fleeing the city, or hunkering down, terrified. And he wondered if there was anything at all that he could do about this. These were not ideal circumstances, and if he were to get the most out of them that he could, while also not resorting to the kind of tactics that would make him a hypocrite in the eyes of Nestor and Zaffin, I could sally out, he thought as he watched the Sky Devils advance, Cat Helmet's attention seemingly locked on him. He glanced northward, easily able to see and feel the sunlit arcs flying through the clouds as they raced to the city. "I don't have to hold them long, just long enough for those arcs to arrive. They won't be stupid enough to continue their advance even with those arcs here, will they?" As Leon continued to wrestle for control of the sky, he quickly made up his mind and shouted, "Penelope." The director's daughter quickly ran over, a curious look in her eye, and before she could ask what he needed, he said, "You're in charge here. I'm going to try and slow them down." "Are you insane?" she hissed. "You're just going to get yourself killed." Leon glanced in Cat Helmet's direction, then grinned with more confidence than he felt at Penelope. "You know who I am. My death isn't guaranteed, but regardless, I'd rather sally out and meet them than wait for them to come to me. In this case, I have to show strength." Left unsaid was his concern for those in the Enclave who'd die, and those in the city who'd already died. "That just makes you even more insane," Penelope responded, clearly barely able to keep her voice down. "If the Empires catch wind of what you're doing, I'll deal with it," Leon said, and without another word, he strode out of the Enclave to meet the advancing Sky Devils. "It would be worth it to end this sooner, I think," he muttered so softly that he doubted anyone could possibly hear him. He was a little surprised when Red appeared behind him. She didn't say a word, but she was at least ready for a fight. Leon could sense that much in her aura. "You can stay behind," Leon said as he stuck his thumb at the very anxious Penelope watching them leave. "No need for you to put yourself in danger right now. I want to see what you're doing," Red replied. "You take yourself to be my superior. I will watch and see for myself. And if I fall, I will eat you, if your body remains intact. If not, I will leave." Delightful. Then just hang back and watch. It didn't take long for Leon to run into the advancing Sky Devils. At first, they'd slowed their advance slightly as if expecting an ambush, but when Leon halted in a relatively large square with a fountain in the middle, they sped back up. Leon could understand why, for in true imperial fashion, the fountain was decorated with a statue in its center of an ancient soldier striking down a warrior with the head of an eagle, a depiction Leon knew represented his clan. From the outside, he assumed it looked like he was mocking them by trying to rub it in their face that they'd been kicked off the mainland so long ago. However, as they approached, hundreds strong, powerful mages all, Leon did what he felt would draw their interest and potentially give him the exact opening that he needed to solve this as peacefully as he could. He called forth a bolt of golden lightning from the sky to destroy the fountain. As the fountain behind him exploded under his power, the sky devils leading their forces toward Leon paused, those few whose faces he could see behind their helmets. Expressing some mild shock, out of curiosity, he glanced back at the Imperials, and they were all paying quite a bit of attention to what was going on, so he made no more moves to try and endear himself to the sky devils. The man in the cat helmet showed more poise than the rest of his people, continuing forward with his stride barely broken. It wasn't long before he waltzed into the square like he owned the place. Given the power of the army at his back, Leon supposed if the man were to lay claim to the square, it would be hard to argue against him. He considered himself fortunate that the man didn't immediately attack as soon as he arrived. Instead, Cat Helmet slowed his gait as his people spread out behind him to occupy the square and surround Leon, only coming to a stop a fairly comfortable 50 feet or so away. Leon stood opposite him, the rim of the marble fountain only a step behind. He wore his armor, sans helmet, and he stared back at Cat Helmet, his smile a little shallower than it had been with the anxiety in his heart reaching a crescendo. "Leon," Nestor whispered, "that man is a descendant of the Blood Thunder Jaguar." "No doubt about that. With an aura like that, there can be no mistake. Play this very carefully, boy," Zafin added. "Show strength, but if you can get out of this without violence, all the better. If it comes to blows, though, I'll fight at your side. Look at the demon, playing wise philosopher and experienced mentor," Nestor sniped. The two began exchanging barbs, so Leon ignored them both and focused instead on the descendant of the Blood Thunder Jaguar standing in front of him. For several long minutes they stared at each other, Leon forcing himself to look not all concerned even as Red abandoned the square, though only falling back a couple of streets and leaping to a nearby rooftop where she could still monitor the situation without being surrounded. It was only then that Cat Helmet spoke, his smooth voice resounding with the confidence of a man completely in control of the situation. "It seems your companion abandoned you, Raptor." "Raptor?" Leon asked in amusement. The man cocked his head and asked, "Is that all you heard?" "All I heard that was of consequence." Again, the man paused in his response. Leon could see his eyes within his helmet flickering about as if studying him, and he kept up his projection of confidence to match his opponent's. "You are not human," Cat Helmet eventually said, half in question and half in statement. "I consider myself human, though my standards are hardly universal. You clearly possess something a little inhuman, don't you?" Cat Helmet ignored his question. "My subordinate saw you transform, and I have no interest in your name." Leon sighed. "Raptor'll do, then. What shall I call you?" "Jaguar. What a pair we make, Raptor and Jaguar." They both went silent again as they studied each other in as great of detail as possible. The Jaguar was again the first to break their silence. "Have you come here to plead for the safety of your comrades? If your pleas are heartfelt enough, I might just leave your little warehouses alone." Leon smiled, the Jaguar having struck at least one reason he'd come here right on the head. But Leon didn't want to admit that. "I'm not here to plead for anything. What I'm here for is to get your measure, Jaguar." The Jaguar assumed a slightly more aggressive posture. "You wish to fight me? Given the difference in our power, that wouldn't end well for you, but I'll happily oblige. Maybe I'll take your corpse back to Katagita and have it dissected. Let my tribesmen learn what they can from you." Again, Leon sighed. "Not everything worth measuring is related to the dealing of death, Jaguar." "Oh." One of the Jaguar's followers, the man Leon had heard telling the Jaguar that he'd seen Leon transform, exclaimed. What heated subtext. Several others chuckled, but Leon and the Jaguar remained staring at each other. "You wish to measure me?" the Jaguar inquired, his tone a little less confrontational. "I suppose," Leon answered. "Not something that can be done in one conversation, but I had to try. Shall we talk before things turn electric?" The Jaguar glanced upward where they were still wrestling for control of the sky. Leon counted 3 breaths before he lowered his head. Leon couldn't help but smile a little wider, knowing without even having to look up that, despite the Jaguar's power, he was failing to make any headway against Leon's front. They were practically evenly matched for control of the sky, though Leon didn't take that to mean their raw power or combat prowess were anything close to equal. The Jaguar cocked his head, waited another moment, then growled, "Speak your piece, Raptor." "I'd rather speak inside," Leon said, gesturing toward what appeared to be a cafe, now abandoned with nearly the entire city having fled. I'm not one for eavesdroppers. The jaguar glanced in the direction of the Imperials as they massed at other chokepoints along the way to the citadel, many of the more powerful mages obviously watching the exchange. Very well, the jaguar said. A couple of minutes later, they were both seated around a table, the wards in the building preventing their conversation from being overheard by magic senses. The jaguar himself brought with him only a handful of guards while Leon sat alone. Brave of you, facing us alone, the jaguar said once they were both seated. I was reasonably confident you wouldn't attack immediately, Leon replied, his tone carefully controlled to maintain certainty that he internally lacked. I'm curious, though, why not? The jaguar, still helmeted, didn't acknowledge the question. So be it, Leon said, his statement punctuated by the rumble of thunder overhead. I'll admit to some curiosity, Jaguar. I'm not from the empires, but ever since I arrived in this region of the plain, they've done nothing but spit on the very mention of your people down there in the southeast. I've never been one to buy into that kind of mentality, and I couldn't help but wonder who these people were who drew such ire from the empires. We are the Fangs of Katagita, the jaguar declared. We defend the 10 tribes from all who would seek them harm. For thousands of years, the empires have attempted to kill the lot of us, to devour our land and resources, and we have stopped them every time. We are here to repay them for their barbarity. Leon nodded, what little body language the jaguar was showing off not giving him any impression of deceit. Who are your leaders? Leon asked. What gods do you worship? What stories do you tell your people? I'm curious about all of these things. Worthless to tell an enemy such things. If we are enemies, then so be it. But your people must have history, don't they? Culture. You know where you came from, and where you're going. The jaguar answered quickly, but he sounded almost a little insulted by the insinuation. We are not lost people. We know where we are and why we're here. We know our histories and our traditions. These we protect against all who dare threaten them. You just won't tell me your history, or give me the name of your gods, or tell me anything at all how your people their lives. You will die when we cross blades. What would be the point? To show a little respect to an opponent, with the hope that it's returned. Respect, from an imperial, no chimeric magic could possibly make these two compatible. Leon chuckled softly. They have been quite zealously railing against your people as long as I've cared to keep track. They hate you. You speak as if you're not one of them, Raptor. You are Heaven's Eye, among the worst of them. Yeah, they're not great, but they have their uses. Leon guessed the jaguar heard something in his bitter tone, for he didn't respond as Leon fell silent for a long moment. After that moment was over, Leon said, where I come from, we have no gods, but we venerate our ancestors deeply. If you kill me today, then I ask only that you not mutilate my corpse, that I might be sent north to join them in death. The jaguar didn't verbally respond, but he nodded ever so slightly despite his earlier threat of taking Leon's corpse back to the Sky Devil's hell. Are there any requests you might make, should the impossible come to pass and I win this fight? Will you not even tell me the name of your gods? We do not worship any gods, the jaguar rumbled as a flash of red outside destroyed another building close by. But we, too, venerate those who came before us. If you win today, then I would ask the same of you. If you win, my people will bring you no immediate harm and allow you to retreat back to Heaven's Eye. An easy thing to agree to, Leon said with a smile, and with that, he stood up. Let's get this over with, shall we? Indeed, the jaguar replied as he, too, rose. When they walked back outside, Leon found that the jaguar's ranks had swollen in just those few minutes they were in the cafe. About 50 Pegasus riders had landed in the square led by a hard-looking 8th-tier woman who stared intently at both him and the jaguar, yet she spoke not a word. So, Leon ignored them and walked back into the center of the square, where the jaguar joined him. The jaguar's warriors circled around them, though they didn't come quite close enough to be in any real danger when the magic started flying. Ready yourself for death, Heaven's Eye Raptor, the jaguar growled as he raised his hammer. Think of your ancestors, Jaguar, Leon said. In just a moment, you'll be closer to your past than you ever thought possible. With that, Leon donned his helmet and drew his family's sword. He channeled his lightning, but he kept a strict leash on it, not letting even a spark leave his body and reveal itself. Instead, he kept an eye on the jaguar, and a split second after he finished speaking, he raised his hand. A blood-red bolt of lightning fell from the sky that very instant, but Leon, calling upon all of his skill with lightning magic, swept his hand above his head and diverted the bolt into a nearby building. The jaguar cocked his head again, but said nothing. Instead, he extended his off hand and conjured his lightning claws. He then slammed his fist down into the ground, sending a wave of red lightning Leon's way. But again, Leon, straining his muscles and mind, used his prodigious skill and talent in lightning magic and halted the wave before it reached him. The jaguar, however, then stepped forward and thrust out his fist, and Leon fought hard to hold the crackling lightning in place as it pushed against his control. But he held the wave there, unmoving. He was vaguely aware that he'd started to sweat, but he kept his mind sharp. With a wave of his hand, the jaguar dispelled his lightning and took a few steps toward Leon. He grasped his hammer, filled it with red lightning, and then lunged toward Leon. The jaguar was fast, but that surprised Leon none. It took everything he had to dodge the jaguar's first deadly swing, aimed at his chest. It took him greatly exerting his body to dodge the second strike, but he was knocked off balance enough that he knew he wasn't going to dodge a third. Leon realized in a flash that he couldn't play around with the jaguar as much as he'd hoped. The jaguar wasn't taking this fight too seriously given what Leon knew he was capable of, but in a matter of 2 exchanges, Leon could already tell that for all his skill with the sword, he wasn't going to match the jaguar in this kind of fight. The jaguar was just too strong and too fast, the difference a single tier, and who knew how many centuries of experience made. He had to use magic. He gritted his teeth as the jaguar flowed from the second strike into the third, and instead of trying to dodge again, Leon swung his blade forward. His family's sword, the blade that Jason Carranos had brought to Eterna, the weapon that had once been host to one of the universe fragments that had formed the bedrock of his clan, that had been forged quite literally with the blood of the Thunderbird, erupted in silver-blue lightning as Leon blocked the jaguar's third swing. Leon put everything that he had into that swing, all of his power that he could push into his sword in that moment, he did. The stones shattered beneath their feet with the meeting of their power as their colored lightning exploded upward, reaching for the clouds. Leon was thrown backward, and he fell in a most undignified manner back into the remains of the fountain. The jaguar wasn't pushed back nearly as far, but Leon was gratified to see that he hadn't managed to stand firm. However, as Leon pushed himself back to his feet, the jaguar didn't move. The helmeted man's eyes were locked on his right arm, where the last few arcs of Leon's silver-blue lightning still danced across his gauntlet. Chapter 779, Argos IV. Leon breathed deeply as he walked away from the square, hardly believing that had worked at all. He'd taken quite the risk in blasting the Blood Thunder Jaguar's descendant with the Thunderbird's lightning, hoping with little evidence at all that he would recognize it, or at least be affected enough not to continue the fight. He was right, but he was surprised, relieved, and all manner of other similar emotions. He was mostly sure that he had more adrenaline coursing through his veins than blood, his hands shaking with excitement, incredulity, and lingering fear at what he'd just done. It worked, he told himself. It worked. Of course, he knew that wasn't entirely why the jaguar had turned around, or at least, there was a ready excuse for the man: the approaching Imperial arcs, likely bearing hundreds of the best warriors and most powerful mages that the Sunlit Empire could throw together on a few days' notice. The jaguar had stared at him for long moments after being hit by his lightning, more than long enough for some of his subordinates to start looking a little concerned, but when that moment was over, he'd glanced at the incoming Imperial arcs and ordered his thoroughly confused troops to fall back. Leon had watched them leave, smiling at the jaguar as the 9th-tier mage stared back, regarding him from behind his jaguar head-shaped helmet. In the end, once he and Leon were the only ones left in the square, he asked one final, quiet question. "Who are you?" Leon had let the question linger in the air for several seconds before finally answering truthfully, "Leon." They'd stared each other down for a few more seconds, and then the jaguar turned and followed his warriors back to the docks. Leon had stayed in the square for a little while longer, practically leaning against the shattered fountain for support, noting that, at this point, his magic was the only one in the sky. The jaguar had ceded him the heavens. And now he made his way back to the Heaven's Eye enclave as he did his best to project confidence and control, knowing that many eyes were upon him. Red returned along the way, but said not a word, simply falling in beside him. When Leon returned to the enclave, he was met with a Penelope that looked irate, nervous, and scandalized all at the same time. "Leon," she greeted, "think we could speak in private?" "Make sure the Tower Lord is getting everything back to normal," Leon ordered. "The Sky Devils are going to retreat, though there's not going to be much fighting still until they're gone. I want Heaven's Eye in full order before morning." He paused, then quietly added, "Give me a few minutes. Then we can talk." Penelope, for just a moment, looked like she wanted to argue, but when Leon removed his helmet and locked eyes with her, she relented. Leon knew what she saw, all the fatigue, excitement, and anxiety that he could feel. With that, Leon made his way into the Heaven's Eye Tower. "Lord Jaguar, what is the meaning of this?" Alina demanded as the Jaguar led them back aboard his flagship, the rest of the troops that had landed in Argos not far behind them, their subcommanders herding them all back to their designated transports. The battle in the air above the sea wall and on the sea itself had largely ended in their favor, so there was no opposition to their ordered retreat. Their raid was a victory, though not entirely complete. Argos still stood, the city not quite sacked. They'd seized thousands of hostages that they could ransom back to the barbarians and seized quite a bit of material and magical loot, to be sure, but the city itself would survive this gentlest of sackings. But the sea wall had been breached, the local Imperial Navy now lay at the bottom of the sea, and thousands of Imperial soldiers were dead, and all for little comparative cost. That was a victory by any measure. And yet, all the Jaguar could think about as he wordlessly made his way to his office on his flagship, Alina trailing him still barraging him with requests for elucidation, was silver blue lightning, and the deep rumbling voice that filled his mind after it had touched his armor. He'd only heard that voice once before, when he'd undergone his ritual for bloodline awakening. He'd visited his soul realm, and there confronted the Blood Thunder Jaguar itself. It had inspected him top to bottom, and in the end, merely said, "Acceptable." In the hundreds of years since, the Jaguar hadn't heard so much as a growl from the Blood Thunder Jaguar, until just a moment ago. The Blood Thunder Jaguar had said a single word, one that sent tremors up the Jaguar's spine and shockwaves through his mind. Thunderbird, the ancient lord that had reigned over the stars, the dead god that all the 10 tribes venerated, the progenitor of the only acceptable bloodline that could rule over them all. The Jaguar could barely fathom it, a surviving member of that clan. And, more than that, one skilled enough to compete with him magically on fairly even ground. The Jaguar had felt some frustration at the boy's power and control over lightning during the duel, but with the reveal of his lineage, it all made perfect sense. He didn't care if it was a trick, though from the way Raptor had conducted himself, he didn't think it was. Besides, he didn't think anyone could do anything that would fool his ancestors' senses. No, that boy is a member of the ruling clan. A prince, in the hands of savages. The concept was terrifying, exhilarating, and above all, deeply concerning. The Jaguar knew only that he had to return to Reikos as soon as possible. His tribe had to know that there yet existed a prince of Thunderbird blood. He certainly wasn't going to do anything that would extinguish that line, and suffering the mild humiliation of pulling back his forces when he could remain for another couple of hours if he had to was nothing compared to what he'd just learned. As the Jaguar entered his office, Alina just behind him, her face red. With anger at how long he'd been ignoring her, he ordered them left alone. "What is it?" she demanded as the door shut behind them, leaving them alone in complete isolation, preventing even the most skilled spy from listening in. "What is going on in your head? Why did you retreat? Who was that?" The Jaguar locked her in his steely gaze, his face inscrutable behind his helmet. "Our future," Leon sighed as he stretched out on one of the sofas in the meeting room he and Red had commandeered. He wanted to stay out of the way as things returned to normal in the city, and he most certainly wanted to stay out of the limelight after his confrontation with the Jaguar. Red stayed mercifully silent, not disturbing him as he first took a few minutes to stop and process everything that had just happened, and then as he retrieved Tico's lotus from his soul realm and briefed those back in Oculera about what had gone down over the past few days since they'd last spoken. He was left feeling a little apprehensive about his return given just how upset Elise, Maya, and Valeria apparently were. Tico's being quite diplomatic in its description of their response, but he was still alive, and he'd made some kind of contact with the Sky Devils that didn't leave them mortal enemies. Or at least, such was the case with the Jaguar. Leon got the impression that their politics were rather complicated at the moment from his short discussion with the 9th-tier Sky Devil, but he had to imagine that the Jaguar had more than a bit of pull with his people, and he didn't think he was currently enemies with the Jaguar. For half an hour, he lost himself wondering just what was going to happen next. The Sky Devils knew of him, and he was inclined to, for the foreseeable future, leave the initiative with them. 10 years, he thought. If they didn't try and contact him in 10 years, then he would start reaching out to them on his own, assuming this whole raiding Argos thing didn't spill over into a massive war between the empires and their island. He had much on his plate already, and he needed to see to those he was already responsible for first and foremost. It was with that thought in his head that a knock came at the door and, without waiting for a response, Penelope entered looking none too thrilled. Red, on Penelope's entrance, shot up from where she'd been quietly sitting on the floor, her arms lighting up with bright orange flame. Penelope paused a moment in the face of this hostility, her aura rising to match, and then exceed Red's, until Leon stood up and used his own fire magic to suppress Red. "We're all friends here," he stated more than asked. "No need for unpleasantness. Maybe she ought to wait after knocking," Red retorted, though she dutifully stood down anyway. Penelope seemed more than willing to brush this off as she shifted focus to Leon. "You have left quite the mess, haven't you?" she growled. "Have I?" Leon innocently asked as he slumped back down on the sofa. "Seems like everything in Heaven's Eye ought to be fine. Has the Tower Lord gotten things in hand?" "Things were never really out of hand here. It was easy enough to start shifting everyone back to their peacetime posts and to prepare to distribute aid once we were sure the Sky Devils were in retreat, but that's not the point. What matters is that you very publicly interacted with the Sky Devils. That's going to cause some big problems." "I sent them away," Leon replied, pretending that he didn't know exactly what Penelope was referring to. "The sack of Argos stopped early because of me. You might not find many people grateful for that if news of who you are leaks. You had quite a few spectators to that little display." Leon frowned slightly, but he wasn't too worried. The Sky Devils attacked Argos, and since they did that, then there are probably much bigger problems in the Argonaut Sea and veins of vigilance right now. I'm not worried about the public because they'll be talking of those bigger problems, and anything they hear about me will have been filtered through so many official and unofficial channels that any truth of the matter will be lost. Likewise, anyone who's anyone in the Sunlit Empire probably already knows who I am, so I have little to fear from revealing my identity. Any friction will likely arise if those at the top think me a threat if this spills out into a wider war, but I plan on ameliorating any of those concerns by returning to Oculera as soon as possible to properly take up my post, and not leave the city for a hot minute. Have this all figured out, have you? Everything's going to be all right, is it? Absolutely nothing unexpected is going to happen. Everything that the public talks about will not hurt you at all. Or Heaven's Eye, you don't know what's going to happen. You can't say that this isn't a problem. I've interacted with Lord Protector Anastasios and the Grand Druid. The people of the Empire's those who matter. Anyway, those who have power want me on their side, and they'll, if not bend over backwards, at least indulge a few whims if I'm not posing a serious threat. They care about the peace and prosperity of their empires, and so long as I can guarantee that I won't upset those carts, then I'll be fine. Penelope sighed in frustration and collapsed in an armchair across from Leon, looking about 10 times as tired as he felt. She remained quiet for several long seconds, finally saying exasperatedly, "Whatever happens, it's on your head. Do be a dear and ensure that you don't drag Heaven's Eye down with you when you next indulge a whim, yeah?" Leon shrugged. "If you insist." "I do insist. I can tell, you're being very insistent. Now you're just mocking me." "I am shocked and scandalized. I would never do such a thing." Silence settled over them for a short moment, during which Penelope stared at Leon quite curiously. "What's going on with you, Leon?" Leon laughed. "Buzzed on adrenaline. Huge case of can't give a fuck about imperial concerns right now, clashing with deep anxiety and insecurity about the future. Just saw the remnants of my clan's vassals sack a city, killing thousands and doing billions of silvers of damage, if not more, to the city. Just confronted a 9th-tier mage in front of the entire world and am worried about the response. I'm also really tired and kind of hungry." Leon saw Penelope's face contort as she put in titanic effort to prevent it, but after a few seconds, she burst out laughing. After a few good guffaws, Leon joined in, letting his pent-up emotions vent. When they were both done, Leon glanced out the window and frowned slightly at what he saw. "Looks like we don't have much time for rest or relaxation right now. We have some guests." As Leon and Penelope emerged from the Heaven's Eye Tower, they were greeted with the sight of a huge ark of such ostentatious design that not even the luxurious ark Cassandra took to the scorched fields could compare. The thing looked like it had been completely plated in gold, then embellished with glittering gemstones. It looked less like a war ark and more like a pleasure yacht built by someone desperate beyond measure to show off their wealth. It hovered over the courtyard, slowly inching downward as a number of Heaven's Eye personnel rushed about clearing space below for it to land, just in case it was going to. The Tower Lord was already waiting with a large delegation as the rest of the Enclave's personnel scrambled about, trying to go about their duties even as this arc descended upon them. Leon could see the other few arcs that had been flying toward the city had already arrived and taken up important strategic positions. The Sky Devil fleet was still hurrying out of the destroyed sea gate, but the Jaguar's flagship was still in the harbor, covering them with its massive lances. The 3 Sky Devil arcs that had taken control of the sea wall were still there, too, but it seemed like no one wanted to commit to an aerial battle. All of the fighting so far had ended, so it seemed the Sunlit Empire was content to simply let the Sky Devils flee without putting their newly arrived arcs at risk when the rest of the city's reinforcements were still days away. As Leon and Penelope joined the Tower Lord's delegation, the Tower Lord whispered to Leon, "This is the Imperial Arc." Leon whispered his thanks just as a door on the side of the arc slid open, revealing a spectacularly handsome man dressed in a manner just as ostentatious as his arc. He was bedecked in sparkling silver plate armor with heavily emphasized shoulder pauldrons, and a comically large codpiece. But as over-the-top as his ensemble was, Leon didn't feel any desire to laugh. The man was smiling quite widely, but his aura was raging and laced with chilling killing intent. After getting to know the Lord Protector and the Grand Druid, Leon immediately recognized the man's weighty aura as belonging to that of a 10th-tier mage. This was the Sunlit Emperor. The Emperor stepped out of his arc as casually as he would step off the gangplank of a ship, and he slowly glided down to the square, followed by several dozen more Sunlit mages, 4 of whom Leon identified as 9th-tier mages. Once he hit the ground, the Sunlit Emperor was smiling so brightly that even with a sky overcast by clouds and smoke, he still looked as sunlit as his title claimed. Leon couldn't help but feel himself relaxed slightly even with the Emperor's furious aura pressing in around his shoulders. "It gladdens my heart to see Heaven's Eye so unscathed by today's turmoil," he intoned, his voice smooth and bright, without even a hint of gravel. "So stalwart a partner my empire could never hope to deserve." Silence followed for a short moment, until Leon realized that, as the highest-ranking Heaven's Eye member there, it was his duty to respond. "You flatter us, Your Imperial Majesty," Leon replied, channeling the etiquette lessons that Elise had done her best to drill into him. He smiled pleasantly, though he felt more than a little ridiculous as the Emperor strode confidently, though unhurriedly, toward them. "I but state the truth, Leon Rame," the Emperor said. Leon was only mildly surprised at this. He didn't doubt for a second that the Emperor already knew who he was, but he thought that the man would play that information a little closer to his chest than this. Without waiting for Leon to respond, the Emperor then turned to Penelope and his smile faltered for so short a moment that Leon thought he imagined it. "Lady Penelope, welcome back to the Sunlit Empire. We are joyous to have you back here after so long. Truly, you are a shining ray of light that brightens this dark day." "Your Imperial Majesty," Penelope said, her voice strained. Leon immediately clued into these two having a history more complex than simple professional familiarity. "Tell me, my lady, have you given any thought to my earlier proposal?" the Emperor asked, his attention so thoroughly locked on Penelope that Leon wondered if he'd lost track of the city around him. Scowling, Penelope replied, "Perhaps you ought to see to this burning city rather than to me." "What is a city, compared to a beautiful woman?" the Emperor asked, though he did turn away from Penelope. He briefly nodded to the Tower Lord, then glanced back across the city. "It would gladden me if you, Leon, were to join me in the Citadel tomorrow for a victory celebration. It seems the Sky Devils have wrought their carnage and sated themselves, they now retreat. Worrying news has reached my ear from across the sea, weighing down my heart greatly with thoughts of the war to come, but I would love if you could lighten it ever so slightly with stories of what happened here." The Emperor's eyes landed upon Leon, deep brown and warm as a familiar hearth, and Leon knew then without a shadow of a doubt that the Emperor was counted among those who'd witnessed his duel with the Jaguar. Chapter 780. Sunlit Emperor turning down a monarch, let alone a 10th-tier emperor, wasn't an easy thing, but there was nothing Leon wanted to do more as he readied himself to head to Argos, Citadel. He'd be heading there alone, without Penelope or Red. In fact, Penelope had told him that there would likely be no women attending at all, it being codified in law that women weren't allowed in the government and had many of their public freedoms restricted. Given the way she spoke about the Sunlit Emperor, Leon could tell she also hated the man, but for why, she wouldn't say. Heaven's Eye had the clout to negotiate for better treatment of their guild members, but it was the exception, not the rule, and even Penelope was restricted in what she could do if she were to leave the guild's property. All of that in mind, Leon still found it rather odd that the local tower lord hadn't received an invitation, if only to act as cover for the Sunlit Emperor's intentions, but given the way the man dressed and acted, Leon wasn't so sure that the Emperor even knew what subtlety even meant. It jived well with what he knew of the Grand Druid and the Lord Protector being old, powerful, or both generally meant fewer restrictions on behavior. After all, who was going to openly criticize their emperor if that emperor was brushing against the doors of divinity? Leon wouldn't openly criticize the emperor, but he was sure thinking many critical thoughts as he left the Heaven's Eye enclave on his way to the citadel. He was surrounded by Heaven's Eye guards assembled by the Tower Lord, but he was the only one of any real rank heading there. The old fortress around which the rest of the city had sprung over the millennia was an imposing thing. It didn't quite cover the same footprint as the bull's horns, but as far as defensibility went, it was still effectively impregnable to conventional forces, as far as Leon could estimate. 3 layers of wall protecting the complex within, every building fortified, and numerous isolated baileys separated by additional walls and towers. Leon passed through many of these baileys on his way to the palatial keep and was met outside of its front doors by the full red carpet treatment, including an actual red carpet leading into the keep. More than 100 servants were there to see to any needs the guests had, and Leon could hardly believe that the city had been getting sacked less than 24 hours prior given their professional demeanors. He was led to an opulent ballroom more suited to a proper palace than a keep, wherein more than 50 high-ranking mages in either luxurious formal wear or military uniforms were present with their adjutants and personal assistants. The emperor himself sat in a gilded throne at the opposite end of the room quietly chatting with 2 other men who Leon could tell were 9th-tier mages. Despite this illustrious company, as soon as Leon entered the room and was announced, the emperor's eyes as well as just about every other eye there turned in his direction. But Leon stood strong against this withering fusillade of attention. He was on the lookout for it, but he sensed not much killing intent, calming some of his anxieties about coming effectively alone. However, his other anxieties, especially those of a more social nature, only grew. Most parties of this sort that he'd attended had been with Elise on his arm, ensuring that he was never really left alone, and that he always had something of a lifeline keeping him from drowning in social expectations and traditional ceremonies. But after so long with his wife, he knew at least a few standard courtesies, even if he felt more than a little awkward observing them. So, he strolled further into the ballroom with as much confidence as he could display and made his way toward the evening's host, the Sunlit Emperor himself. Leon was dressed fairly modestly, in a mostly black ensemble that hugged his figure in a way that had made Elise and Valeria, who'd both selected it for him, practically swoon. Almost invisibly embroidered on his vest were bolts of silver lightning that followed the lines of an almost comically idealized male physique. The emperor, on the other hand, was dressed quite loudly, in bright, garish yellows, oranges, and blues. Again, he wore what Leon could only assume was a padded codpiece. Given its size, he wasn't the only one present doing so, Leon observed. The emperor's colorful jerkin was cut very tightly, accentuating his lithe physique, while his underlying doublet was far looser, making his arms and shoulders look even bigger. "Leon Rame," the emperor exclaimed as Leon approached, the 2 9th-tier mages at his side dutifully stepping aside as their monarch's attention shifted. "A joy to see you, my friend. Welcome to my little get-together. I wouldn't have missed it," Leon said far more genuinely than he felt. "Thank you for your invitation. It was the least I could do when a man of your station and position went out of his way to defend my city." Leon's smile became just a little more strained. Argos was technically jointly administered by all 4 empires, but since it was so close to the Sunlit Empire's southeastern border, it was essentially in the Sunlit Emperor's pocket, and it was the Sunlit Empire's laws that held sway within the city. However, while that was the reality, Leon was a little surprised to hear the emperor lay such overt claim to the city given the presence of nobles and officers from the other empires present, or so he assumed. A quick glance around confirmed that most of the men present at least looked fairly similar and had roughly similar clothing choices. "Maybe there aren't men from other empires here. You know, Leon," the emperor said, drawing Leon's attention back to him. "I heard some stories about what happened here after your arrival, but I'd rather hear it from you. So, tell me a story." Leon smiled with as much cheer as he could, but his heart rate accelerated. He'd spent the past day altering his story just enough to sound plausible enough without being dishonest. The last thing he wanted was to draw imperial attention for dealing with the Sky Devils. Well, your Imperial Majesty, he began, how good can a story be without a drink in hand? Well said, bring us something to wet our tongues. Leon took a deep breath, satisfied with having bought a few seconds, but barely a moment later there was a cup of heated wine being offered to him as the Emperor stood up from his throne, his own cup in hand. Come, Leon, let's talk. Tell me your story. With a sigh, Leon began with his journey north from the Pegasi state's personal business had drawn him there. He assured the Emperor when he heard about the assault on Argos and the call to arms to all Heaven's Eye forces in the area. He and one of his retainers arrived a few days later, and when Leon noticed a lightning mage wreaking havoc in the city after the sea wall was breached, he just couldn't help himself and challenged the man to combat both to satisfy his own desire for battle, and to stop the man's rampage. He challenged the jaguar that if he were to hit him just once with his own magic, then the sky devils would have to leave. And obviously, I won the bet, Leon finished. A story well told, the Emperor exclaimed as he clapped Leon on the shoulder. I'm still surprised the sky devils would honor such an arrangement, especially given who you are. Leon did a slight double take at just how open the Emperor was being, but fortunately, most of the others in the ballroom were giving them a wide berth. Listen, Leon, the Emperor said, finally leaning in a bit and lowering his voice, that was a good story, and I applaud your attempt, but we both know that was packed with at least a little bit of bullshit. Leon had to fight to keep himself from scowling at the Emperor's choice of words. He wasn't overfond of the Bull Kingdom, but he still held Trajan in the highest esteem. You should rethink ever going near the Sky Devils again. I understand that you don't have much interest in conquest, but there are those in the empires that desire your death regardless. Keeping you away from the Sky Devils was one of the only ways we could get those particular cocksuckers to back off. Lowen cocked an eyebrow and asked, who? That's unimportant. What is important is that you're being protected right now. I am one of those who've put his name and reputation on the line to guarantee that you would keep away from these terrorists, you understand, and I'm not thrilled at the idea of you making any further contact with them. I'm with Heaven's Eye, Leon said with a conciliatory tone, seeking to end this particular discussion as quickly as he could so he could make good his escape from the party. My interests lie in Oculara, not in the Sky Devil's hell. That's wonderful to hear, my friend, simply wonderful. The sunlit Emperor threw his head back and laughed in a manner that Leon thought rather fake. Now, then, my friend, I'd like to extend to you another invitation. The Emperor's arm around Leon's shoulder tightened, and Leon felt a slight pinch up near his shoulder. He quickly shook off the Emperor's arm. I apologize if I've been too informal, the sunlit Emperor stated apologetically as he let Leon pull back a couple of steps. I tend to do that. However, as I was saying, I would like to invite you to consider my empire your home away from home. I won't be quite so shameless as to try and bribe you to join my empire as those old fools in the north and west have done, but I want you to feel welcome here. Don't ever hesitate to come visit. As he spoke, the Emperor extended a hand and let a few tiny bolts of golden lightning dance across his arm. And don't forget, we have the best lightning mages in all of Eterna. I, personally, would love to test my skills against a trueborn descendant of the Thunderbird, that great monster lurking in the dark that we all tell our children about to make them behave. I think that might be easily arranged, Leon said with a far more genuine smile than he'd shown thus far spreading across his face, his competitiveness kindled by the Emperor's attitude. Fantastic. Now, I have to make sure the rest of my guests are having a good time and that they'll be ready to get back to work tomorrow. But tonight, we shall celebrate driving off the Sky Devils with plenty of wine and women. As he made this exclamation, one of the nearby doors opened and a long line of beautiful women of all shapes and complexions came streaming in, their faces hidden behind veils while their bodies were otherwise put on display with skimpy dancers' wear. The Emperor gave a great cry of delight as he seemed to forget all about Leon and scamper over to the ladies, immediately taking 3 of the most beautiful with him back to his throne. The rest of the women spread out amongst the other couple hundred men present, doing their best to be as seductive as possible. One even approached Leon, a gorgeous woman with striking red hair and glittering green eyes. Leon smiled bitterly as he turned her away. He wondered if someone had purposefully sent her after him, knowing who he was married to. The woman greatly resembled Elise in almost all ways. She was voluptuous and forward, and were she not nearly half a foot shorter and had a higher pitched voice than Elise, Leon might have even thought for a second or two that his wife had come here incognito. After fending the dancer off, Leon didn't stay too much longer. He wanted to get back to Oculera as soon as possible, and he'd made his plans to leave the city almost as soon as he returned from this party. So, sparing only the Emperor the dignity of a goodbye, having been the only person he'd had a meaningful conversation with, he soon took his leave. The sunlit Emperor grinned with delight as the dancer writhed in his lap. He was half considering taking her right then and there, in front of all his men. He had no children of his own despite his massive harem, and that had led to a few untoward rumors about his virility, so he'd taken it upon himself of late to be even more public about his desires than he already was. However, just as he was about to make a decision, one of his 9th-tier guards approached from behind. "Your Imperial Majesty, I must ask one last time, give us your permission to take that bastard's head. To have him in our lands is a danger we cannot bear, especially after what we saw on our way to the city." "You can shut your bitch mouth," the Emperor retorted. "My word is final. Leon is not to be touched by unclean hands. Those pole greasers in the north and west are watching him too closely. He'll leave our land safe and fucking secure. But the risks are negligible." The Emperor finally turned his face from admiring the suddenly very nervous dancer who was hearing things far above her pay grade and facing his 9th-tier personal guard. The Emperor let his aura spill forth, making it quite clear exactly what would happen if the man continued to press his luck. "Go find a good pussy to stick your cock in," the Emperor commanded. "Blasting a few loads in a good woman has never failed to calm me down. Gods know I would welcome it if you were to relax and get the fuck off my dick, exactly where you're not welcome." The guard barely contained a snarl, but left anyway. The Emperor smiled as he did, reveling in how his power ensured that he always got his way. His guards might not like it, but he was not only the Emperor, but his power also made him completely untouchable. But even then, unchecked political power, and nearly unrestrained personal power wasn't enough. He wanted more. Ascension past the 10th tier hadn't been done by anyone on Eterna in so long that many didn't think it was possible with the plane's current magical developmental standards, but the Sunlit Emperor had just secured exactly what he needed to give him that extra boost, to bypass that restriction entirely. Despite having a dancer in his lap, he couldn't help but think about Leon for a moment. It infuriated him to no end, thinking of the power the boy had just fallen into simply because his family had managed to hold onto their ritual to awaken bloodlines. As far the Sunlit Emperor had been able to ascertain over the past decade, Leon's family was the only one with a direct link to the Thunderbird that had managed such a thing. "I am the Emperor, not him. And, yet, he's the one with the power," the Emperor jealously screamed in his head. He thought about his empire, its people constantly snickering behind his back at just how much of a failure he was compared to his mother. She'd been a rare sort, achieving such power in the Sunlit Emperor despite the inherent limitations of her gender that were apparent to all Sunlit men. Compared to her, he had achieved nothing at all. In a fit of insecurity, he retrieved a small glass orb from his soul realm, needing to see it with his own eyes just to make sure that he still had it, that it hadn't spontaneously vanished, or been merely a figment of his imagination this entire time. The glass orb was heavily enchanted, and contained within it, hovering in the exact center of the nearly transparent sphere, was a single drop of fresh blood, glowing bright red with magic power. A quick invoking of some of the orb's enchantments had a couple sparks of silver-blue lightning erupt from the blood, protecting it from his probes. He quickly pulled it back into his soul realm, his grin growing for a moment until he realized that the dancer in his lap had slowed her gyrations, a look of nervous fear on her beautiful face from what she'd overheard over the past few minutes. "Keep moving, whore," the Emperor commanded, and the woman practically jumped to continue her moves. He lost himself in the body of his dancer, and thoughts of the glory he was soon to cover himself in once he unlocked the secrets hidden in Leon's blood. "Ready to go?" Penelope asked as Leon arrived at Heaven's Eyes only Arcpad in Argos. "Absolutely," Leon growled. "Where's Red? Your wyvern friend is already inside," Penelope said, and she lost no time in leading Leon into her ark. It was spacious enough, but Leon was more concerned with its speed. He was fast in his Thunderbird form, but an ark built for speed was always going to be faster. As he entered the ark, he found Red walking around, her amber eyes wide open in wonder. However, as soon as she saw him and Penelope, her expression hardened. "About time. It takes time and finesse to extricate oneself from an imperial party," Leon replied as he collapsed in the first seat in his way. "Was the party that trying?" Penelope asked. "Trying enough. Red, how are things with you? Wondering just how humans are capable of building something like this." You've seen arcs before, haven't you? Penelope asked. Red nodded without too much enthusiasm, but Leon could still see her looking around the cabin with much more excitement than she was otherwise showing. What's on your mind? Leon asked her. Red frowned. Nothing. Doesn't look like nothing. Looks like something. I have said it was nothing, and nothing is what it is. Fair enough, but if that nothing turns to something, don't hesitate to talk about it. That's what humans do. They share their thoughts. Perhaps a bit too much. Is that a subtle attempt to get me to shut up? I think it was, Penelope interjected. If Red's not too willing to talk right now, Leon, how about satisfying a curiosity of mine? Now that you have more power within Heaven's Eye, what are you planning on doing with it? Her question was fairly neutral, but Leon picked up on a slight waver in her tone. She's nervous. Research, Leon quickly answered, eager to assuage any anxiety. I have 2 goals right now: get stronger, and get smarter. Learn and grow. I'm in the perfect position to do both now. I suppose that's true. Any projects worth pursuing right away? Leon thought of his Hesperidic apples. Nothing in particular, he answered. All right, Penelope said as the ark began to lift off now that they were all on board. Finally, I can't wait to get out of this damn empire. Leon nodded in solidarity. He just wanted to get home, and woe to anyone or anything that got in his way. All videos have ads disabled. YouTube doesn't pay me enough to cover electricity costs. If you are well off, please consider donating via PayPal or becoming a member of this YouTube channel. Thank you.